and welcome to day 3 of the 2026 British Rowing Club Championships here at Home Pierpont in Nottingham. We've got a glorious start to the day and we will be starting the time trials at 8 o'clock, kicking off with the Open Junior 15 Coxed Quads. Coming towards the line now in this first time trial of the Open Junior 15 Coxed Quads, it's crew number 1, Windsor Boys School A. They are followed by crew number 2, Wallingford A. Next up is crew number 3, Leeds Rowing Club. Coming across the line now, it's crew number 5, Henley Rowing Club A. They are followed by crew number 6, RGS High Wycombe. Next up is crew number 7, Sir William Borlase A. Next up, crew number 8, Brentford. Number 9, Windsor Boys School B. Next up is crew number 10, Clare's Court School A. And we've got a nice side-by-side battle die now. It's crew number 11, Molesey Boat Club B, and crew number 12, Nottingham County Rowing Association. Next up, coming towards the line, it's crew number 14, Windsor Boys School C. Next up, it's crew number 16, Marlow A. Now we've got crew number 17, Herefords. Followed by crew number 18, Henley Rowing Club B. Next up, it's crew number 19, Marlow Rowing Club B. Next up, we have crew number 13, Royal Chester A, and 15, Weybridge. Next up is crew number 20, a Camford School Composites, and crew number 23, Huntington Peterborough City Composites. They are followed by number 21, Clares Court B. Crew number 28, George Watson's College. Crew number 25, Monmouth Comprehensive School. Next up is crew number 26, Wallingford B. Heading towards the line now is crew number 4, Walbrook. Coming up next is crew number 31, Queen Elizabeth High School, Sir William Borlase Grammar School Composites. Next up is crew number 33, Wallingford Rowing Club C, followed by crew number 32, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association A. (29) Leeds Rowing Club B. Next up is crew number 34, a Lambton Tyne United Composite. Up next is crew number 37, Glasgow Academy Rowing Club. Next up is crew number 30, Molesey Boat Club A. Next up is crew number 24, Royal Chester B. Crew 22, Durham. Crew number 35, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association B. And make sure you get yourself down to the event village today. All of the shops are just getting set up. You can buy various different kit, and you can also sit on the seats and watch the big screen, and you can see what we can see and what everyone at home on the live stream can see. Next up is crew number 36, Gloucester Hartpury Composite. Next up is crew number 27, Queen Elizabeth High School. And we're just looking down the course now from the finish tower. We can see that the time trials are well underway for race 302, the Women's Junior 15 Coxed Quads. We'll be bringing you the numbers shortly as they progress to the finish line. Coming towards the line now in this time trial of the Women's Junior 15 Quadruple Coxed Skulls. It is crew number 40, Marlow A. Next up is crew number 38, Walbrook, followed by 39, Sir William Perkins School A. Next up is crew number 43, Sir William Borlase Grammar School. Coming next is crew number 41, Henley Rowing Club A. Crew 42, Barn Elms. And we've got a great battle to the line now. Coming in, if you're watching the live stream, at the bottom of the screen, it will be Henley Rowing Club B crew, and at the top of the screen it will be crew number 44, Trenton Boat Club. Coming up next is crew number 45, Sir William Perkins School B. Next up is crew number 53, Rob Roy. Next up is crew number 49, Lee Rowing Club. Up next, crew 52, Royal Chester. Next up is Great Marlow School, closely followed by Lambton. Next up, crew number 54, Windsor Girls School. Next up is crew number 48, a Gloucester Hartpury Composite, followed by crew 51, Weybridge. Crew 59, Queen's Park Chester A. Crew number 57, Leeds Rowing Club B. Up next is crew number 58, Clare's Court School. Up next, it's Marlow Rowing Club B, 6-7. Up next, 62, Brentford, and 63, Leeds A. Next up is crew number 76, Tyne, chased by crew 65, Trent. Next up, crew number 68, Nottingham and Union. Up next is crew 61, Wallingford Rowing Club A, and 74, Northwich. Crew number 69, Derby Rowing Club. Next up, crew number 73, Queen's Park Chester B. Up next, 66, Durham and Durham School Composites. Followed by crew 64, Monmouth Comprehensive School A.
Just a notice to crews as you come back into the landing stage, be aware of the slight crosswind. Make sure you're not pushed into the bank on the center side, and use all 4 available deboating pontoon spaces.
Next up is crew number 70, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Next across the line will be crew 77, Gorse Boat Club. Up next is crew 60, RGS Worcester. Next up, crew 75, Queen Elizabeth High School A. Next up is 71, Monmouth Comp B. They are followed by crew 78, a Hexham Queen Elizabeth School Composite B crew. Followed by crew 56, Molesey Boat Club. And rounding out the field in this race 302 for the time trial of the Women's Junior 15 Coxed Quads, it's crew 72, Wallingford B. Up next, making its way down the course, is race 303, a time trial of the Open Junior 16 Coxless Quads. Coming up first, it's crew number 79, a Henley Rowing Club Shiplake College Composite. And they are followed by crew number 80, Windsor Boys A. Up next is crew number 81, Barn Elms Boat Club. They are followed by crew number 82, a Bedford, Hartbury University and College, Lambton and Ross Rowing Club Composites. Followed by crew number 84, Lee Rowing Club. Next up is crew number 85, Windsor Boys School B. They are being chased down by crew 86, Leeds Rowing Club. Sprinting towards the line now, it's crew number 87, Clare's Court. Next up, it's crew number 89, Wallingford A. Crossing the line now, it's crew 83, Falcon Boat Club. They are followed by crew number 90, Weybridge. Next up will be Crew 91, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Now it's Crew 88, Infinity, followed by Crew 92, Molesey. The crew from Infinity, they're based in Stockton-on-Tees, and the Infinity Boat Club aims to give free access to rowing for all in the local area. And this crew racing here today in this time trial is part of the first cohort for the club. They are followed by crew number 93, Hinksey Sculling School. Next up we have crew number 95, Rob Roy, being chased by 94, Wallingford B. Next up is crew number 96, Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club. Next up, crew 97, Tideway Scullers. Crew 98, Sudbury Rowing Club. Next up is crew 99, a Camas Lambton Composites. And coming towards the final 250 now is crew 100, Sir William Perkins School, the first of the crews in race 304, a time trial for the Women's Junior 16 Coxless Quads. Up next is 365 Kingston Rowing Club. They are followed by crew 101, Notts County Rowing Association. Next up is crew 102, Falcon Boat Club and Wallingford Composite A crew. Up next is 104, Marlow A. Next is 105, City of Bristol A. Next up is 106, City of Bristol B, followed by 107, Great Marlow School, followed by 108, Molesey Boat Club. Next up, it's crews 109, Leeds Rowing Club, and 103, City of Cambridge. Up next, it's crew 110, Sir William Borlase Grammar School Boat Club. They are followed by crew 111, Durham. Coming up next is crew 112, Peterborough City, followed by 113, Marlow Rowing Club B. Up next is 114 Inverness Strathclyde Park Composite, followed by 115 Clydesdale Glasgow Academy Composite. Next up we have crew 116 Stratford upon Avon Boat Club. Up next 117 Falcon Boat Club. Coming next is 118 Wallingford's B. (119) Dart Totnes. (120) Dame Allen's and Tyne United Composite. Rounding out this category in the time trial of the Women's Junior 16 Coxless Quads, it's 121 Exeter Rowing Club. Up next will be race 305, a time trial of the Open Junior 18 Coxless Quads. First off in this time trial of the Open Junior 18 Coxless Quads, it's crew 122 Hartpury University and College A. They are followed by crew 123 Lee Rowing Club. Up next, it's crew 124, Windsor Boys School A. Up next is crew 125, George Watson's College. Followed by 129, City of Cambridge A, and 126, a Hereford and Marlow Rowing Club Warrington Composites. This is a reminder that in this time trial, the first 12 will progress to the AB semi-finals, with the remainder to the minor finals. Up next, it's 132 Marlow B, followed by 130 Marlow A. Up next is crew 128 Windsor Boys B. This crew took the gold at Nat Schools in this lineup, as well as the gold in their second four. Up next will be crew 135 Durham School. Coming up next is crew 133, a Camas Hexham Composite, followed by 131 Molesey Boat Club. Next up is 139, Bedford Star Composites. Coming up next is 137, City of Cambridge B, and 134, Tideway Scullers. Up next is 142, Peterborough City, followed by 140, Brentford. Up next, 138, Clare's Court School. Coming next is crew 145, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. They are followed by crews 141, Dart Totnes, and 143, Tees. Next we have crews 146, Lambton, followed by 144, Queen Elizabeth High School. Making their way through the final 250, it's crew 147, Maidstone Invicta. Up next, it's race 306, a time trial of the Women's Junior 18 Coxless Quads, where the first 12 will progress to the AB semi-finals, the next 12 to the minor finals, and the remaining will be eliminated. Up first is crew 148, a George Heriot's School and George Watson's College Composites. Next is crew 149, Hartbury College A. Next up is crew 150, Marlow Rowing Club. Next up is crew 151, City of Cambridge. In their final sprint now is crew 152, a Sunderland Hexham Composite A crew. One 153, Hartpury University and College B. They are followed by crew 154, a Sir William Perkins School Wallingford Rowing Club Composite. Up next is crew 155, a Bradford Leeds Composite B crew. Up next, crew 156, Tideway Scullers. Next up is 157, Brentford. One 158, Lee Rowing Club. Coming up next is crew 159, Bedford. Next up is crew 160, Hereford. Crew 161, Hexham Lambton Composite C crew. Next up, crew 162, Derby Rowing Club. Crew 163, Agecroft. Crew 165, York A, followed by 164, Leeds A. Crew 166, AB7. Crew 167 crossing the line now, Glasgow Academy Rowing Club. Next up is Crew 168, Queen's Park Chester. Followed by Crew 169, a Dame Allen's Tyne United Composite. This crew has trained in the boat once leading up to this event due to exams. The stroke and bow seat raced previously yesterday in the Women's Junior 18 Coxless Fours, and as well as trialling for Home International Regatta last weekend, coming third out of the Coxless Four boats. The two-seat is a dual club member for Dame Allen's and Tyne United. Alongside rowing singles for school, the three-seat started coastal rowing earlier this year and competed in a few events, including Whitby coming up next week. Next up, it's Crew 170, a Lambton Tideway Scullers Tyne United Composite. They are followed by Crew 171, Hexham B, with 172, York City B, rounding out the field in this time trial of the Women's Junior 18 Coxless Quads. Coming up next, it's race 307, a time trial of the Women's Club Double Sculls, where the first 12 will progress to the AB semi-finals, with the next 24 to the minor finals, and the remaining will unfortunately be eliminated. Crossing the line now, it's Crew 174, Newark A. They're followed by Crew 176, Rob Roy. Next up, Crew 177, Warwick. followed by 178 Chester Street. They're followed by crew 179 Warrington A. Coming up next is crew 180 Leeds B. Coming up next is crews 181 Nottingham B and 182 Sudbury. Crossing the line now, crew 184 Leeds A, followed by 185 Nottingham A. Coming through the final 250 now is crew 186 Falcon Boat Club. Coming up next is cruise 188 Newark B with 187 Sir William Perkins and 190 Maidstone Invicta. Next up is cruise 191 Tees and 192 Dart Totnes. Up next, it's crew 193, Royal Kensington B. Followed by 195, King's School Chester. Next up, it's 197, Nottingham and Union, with 198, University of Birmingham. They are followed by 199, Royal Holloway Boat Club. Next up is 201, Exeter Rowing Club B. Next up is crew 200, Lee Rowing Club, with 202, Agecroft A just ahead. Next up is 204, St Leonard's School. Next up is 208, Exeter Rowing Club, followed by 207, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, and 209, Strathclyde Park A. 210, York City, 211, Dundee University Boat Club. And that's it from myself, Zoe, and Alex. We are handing over to Millie and Poppy now to take you through the remaining of the time trials. Crew 213, Oriel Kensington A.
And just going through the line there, that is 212, Strathclyde Park B. And approaching the line now is City of Cambridge, 214. They are followed closely by 360, Agecroft B. And now approaching the line, we have Shanklin Sandown, crew 215. And in the last few strokes now is crew 361, Durham. Well, hello and good morning. This is Poppy joining you today, and we are starting off with the Open Club Doubles. They are just approaching the finish line in these time trials this morning, and the first crew down the lake is Trenton.
Yes, we see this Trenton crew first in the club doubles. Now this crew is quite experienced yet quite young, so it'll be exciting. I'd definitely say one to watch.
And they are being followed to the line here by 217, Clare's Court School. A lot of these junior crews taking the opportunity to race multiple times over this weekend and to double up into these club categories in the senior event. I think it brings a really nice edge to the competition, you know, getting all these age groups together and working out and seeing that we're getting really the most competitive races out of this.
Definitely, I love to see it. It really makes it exciting to watch. I love a double to watch. I love a double to row. So I'm really looking forward to these next few categories.
I definitely agree. And as we saw through the line there, that is crew 218 from York City just crossing through.
They're being followed by crew 219.
And that is the crew from Sunderland Rowing Club. Next, we're just jumping through the order here. We've got crew 221 from Calpe Rowing Club. They've come over all the way from Gibraltar here today. Quite a long trek, but I imagine very much worth it for this British Rowing Club Championships.
I've heard as well they're celebrating a club anniversary.
Oh, wow.
I can't remember if it was 100 or 150 years, but I think I saw that in the commentary form.
Oh, wow, well, congratulations to them. And we've seen local club Nottingham Rowing Club B crew just come through the line there. And it was crew 222. And they're being followed quite closely by this crew 223 from Royal Chester. Most of these crews seem to have maintained their distances from the start order as we're coming through here, and this could suggest that perhaps the times are quite even amongst the crews, which potentially is setting us up for some really good finals later on this afternoon.
Here we have another young crew from, I believe that's Hartpury University and College, that's 224.
And they've pulled just a slight margin here over crew 225, Wallingford Rowing Club, who are definitely being caught here on this near side by crew 226, Sudbury Rowing Club, who look to put a real surge into this last part of the time trial to gain back on that strong Wallingford crew.
Next we have crew 227 coming through the line. Seem to be winding down now.
Yeah, that is crew 227, as you said, from St Leonard's School. They definitely seem to have given it absolutely everything as they're looking quite tired across the line, and they are being followed by crew 228 from Norwich, who are in turn quite closely followed by Bath University A crew, just crossing the line now. And then they've pulled a decent gap to the next following crews here, just as we're coming down. Now, I think looking out on the lake here, we can see it's really quite nice tailwind conditions out today. And that would be really nice in these doubles, you know. It's a short 1.5k time trial anyways today, but with that tailwind, will give these rows the extra edge, and I'm sure they'll be completing it in some quite blistering times out there.
I know, it's been quite a weekend at Nottingham. Tailwind all weekend. Winds are quite strong, but the crew seem to be handling it well. So it does make a difference in the racing. We've seen some records being set yesterday.
Yes, definitely some course records fallen. Surely it's nice to see at these events, you know, seeing the standard of competition really increasing. I mean, the J18-8 record that fell yesterday had stood since 1990 before it was broken. And then back to the course, we have crew 230 and 232 just crossing the lines together. Those are Sunderland University and Nottingham Rowing Club A crew. And then again quite closely from crew 233, Fulham Reach.
Now I actually have some fun information about this Fulham Reach crew. Apparently, average crew height, 6'6".
Oh wow.
Very, very tall lads.
Very tall crew.
They've both been rowing, one for Oxford Brookes and one for University of Exeter. So quite an experienced crew there.
Well, definitely. We'll have to see how they do in the results later on today, but definitely potentially ones to watch there. And then just coming towards the line here, we have this Bath University B crew, crew 362. Being followed closely by 235 from Rob Roy. And looking back up the course, this seems to have rounded out our open club doubles for the day. And then the next category down the course will be race 309, the Open Championships Coxless Fours.
I like a Cox 4, you know. Have you ever raced one?
I've not raced a 4 before, actually. No, I tend to focus on the sculling aspects, but...
Oh, fair enough. Do like a bit of sculling, I'd say. I do prefer a bit of sculling over sweep rowing.
Yeah. I think sometimes it seems a bit more, like, relaxed than sweep. Sweep is very heavy, it's very strong side of the rowing. I think sculling can be more... I mean, both are very technical, obviously, but I think sculling has more of a focus on technique rather than pure watts and power, but... Obviously, yes. And I will say in this next category, we only have 3 crews competing. So this time trial potentially might be slightly slower than some of the other crews because they are just racing for lanes in their A final later on today.
So usually in your Coxless 4, you obviously you're Coxless, so you'll have a member of the crew steering with their foot. It's usually the bow person, but it's not unsurprising to see the stroke person or anyone else in the boat. But look out for the bow people and see if they're looking around to give a good steer line.
Yes, definitely. I think, especially on these straight courses like this lake at Nottingham, you really want to have your most experienced steers person steering this crew because you do not want to be weaving, you don't want to be adding extra meters to your course. You want to take the shortest distance and really power it down, and that you want to have full confidence in your steering ability. But along these courses, often the steers people steer from the buoys alongside them, which means that anyone in the boat can steer, as obviously everyone in the crew can see the buoys and they're positioning to them. Now looking up the lake, it looks like we're going to have Evesham Rowing Club coming through the line here first. This is crew 237. We're looking up, they seem to have a medium rate going on here, nothing too fast, but they are not taking it at a paddle. Potentially they want to do a little bit of work this morning. They know they've got a decent gap back to their A final this afternoon, so they're just working the legs slightly, getting a bit of work done this morning so they know they can rest and recover before the A final later and challenge for these medals.
Now from the view we have in the commentary tower, we can see that they've pulled a nice straight line down the course actually. Seem to be quite comfortably in the buoys. Just coming across a little bit now, but still comfortably in the centre. I wouldn't be worried about any clashes here.
No, definitely. I think sometimes it's nice as a steering person to just get a course done, know that you have the ability to go in a straight line, especially in the slight wind that we have going on today. I mean, Nottingham is famous for its wind, and it's crosswind, tailwinds, headwinds, wind from any direction. And it can really throw a crew if you're not prepared for it. But that was Evesham Rowing Club through the line, looking nice and strong, very together as a crew, and nice and sharp, I will say.
I think that's what you need in the tailwind to really maximise it. It definitely makes a difference, or else that tailwind can definitely get the better of you, and crews might be able to pass you on that.
Yes, definitely. What are your top tips for crews rowing into tailwinds today?
Ooh, I would say making sure you're sitting up nice and tall to allow the blade to drop into the catch. The sooner your catch is in, the most you can make out of that tailwind and pushing you back. So it can make the race more relaxed if you know how to manage it.
I definitely agree. I think making the tailwind work for you is often the best way to go about it. And we can see we have Clare's Court School here. They've taken this time trial nice and quick. They want to get this race done and over with this morning, and they really know that if they put a nice good time down this morning, they're going to get a solid lane for this afternoon and really show everyone, give everyone a bit of a scare. Maybe they put that nice fast time down, it will get into everyone else's heads and they'll know they go into the final with the advantage. And they are followed home by Leeds Rowing Club, who just kept a nice distance on Clare's Court there throughout the time trial.
I think from what we've seen, we can definitely see that Clare's Court have gone for that approach of let's try and get that middle lane, try and maximise the run of the lake here. So that could be a good approach for them going into the final at the end of the day.
Definitely could be. I think it's always nice to go into a final knowing you have the fastest time and you should theoretically be the fastest crew on the water. Obviously you don't know what happened in everyone else's time trial, but having that edge and having that knowledge that you can go faster than other people is sometimes quite nice. Can be a confidence boost.
Absolutely. I can also see the perspective of not wasting your energy on this time trial if you know that you're going to end up in that top final and not worrying about it. I'm seeing that a lot in the semi-finals, crews making their decision and being decisive about how they can best store their energy.
Definitely, I think that's a really good strategy as well, especially with 3 crews. You aren't even racing for lanes 1 and 6, you're racing for lanes like 2, 3 and 4, and realistically there is not going to be much of a difference as this tailwind continues to blow straight down the link rather than across. So I think some crews are saving their legs and saving their energy for a bit later on of the day. Right, and we might see this into this next race as well on your course now. Just going into the picture on the bottom right hand of your screen if you're on the live stream here, we have race 310, which is the women's club coxed fours. So we've just seen the men's coxless fours go through, and these boats will now have the added member of a cox in their boat, which gives them a little bit of extra weight, but it also takes off that steering responsibility from someone in the crew, and it gives them sometimes a steady point of balance. It also gives them a person to make their calls for their race plan and all their technical catches.
So we have our first crew coming into view here. It is an Agecroft boat number 241, looking nice and controlled. I'm seeing a bucket rig there, something I haven't seen too much of this weekend yet.
No, definitely they haven't been very popular, which has surprised me, but I do quite like a good bucket rig. I think they look quite fun.
They're quite hard to row, I must say, but they have been proven to maximise speed. So if you've got an experienced crew there, it can really help you out.
Definitely, I think. And this Sir William Perkins School B crew here, racing up from the junior category to join the seniors. But definitely Sir William Perkins producing some really strong rowers over the recent years in the junior women's. They've become an absolute powerhouse, so they really can give these senior women's crews a good run for their money.
Now we have crew 243 coming through the line.
As this is the crew from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Travelled quite far to get here down all the way from Aberdeen.
It is quite a way for our more southern and Scottish crews today, so it's nice to see a good turnout.
Yeah, I think it's really nice having the Nottingham venue like nearly right in the middle of the country, because you really get everyone from all different corners, and I mean even from Gibraltar here today. So right, looking back up the course, we have a nice side-by-side going on here from what looks to be the Cambridge University Development Squad and Oriel Kensington. They're just in the last 100 metres of their race, and it looks like the Cambridge University Development Squad, this is their B crew, have just walked through that Oriel Kensington and are just approaching the line.
They seem to have quite a dynamic stroke here, making the most of the putting of the blade and the finish, which seems to have worked well for them.
Definitely. I think all of these rowers will be obviously quite competitive within their own colleges at Cambridge, and they've joined together with some of the other really good rowers from different colleges around the university, and they formed these wonderful development boats out racing today. We saw them compete in the 8s yesterday as well and do very, very well over in that category as well, so I'm sure they'll be up there in timings today.
I think what we have to remember about day 3 of the championships is many of these rowers will have raced at least two times already, 1 or 2 times. That this may not be their first race day, and they're working on tired legs, but they're still making it their race.
They definitely, I think some of these crews will have been employing their best rest and recovery strategies for the rest of the weekend. I think some people, there's been 2 days of racing already. There's the potential for people to have raced 6 races by now. And that's really quite immense. As we see through the line here, Sir William Perkins A crew, that's crew 246, followed quite closely by 247 from Christchurch Rowing Club.
What would you say your best recovery and rest strategies are?
Oh, well, I think obviously refueling, making sure you've got that fuel in your body. The food you're eating has been really, really good this weekend, and making sure you're getting all your carbohydrates in, all your proteins and your energy before this race. I think if your body does not have a fuel, then you will not race at your peak. I mean, it's a really, really good strategy to making sure you're eating well and, of course, sleeping well as well.
Absolutely, I 100% agree.
Definitely. So we've got crew 250 here coming through the line. This is a Cambridge University C crew, another part of their development squad. Again, looking very tidy, very together. So then just approaching the line now, we have crew 249 from Exeter Rowing Club, just in their last few strokes here. So now I will say about Exeter, I do really like their kit. I think the green and the purple works really, really well together, and it's really quite distinctively Exeter.
You know what? I was just thinking absolutely saying that the purple and green, I'm quite a fan of them.
I agree. I think it looks very, very nice. And then through the line, now we have Clare's Court School, crew 251.
They are followed by crew 248 and swiftly by 252 as well.
Yes, I wonder potentially if the starting order is a bit out of order at the start here, as we've just had a couple of these crews mixed up towards the end of this category. But potentially we've just had some fast crews come through and power on and overtake a lot of the crews ahead of them. We will see in the results. Now, one thing I will note about that crew that we just had go through, crew 248 from Loughborough, is they are in a stern-loaded four, and I believe that was the only one of that category to have a stern-loader Cox coming through, which it's always interesting to see. I think the benefits of a stern-loader can often be seen in these beginner fours when you're Cox, and when you're getting together as a crew, it really can help for your Cox to see all the rows and see your blades and work on those calls together. And then moving into race day, potentially those bow loaders just have a bit of an edge, but if you're comfortable and you're ready in your stern loaded boat, then maybe that's the benefit to you. I don't know, what are your thoughts?
Well, of course they are the standard for our R8s now. They are. So I also see them a lot in the junior quads. So they definitely do have the advantage in those boats where there are a lot of blades going on. It can really give them the edge if they're maybe a less experienced crew or a crew that's much more comfortable in that stern loader.
Definitely, I think sometimes those benefits for your individual crew outweigh the potential speed gains that other people may say due to physics and all that and the rowing.
Absolutely, especially in these smaller divisions where, you know, they may just be racing for the lanes, or, you know, they just need to come in a certain quantity to get in that A final or a semi-final, that maybe those marginal gains aren't as needed.
I agree, definitely. There were 12 crews entered into that category, and I believe we saw 11 of them race past, so that will imply that they're going to semi-finals later on today. Oh, hang on a second, our tablet's actually telling us that the first two were going straight through to the A final there, and the rest of them repêchages later on today to work out those positions.
I believe now we are on to the Open Club Cox Fours.
Yes, we are, and our first crew coming towards the line now is a local club, Nottingham Rowing Club, crew 253.
Looking quite punchy there in the finish. Very long, but very sharp, and quite a high rating there.
Definitely, I think they were really working their hands into the finish, using those hips, staying up nice and strong. I think definitely working well in this tailwind conditions, and they did look really quite quick ahead of this next crew from Wallingford Rowing Club, crew 254, just approaching the line.
Now, one thing I have noticed about Wallingford this weekend is they are looking very tidy in their sweep technical. You can definitely see why they are so good at their sweep, and this crew is no exception.
Oh, definitely. I think their technique and their work together in their programme and the depth that they have across all age groups and all squad types has been immense and is massively shown this weekend. I think coming through now we have crew 255. This is the Dart Totnes A crew.
Now, I think this A crew may be a split up of their 8 that they would have raced yesterday that have qualified in the last 2 years in the Thames Challenge Cup.
Oh, yes. Potentially that could be, and that's not uncommon to see if you split your 8 into 2 fours. Definitely can be good for training purposes and everything. And this is Evesham Rowing Club coming through, crew 256. You've just seen another Evesham Rowing Club in the Coxless fours before this, and I wonder if they're doing the same thing you said. They raced the 8 yesterday, and I wonder if they've also split their 8 up into 2 crews to see if they can maximise their medals for this weekend.
I reckon so. I think it's a personally reasonable thing to assume.
Well, I definitely agree. I think And this is crew 257 across the line now, Queen Elizabeth High School. These very distinctive yellow boats coming down. They are nearly all painted the same, and they make them very, very easy to spot coming down the course.
Very striking.
It is.
I love a good coloured boat.
I agree. I think they stand out along against the water, and it makes them quite different, quite unique.
Here we have crew 258 from Clare's Court. We're seeing a lot of Clare's Court boats in these club events. Actually, it's nice to see these younger groups still pushing through. Obviously, their school must be pushing them to have that wide range of experience.
Definitely, I think it shows really well the level of their sweep program coming through as junior crews to compete in these senior categories. Really just pushing themselves and working to the absolute limits. And I mean, making the trip to Nottingham this weekend, potentially they've just decided they're going to race all 3 days that they can, and then just absolutely maximise race experience, race results. And if these crews are J18, they might be nearing the end of their time at their school or their junior clubs before they head off to university, and it might be nice to say final hurrah. And this is crew 260 through the line. This is Leeds Rowing Club. Leeds Rowing Club, another strong club we've seen in the sweeping events this weekend. They raced in some 8s yesterday. I believe they had 3 8s on the course at one point, 2 men's and 1 women's. And this is Peterborough through the line here, Peterborough City, crew 261, and they are followed closely by crew 262 from Windsor Boys School.
Another school that I'm hearing lots of names for. I've been here across all 3 days so far, and it feels like every 5 minutes I'm hearing Windsor Boys School.
Definitely, they've entered quite a number of boats across the course, often known for their sculling and their absolute domination of the junior men's sculling scene. But they have advanced into these sweep boats, and I will say they are still really quite good at them, and they are just absolutely powering it through, and they will take any medals they can get.
Absolutely, and from seeing their progression from earlier in the season, the national schools, they're definitely starting to step up now, making their Brit champs their big one, I believe.
Yeah, and next through the line we have crew 263 from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Club. I must say, you might have just seen in the bottom screen of your picture, they took a slight detour and they did swap lanes towards the end of their race, and I do hope that didn't cost them too much time. But I'm sure they looked fine. They looked very technical coming through the line, and once they'd swapped lanes, their line was dead straight. So I'm sure it was for some reason.
Next we have crew 264 from Sunderland Rowing Club coming through the line, looking quite composed themselves actually.
Definitely. I think rowing nice and strongly together as a crew. And they're again in that bucket rig. It seems a lot more common within this Open Club Coxed 4 category that we're seeing much more bucket rigs. And this is the Dart Totnes B crew here, just coming through the line now. And that rounds out our Open Club Coxed 4s. As we look up the course now, what race do we have coming next?
We have the Open Club Pairs. Now, pairs are quite an exciting one to watch. Obviously, 2 blades, 2 people. You'll see a lot of these pairs have foot steering in, which may or may not be an advantage on this course. Obviously, it's straight lines, so you know, if you're equal pressures, you should hopefully be staying in that straight line, which gives you the ultimate advantage.
Definitely, I think foot steering in a pair is a tough one to master. It can be, some boats can be really quite twitchy, especially in these lighter boats. The rudders do a lot more than potentially you can expect them to do, and you can find yourselves overcorrecting and then overcorrecting again. But the pair coming down first from Tideway Sculler School seem to have absolutely mastered that. Looking back at their trail down the lake, they have a dead straight line coming down now.
Look extremely balanced, as if they're rowing an 8 here. This is quite the pair.
Oh, definitely a strong display of sweep now. I'm guessing for these Open Club pairs, potentially they've been together for a couple of years now. You know, this club category means that these are not full-time rowers. They have jobs and things outside of rowing, but they do obviously take their training very seriously. And we've just seen crew 268 from Royal Shrewsbury School coming through the line now. And they are coming through ahead of crew 267, the locals from Nottingham Rowing Club. So that Royal Shrewsbury School pair they're coming through, I wonder if that is part of their 8 that they've been racing all season, their junior 8 that's been quite successful. They've been quite successful in the Cox 4 as well at various events throughout the season. And I wonder if potentially 2 of their rows have decided the last hurrah for their school, they are coming out in the pairs today.
No, I believe this is crew 69, University of Chester pair.
Perfect, and they have hauled off a nice charge from Dart Totnes here, crew 270. And all of these pairs looking to handle the wind conditions really well. Obviously in this tailwind you do want to be squaring up nice and early, catching all the wind you can and letting that wind carry you as far as it will. But you also want to make sure you're doing that exactly with your pair partner. If one of you is squaring nice and early and the other isn't, you will get that advantage on one side and it will take you on a nice little weave down the lake. And we've just seen crew 271 from Gloucester Rowing Club across the line.
I must say that pair put in quite the stint at the end. Very very sharp, very strong. Looked like they're maximising their full stroke. Next we see 272 Royal Chester. Now I believe this crew is part of the 4 that went to Henley qualifiers.
I think that might have been Reading Rowing Club just coming through the line there.
Reading Rowing Club, very similar kit.
Very similar kit, I agree.
So it would have not have been part of the crew from Royal Chester.
And then we have crew 273 from Clare's Court School as well. But we do have a Reading Rowing Club B crew coming down the course at some point, so I am potentially guessing they could normally be a 4.
They could have been a 4 themselves.
They potentially might have raced. Yeah, and that is them just approaching the line now. This is the Reading B crew.
That is crew 274.
Yep, and into the last 100 metres of their race we have Sunderland, crew 275. And I think we were talking earlier about one of the crews, I believe it was the Gloucester crew, making a really strong push to the line here, and that is not uncommon to see in these time trials, but also I think it is more popular in the side-by-side racing.
Absolutely, yes. I saw some quite the photo finishes yesterday, in especially the single sculls. There was quite a lot of tight racing in this last 200 metres.
Definitely. I think in the time trials, most crews will begin to wind it up towards the end and they will find their rhythms, but most of them don't unleash their final sprint until the side-by-side later, when they are spurred on by other crews and they have to push through and really make the most of these final few strokes. We can see here crew 277 from Hexham have done exactly that, and they have really wound it up to the line and taken those last few strokes. Really nice and really strong together. And then we have crew 279 from Newark. Right, and going through the line there, we've just seen Glasgow Academy. That was crew 280. And before them, we saw York St John University. And looking up the lake, that has rounded out our open club pairs.
So to find results, you can find them on www.britishrowing.org/BRCC. And currently in results, we are up to the women's club fours. This is the time trial that happened at 9:44.
Okay, and we have moved on to the women's club pairs. This is race 313, and the first crew through the line is the locals from Nottingham Rowing Club.
Now through the line we have crew 284 from Lambton.
Yes, and they are being followed by crew 285, York City B crew.
Now this is another kit I quite like, the purple and yellow. I like purple as a rowing colour. I think
agree.
it looks lovely.
I agree. I think the Glasgow Academy have really got it down as well, the purple tartan in their purple boats. I think it looks really sharp.
It does.
And I will say that York City B crew have been set off ahead of their A crew, and I think that is something that would just be in the minds of those rowers there. They know that they've had enough points to start this race order up ahead of that A crew, and I wonder if they were thinking about how they could push them and see if they could potentially just eke out the edge over the A crew there.
Absolutely. Now we see the A crew following quite quickly behind them. Definitely, there's a lot of psychology in these A and B boats. As someone who's been in a B boat before, you always have the thought of you want to beat that A boat, no matter how good they are. So that would definitely be playing in these rowers' minds.
Definitely, and I imagine that A crew was constantly fighting to try and catch up their B crew. Obviously, they will know each other quite well. They've probably been training together this entire season almost, and potentially they've been in a four rowing together as we see if they're quite close together in the start order. Maybe that means they've been racing together throughout this season.
Now I believe this is 287 University of Birmingham. Seeing a lot of University of Birmingham crews. There's not all too many universities here, so it's good to see a good turnout from them.
Yes, definitely. I think University of Birmingham have been doing really quite well in these novice events that we've seen this weekend. It's been really good to see the novice rowers coming out in these beginner categories just at the end of their first season competitively. And coming through now, we have crew 288 from Calpe Rowing Club, another crew over from Gibraltar. And then crew 289 from King's School Ely.
You don't see any turquoise much, do you, either?
No, you don't. I think it is also a very nice colour. I think we have King's School Ely and then Cambridge and University of Edinburgh also wearing turquoise. But yeah, I agree. It looks really nice against the water as well.
It's always good to have a bright colour. You can really pick them out from afar, and many kits blend into each other. I can speak that from my own experience. Like, you'll have spectators potentially taking videos of a different crew.
I agree. I think it works a lot better for spectators on the bank to work out exactly when your crew's coming down if you've got a nice distinctive colour there. And in the final few stages now, we have Rob Roy, crew 291.
Now we have crew 295 coming through the line.
That crew from Shanklin Sandown.
Seeing more and more of these crews from the Isle of Wight come up for the British Club Championships.
Definitely. I think it's really good, as we were saying earlier, to see the range of crews that we're getting and the different clubs that wouldn't normally meet at any other events, but obviously are finding themselves here today, all racing each other. And this is crew 292 from Millfield School, being followed closely by 290 from Newark Rowing Club.
So we appear to have a brief break before these next few pairs coming down the course, which are coming into the last 200 metres of our race. So they're probably winding up the rate now, squeezing on the legs and making the most of the last 200 of their time trial.
Definitely. Well, I think Clares Court School just heard you there, and they've really stepped it up, and they've taken their rating up. They're winding, they're maybe shortening their stroke slightly, but they seem to be really running in the water, and that boat is absolutely flying to the line. And they've just taken their last stroke there, and they look really quite tired and really proud of the efforts that they've put in this last 1.5k time trial. And they are followed quite closely by crew 294 from Trent.
I think with these crews and sort of divisions with the bigger cohorts, you really want to make sure that you are finishing tired in these time trials, because you run the risk of this being your only race of the day. So making sure that you know that you've put your best performance out on the water, at least in the time trial, can really lift the atmosphere of these boats.
And definitely making time trial, I often say, is the most important race of the day, because if in your time trial you just miss out on the A final, it's all down to time trial. But if you can put yourself just into that 6th position, then you're in the fight for medals no matter what. Or just putting yourself into a final or into a semi-final, the time trial really makes that difference.
And when we look back on these D, E and F finals, we see the margins becoming quite close towards in patterns actually, so it could just be a fraction of a second or a second off, which can make all the difference in what your placement is.
Definitely. I think we've seen finals here this weekend that have had crews 1 to 6 separated by just a matter of seconds as they've been going through in these time trial orders. So it has been really exciting, and we've seen some phenomenal racing, and I'm sure today will be no different. Now we can just see this final crew from the women's club pairs coming down. This is crew 296 from Doncaster.
I've seen this boat, the specific boat, race a few times over the weekend. You can't miss it, the red, yellow and green. Seen it's rigged as a double as well as a pair.
Yes, they are very, very distinctive colours, and that rounds out our field from race 313. Right, perfect, and a big thank you to Millie there, and I've just been joined by Sasha now as we start the Open Championship doubles.
Yes, Open Champ doubles, quite nice because all go through to the A final, I think.
Definitely, so just a race for lanes this morning. We've seen a couple crews go through already, and that was Tideway Scullers just through the line there, crew 299, and they've been followed by crew 297. The composite of Sheffield University and University College London.
I think across the line first out of that group was the RGS High Wycombe 298.
We've been discussing this morning, we've seen plenty of these junior crews racing up into the senior categories, really working on their race experience this weekend.
I think especially in a category where you know that you're all going to go through to the A final, it's just a really nice way to kind of test your mettle against people that you'll probably end up racing in the season to come if you're aging out of that junior, the junior categories into senior racing.
Definitely, and this composite we just saw across the line was the Clydesdale ARC and St Andrew Boat Club. Closer.
Crew 302 there, just coming across the line. Another RGS High Wycombe. So, yeah, another set of juniors wanting to test themselves against the seniors in this category. And I think one more, and it's Avon County crossing the line, rounding out that really quite quick time trial there, huh?
Oh, definitely. I didn't think any of these crews were taking it lightly. They all wanted to make sure they were in the fight for those middle lanes in this A final later on today.
So 10 boats in the next of our time trials, the Women's Championship double sculls. The first two go through to the A final. The remainder go through to repêchages.
I think looking up the lake, we can see we've still got this quite strong tailwind going for all of these crews. And I'm sure in this championship category, they'll know how to make that work for them and what works for their individual crew.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we wait for them to make their way down towards us into the Red Buoys, just a good time to remind you I'm sat here in my volunteering SL Racing t-shirt, and I would be remiss if I didn't ask you to go and see Gavin. He is just at the base of the commentary tower, just past the finish line, with some incredible boats on display. Go check out the SL Racing stand. Just a reminder, if you win the Victor Ladorum, that means you also get a completely custom spec'd boat, which I have to say I think is absolutely fantastic. And if that's not motivation enough to bring as many athletes as possible and enter as many boats and try and win as many medals as possible, I don't know what is. So yeah, go check out some beautiful boats. They had a stunning boat down there yesterday, Emma Twiggs Olympic boat. So I did go and nerd out about that for a little bit, but I think we'll be hearing from Gavin later. But meanwhile, casting our eyes back to the course, crew 303, about to cross the line.
Yeah, this is the crew from Bradford. They're just taking their final few strokes here. They've stayed ahead of Bath University the entire time trial. Bath have just been closing down in this final few stages, just putting a nice push to the line, but Bradford held them off and stayed strong into the last few strokes. But both of these crews have gained a decent gap back on Tideway Scullers, who are just coming into the last 150 metres out there in lane 3.
Do you know, I think it's hard. I was never on the commentary teams when we had the commentary cars where they went up and down the side of the lake and you could follow the entire race. And I wonder whether they would have been slightly more helpful for us to be able to really bring these races to life, because you have things like Bath and Bradford, really coming down quite close together. Is the gap they extended as a result of a really fantastic race plan? They've extended over their competitors, or did they just start off slightly more quickly? So you'll have to keep your eyes peeled for the time trial. Crew 307 there just across the line.
It's this crew from Northampton Rowing Club, and they again have drawn out a massive gap back to the crews following them, who do seem to be side by side. And I agree with you. I think cameras down the lake following these time trials, they can be exciting action just right at the start. And I think even though they are supposedly just crews following each other down, often that is not the case, and we do see some good side-by-side action in the morning.
No, that's why I always say stick around for the minor finals, because the times really, it's a bell curve, isn't it? So statistically, you get a real big clumping of times together in the middle of the pack, and so that lends itself to some really wonderful racing. Got a couple of crews making their way down towards the finish now. Crew 308 from Ross, a bit more of a measured race approach for their time trial. Crew 309, Nottingham and Union, just picking up the pace, really storming down towards the line.
I agree. I think potentially that Ross double, they know they might be going to the repecharges later today and they want to save their legs, give themselves a bit of more of energy, a bit push later on today.
Now, this is one of my favourite finds of the British summer season, is when kind of different athletes come together from different clubs just because they want to race, not because they feel like they need to go out and support their club. So Crew 310 just crossing the line is the King twins from Cambridge and Oxford. So it will be wonderful to see what they get up to in their, whether it's the A final, whether it's the repechage. We will live to see what they do.
Definitely. I think they've raced this category multiple times before. I think it's one of their favourite races to do in the season, and it is always good to see these sort of doubles down on the course. I mean, that is what British Rowing Championships is about, isn't it? It's fun at the end of the season whilst there is still massively competitive racing going on.
Absolutely, and I think it allows people to go for the combinations that they really want to have, isn't it? Have a little bit of fun, and I find often that fun makes boats go fast.
Oh, I do agree. And these crews just rounding out the field is Crew 312 from St Leonard's School and 196 from Clare's Court School. And I will say, along the lines of fun, I raced here on Friday with my sister in a double, and we took that just for fun, and it was really nice to get that good run down the course before I go off to university in September.
Oh wow, so who are you representing? Talk to us about what the experience was like from the water.
Yeah, so that was for Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club, and we had a really good time together. I think it's always been nice to row with her. She's only a year and a half younger than me, so it was always good. We've had that nice double. We've ridden it a couple of times before, but then took it together for this event, and it was really nice to do it at the end of our season, and obviously here at this amazing event.
Carol and I were talking a couple of days ago, or probably both of the days so far, about kind of rowing with partners in boats and how you kind of want to sit on opposite ends so that you don't end up with a little bit of a tussle going on. But what was it like rowing with your sister? Happy?
Well, we've survived. We've both made it out alive. But I think, yeah, it's been quite good. I mean, I would say we're similar heights. She would say she's slightly taller than me. But I would beg to differ. So I think, we've rowed together well. We've had that style, and we've both gone through the same club and been training together this year. So I think working together, we've always had that gel, and I think it's made us a bit closer as siblings. And, we've had our slight arguments on the water, but who hasn't?
Well, exactly, and I think if you're going to be in a two-person boat, it lends itself to a little bit of bickering, doesn't it? Because
it definitely does.
Yeah, there's only one person to go against there, but that's really wonderful that you had that, and must be wonderful for your parents also to see their kids going at it together.
Yeah, I think they enjoyed it. I think they enjoyed not having one person staying to the end of the day and one person racing at the start, as we often manage to do in these events, and not bring them down for the entire weekend, potentially. But, I mean, they're back here today with me, so they love us, really.
Well, where are you heading off to university then?
Hopefully to Edinburgh in September.
Oh, fantastic. Edinburgh have been doing some fantastic things recently, haven't they? They had that Edinburgh, was it 4 or quad, that kind of made it to the final, I think won at Henley Royal recently. They've had a lot of women's boats out as well. Yeah,
they've had massive success over the last couple of years, and an amazing programme up there, so definitely factored into the decisions slightly.
Very nice. Well, I think you'll look resplendent in baby blue.
Thank you.
I look forward to seeing you at Bucks next year then.
Hopefully. Well, that is the goal. I think they've also had a fantastic beginners programme sorting out, and that pans nicely to our next race of the day, which will be the women's beginner singles. Quite a fantastic event, I will say. I think starting and then being able to race a single this well over this long a course in your first year as a rower is really quite exceptional.
I think it's quite a daunting stretch of water, and I've said many times I've only ever raced it in an 8, and that was quite stressful. So just doing it by yourself in a single as a beginner, I think quite intense. It looks like as they come towards us, we've got a couple of singles in lane 2. One is being chased down, so hopefully she'll have a great time trial time. She can see her competitor literally right behind her.
Definitely, I think also for these beginner singles, it is nice to have some other people around you. I think learning to row, you'll definitely learn as a squad. And I think sometimes these singles, they can be mentally draining, especially even for the most experienced of us, and definitely these beginners really putting it to the test.
You've got crews 318, 317 just making their way down through their final few strokes towards the finish line.
Perfect. So that is the crew from Beckett Rowing Club coming through the line first, and she's been followed by 317 from Millfield School.
Actually, that's Sculler from Beckett. R. McInnes, she started rowing in July 2025. She learned row course, fell in love with being on the water, probably less in love with falling into the water as you often do as a beginner. And she had her first race in a single representing Beckett in October last year at Nottingham Autumn Head. So she has now been rowing for just under a year, and I think probably a major part of her life. So really wonderful to see her back and in a boat.
Definitely, I think some fantastic stories from these beginner events we've seen all throughout this weekend, and some absolutely phenomenal rowing from people that have only been training for a year, and especially in the single, probably one of the hardest sculling boats to master as we go through contending with the wind, the tailwind, and all the different factors here at Home Pierpont.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? Is in a single, as I've said several times over the weekend, you only have yourself to be held responsible to. So it can be quite hard you have to be very good at finding your weaknesses and really working on them, and I think that's quite a hard thing, but it just adds to the whole messaging of rowing being an incredibly psychological sport, doesn't it?
I agree. We've just seen through the line there crew 319 from University of Leeds, that's Zed Turner, and crew 320 from York St John University, M Plum.
Crew 314 there, just making her way across the line from Exeter Rowing Club, A. Vasileva.
Definitely, I think some of these guys have been very brave to turn up, as I'm sure they might have heard some horror stories from Home Pierpont and the headwinds that it can whip up and the crosswinds that can occur. And I think it's been quite generous out here today with this nice tailwind, not too choppy out there. I mean, you can definitely see some ripples that are certainly not flat.
Absolutely. 322 there, just crossing the line. Cardiff Met University's M Jones, and 321 from Hartpury, their B Sculler, A Williams. I think especially after yesterday there was quite a bit of wind. I know that we saw the Shiplake pair come and collect their gold medal. Very surprised that they had done so well, given that I think that it was very much a fun friends boat. But they said that it was just incredibly hard to contend with the conditions out there. And, you know, Shiplake is known for being very successful. They're an incredibly successful program. And so if they're finding it hard in the conditions, I can't imagine what the beginners are contending with. And so I think it's always very impressive when you come out and have quite I won't say stressful, but perhaps a bit of an intense row, and then you keep coming back.
I agree. We've seen crew 324 there, Cardiff Met University, G Chaffee, and then she is followed by crew 323 from Furnival, H Jennings. And we can see, actually, as we look over the far side of the lake, the windsock that's been there all weekend. I don't think I've seen it move so much yet. I think it might be the strongest tailwinds today.
Yesterday, yeah, a very strong tailwind. I think today it's kind of just blustering around. Carol was saying that her room is in the corner of the building, and it was blustering on both sides. And so I think that, yes, we'll see what happens. I think the beginner single's doing a very good job of staying upright. Often they don't.
Yeah.
Crew 325 there, Sunderland University, E Weeks.
Definitely, I think singles and wind is just potentially not the most fun experience of rowing you can get. I mean, I raced a national schools regatta last year into those mighty headwinds in a single, and that was really quite the experience. Put me off a single for a while, I will not lie.
I think my only singling experience was in kind of late June. Beautiful sunshine, small river, you could stand up in it if you fell over. I only went in once, and it was just kind of a leg to push me off the bank, Crew 316 there, crossing the line. E. Bolton Lake from Hartpury University and College, they're A sculler. But yes, I was very lucky, and then I haven't sculled since. And so in my mind, sculling is a beautifully meditative and calm sport, but I, having seen all of the beginner singles, whether it's at Brit Champs or at Bucks Regatta, yeah, it can be quite challenging, especially on this stretch of water.
Definitely. And that crew there was Crew 327 from Bath University, E. Shuttleworth.
326 just following her swiftly over the line from the University of York, N. Higgins.
Perfect. And I think another struggle in these singles sometimes is your steering and having to keep yourself on course and potentially learning to row. They're often in coxed boats, so you have that person steering for you and making those technical calls for you. And these scullers are all doing a remarkably good job of staying in their lanes and staying nice and straight. They don't want to be adding these extra meters to their course, and they just want to be, start to finish, straight line, powering through nice and steady. And this is Crew 326 just across the line now. This was the crew from University of York.
Ah. Q329 there, the A sculler from Clydesdale, ARC, L Barksey, and 330 just across the line from Cambridge, City of Cambridge, their A sculler, A Prevost. So the first 12 of these women's beginner singles will go through to the semi-finals to contest for a position in the A or B finals. The remainder go to minor finals.
Definitely. I think for these beginner singles, racing 3 times in one day, especially the length of this lake, can be really quite demanding for them, especially just starting your own career. I mean, I'm sure their fitness is all at its absolute peak in this summer now as we approach the end of the season. But still, I think by the end of the day, some of them will be quite tiring.
Yes, I think so, although it's very bold of you to say that this is peak fitness. I think a lot of people peak kind of June, early July, and I know that by this time in the season, when I was still racing, I'd definitely started a downswing, I think, in my fitness. This was my lie with a book and read kind of summertime. So, yeah, kudos to everyone who has not done that and is out in full force.
Then we've just seen that 331 Bath University B sculler H. John go through the line. I think I will also say with the recent heat waves, it's been a lot harder to train and to motivate yourselves, especially to do those long ergs or even sprint ergs in this heat. It's been a lot harder to drag myself down to the boat club and enjoy the weather, but not too much when it's above 35.
Yeah, that was always my battle is kind of tricking myself into getting onto an erg. And what could I do? What reward would I get for going onto an erg? And it was normally I'd make a nice playlist for it and then I'd go and use that. And then I'd feel great afterwards. But yeah, it's that bit at the start, and I can't imagine what it's like with the weather we've been having recently.
Definitely. And we've got Crew 332 here, Clydesdale B sculler P Man, and Crew 333 Cambridge, City of Cambridge B sculler E Henderson.
And that rounds out our women's beginner singles time trial. We now glance up the course. We've got some slightly bigger boats heading towards us, the Open Beginner Coxed Fours in their time trial. All of them will go through to the A final. There are only 5 of them, so just contesting for lanes again. But yeah, we'll see who is going for the, I'm racing for a lane. I want to use this as some race prep, really practice my kind of sprint finish, and who is using this as a kind of mosey down the course, get used to the different markers and kind of keep some strength in the legs for their final.
Definitely. I think this is the potential to be some of the crew's first time ever out on this course today, and maybe some of them are using this time trial to point out some markers, work out where they are on the lake, work out just how long 2K feels in a straight line, and just seeing where they think they can put their pushes in, where they think they can handle a sprint to the line, or where they think potentially that's where their technical calls are going to be, or where they're going to start winding up for the end or go for a surprise burst on their competitors.
I was going to say, now that you are off the water, can you share some secrets about your race plans? Did you have one, or was it just, when I say go, we go?
Well, I think it dissolved on Friday to when I say go, we go sort of strategy, but we did have a slight race plan going into it. I will say I continue to step it up, and I believe my sister in the bow seat once told me she couldn't do anything more, and I said, oh, well, that's a shame, we're going up anyways. And we continue to move. But yeah, I will say a slight point, and I made it yesterday, so the secret's already out of the bag. But there are some small yellow bridges just along the side of the lake, and if you push those in between the markers, nobody really expects you to move there.
The first of our beginner coxed fours just making their way over the line. Crew 336, Furnival.
The Cox seem to be very happy with their row there. Across the line, stood up and started slapping the bow of the boat. That's obviously a very positive sign. Obviously the crew's put in a nice, strong performance. Maybe they were wanting to get out and prove that they could take this course in their stride and set out a nice, strong race, settle any nerves they have for this afternoon.
Absolutely, and I think the second of their beginner fours, this is open beginner coxed fours, Furnival's B crew in the coxing seat there. Margot Weist learnt to cox at Collingwood College, Durham. Spectacular to see her out on the water again here, doing a stellar job of getting those men across the line. Looking forward to seeing what Furnival do when they get to the final.
Definitely, I think having two strong crews at the front end of this final has been really, really good and a strong showing for the club.
We had there across the line York and Cardiff Met University, rounding out with Leeds, and that finalises our open beginner coxed fours. We now move on to our adaptive single sculls events. So quite a few scullers will be making their way down. Cast your eyes to the river and see the very impressive rowing from people who have, I think, slightly more to contend with. Starting off in our adaptive single sculls, we've got the open adaptive singles making their way down. Given some of the differences that these athletes have, they go at varying speeds, and some have to have launches that follow them to make sure that their coaches can speak to them, especially those that are visually impaired. So the numbers that you see coming down towards us might be slightly out of kilter. This is crew 350 from Marlow Rowing Club, E. Holloway, in the women's junior adaptive rowing single sculls.
And then following her down the course, we have crew 341 from Avon County. This is G. Phillips Rissenikes in the Open Junior ARO category.
So you'll see quite a few differences on the boats. Some athletes will have microphones attached to them. This is so that their coaches can stay in touch with them and make sure that they're in the straight line. That is for athletes who are visually impaired. Some will have floats on them if they have slightly less control of their muscle movement. Fantastic rowing here from that sculler from Avon County, crossing the finish line very confidently.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful technique there in the single. He's going very proficiently all the way through the line. He's definitely making sure he's not stopping early in this time trial today. I think we have a smaller gap now looking back up the course. I think we'll be expecting the Tees sculler next.
Tees rowing on the River Tees up in Stockton in the northeast. It's quite an intense river to row on. Sometimes it really catches the waves. It can be slightly tidal, not quite as much as the Thames, but it, I think, lends itself to athletes really getting to grips with the conditions that they can sometimes find here at Home-Pierre-Pont.
Yes, I think it's really amazing to see all these adaptive scullers out with us today in this competition. It really shows how broad the rowing community really is and touches everything. We have a wonderful adaptive program at Stratford-upon-Avon, and the scullers there are just amazing. They're out on the water every week, every weekend, and there's a great program. We've had adaptive races at our junior regatta before, and it's been great to see everyone compete and everyone cheering everyone on in the rowing community. It's really, really strong.
I think that really is an exemplification of what you see across the board. You then look towards Caversham. You've got, the Ben Pritchards of the world, Olympic and world champions, record holders on and off the water. And I think it's just another testament to British rowing, the efforts that go into really producing amazing adaptive and para athletes at club level, fostering those club programs. It then feeds up to our success on the international scene.
Definitely, I think the PR3 mixed Cox 4 that goes to the Olympics, and they've been potentially unbeaten throughout their last season, and they've been absolutely phenomenal role models to all of these adaptive athletes coming up and through the ranks. And I think that's something British rowing is amazing at, fostering that inclusivity in all of our sports. And we can see here coming through the line, this is crew 342 from Tees Rowing Club. It's just finished the time trial there. Great sculling, absolutely all on her own out on the lake today. And wow, that is just something fantastic. For any sculler, being all on your own throughout the entire time trial is so mentally challenging. I think done a fantastic job there.
I have to say, I'm always very impressed. I have a physical disability myself. I've got Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. It's quite an intense thing to contend with. You'll hear me chat about it a little bit later with Meg. But it just means that there's that extra layer of things to think about. So actually one of the scullers I'm really looking forward to seeing coming down the track soon is Abby Cook, a Blue Peter presenter. She's only been rowing for about, I think it's 10 weeks now. She was down at Caversham with Ben Pritchard and the Paralympic training team, just getting to grips with kind of a big water. I think this is going to be her first 2K race, so incredibly impressive to see her out there. She also has Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, so amazing to see her flying the flag. I'm really looking forward to seeing her coming down the track soon.
Oh yes, definitely. That race will be in race 321, which will start hopefully at 10:48 today, so you can all come down to the lake bank and watch that race come down.
I think I can see a sign there down by the water, big blue, go Abby. And so I think it's wonderful. Clearly, her story is touching a lot of people, whether they are adaptive or not. I think it's amazing to see just new faces in the sport. I know that she's a wheelchair racer, and I think she's been testing her fear of flying by going up in planes recently. So it's just, really cool to see that energy coming to the river. And I think rowing is quite a niche community. So the more the merrier, and the more people we can bring into it and show just how wonderful the sport is, the better.
Definitely. I totally agree with you there. And then coming through the line now, the start of our race 319. This is the Open AR3 singles. The first colour we have here is 344 from Evesham Rowing Club. It's just crossed the line now.
In these adaptive races, the first one all through to the A final, that's race 318, 319, the first two to the A final, the rest to repêchages. So that's the set that we are on currently. 6 or 7 crews there that are contesting for those first 2 places, I think, hoping to get to miss out on that little bit of racing in the middle. As we've said, there have been a lot of people that have been doubling up over the weekend, and so I think it's nice to be able to cut down your race time a little bit if you've already raced sometimes 6 times.
Yes, definitely. We've seen through the line here crew 346 from Clondaff Rowing Club. They've just followed through there. And then these scullers, I'm interested to see if any of them take the technique of just saving themselves slightly, or if they all want to get into that top 2 and really push to see if they can immediately qualify into the A final later today. And we've just seen 345 coming through the line. That's from Tyne United. That is Jay Townshend.
Making his way down the course now is in the 347 number from Derby Rowing Club is Adam Wood. Adam Wood, as you can see, has one prosthetic leg. I think that his rowing leg is made up of lots of bits of farm machinery. He's a dairy farmer who originally took up rowing for fitness, was looking for a high cardio sport that was sustainable as an amputee. I think, again, a testament to the inclusivity of British Rowing's para programs. He started out as an indoor rower and quickly transitioned to the water, as a lot of them do. And I think he, just fell in love with the sport for its learning curve, the intense competition. And I think the thing that really stands true for all of us is the tight-knit community. So I'm sure that Adam will be spending the day refueling, making sure that he comes out strong for his next race with maybe some of his own milk.
Oh, definitely. And I think we can see another prosthetic leg there on crew 348 from Marlow A crew, just who was actually side by side in the Derby sculler in the latter stages of the time trial, which will give them both motivation as they're coming down the course. Sometimes it is nice in the time trial to have another crew alongside you, just pushing you each stroke, making sure you know that you have to be giving it 100% for every single stroke of the course.
Crew 349 there doing just that, putting his all in as he crosses the line from Beckett Rowing Club, B. Lukowski. We can see there a prime example of what is probably a visually impaired athlete being followed very closely by a launch, just making sure that they are staying true to their racing line and know where they are in the water. And I think that's the thing that is really hard to imagine as someone without a visual impairment, is kind of maybe how out of kilter you might feel on a very large open stretch of water, less kind of sound around you to really show you where you are. And so, again, a real testament to these athletes' abilities and determination.
Definitely. Incredibly strong showing here from Warrington Rowing Club. This is crew 352, E. Slee. You can see her coach there just following on the launch, giving her vocal cues and to her steering commands.
So that's that Warrington Sculler over the line. I think that might be it for race 320, I believe, the women's junior adaptive single sculls. Just whilst we wait for some more athletes to make their way down towards us, a reminder to visit the British Rowing website for everything you need to follow the racing today at www.britishrowing.org, and you can find your live results there if you add a /BRCC. And did you know that you can follow all of the action live on Champs Live on YouTube, I believe? If you are at the Water Sports Centre, make your way down to the Sports Centre side. We've got a lovely big screen in front of the river so you can see everything unfolding as the action comes towards you, and then glance up and see all of the action crossing the line. And if you're at home, well, thank you for joining us, and we're really excited to be bringing you all of the action today. We're in the final few time trials. I think just one or two left, a few scullers making their way down towards us, and then you'll be on to the semi-finals.
Definitely, and don't forget you can always rewind and rewatch all your races on the YouTube. Maybe you can send your grandparents a quick link, get them watching, get your friends, everything, get it on your Instagram, send it to absolutely everyone you know, and of course you can scroll back, listen to all of our commentary over the weekend. I know I have been.
Yes, and if you like our commentary, our names are Sasha and Poppy, and if you don't, our names are Carol and Pete. So I hope that everyone is having a lovely day today. Quick reminder, because I know that I keep going over to check it all out. Go and have a look at our event village. Rock the Boat, Loons, Square Blades are just some of the wonderful stands that you will be able to go and see, as well as our lovely food and drink stands, and can't forget the ice creams.
Oh yeah, of course, the ice creams. When it gets sunny later on today, I know I will be heading straight to the ice cream van. Another thing you can do is pick up the official event merchandise from the British Rowing Stool. I know it's always great to have a nice t-shirt with your name on it, especially with all the other names, and then you can be like, yeah, I was at this amazing event, and yeah, that's my name right there.
And speaking of amazing merch that you can get, if you needed any more motivation to try and go out there and win something than just wanting the glory, Dry Robe is the official changing robe for British Rowing and GB Rowing teams. And the winners of all champ events this weekend, as well as the J18 and Club Single Sculls, will win an organic towel robe. So you could be the belle of the ball at the beach.
Oh, definitely. I think looking forward to beach holidays this summer, potentially, with all the nice weather we've been having so far. Hopefully it should continue, and then obviously you'll be the most stylish person around.
Absolutely, and we can't talk about prizes for winners without talking about SL Racing, one of the biggest prizes at the British Rowing Club Championships this weekend. And indeed, I think at any British rowing event that I've seen so far, the club winning the most points across both junior and senior events will not only win the Victor Lodorum title and the glory that comes with it, but they will win a brand new SL Racing single scull supplied by Simba Racing, and find Gavin and the SL Rowing racing crew down just past the finish line on the Water Sports Centre side. You can go and check out some of their beautiful streamlined shells. It will be a custom spec'd for your club. So yes, get as many people down there, have a look, and it's a good reminder to all of your athletes as to why they really need to go out there and put on their best face.
Oh, definitely, I agree. I think that's an absolutely fantastic prize, especially for all the clubs we have here today, potentially some slightly shorter on budget, and this is an absolutely immense way to reward those clubs that have fantastic programs and meet fantastic athletes that potentially don't have the funds to support the nice new boats that sometimes we see at these events.
Yeah, I've seen a few SL Racing shells. I have to say, doing incredibly well this weekend, so you could join that fleet.
Definitely.
Well, glancing up the course now, I think I've got my eye on 4 singles still yet to make their way down towards us in their time trial. So the final 4 boats making their way down towards us before we take you to the repêchages and the semi-finals. I think we've got some lots of AB semi-finals to look forward to after time trials are finished. We've got the Open J15 Coxed Quads, the Women J15 Coxed Quads. Just lots to look forward to in the coming stages. You've only got Poppy and I for another few minutes just to tide you over for the remainder of these time trials, and then you'll get some very interesting interviews that Meg will bring you, and hopefully some funky music will start to play and we can all get the party started for the side-by-side racing for the rest of the day.
Oh, definitely. We're going into a short time break after this, just till semi-finals starting at 11:30 today from those crews and the nice early time trials. But as we can see, just approaching the line now, we have crew 353 from Marlow Rowing Club. This is in the Open/Women's AR1/2 singles, just coming down the course now.
Yep, crew 353 from Marlow Rowing Club, A. Hussein. I think Marlow's doing a really stellar job of bringing out quite a few adaptive rowers. My mum rows at Marlow, or has been rowing at Marlow, but she's recently burst several discs in her back, so that's not incredibly fun. But maybe she could join the adaptive program, do some fixed seat rowing for a little bit.
Definitely. We've got 2 more scullers now approaching the line.
Crew 343 from our 319 time trial from Leeds. It's Jay King. And I can hear some big cheers from the bank as she makes her way across the finish line in spectacular style in boat 355. It's Abby Cook. She's representing Aidcroft and is our wonderful Blue Peter presenter here today. She has Ehlers-Danlos syndrome again. Just from me personally, a huge thank you to Abby for representing EDS. It's been wonderful to see a bit of an uptick on people's understanding of that as a genetic disorder, but to see it kind of having its flag flown at a rowing event is something that feels very special to me, and I hope that everyone on the banks knows just how much work she must have put in to get here today and do amazingly. I mean, for 7 or 10 weeks of sculling so far. Just fabulous work.
Yes, absolutely fantastic. And in such a short space of time, and especially as we were talking earlier, that short space of time covering the heat waves that we've had recently must have been absolutely amazing for her to get this far and compete at this wonderful event here today.
Well, I think just one sculler left. I believe that this is going to be Idesbrow of Guildford Rowing Club making her way down towards us. But we will confirm as she comes down. A reminder that we will have a little bit of a break and semi-finals will start at 10:30. This is our biggest day of racing of the British Rowing Club Championships 2026. Day 3 on this Sunday. Well, racing ends at 7:05. So stick around for all of the fun. Remember that the major finals come towards the end of the day, so we will be giving out medals right till the very end.
Definitely, but I can see some blue sky poking out from these clouds today, and I definitely think it's going to pick up. The weather's going to be really, really nice and sunny towards the end of the day, so make sure you stick around for that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Fingers crossed for a little bit of sun and blue skies. It's not... The last couple of days have been a little bit cloudy, haven't they? I was in a jumper yesterday, which felt slightly illegal given the time of year.
Yeah, I'm sat here in a jumper right now.
Yeah.
It was quite chilly out there, especially with the wind today.
Yeah, it was 15 degrees this morning. It's basically Arctic conditions. No, it's been, I think, quite nice for definitely the athletes to be slightly cooler as they make their way down. I think it's also significantly safer for those athletes to not be quite so hot as they make their way down. We don't want anyone to be getting heat stroke. I'm quite prone to heat stroke, so I wouldn't wish that upon anyone. But I personally am a woman of the sunshine, so I would quite like it to come back out.
Definitely, I agree. I think the sun is nice, but making sure you're finding that shade, those cooler spots for your rest and recovery in between races is also incredibly important. Making sure you're wearing your sun cream as well. We do not want to be seeing all of your sunburns over this weekend. We do want to be seeing everyone looking nice and healthy, especially as day 3. If you've been outside all 3 days, making sure you are protected from the sun is incredibly important.
Speaking of Life Jacket, we're here Friday and Saturday, and they are the official skin protection providers for British Rowing, and we're on site offering free skin testing. So if you didn't see them yesterday, unfortunately they're not here for the rest of the weekend, but do go look them up. They've got some fantastic products. They offer both mineral and chemical protective creams and gels, and I picked up a lip balm. I often get some slightly burnt lips over the summer, and so just, a real reminder to protect yourself. Even when the sun isn't out, that doesn't mean that the UV is not there. So, stay sun creamed up.
Yep, and I can see actually Windsor Boys School across the lake here all got their matching caps on, and that's a fantastic way of keeping your head and your shoulders in the shade, just making sure you're nice and cool, nice and relaxed, especially in the row up. I think a good hack as well, if you get your hat a bit wet before you boat, that can keep your head nice and cool and keep you relaxed while you're racing.
Absolutely. We were talking yesterday about how yes, the caps offer several things. Yes, they offer the protection, but also I think that it can offer you the tunnel vision that you really need just to keep your head in the boat, keep your head down. And I think it definitely worked. Windsor Boys came away with several medals, I think a gold in their quad yesterday. And yeah.
And of course, if you're matching with your crew, that is free speed for your boat.
Exactly. So yeah, free speed. You heard it here. You can go get some matching hats from many of our event, from the event village, from many of the kit stands. I highly recommend the Square Blades duck hats. They've got them in all different colours. I think that the blue one is my favourite. I forgot mine this weekend, so I'm a bit devastated. But crossing the line, coming towards the line, crew 354. Desbrow of Guildford Rowing Club. Amazing job there, making her way down. She's got the launch behind her, and that rounds off our time trials. Just a huge thank you to everyone who has time trial today, whether you get into one of the AB semi-finals, whether this is one of your last races and you don't get to go through to a final at all. Just a huge thank you to everyone who has taken part. This has been, I think, our biggest club champs yet. We've had over 300 crews every single day. Today, our biggest day of racing, I think over 400. And so, yeah, you are the people that make this work. And I think that rounds off.
I think it does.
Our shift, Poppy.
Yes. Well, thank you all for having us on your commentary. I hope you enjoyed it. And we hope you look forward to our racing later on today. I'm sure we're both back on the mic later on today. So you can find us at some points on the live stream and Champs Live.
Absolutely. So, time trials for British Rowing Club Championships 2026 Day 3 are over. So, one set of time trials left of Club Champs this year, but you've got a huge amount of racing to look forward to. So, we'll catch you later.
On your marks, get wet, go. Dryrobe. Live young, dry fast. Visit dryrobe.com.
Most successful Paralympic programme in the world.
You want it for yourself, but you've also got to want it for everyone else. All boats came home with a medal, 3 of them were gold, 1 of them silver.
I crossed that line, I looked to the crowd, it was euphoric.
And you have to be a bit of a fighter. Like, it doesn't come easy when you get to the top of the world.
love the way that the SLR is so responsive, especially out of the start. I love the way that I can rate really high without any extra effort, and I love the comfort of the boat. It's been made specifically for my needs, which I think is pretty similar to any heavyweight woman of my shape and size, and I think it's a boat that could be raced by any ability. I love the stiffness, and I love the way that it responds when you really want to. So if you're coming into a sprint or out of the start, I think it's really dialed in and locked on, and that's what I love about this particular model. What I love about it is the knowledge that it's going to be made to absolute perfection, because that's the attention to detail that Simon and Hamish and the team at SLR show when they're building their boats. When I sat on the start line in Paris, I knew that I was in a speed machine and it was up to me to make the boat go fast. So yeah, it's been an amazing process to be part of, and working with the guys at SLR has been a privilege. I think they take the mentality of customer service to the next level, and their attention to detail is some of the best in the world.
On your marks, get wet, go. Dryrobe. Live young, dry fast. Visit dryrobe.com.
Welcome to Super Saturday. It's day 2 of the British Rowing Club Championships. Welcome back to Champs Live. It's day 3 and the competition is in full swing. We've completed time trials for the day, but before we move on to some side-by-side racing, let's take a moment to step back and zoom out and think about the bigger picture. As rowers, we get to enjoy amazing surroundings and amazing waterways. We get to row on rivers, on the sea, even on purpose-built rowing lakes like this one here at the National Water Sports Centre. And yesterday I got to chat to Beth Gill. Now, she's a Team GB canoe athlete, and she's been doing a lot of research into thinking about how we can look after the water around us. I'm here with Beth. Now, Beth, can you tell us what you're doing here at Brit Champs today?
So I'm predominantly a canoe athlete. I spend a lot of time on the waterways around Nottinghamshire, and I was really excited by some of the sustainability work that's going on here. So yeah, it's been really nice to come along and see what's going on.
And can you tell me a little bit more about that sustainability work? What does it entail?
So I think for me, it's really important that we come together as a group of water sports and as an umbrella, and we come together as a wider community to really sort of contribute to some of the work that's going on in that space. So for me, I'm completing research for my PhD. We're looking into bacterial contamination that may come from, it could be from sewage, it could be from agriculture, runoff, and we're really looking at antibiotic resistance as a result of that. But what's really exciting is that we work with water sports communities, so that could be kayaking, rowing, angling, open water swimming, supboarders, but also those that generally just spend time by the waterways, and we are able to see the waters from a vantage point that perhaps others, and maybe those larger organisations making those decisions, don't get to see. So actually it's using our space and our experiences to contribute in a positive way.
We get the opportunity in water sports to spend this time in such amazing places, and it's important that we're respecting those waters. And what can rowers do, and other water sports people as well, not just rowers, do to do that, to make sure they're being responsible?
Yeah, I suppose we get to see the rivers and canals, waterways. We see the beauty of them, and whether that's like herons flying across in front of us and those beautiful sunrises, but we also see some of those less beautiful things, whether that is it could be litter that's in the waterways, it could be sort of invasive species, but also there's things that we can't see, so for example the bacteria that's getting into the waterways. And as those accessing the waters, even if it's just highlighting, I'm a bit concerned about this particular area, or I've seen something that I don't think is quite right. And actually, if we can come together and just report those, just make those sort of in those large organisations aware of that, and work together as multiple sports to make that change, I think that's a really powerful voice.
It's a great opportunity for those different sports to come together, isn't it? And if anyone is here in the venue today, they can come and find you and find out more, can't they? Tell us what's going on at your tent.
Yeah, so there's a variety of different sort of sampling, testing, sort of sample kits that you can get hold of, and so we run our own water sampling over within Nottinghamshire, but there are also with like Trent Rivers Trust and so on, Rivers Trust, they run their own sampling. So it's just getting involved and sort of seeing what's actually going on in our waterways and in our precious spaces.
And we were just talking about how this is actually a really positive thing, isn't it? It's a way of kind of being on the water and enjoying it all the more, rather than being scared to go on the water.
Absolutely. So I love my sport. We all love being on the water, and we see the value in being out on those blue spaces. So actually it's going, no, we're not trying to, it's not a negative thing. It's going, actually, we're in a space to contribute here and actually get more people involved. So actually having those conversations, not just within our clubs and so on, but actually at the dinner tables with our family and friends who maybe aren't accessing the water, and just saying, actually how close we are to the waterways and getting involved from that side.
Amazing. Those small changes make such a big difference when we do them together, don't they? Thank you so much, Beth.
Thank you.
I really, really did enjoy talking to Beth yesterday. She's so full of knowledge and wisdom about the water, and what really came across is just how much she cares. And so if you are here in the venue, I would really urge you to go and find their tent. It's just near to the commentary tower, and ask them your questions, find out more about their sustainability work, and also how you can get involved in that and make a difference as well. Okay, so we've heard all about the water that the boats go on. Now let's hear a bit about the boats themselves. Yesterday I spoke to Gavin Kerr from SL Racing, who has a lot to say about beautiful boats. I'm here with Gavin Kerr from SL Racing, so can you tell me a little bit about SL Racing and the products you have available?
Yeah, well, I'm very lucky to present SL products to the UK. We started 2 years ago, just after the Paris Olympics. If you look at the big banner there, we've got Emma Twigg, silver medalist. She got a fantastic silver medal in this actual boat that Wallace is modelling for us. We've got a whole range of boats though. We've got 8s, we've got a lovely 8 behind you. We've got Olympic class boats, we've got club boats, we've got doubles, 4s, quads. We've got a whole range. The fantastic performance, value, durability and service. That's what we're all about. The guys in New Zealand, they make some amazing boats.
They're really, really beautiful boats, and it's great to see some of them in action here at Brit Champs as well. And you're offering a special prize for the Victor Luderum. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, one lucky club is going to get the boat of their dreams. We're going to build them an SL Racing I'm imagining most people will go for the top spec, but we'll build whatever size they want and spec the boat for them. You know?
That's incredible. And you've been chatting with a few athletes and a few different representatives from clubs here on the bank. Can you tell us, how that's been going and how much Wallace is being loved as well? He's getting all the attention.
He does occasionally goes out in the single, but that's another story for another day. The reaction's been amazing. Like, we've had lots of emails saying great to support the sport. Loads of clubs have put, we're going to have lots of entries in, and I guess everybody's vying for it. So I'm not going to make a prediction yet, but there's some people have been doing so well so far. So what do you think?
Oh, good question. Well, I think that these boats are absolutely stunning, and I want to know the secret behind them. What is the secret behind these really successful and stunning boats?
Well, I think the secret behind them is it's got people that build them that are rowers. They build them in a country that are known for their rowing, like New Zealand. If you think rowing, you probably think it's one of the top rowing countries. For the size of New Zealand, they really do overbat, shall we say, and they continuously win. Obviously, these guys, for example, Emma Twigg, she chose an SL. She could have any boat in the world. She chose an SL for her last Olympics, and she done us proud. She done fantastic in the boat. People are trying the boats here, and they love the boats. And that doesn't matter at what price point, but we have got a price point that's pretty amazing.
Well, thanks so much for being here. Thank you for telling us about these beautiful boats. And we're excited to find out who wins that prize.
Well, I'm excited to see who wins, and I can't wait to go through the process. So we'll have the spec sheet and we'll ask them what they want and we'll order the boat. And towards the end of the year, they will get a fantastic new SL boat. And hopefully they'll be winning in it next year.
Amazing. Well, we'll keep our eyes peeled next year. What a treat. Thank you, Gavin. Thank you. I am so excited to find out which club wins that incredible prize, and we've got 169 clubs represented at the Brit Champs this year, so competition for that prize is going to be particularly fierce. I'm joined now by Sasha Castelbranco. Now, Sasha, you're one of our commentators. You've been watching all the clubs. Are there any that have been standing out to you so far?
Just want to say thanks again for having me, Meg. I love our daily conversations. I have to say, I think Windsor Boys have just been... I think every other race, they're there, the green and gold, the white caps. I remember, I think it was the Open J16 single sculls. They had 9 crews entered. They then all doubled up for the doubles the next day. So I think they're definitely out in full force. And I have to say, doing an incredibly impressive job of it yesterday in the final race of the day. We had our J18 8s. And I remember thinking, Windsor Boys really far ahead of the pack. They're storming out. Why are they not stopping? Why are they not letting up? And it's because they had a course record in mind, and they broke a record that has stood for 36 years, and they knew it too. So I think just a club that brings some wonderful things to the water here.
They were making history yesterday, weren't they? And you could feel that on the bank. Everyone was so excited, their supporters, and it was a really amazing way to round off yesterday. You had mentioned just then about some of the athletes are doubling up, doing lots of different races. We're on day 3. Some are going for their hopefully 3rd win of the Champs so far. How do they keep that momentum? How do they keep that energy?
I think that the atmosphere actually really comes a lot from the people on the bank and just the general regatta itself. We've got sun out yesterday. I had a bit of a jumper on, back in a t-shirt. So I think weather is doing a really good job of keeping everyone kind of hyped. It's not too windy, but windy enough for course records. But I think there's just a really nice energy here. I think also people really see this as the finale of their season, don't they? British Club Champs, that's how you end things on a real high. And so I think, to be a rower is to be really motivated, really determined. And so I think that they're just used to having the determination that keeps them going.
We are seeing that determination in bucket loads at the moment, aren't we? And also, really excitingly today, we've got our adaptive events kicking off. Can't wait for them. And in one of them, we've actually got a Blue Peter presenter rowing. And as a big fan of that show, I'm really excited to see her come down the track. She started rowing really recently and is doing it as part of a challenge. So you're going to be looking out for that one particularly, aren't you?
I absolutely am, not only because she's a Blue Peter presenter, but Abby Cook has Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. And I also have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, so I know the hard work that has to go into just keeping your body kind of in place and well to perform daily tasks. Brushing your hair can sometimes be really painful. You catch a knot, your wrist can come out. And so to have quite a stressful condition, I will say, and be able to come out and perform fantastically on the water. We just saw her go past in the time trial, and so I think incredibly impressive to be flying the flag for EDS and the Zebras today, and I look forward to seeing what she does in her finals.
Incredible. Well, thank you so much, Sasha. I'm really going to miss our little chats. I really am when this is all over. But we best let you get ready for your next commentary shift. And in the meantime, we're going to head to the water for some semi-finals.
Well, good morning everyone and welcome to the third day of the British Rowing Club Championships. We have an exciting hour of semi-finals ahead of us to determine who will be going into the A and B finals. My name's Charles Barry, I'm the commentary lead for the British Rowing Club Championships, and I'm delighted to be joined in the commentary tower with my colleague Martin Knight.
Hi, good morning Charlie, good morning to spectators and competitors. It's lovely to be here on this third day of the championships, and I understand, Charlie, we've already had some fantastic racing this morning in the time trial events.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they all play out over the next hour. As you will know, people have been doing those time trials to determine whether they'll be in the AB semi-finals, which is what we've got coming up, or whether they will be in the minor finals, or indeed in some cases, unfortunately, some crews have been eliminated. Now, just on the start line, you can see on your screen the pictures for the first semi-final we have. They're just aligning themselves now and getting themselves straight. So while I wait for that, I should say thank you to Meg and Sasha, who were just on the VT a moment ago in the break. It's great to hear them talking passionately about Ehlers-Danlos syndrome and indeed supporting our adaptive athletes who will be racing in the competition later today. So Martin, this is your first and only day of commentary. How are you feeling about being on the mic today?
It's a nice change from yesterday. Yesterday I was wearing my coach's cap and supporter's cap and cycling up and down the bank more times than probably my legs welcomed. So today it's a welcome change. Nice to be sitting down and just enjoying the racing that's about to unfold in front of us as an interested spectator.
So you can see the pictures there. The crews aren't all attached to the state boats. It looks like the crew in lane 3, which is from Walbrook Rowing Club, are not attached to their state boat. So the reason for that is potentially the crews they're J15, so they're perhaps not as experienced as dealing with a multi-lane course. In fact, Martin, it might be their first time at this sometimes daunting 2-kilometre position, and they've got a bit of a tricky tailwind to deal with at the moment.
Yeah, and what can make this process a little trickier is that the cocks might actually be sitting in or closer to the bow seat, which is the end that's furthest towards the front of the boat, and they can't actually see the stern of the boat, which is the boat that is held by the state boat holder at the start. So manoeuvring can be, as you said, Charlie, really, really tricky. As to nerves, I can well remember that. Absolutely terrifying. Hopefully, though, the fact that these crews have already done a time trial will help settle their nerves a little bit ahead of their semi-finals.
Yeah, so that crew in lane 3, I think from Walbrook, still not quite attached, and they're just getting some advice there from the state boats and the umpires as to how best to do that. The key thing when you're on the start, I had James Rudkin on the mic yesterday, Martin, and he said the worst part of any race is the bit before the start. So that's what all the athletes are experiencing right now, and the pressure and the nerves potentially getting to people as they sit there. But the key thing is to stay relaxed and stay calm, not sit at the front in race position for too long because you get tense, and also when you're manoeuvring, not to pull too hard. I know it sounds a bit counterintuitive, but that can rip you off the state boat and you start all over again.
Absolutely. I think one of the things looking at our TV screens that all the crews will be grateful for is the fact that it looks relatively calm at the start. We've got a tailwind coming down this course, which means that the worst of the weather, if it doesn't feel quite right to say the worst of the weather looking at the water at the moment, there's barely a popple on it, but the worst of the weather is towards the finish, and the nicer water, the calmer water, is up at the start. And looking at the screen, it now looks like that crew, I think, is just about attached, Charlie.
Yeah, so just on your screen from left to right, we've got the Windsor Boys School in lane 1, Royal Grammar School High Wycombe in lane 2, Walbrook Rowing Club in lane 3, a composite of Huntington Boat Club and Peterborough City Rowing Club in lane 4, Leeds Rowing Club in lane 5, and Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, Azra to some, in lane 6. And they're just on the start line. Now, the umpires, once they're satisfied that everyone's attached and is reasonably level, they will be looking to do, I presume, a quick start procedure to get this racing underway.
In terms of the form book, Charlie, anything of note here in terms of who the spectators should be looking out for as to leading the way, maybe, or a potential winner of this semi-final?
Well, as we've heard, Windsor Boys School, a phenomenal sculling operation under the tutelage of Mark Wilkinson, and they have had some, frankly, banzai finishes over the last few days where they have been down 2 or 3 lengths in the final 100 metres and come through to be almost winners or actual winners in some of those races. So I'm looking forward to see what they can do. If we look at the results from the time trials, it was the crew from Walbrook who are the ones who have just straightened themselves up now. They were top of the time trial and had 3 seconds clear of Windsor Boys. You can never quite tell with these time trials because, yes, people are looking to get into the AB semi-final, but sometimes they might be pacing themselves in a certain way. And also, just frankly, some crews thrive better in a time trial format rather than side-by-side. But, Martin, as we can see, the race is now underway.
Yes, and if you're lucky enough to be sat in front of one of the big screens, you can see they're all moving away in a line. And similarly, you'll have noticed that if you're watching on YouTube, if you're on the far bank and not able to see that big screen, there's nothing really in it as they move through that first 100 metres, Charlie.
And although they're only J15s, and it's always amazing how quickly these quads can get off the line, even with a Cox in the front, which makes them slightly heavier and less zippy to accelerate than a quad without one. They've still managed to make a huge amount of distance in a short space of time. Obviously, with the angle that you're looking at on the screen, it's hard for us to give you any judgments about who's up or who's down. And indeed, as the racing gets underway, they're probably about 30 seconds now into their race.
I think what's notable is the fact that all crews got away cleanly, which is what you're desperate for. No one wants to be in the crew that catches a crab or has a sort of mishap. And indeed, all Coxes look like they're steering a very straight, direct line down the course.
Yeah, indeed. It's that first 20 seconds or so where the key thing is not to mess it up, just to execute your start as cleanly and as smoothly as possible. Get the train out of the station, so to speak.
I like that.
And just get away from the line cleanly and effectively. Obviously, it's always nice to be up off the start, but actually the mark of a true racer is being comfortable not being up off the start and then being able to get into the latest parts of the race, settle into a nice, controlled, relaxed rhythm and enjoy your racing thereafter.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get some times for you relatively soon as they approach the 500 metre mark. As you're looking at the screen now, there's crews going further and further and further away from us. From our commentary position at the top of the tower, of course, we can now see them coming down towards us. Still, as Charlie said, a little bit too far away for us to be able to give you anything definitive in terms of how the race is unfolding. But yeah, an exciting start to what will be undoubtedly a very, very competitive Open J15 Cox Quad event.
Indeed. Well, we're getting some nice pictures here of the crews in the second semi-final racing, but the crews in the first semi-final are well underway, as you said, Martin, there through the 500 metre mark, and we'll get a bit of an update when they get closer to the 1,000 metre mark. To my eyes, looking out the commentary tower using my binoculars and making a series of wild guesses, it looks like the crew from Walbrook, who are out in front but only just over Windsor Boys, and indeed the crew in lane 4, that composite from Huntingdon and Peterborough, will be able to give you a more accurate assessment once they're closer to the 1,000 metre mark. But for the time being, it will have to go on what we can see out the window.
If we look back at the big screen, we can see the second semi-final getting on the stake boats. There's a local crew in this event, Charlie, a crew from Notts County Rowing Association. This is their home water, and I know that they've been training very, very hard in preparation for this race. They look like they've had a fantastic start to the event, sitting in third place after the time trial with a very competitive time. And I know that they'll be looking to make their mark in this second semi-final. But we've now got some live feed of this race, Charlie.
Yeah, and it does indeed look like that Walbrook crew are way out in front. Look at that, Martin. They've got clear water, and it's not the Windsor Boys who are challenging for second. It's actually the crew out, I think, in lane 5 from Leeds Rowing Club.
Yeah, that's right. And it's interesting that you made the point earlier about the time trial perhaps being a little bit potentially misleading. You can't always assume that if you were first, second, third, fourth or fifth in time trial, that's how the semi-finals will play out. And certainly looking at this race as it unfolds, those boats in the outer lane certainly seem to be competitive as well.
Yeah, indeed. And to be honest, Martin, over the last few days, we've seen some really exceptional racing, even from the younger categories. We had the beginners racing earlier in the singles, so we sometimes have people in their first year of rowing. These J15s will be coming to the end of their maximum second season rowing. In fact, some people don't start as a J14, they start as a J15. And there's some nice shots there of the Walbrook crew just up on that composite of Huntingdon and Peterborough. They've probably got about 2 lengths over them. But the threat, I would say, is from this Leeds Rowing Club crew just slightly out of shot to the left. But of course, couldn't rule out the Windsor boys from doing something dramatic in the final 500 metres.
And for the benefit of our spectators here, Charlie, am I right in thinking it's the first 3 crews that go through to the A final and to contest for the medals?
Exactly so. So the first 3 across the line will go into the A final, and the 4th, 5th and 6th positioned crews will go to the B final. And within that, normally it doesn't matter too much whether you're first, second, third, but sometimes the umpires will draw the lanes so that the first crew gets the most advantageous lane in the case that there's a strong wind blowing across the course.
So with that in mind, and looking at the feed and these crews coming down now, that Walbrook looks, I would say, described as a pretty commanding lead as they enter the last 500 metres. If you were in their boat now, would you sort of step on to try and increase that lead, or do you think you'd consolidate and maybe save a little bit of energy for later?
It's funny, I was speaking to the coaches from one of the clubs I'm involved with, Lee Rowing Club, and they were saying, they said to their crew, look, if you're ahead at the 500, don't go too hard, save some energy for the legs for the final race later. But the commentators at the time were saying, and they're going to have to step on to win that. So they're going, no, don't give them any ideas. So yeah, so if I was coaching this Walbrook crew, I'd be hoping that they would just be relaxing, just keeping it at 90%, 5th gear, if you like, rather than top gear. As they come into the Red Boys.
And we've got a wonderful shot there from our drone overhead, and that really shows how this race is unfolding. First looks like he's pretty much decided, as perhaps might second be, but that race for that 3rd spot in the A final is really, really hotting up. And we can see there the crew in lane 4, that Huntingdon Peterborough boat, really leaning hard on the crew from Royal Grammar School High Wycombe over in lane 2, Charlie.
Well, look at this. These drone shots are making this absolutely fantastic to look at. But those 2 crews are basically level between Huntingdon and Peterborough and RGS High Wycombe. There's only a canvas in it. And do you know what? We've seen dramatic turns around from the Windsor boys, and they're only half a length down. Who is going to get the 3rd place spot? It does look like Walbrook and Leeds are taking the 1-2. But position number 3 is all to play for as we enter the final 100 metres. It's level on the drone shot. And as I look out the window, it still seems level between Peterborough and Huntingdon. And this RGS High Wycombe crew, it's going to go right down to the line, Martin.
These are the best races. What a great way to start off the semi-finals this afternoon.
Yeah, it is Walbrook across the line, leads second, and here we go. This is going to go down to a photo finish. I think the composite just got that, possibly a foot, no more than that. The crew from RGS High Wycombe, thumbs up, great racing. The bowman just needs to sit up and make sure that I know he's tired, but the umpires will be worried that he's more than tired if he doesn't sit up.
Yes, we do like it when all crew members sit up, please, in their boats.
There we go.
Super
all
duper.
Good. Well, we will wait for the official confirmation of that result. We don't have any live times currently on our screens or on our systems flashing up, so I can't give you anything unofficial, and the official result will be confirmed by the Finnish judges momentarily.
Well, I have to say, I mean, if you'd not told me there were J15 scullers, Charlie, I could quite believe that it was J16, 17, 18. That standard was incredibly high. To think that some of these oars men will only have been rowing for 1 season, potentially 2 at most. And I guess the standard's been like this on Friday and Saturday, has it?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it used to be, perhaps once upon a time, that the club championships were seen as a lower tier event, but actually the standard has been going up and up and up, year on year on year. And actually, I think someone was saying this is the regatta with a record number of entries, and I'm not surprised because it's a fun regatta. It's an interesting time of year, and it gives you an opportunity to perhaps, if you've been focusing on a particular boat class for, if you're an adult, or even as a junior, some of the Henley events where there are only a very limited number of boats you can race in, actually to try something different. Get out in the single, get out in the double perhaps, and have some great racing.
Well, the second semi-final is underway, and this one I think is going to be fiercely contested as well. We've got small differences in qualification times from the time trial between the Windsor Boys School A crew and Nottingham County Rowing Association. But one of the things I note as I look down at those results is that 2 of the boats in this heat were tied for 6th place. So that means they did exactly the same time in the time trial. That was the crew in lane 2, Wallingford Rowing Club A, and the crew in lane 5 from Brentford. That's 4 very quick crews, and that's not even mentioning the crew from Henley A and Monmouth for 3 places, Charlie.
Indeed, that's really exceptional. I don't think I've ever seen that before in a multi-lane regatta where 2 crews are awarded exactly the same time and exactly the same position. That is quite extraordinary, to be honest. So hopefully that will give us some exciting racing to commentate on. The crews are at about the 500-metre mark now. Again, sorry, we don't have intermediate times just yet. The system is just getting itself into shape. So in lane 1, we've got Henley Rowing Club. In lane 2, Wallingford Rowing Club. Lane 3, the Windsor Boys School again, next crew. Lane 4, Notts County Rowing Association, who will be in their bright green. Lane 5, Brentford Boat Club. And lane 6, Monmouth Comprehensive School Boat Club. And I can just bring you now the results of the previous semi-final. So it was indeed first position to Walbrook Rowing Club, second was Leeds Rowing Club, and the gap between the Huntington Peterborough composite and the RGS Worcester was just 0.3 of a second, but it was the composite of Huntington and Peterborough who snuck through ahead of RGS High Wycombe.
And you can see on the big screen now, or on our YouTube feed, those crews over in lane 6, 5 and 4. And it certainly seems like the Notts County crew in their bright green, I've got a shift on there, and are of those 3 crews certainly leading the way. Charlie, as the camera pans back, what do you see as we start to see across the other lanes?
Yeah, so this camera, I think, is at the 1,000-metre mark, so it does look like that Notts County way ahead out of the crews in lane 6 and 5, but it seems that it's the Windsor Boys crew who are in front of them. They must have about maybe 3/4 of a length, maybe 1 length advantage over with the crew from Notts County, and indeed this crew from Wallingford also in the mix. As we pan around the final few degrees, it's half a length's advantage of Windsor Boys over Notts County, who about half a length behind are Wallingford. And I also like the look of this crew from Henley, Martin.
Yeah, absolutely. I hesitate to say snuck into the semi-finals in 10th place, but their speed suggests that perhaps they found a little bit since that time trial. They're now really in this race. We were talking about 4 boats potentially from 6. That now perhaps is extended to 5 as we move through the 1,000 metres. And we've got a very exciting second 1,000 ahead of us.
Well, our timing system is starting to wake up, as mentioned, so don't ignore what you see on the screens. The Windsor Boys School didn't take 24 minutes to get to 1,000 metres, but we do have the position. So it was Windsor Boys first across the halfway point, Notts County second, Wallingford third, Henley fourth, and then Brentford fifth, Monmouth Comprehensive sixth. And these are pictures now coming from the 1,500 metre mark, and it does seem to be Windsor Boys still out in front.
And all crews doing really well in what is not too strong a tailwind, but Charlie, that can still present challenges for boat stability, I suppose, and clean rowing.
I mean, the tailwind is a very tricky set of conditions to row in. It requires you to have much more skill and finesse than in a headwind. A headwind makes everything feel heavier, and anyone can work against that extra load. In fact, people like it because it feels like they're working hard. A tailwind makes things lighter. It feels like you're not putting any power down when you actually are, and the window in which you can work hard actually shrinks, so it requires much more finesse. Here's the 1,500 metre mark, Martin. As the camera swivels around, it does look like that Notts County crew still very close to Windsor Boys.
Yeah, and I think if I was sitting in one of those first 3 boats coming through there, I'd be feeling pretty good about that. I'd have one eye over on lane 1, as you called earlier, Charlie, that Henley A crew, far from out of it, and perhaps a little eye on the crew in lane 5, that crew from Brentford. But otherwise, it looks like the race really for the first 3 places is in the middle of the course as they approach us.
Well, they might only be racing for the first 3 positions to get into the A final, but I tell you what, the race between the Windsor boys and the Notts County crew is hotting up. There's barely anything in it all the way down the course, and that continues to be the case. The only question really is when anyone can catch up Wallingford for that 3rd position in the A final. As I look out the window, possibly not, but it does look very close actually between the remaining 3 crews. Can any of them sneak up on Wallingford in the final 250 metres? And as we look out the window, it is the Windsor boys still just keeping themselves out in front, but under such significant pressure from the Notts County Rowing Association. And we can hear the cheers and cries of support for all the crews as they enter this final 200 metres. It doesn't look like Wallingford are going to have much difficulty with keeping on to that 3rd place position. If anything, they've decided to put themselves even closer to the top 2 crews. So while it won't have any outcome in terms of the who's progressing to the A final, Martin, there's certainly a psychological benefit to getting your bow ball across the line first.
Oh, I think so. I think if you're in that A final and you can look left and right and know that you have won the semi-final against the crews either side of you, that undoubtedly gives you that little extra confidence. It is Nottingham that are leaning on Windsor boys, but it does look like the Windsor boys have got enough as they approach the line, and it's certainly, to my untrained eye, it looks like it's a Windsor boys going over the line first, followed by Notts County and then Wallingford, and then coming over is Henley, followed by Brentford and then Monmouth. But we'll wait for the official results to come through, Charlie.
Yeah, indeed. The Cox of the Windsor Boys School quad there, gesticulating wildly like he was conducting an orchestra in the final 100 metres there. Potentially that paid dividend as the crew produced a symphonic performance to stay out in front, and they'll go into that A final with the confidence that they've seen off the challenge from Notts County, and they'll take on whoever that comes out of this of the first semi-final.
Yes, and as we see on the big screen now and on your YouTube feed, the third semi-final is coming down the track. Same boat class, it's the Coxed quads, same age group, it's J15s, but this time it's the junior women racing down the course rather than the junior men. In lane 1 you can see that there is a crew from William Borlase, it's their A crew. Lane 2, Walbrook Rowing Club A boat. Lane 3, William Perkins School A boat. Lane 4, Marlow Rowing Club A boat, and lane 5, Trenton Boat Club as A crew. And over in lane 6 on the scoreboard side, it is the crew from Wallingford Rowing Club, Charlie.
So these shots coming from the 1,000 metre mark, and it does seem to be that crew, I think from Walbrook there, no, sorry, it's the crew from William Perkins out in front, Walbrook second, and I think Marlow Rowing Club just slightly behind them for third, and then a bit of a gap by the looks of things. So perhaps the 1, 2, 3 positions to go into the A final have already been determined. Maybe the 4th and 5th positioned scullers are a little bit further behind. I'm just trying to see if there are any intermediate times popping up. So far, no. The timing system is just having a few hiccups again as well. And there we go. There's some shots of the crew from lane 1. Sir William Borlase is just trying to keep up with the front 3 runners and riders.
Yeah. What we can see is that all those crews are managing really, really well in this tailwind. There's a lovely synchronicity in terms of the timing of the blades going into the water and the catch, and it's not a surprise in light of that to see these crews having made it through the time trial into that AB semi-final competition.
Yeah, indeed. And as you were saying, the time trials were very, very closely fought. In fact, the gap between the slowest member of the semi-finals we're going to see and the C final was just 0.3 of a second. The gap between, it was Wallingford and Nottingham and Union, the 2 crews either side of that gap.
I was hoping you weren't going to mention that, Charlie. Nottingham and Union are my home club. I was really disappointed for them just to see them fall just the wrong side of the line, but it just goes to show how high the standard of this event is this year.
I think someone was saying to me, and I appreciate the direct comparisons are a little tricky because of the favourable conditions we're facing this year with the strong tailwind. But someone was saying that the time required to qualify for the AB semi-final this year in one of the events was the same as one of the medal times in the event last year. So
goodness me. I know the sport steps on, and that's what you hope. But really, I mean, that's tremendous to go from what would be a medal time down to just a qualification time.
Yeah,
Wowee.
Exactly. Well, we saw some shots there of Sir William Perkins' school out in front with plenty of clear water, and you can see that very clearly on the drone shots. It's Marlow now who've moved into second place, and they've just moved a little bit further up on the crew in lane 2 from Walbrook Rowing Club.
And it's Marlow this year that won the J18 junior quad event at Henley Royal Regatta, wasn't it? So this potentially, this group of 4 girls here could potentially be the start of the conveyor belt towards a similar result, perhaps in 3 or 4 years' time.
Absolutely. And again, continuing with race 3-2-4, this semi-final of the women's J15 Coxed Quads. Martin, the crews are in the final 250 metres. You're looking out the commentary tower window. What can you see?
Well, I can see a William Perkins boat that's really grabbed this race by the scruff of the neck and has done from the start, I guess you might say. And they're sitting comfortably on the crew to their left over in lane 4, the Marlow A crew, and on the crew to their right, the crew from Walbrook. Those 3 look like they're going to be the 3 crews that go through to the A final. Lane 1, we can see a very, very fast finishing Borlase school and competing hard against that crew from Trenton Boat Club over in lane 5. There'll be bragging rights there, and of course they'll be keeping one eye ahead of it on each other because they'll be competing again against each other in the B final. And then over on the far side, we've got a fast finishing Wallingford crew that has put in a fantastic performance in what is a very competitive semi-final.
Yeah, indeed. Look at that. It's barely half a length between Marlow and Walbrook Rowing Club, and then a big, big gap, actually. The race to the 4th place title between Trentham and Sir William Borlase goes down to just a canvas, actually. Those 2 crews across the line. We've got some times flashing up on the finish, but apparently it took them over 10 hours to complete that race. So we'll wait for that to, as I say, a few gremlins in the system which will shake themselves out, no doubt, as we progress through this morning's racing. And indeed, there's no pause for breath because you're seeing pictures there of the 1,000-metre mark, the crews in the second semi-final, and it appears that the crew in lane 2 from Henley Rowing Club are out in front. So, Martin, who have we got in this race?
Well, in lane 1, we have the crew from Weybridge. From lane 2, we have the crew from Henley. It's their A crew. Lane 3, Rob Roy's B boat. Lane 4, Lambton B boat. And lane 5, Barton Elms B boat. And in lane 6, the William Perkins School B boat. So some familiar names there from the first semi-final, but just perhaps some B boats instead of A boats. Interestingly, I'm just looking back at the times from the time trial. We mentioned about one of the earlier semi-finals. There were 2 boats that had qualified with exactly the same time. Well, you're not going to believe this, Charlie, but it's happened again. The crew from Henley and the crew from Barn Elms in lanes 2 and 5 respectively qualified with exactly the same time. They say lightning didn't strike twice. But what that means is that we're shaping up for a fantastic second semi-final. It'd be really, really interesting to see whether or not Sir William Perkins Rob Roy can take their form from the time trial and perform just as well as they did earlier and come through in first place and perhaps followed by Lambton. Or whether, in fact, actually what will happen is that some of those boats from the outer lanes are able to raise their game from the time trial and really lean on those crews in the centre of the course.
Well, I was looking at the times at the halfway point. The absolute times are still slightly strange, talking about over 10 hours to do 1 kilometre. But the relative gap between the crews was only 0.6 of a second between the Henley Rowing Club crew and the Rob Roy Boat Club. And the Lambton crew about 1.5 seconds back from then. So here we go. It looks like the crew from Rob Roy out in front, actually, although we can't quite see the Henley crew. The camera's slightly zoomed in, so we're waiting. There it comes. Yeah. There's the bow as we swing through the final few degrees of parallax. How far ahead are the Rob Roy crew? But it is fact confirmed. Rob Roy out in front. Do ignore the times, don't worry. They've not taken 10 hours to do 1,500 metres, but the relative times there, look at that. 2 seconds between Lambton and Rob Roy. And this Rob Roy crew, Martin, they got 3 course records at Peterborough Spring Regatta earlier this year. So they came 4th at the Junior Scullings Regatta. So clearly a crew on the move.
Absolutely, and they'll need all of that experience and rely upon all of that experience if they're going to go all the way this weekend. It certainly looks like it's shaping up to be a competitive race between those 4 crews that you mentioned in the centre of the course. I wouldn't like to say who's going to come through for 2nd and 3rd at the moment, but it does look like Rob Roy are imposing themselves on this race as it approaches the last 250 metres.
It's looking extraordinarily tight. Yes, Rob Roy out in front, but I'd say there's only about a length between them and the 4th place position. And indeed, those crews in lane 5 and 4 from Lambton and Barn Elms you were talking about, Martin, they're also in the mix. And indeed, if Henley have an exciting sprint finish, which perhaps they're about to activate, they could put themselves in position. They've just got to come 3rd to get into the A final. So between these 4 crews, only 3 will be progressing to the A final. It's all to play for as the boys turn red and they enter the final 150 metres of the course.
Yeah, and as I looked across the course, then it looked like the Barn Elms crew over in lane 5 that were really pushing on. Their rate had gone up, and I thought they were making a move. Then they've just backed off a little bit, but now they've gone again. They'll be looking to their right, but I think they might just run out of water. This Henley crew in lane 2 is finishing really fast. But
Cox glancing over the right shoulder. I think they're drawn level with Barn Elms, and it's going to be a tight squeeze now between Barn Elms and Henley for who will take that 3rd place position. Rob Roy out in front, a length of water over the crew from Lambton, who are going to take 2nd. And here, this is going down to the surge, Martin.
It is, and it looks like it is going to be Henley on that surge. We'll wait for the official result, of course, as in lane 1, a fast-finishing Weybridge crew crosses the line, followed then over in lane 6 by the Sir William Perkins B boat. But yes, Charlie, what a fantastic finish. 4 great sculling boats there competing for 3 places.
Well, that Henley crew, I was just looking out the window at them. You can't see them on screen. They look absolutely shattered, and they've put in the most phenomenal performance to push themselves on the unofficial times into that 3rd place position and get themselves into the A final. Their Cox was looking and calling at every single stroke of that last 100 metres. You can see them there looking very tired. And well done to them by the looks of things, because they managed to push themselves up into that A final.
Absolutely, and it just goes to show that this is a proper team event. It's not just the 4 oars women or 4 oars men as we saw earlier. You can't understate the importance of a Cox in this situation, just to pull you together as the pressure comes on and the racing becomes tighter and tighter, just to give everyone a clear vision and a clear direction to focus on in order to win in what was a very tight finish.
Well, we're moving on from the J15 Coxed quads to the J16 Coxless quads, and they're on the course now, and you're seeing some pictures from, I think, the 1500 metre mark. Looks like that we've got another Windsor Boys crew out in front. So here we go as we come into the lane, into the 1500 metre mark. We've got Windsor Boys School out in front. Those are the 1,000 metre times that on the screen, and they look like to be the actual 1,000 metre times now. But as this camera swivels around, it's the crew right next to them in lane 3 from Infinity Boat Club, who've just got half a length down on Windsor Boys, and we're seeing the bow there of the Barn Elms crew in lane 1. So just to remind you, Barn Elms lane 1, we've got a composite of Bedford, Hartbury, Lambton and Ross rowing clubs in lane 2. Infinity from the northeast of England, a very new club, Martin, only 3 or 4 years old. Windsor Boys, who we've seen a lot of this regatta. My home club, Lee Rowing Club in lane 5, and Weybridge Rowing Club in lane 6. We're into the final 350 metres. Martin, how's it shaping up?
Well, perhaps a little unsurprising. It does look like the Windsor Boys out there in lane number 4 that have got the lead by, I would say, certainly approaching a length. But it's a very fast finishing crew in lane 3 to their right, that from Infinity. In lane 1, it looks like it is the Barn Elms crew that is asserting itself over that composite in lane 2 from Bedford and Hartbury. And as we come into the last 200 metres or so, I'm going to say those three are going to qualify for the A final, I think. That said, as I say that, the composite crew in lane 2 have really jacked up their rate. They're really trying hard to get through, but I think they're going to run out of water, Charlie.
Well, I'd be delighted. I'm a bit sad to say it's not going to be on the League Rowing Club crews making it to the A final, but this final pack of 4 coming up to the front, they're all sculling remarkably well. They're moving their hulls so efficiently. It looks like the composite are going to be the ones just missing out because they've got half a length down on the crew from Barn Elms. Meanwhile, the top 3 are very closely bunched together. I think there's only a length between them, if that, as they come across the line. Yes, I think actually maybe 3/4 a length separated those crews, and the composite just losing out there on the 4th place position by the looks of things.
Oh, and I can see the bowman of that composite crew with his head in his hands. It was a fantastic performance. Your crew should certainly be proud of what they've done. It's just so unlucky just to have missed out. And then, Charlie, there's your lead crew crossing the line in 5th place, followed there by the boat from Weybridge over in lane 6. A fantastic start to that Coxless Falls, quad event, J16 quad event.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we've had the first semi-final. The second semi-final is also underway, and they're just coming up to the 1,000-metre mark by the looks of things. There's the pictures from the 1,000-metre mark, so we're going straight into it, and it looks like the crew in lane 4 from Leeds are out in front there, but just barely ahead of a composite from Henley and Shiplake in lane 3. I think we're seeing some inset descriptions there from a women's race, but I'm pretty sure we're on the open race. So sorry, just a moment of confusion there here in the commentary tower. So in lane 1 we have the Windsor Boys School. In lane 2, Clare's Court School Boat Club. Lane 3, a composite of Henley and Shiplake. Lane 4 we have Leeds Rowing Club. Lane 5, Rob Roy Boat Club. And lane 6, Wallingford Rowing Club. And we've just got the intermediate times up, Martin, from this race. So it's Leeds Rowing Club out in front, but only less than a second ahead of that composite from Shiplake and Henley. About 2 seconds back to Clare's Court, and then a little bit of a gap, about a length back to Rob Roy in 4th place.
Well, that composite crew from Henley and Shiplake did phenomenally well in the time trial. They placed second of the 12 boats that have gone through. So it comes as no surprise to hear you say, Charlie, that it's them out in front at the moment. That said, the Leeds crew that are leaning all over them were only 0.4 of a second behind them in that time trial. So clearly two top crews in this one semi-final. Probably would you think probably take the first and second position? You'd certainly perhaps expect them to, based upon their time trial times.
Yeah, indeed. You can see the black, yellow and red stripes of the Shiplake crew, composite crew there, just close to you in that red-faced boat. It looks like the crew from Clare's Court just a bit closer in lane 2. Actually, it's the Windsor Boys who are surprisingly out in 5th place. There you go. You've got the intermediate times from the 1,500 metre up on the screen. So it's Leeds out in front just ahead of Henley, Clare's Court about a length back, and Rob Roy. So it seems actually, Martin, there's only about 2 seconds between 3rd and 4th, and we've seen much closer finishes than that, results being overturned in a short space of time. So all to play for, I think, as we come into the final 350.
Yeah, I think if I was sitting in one of those boats in positions 1 and 2, I'd be feeling pretty happy and pretty comfortable that I could watch that race unfold behind me. But certainly you're right. If we're in position 3, 4 or 5, I'd be going all in, because that 3rd place is far from decided yet.
And indeed, I've watched multiple times this regatta. The Windsor Boys do surprising things from far behind, so I wouldn't want to rule them out in lane 1 either. And indeed, they are jacking the rate up, but they've got a long way to go. It is the crew, it is the composite of Henley and Shiplake just clinging on to the lead. They've gone through Leeds, I think, actually in the final 100 metres that we've been talking about them. So that's a change of pace. They've rewritten the script for this race. Leeds were leading all the way through up until this point, and now the composite have got themselves just about a 1/4 of a length, maybe a 1/3 of a length up in front. Meanwhile, the battle for the 3rd place position between Clare's Court and Rob Roy has heated right up. And look at this, Martin. I think Rob Roy have come through Clare's Court.
I think they have. I was prepared to give it to Clare's Court 10 strokes ago, but it is a very, very fast finishing Rob Roy crew that looks like by somewhere approaching.
I can't call that. I can't call that. That was a photo finish.
Well, you're absolutely right. I was about to say perhaps it would be by a canvas, but I wouldn't like to say which way it is, to be honest with you. It's certainly a canvas for one of the boats, but it's really on the surge.
The stroke of the Clares Court boat has got his head in his hands and he doesn't think he's done it. But they put in a phenomenal response to the push from Rob Roy in those final 3 strokes. And I think, if I was to hazard a guess, they might have done it. We'll just have to wait for the finish judges to clear that one up, because that was right on the photo, and that will determine who's progressing through to the A final. Well, I don't think the Rob Roy or the Clares Court crew know exactly really what to do, but you can see there the stroke of that Clares Court School, Dexter Barnard, still with his head down, clearly shattered by the effort he's had to do to potentially get himself out in front there, but we'll have to wait for the judges to sort that one all out. Well, now we're going straight back up the course, and we're switching from the Open J16s to the Women's J16s, Martin. And who have we got in this race?
So we have, in this first semi-final in lane 1, a crew from Great Marlow School. In lane 2, we have a crew from Durham. Lane 3, a crew from the city of Cambridge. Lane 4, a composite from Clydesdale and Glasgow. In lane 5, we have Kingston Rowing Club. And in lane 6, we have the city of Bristol's A crew. We are moving down the course now. Do we have any times yet? I don't think we will have.
I think this camera position is at the 1,000-metre mark, so we'll get the times when they come through. And as the camera slightly pans out, it does look like the crew from City of Cambridge are out in front by maybe, I would like to hazard a guess, of about 3/4 of a length over the crew from Clydesdale and Glasgow just to their left. The Kingston crew also in the mix, but they're probably about a length behind the composite as well. Here we go. The parallax, always tricky to judge. As the camera swivels through the final few degrees, it is the City of Cambridge crew out in front by, drum roll please, 3/4 of a length. I'm not too shabby. But it's the crew actually in lane 2 from Durham Amateur Rowing Club, who we haven't seen, who are also very close up there. And they're right up against that crew from Kingston, Martin.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see them up there, Charlie. Having regard to their time trial times, they really were leaning on everybody else and came across the line in 5th place in that time trial. So, yeah, I'm not surprised to see them up and there and thereabouts. The times now are up on the big screen. If you can see those, it's a 1 second advantage for the City of Cambridge over the Clydesdale Glasgow boat, who then have about a second and a half over the crew in 3rd place.
Yeah, indeed, you're absolutely right. We've got those intermediate times flashing up, although there's still a few hiccups in the timing system because apparently they took them 9 minutes to do 1 kilometre, which I don't think is the case.
No.
But yeah, you're right. In fact, it says about roughly 2 seconds advantage City of Cambridge over Clydesdale, which would match that sort of 3/4 length we were seeing. Anyhow, they're about 12:50 in. It does seem to be, as we gaze out the commentary tower window, very much that the City of Cambridge are still leading in lane 3, but they are being pushed very hard actually now. As I say that composite of Clydesdale and Glasgow, I think, are getting pretty close, and I think that gap that was 3/4 of a length may have reduced slightly. Meanwhile, there's also pressure from Kingston, who were in 4th place at the halfway point, and the crew from Durham in lane 2, perhaps just slipping slightly further back. Here comes the 1,500-metre camera. So, Martin, let's see what the swivel gives us. Look at that. I think the composite has come right up against the City of Cambridge.
Yeah, I think it has. And as the camera pans around to the left, I think we'll see them ahead by perhaps a canvas or so, something like that.
Bang on, Martin. Bang on.
It's nice to be right about one thing. But those two boats certainly have clear water over the crew in lane 2 sitting in 3rd place. And I'd be feeling very confident if I was in one of those two boats. And I don't think I would personally want to race this in any harder. And I think knowing that one of my competitors' boats is moving particularly fast, I think I'd probably bank this first, or bank the 2nd place, and save my energy perhaps for the final. Yeah, we can see the overhead shot here, the drone shot showing that picture. Yeah, if I was out in lane 4, I'd be feeling pretty confident that I was going to finish in the first 3. Perhaps if I was in lane 2 to their lane 3, the crew to their right, the City of Cambridge crew, I'd probably still continue to squeeze a little bit, but looking at this, Charlie, it is those two boats that will go through first and second, I think.
Well, do you know what, Martin? I was struck by those drawing pictures. Yes, you've got those two crews out in front, but the battle for the third place has completely heated up because this crew from Great Marlow School, who were in fifth, I think they've drawn level with Durham Amateur Rowing Club, and it's going to be a tussle between them and the Kingston crew over on the other side in lane 5 for this third place. As we come into the final 200 metres, it's the crew from Great Marlow School who've just, I think, got their ball out in front of Durham Amateur Rowing Club, and meanwhile Kingston also going for a push. They've got about maybe quarter of a length's advantage over both of these crews. It's going to be very, very tight, Martin, as we enter the final 100 metres of this race.
You are absolutely right. It's 1 from 3. 1 from 3. And I think as from our position, I would say it looks like it could be the crew from Great Marlow School steering the straightest line with the highest rating. But then that crew from Kingston over on the far side, Charlie. Well,
this is going right down to the line. I'm sitting not even on the finish line, and I can't call us. I think Great Marlow. Oh, but one of their scullers stopped rowing. Oh no! They stopped rowing before the line, and she's realised that, and she's got her heads on her hands. Oh no! Well, that was proving to. I thought I was just going to call Great Marlow there to win it, but then to take that third place position, but. Now that it had that little hiccup, I'm not really sure. We're going to have to wait for the judges to sort that out. Well, while we're waiting for the judges to sort that one out, well, actually, I've just had a quick look at the race before, which was that super tight third place finish between Clares Court and Rob Roy, and I can confirm that it is the Clares Court School who took the third place position by just 0.2 of a second over Rob Roy. So Dexter Barnard, the stroke of that crew, who looked very upset, can breathe a sigh of relief and enjoy racing in the A final.
Absolutely, and we wish them all the very best. On your screens now, you can see the second semi-final of the women's J16 quads. Cox's quads come down the course in lane 1. We have Leeds Rowing Club's A crew. In lane 2, we have a composite from Falcon Rowing Club and Wallingford. Lane 3, the Sir William Perkins boat. Lane 4, a crew from Notts County Rowing Association. Lane 5, a crew from Molesey Boat Club. And on the big scoreboard side, we have a composite again from Inverness and Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, Charlie.
And we've got some functional 1,000-metre times here, Martin. So at halfway, it was Sir William Perkins out in front by actually quite a big chunk of a lead. They've taken 4 seconds out of Notts County in just 1,000 metres. So that's quite astonishing and something that bodes well for the A final should they manage to maintain that pace over the next 1,000 metres. Meanwhile, in second, Notts County Rowing Association, as mentioned, who just had about a second and a half over the composite from Falcon and Wallingford, 2 Oxfordshire-based crews. And then a little bit further back to the Scottish composite of Inverness and Strathclyde, currently sitting in 4th.
Yeah, there's some real pedigree in this race. I can tell you a little bit about the Notts County boat. Stroking that boat is a girl called Hannah Skelton, who is wonderful sculler. She managed to win her J16 event at the Junior Sculling Regatta just several weeks ago. Now, that had a big entry and a very, very high standard. So you've got one of the best scullers in her age group, you might say, leading this Notts County boat. And so for a crew like Sir William Perkins to have this sort of lead, we can see that unfolding on the big screen, over a crew like the Notts County boat tells you just how good the oarswomen are in that boat. Yeah, that is a very, very large margin and has increased over the last 500 metres, Charlie.
Yeah, indeed. I'm looking at it now. It was 4 seconds at the halfway point, and it's now 6 seconds at the 1,500 metre. The gap between Falcon and Notts County, though, that composite from Falcon and Wallingford, has closed right up now. It's halved in distance, and the gap between 4th has also seems to have widened, actually, Martin. According to these times, there's actually 7 seconds, allegedly, between the Scottish composite and the Oxfordshire composite, which... I'm not sure, actually, I don't know. That seems a little bit big, but hey-ho, that's racing.
Yeah, I mean, as the race kind of proceeds towards us, we can see from our finish tower, it definitely looks like there's a gap between the first 3 and 4, 5 and 6. 4, 5 and 6 appear to be in a line across the course. And we've still got Sir William Perkins confidently out front. It's quite tight between the Notts County boat and the Falcon Wallingford Rowing Club boat. They certainly look like the first 3 through. And of those, I think County have perhaps just squeezed ahead again of Wallingford. It's a fantastic finish in lanes 1, 5 and 6 though, and that'll make for a very, very interesting B final later today.
Yeah, indeed, it is very much a race of 2 halves, with the 1, 2 and 3 crews all very close to each other, and then the 4, 5 and 6 crews very close. Indeed, there's a battle not for a place in the A final, but a battle for, I suppose, bragging rights going on between the Molesey crew and the Scottish Composite. I think the Scottish Composite just holding on in front of Molesey, but Molesey putting them under big pressure and trying to come back on them. Meanwhile, as we come up the line, it's Sir William Perkins across first, Notts County in second. Wallingford did challenge Notts County, but they seem to have held them off, and those are the 3 that will go through into the final. The A final, I should say.
So we're going to have a fantastic A final when we think back to how competitive that first semi-final was and how close that was for the 3rd place. And you've seen 3 really, really strong quads here in this semi-final. Yeah, I'm really looking forward. I will certainly stick around for that one later and look forward to that. It could be one of the races of the day.
Well, Marley Black, the bow of the Scottish Composite from Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, was looking every single stroke for those last 5 strokes at where the bow of Molesey was, and she was greatly relieved that just by about a canvas they had kept themselves out in front. Well, we're going to have to switch from the women's J16 quads to the J18 Open quads, Martin.
Yes, and this is the first of their 2 semi-finals, and coming down the course in lane 1 we can see the crew from Tideway Scholar School A, lane 2 Cambridge City A, lane 3 George Watson's A, lane 4 Hartpury University and College A, lane 5 crew from Durham School, and over on the scoreboard side lane 6 Bedford Rowing Club and Star Club Composite. We're approaching the 1,000 metres. You've done a great job so far this morning of calling the relative positions as that camera pans round. It looks like, from the crews that we can see, it is the crew from, would you say that's George Watson's coming
George
through?
Watson's out in front by, it looks like half a length potentially, over the crew in lane 4 from Hartpury University College. Look at this, Martin Doe. Scullers in the inside lane. That's these camera angles, so deceptive and so penalising to the inside crews. Well, no, it hasn't taken them 1.5 days to complete the 1,000 metres, but at the halfway point, they were doing it in a time of roughly 3 minutes. The gap between the first and second crews was only 0.4 of a second, and indeed, as we come into the final segment of the race, it is still a very close margin between those 2 crews. So remember, this is a semi-final. The top 3 crews will progress through to the A final, and it looks like, with the exception of the Composite from Bedford and Star, who are a little bit further back, that practically all 5 crews here are in the mix as we go into the final 500, not even 500, Martin, 300 metres of this race.
Oh, it's a super exciting race, Charlie. It really is a super exciting race. We've got this crew from George Watson's sitting there in lane 3, probably about half a length up, I think, on the Composite to its left from Hartpury. To their right, though, in lane 2, we've got a very fast-finishing City of Cambridge crew trying to get into that top 3. And then closest to us on the spectator side, this Tideway Scholars crew, just 1 or 2 steering issues, but looking to hold on to that 3rd place. What do you think, Charlie?
They've just displaced the crew from City of Cambridge in lane 2, and this Scholars crew is coming and coming, and I think they're ahead of Durham School on the far side. Some huge names of junior sculling in this event. It's Hugh Hall-Craggs, son of Wade Hall-Craggs, who is driving the Scholars through, and I think they've taken the 3rd place position. In fact, they might be even in 2nd now, Martin, as they go across the line. Or I think that was half a foot ahead of Hartpury there. So unofficial times, George Watson's 1st, City of Cambridge in 3rd, Hartpury 2nd, City of Cambridge 3rd, and those are the 3 going through. Durham School, unfortunately, not making it through to the A final. But some big names here, and actually really interesting to see a number of these guys have been racing over the last few days in other events such as the single and double.
I'm full of admiration for anyone that's doubling up, because most of these events, if you're successful, you have your time trial, you have a semi-final, then you have a final. 3 2,000-metre races in one day, and let's say you perhaps done that yesterday and then coming back from
butter or bananas or whatever their recovery food of choice is into them soon after the race. Well, that was a very dramatic and exciting final 500 metres of that semi-final, but the other semi-final of the draw is underway. Who are the runners and riders, Martin?
In lane 1, we have a crew from Molesey Boat Club. In lane 2, we have the Windsor Boys School A crew. In lane 3, we have a crew from your club, Charlie, Lee Rowing Club. And in lane 4, we have a composite from Hereford, and I think that is...
it's Marlow and Warrington.
It is Marlow, thank you very much. I was just struggling to see the third crew.
Triple composite, Marlow, Warrington and Hereford.
And then we have in lanes 5, Marlow A crew, and in lane 6, Marlow's B crew. So there's a lot of interest here if you are from Marlow.
Yeah, indeed, there are no fewer than 3 representatives in this 6-lane race. We've got the camera there at the, I think, 1,000-metre mark, and as we look out onto the screen, it appears to be the crew in lane 4, the composite, out in front, but being challenged very strongly by the crews from Windsor Boys School in lane 2 and Lee Rowing Club in lane 3. And indeed, this crew from the Windsor Boys School has a big pedigree. I believe this crew were the second winners at the National Schools Regatta, silver medalists in the Cox's 4 and won the Cox 4. So clearly a lot of power in the boat. And I think some of these scullers in this event were racing in the 8 yesterday, Martin.
Goodness me, so the sweep and sculling and performing to this level. Did you say silver medal in the Cox's 4 at National Schools Regatta?
Yeah, indeed.
And then stepping into a quad here.
Well, that's what they've told us on the commentary information. I haven't verified it. So.
Well, I tell you what, that's no mean feat. It's one thing to be very good in one discipline, but to be so good in both disciplines at such a young age, it's phenomenal.
And Martin, look at that. The intermediate times are full up and running, and that's extraordinary. 7 seconds separating the 6 crews in this race, which means there's 2 lengths between the entire pack, and only 3 are going to make it through to the A final. This is going to be a very dramatic second half of this race. The legs will be feeling tired, no doubt, and all the crews will be thinking, oh, well, I was looking forward to a rather relaxed semi-final. Yeah. That's definitely not happening here.
This well could well be the sort of semi-final of death, as it were. Your lead crew looking fantastic through the middle there, I'm bound to say, as are the composite crew to their left. Feeling confident?
Race. This camera here at the 1,500 metre mark, the composite still clinging on by the looks of things to that first place position. But here comes the Orange Army from Hackney. They're out in front, but coming also very strongly against them, it's that Windsor Boys School. Some phenomenal athletes in that crew. And as they come through the 1,500 metre mark, there we are. It is the Windsor Boys just out in front of Lee and almost catching up to the composite now. There's just half a length separating those 3 crews. And it seems that while they're pushing up against each other, it's the crew from Marlow in lane 5 who are being disadvantaged by those 3 crews running off away with this race.
Yeah, and that third 500 is really done for this race. We often talk about the third 500 being, or I do, the movers and shakers. We can come to the 1,000 metres, we can be in a line, but if you really, really, really want to impose yourself on a race and look to give yourself the best chance of success, often you see crews make that move in the third 500, like our first 3 have here. And as we approach now the last 250, it looks like there's still those 3 crews have still got a distinct advantage over the crews in lanes 1, 5, and 6. Charlie.
Well, Mieszko Watson, the bow of the Lee Rowing Club crew, having a quick look over his shoulder to see where they stand relative to the other crews. It does seem they're still out in 3rd position behind the composite and the Windsor Boys crew. As we come into the final 200 metres of this race, the boys are turning red. I'm wondering, can the Lee crew move themselves up against Windsor Boys? But I think Windsor Boys have decided they want to have a crack at the composite, because they've now, again, this dramatic final 100-metre sprint finish that I've become completely accustomed to, Martin, in this regatta, seems to be paying dividends for Windsor Boys.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought the Windsor Boys were going to take this race comfortably, but there was a response. The composite really does want this, and it's made a race of it, whereas perhaps there didn't need to be one since all 3 crews are going through. But as we approach the line, it does look like it's going to be very, very close. I wouldn't like to call it. It's on the surge again between the Windsor Boys and the composite, but followed over the line in 3rd place by the Lee Rowing Club, and then the crew from Marlow A, and in lane 1 the crew from Molesey, and then in lane 6 the crew from Marlow B. Well, I tell you what, there's going to be a fantastic A final this afternoon. if that's anything to go by. What an incredible race.
Well, I'm actually quite amused here, Martin, because the composite have clearly worked very hard in that race and they've had to stop and to catch a breath, whereas the Windsor boys and the Lee Rowing Club crews are determined to show how effortless that semi-final was for them, and they are now paddling without stopping all the way to the finish line, side by side from each other, and they're both going, I'm not going to stop and you two stop. Unfortunately, there's a concrete barrier in front of them 50 metres, so they need to stop pretty soon. There we are. Okay, they've both stopped at the same time. Okay, incredible stuff, incredible stuff. Look, Martin, we've had the J18 quads. We're now on to the women's equivalent event.
We've got in our first semi-final on the near side in lane 1, the Hartpury B boat. In lane 2, a crew from the city of Cambridge. In lane 3, another composite between George Heriot School and is that George Watson's College in Glasgow. In lane 3 and lane 4, a crew from Marlow Boat Club. Lane 5, another composite between the city of Sunderland and Hexham. That's their A boat. And in lane 6, one of your own, Charlie, a crew from Lee.
Well, Martin, this is going to be my final race of
the
hour that I've been commentating before I hand over to Poppy. But I'm delighted to have 2 Lee crews back-to-back in this race. And as you say, so far it seems to be the crew in lane 2, actually, lane 3, that composite from George Heriot's and George Watson's, who are out in front. Again, I'm looking at the crew names and I've seen people who've been racing multiple times this regatta, so the legs perhaps not as fresh as they like, but in this case it doesn't seem to be giving them too much worries. Here's the 1,000-metre shot as we pan around for the final few degrees, Martin.
And it is that composite crew that are confidently ahead, almost a length there over the Marlow crew to their left, and the composite from George Heriot to their right. On that note, you mentioned about scullers have raced several times. I think, and I'll stand corrected if I'm wrong by someone, in that George Heriot's boat that is currently leading, their stroke is a girl called Alva Clements. And if I'm right, that's the girl who won the single sculls on Friday in the J16 age category. Raced yesterday in the J18 category and came 4th. And has come back for a 3rd event this weekend, Charlie. Am I right?
You are right, Martin. You're completely correct. I mean, I can speak for some of the Lee crews. We had Tom Pakoulis racing in the single scull. We had Mishko and Vincent Grettin, who were racing in the double yesterday. They've gone into the quad for today. So it is happening, but to do the triple in one weekend is pretty impressive, because as you say, that could be up to 9 2K races.
And across different age groups as well. I mean, that girl is racing up 2 years, essentially. J16 on a Friday and racing J18 today. Incredible. Anyway, back to this race. Forgiveness. You can see the race unfolding on the big screen if you are sat in the spectator stand, and likewise if you're watching YouTube at home. If you are on the far side, on the scoreboard side, you don't have that luxury, so let us describe it for you. It's a very, very comfortable looking composite from George Heriot's leading the way, and then to their left a fantastic looking crew from Marlow. And as we sweep past into the last 500 and this first semi-final of the women's J18 quads, it is that composite, followed by Marlow, and to their right the crew from the city of Cambridge that lead this race. They're your first 3. The Hartpury crew in lane 1 are leaning on that city of Cambridge crew. They're in 4th place, but they're 3 seconds or so behind. That equates to about a length. As we approach the last 250 metres, Charlie.
Well, this composite from George Heriot and George Watson, a powerhouse of Scottish rowing. They won the gold at the Junior Sculling Head. They came 5th at Nat School's gold at the Scottish Championships, which they won by a 25-second advantage. They quarter-finaled at Henley Royal Regatta. They came 2nd in the doubles, as you were mentioning, on Friday. Kate won gold in the women's J16 double at Junior Interregional Regatta. That's Kate Dismules, who's at 2 in this crew. And as they come into the final 350 metres, in fact, not even that, Martin, final 250 metres of this race, this composite is being pressurised very strongly by the crew from Marlow.
Yeah, I was quite surprised by that. They looked like they had a more comfortable lead, but Marlow are being pressurised in turn by the city of Cambridge. Has forced that composite crew to have to up their game to hold on to that first place. There are 3 crews to go through to this A final. At the moment, there are 4 boats in it, Charlie.
Yeah, and it looks like that the City of Cambridge crew are still keeping themselves out in front of this crew from Hartpury University and College Boat Club. A little bit of weaving going on there, which will not help them in their efforts, but the Hartpury crew are still about 3/4 of a length down. If they were to overturn this now, it would be one of the most monumental finishes of the regatta.
Absolutely. This composite crew has upped its rating. It is going to come across the line first, and that will be followed, I think, by a fast-finishing Marlow and the City of Cambridge. But credit there to Hartpury for really going all in on those three crews that were in front of them, and forcing this to be a really, really, really competitive semi-final.
Wow. Well, that Marlow crew, in fact, got squashed right up against by the crew from City of Cambridge. It wasn't like they were slacking. Here comes the Lee Rowing Club crew to round out this race alongside the crew from City of Sunderland and Hexham Rowing Club from the northeast crossing the line. Well, Martin, it's been a pleasure commentating you
as always
this next hour. You're staying on. I'm handing over to Poppy, who will take you through the next hour of semi-finals and repêchages.
Thanks ever so much, Charlie, and see you again a little bit later. So you can see on your screen now the second semi-final of this women's J18 quads is underway. In lane 1 we have the crew from Hereford, in lane 2 a crew from York, in lane 3 a second crew from Hartpury, this is their A boat, in lane 4 a composite from Bradford and Leeds, in lane 5 a composite from Sir William Perkins and Wallingford Rowing Club, and in lane 6 a crew from Bedford Rowing Club. Forgive me, we've swept through the first 1,000 metres now. It looked like it was the crew from Hartpury that were out there in front. It is, yep, and they have a 4-second advantage over that crew from Leeds, and followed by the crew from York, who they have a 3 or 2-second advantage over. Good afternoon, in fact, Poppy. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm all right, thank you. How are you?
All the better for being in the commentary box today. I was on the bike yesterday, going up and down. My poor old legs are tired out now. It's nice to be able to watch some fantastic, high-quality rowing from the comfort of perhaps the best viewing place on the course, with some wonderful company.
Thank you very much. I would have to agree. I think the view from here is pretty good. I don't think you're getting much better from anywhere down the lake.
No, that's it. So as the race marches into the last 500 metres, it is that Hartpury crew we can see on the screen, sort of centre left, in a really, really strong rhythm, leading the way over the 3 crews to their left. And we can see on the right side of the screen, we've got that crew from York City that are powering on down the course as well.
Definitely, looking at the timings through the 1K marker, the crews are all still quite close together, but it is that Hartpury crew that are just pushing out. They look really quite strong in their rhythm, not high rating as much as some other crews there, but really making the most of this tailwind and really using it to their advantage. Yeah, I'm just looking at that crew from Hartpury. I may be wrong, but I think the sculler in the 2 seat, that's 2 from the one from the left. Grace James was the winner of the J18 single scull yesterday, so she's back for a little bit more today. With that sort of horsepower that she can put down, it's no surprise to see this Hartpury boat sitting on a 4-second lead over the crew from Leeds as they went through the 1,500 metre mark. Yes, absolutely correct, Gracie. Won the singles yesterday, and I believe she was successful also in the doubles at the National Schools Regatta, the women's junior championship doubles there. I believe they took the victory at that event as well. So really showing that Hartpury do have that power, and they do have that technique and ability to get themselves to the front of the pack of junior rowers. Yeah, so as this race moves into the last 250 metres, from our finishing tower, it certainly looks like Hartpury have got the commanding lead, and to their left, I would say it is that Leeds composite crew of Bradford and Leeds that look like they're sitting in second. But the race for third is not over at all, is it, Poppy? I agree. I think the race for third between lanes 2 and lane 5 is looking really quite tight. So that's between the York City crew and the Sir William Perkins Wallingford Rowing Club composite. Now that's the Sir William Perkins Wallingford Rowing Club composite. Is a composite that we have seen before at this event. They joined up together last year to form an 8 that was highly successful. So I'm not surprised to see them back out on the field. Both clubs known for their prowess in junior women's sculling, and they have taken this composite and they are absolutely driving to the line now.
Yeah, this crew from York City in lane 2 are really flying. They've really jacked up their rating in order to try and come back on that composite crew from Wallingford. But I've just seen the girl from in the 2-seat of the Wallingford boat look to her right. They've responded and pushed on themselves. And although there's overlap, I think it's going to be them going across the line in 3rd place, Poppy.
Yes, I agree. I think it was just too late for that York City crew. Even with that substantial wind to the line, they will have to settle for 4th place. But I'm guessing they'll give it a massive fight in the B final later today.
Yeah, there were high fives there in that Hartpury quad, and I can understand why. They've taken a commanding lead and what looked like perhaps a relatively comfortable run down the course there, and are well set for the A final. It was them in 1st place across the line, followed then by composite from Bradford and Leeds, and then the composite from Sir William Perkins and Wallingford. But we'll obviously wait for that result to be confirmed before it becomes official. What do we have coming down the course next, Poppy?
So the next race is our women's club doubles. This is the first AB semi-final. In lane 1, we have Newark A. Lane 2, Sudbury Rowing Club. Lane 3, Nottingham Rowing Club A. Lane 4, Rob Roy. Lane 5, Agecroft B. And lane 6, Nottingham Rowing Club B.
Oh, fantastic. A bit of local interest here then, but not just one crew, but 2 crews in this event. Do we have any intermediate times at the moment as they went through the 1,000 metres?
Yes, so going through the 1,000 metre, it looked like Nottingham Rowing Club A crew. In lane 3, there was out ahead. They were 4 seconds up on Rob Roy Boat Club, who went through 2nd. And they were in turn ahead. And the outsiders of lane 1, Newark Rowing Club, came through in 3rd, just a second back on Rob Roy. So some really interesting racing there.
Yeah, and if you look at those intermediate times, it looks like there's a very clear 1, 2, 3. 3 seconds almost between that 3rd place crew, which is you need to be in the top 3 in this heat and this semi in order to qualify for the A final. If you're sitting on a lead of about 3 seconds at 1,000 metres, Poppy, how are you feeling? Are you still racing or are you consolidating?
I think for most crews out in front at this point, I would be consolidating on our rhythm, sitting nice and tall. Obviously, you want to make sure that that lead is not decreasing at any point in the final stages. But really, today in these tailwind conditions, you might slightly take it down, making sure you're optimizing the tailwind, squaring early, and letting the wind work for you. You don't want to tire yourselves out if you know you're in a strong position going into the A final later.
Yeah, and as we can see those crews pan through, I think it's the 1,500 metre mark or what was then, it's a very clear advantage for the crew from Nottingham in lane 3, followed by the crew to their left in lane 4 from Rob Roy, and then inside them, the crew from Sudbury in lane 2.
Yes, I think one thing that's just come through on the timings from the 1,500 metre marker, it was Newark Rowing Club who have put in a push over that last 500 metres, and they've really taken it up, and they had just 0.5 of a second gap back to the Rob Roy Boat Club.
And in actual fact, from our view from the finishing tower, that you're absolutely right. That Newark crew who are in lane 1, the closest lane closest to the near side, look like they've moved through Sudbury and are sitting in a clear 3rd position now. Would you agree?
I would definitely agree, yes. I think they've really made a move. They've optimised this outside lane. People aren't expecting them to be one of the fastest crews on the lake today, but they've taken it and they want this A final position.
Yeah, and no mean feat. I'm looking at the times from the time trial. Newark weren't in that top half. That's why they've ended up out in lane 1, I suppose, for the semi-final. But it just goes to show how deceptive those time trial results can be, and how little sometimes weight you can put on them as predictors of finishing positions in a semi-final.
Yes, definitely, and I think perhaps Newark are better side-by-side rowers. They prefer it to be able to see the crews, to walk through them, and to make their pushes timed on other boats and other people in the field. And they have just worked that way beautifully in the final to get through to 3rd place. But I don't think they're comfortable just yet with lane 2, that Sudbury Rowing Club, are just putting in a final push. They definitely still have overlap with Newark, and they're just taking it to the line now.
Yeah, and as we approach the line, that crew in lane 3 from Nottingham Rowing Club crossed the line in first place, followed then by crew from Rob Roy, and then the Newark crew, and a very fast finishing Sudbury crew. But they're all 1, 2, 3, 4 so far. But of course we will wait for the official result. They're just the order in which the crews have gone across the line. Over in lanes 5 and 6 we can see a huge push from the second Nottingham Rowing Club boat. It's moved through from 6th to 5th. And inside them in lane 5 it's the crew from Agecroft, their B boat, that approaches the line.
Yes, definitely. I think perhaps they went for the mental aspect. They wanted to know that they could walk through Agecroft, given that B final. They will meet again in the B final later today, and they just wanted to ensure that they knew they could get through, and they can pull that again later on.
I think the second semi-final of this event, this is the Women's Club Double Sculls, is coming down the course. Can you give us a lane order, please?
Yes, I can. So in the second semi-final, in lane 1, we have Chester Street. In lane 2, we have Warrington A. In lane 3, we have Warwick. Lane 4, Leeds Rowing Club A. Lane 5, Maidstone Invicta. Lane 6, Leeds Rowing Club B.
And as the crews went through the 1,000 metres, it was that crew from Leeds in lane 4 that had a commanding lead. You can see how the intermediate times are up on the screen now over Warrington. And then in second place, we had the crew from Warwick. Thank you. Warwick in second place, Warrington in third place, forgive me. It looks like a really, really hard-fought battle for that third place based upon those intermediate times, Poppy.
I agree. I think Warrington and Chester Street are having a nice battle there. First and second have just got those 2-second margins that's making them a bit more comfortable. But Chester Street and Warrington are really fighting for this last position in the A final here. That third place is potentially more important in these races than positions 1 and 2, as it is just on the cusp of getting through to the potentials of medals later.
Yeah, and the camera's just going to pan round now and show us the size of the gap, and it is. It looks like it's going to be clear water between those crews in first and second, and perhaps a little bit of overlap there with that crew between second and third place, but a distinct 1, 2, 3 at the moment.
Yes, I think Warrington have just made a slight move in that third 500 metres there, and they've pulled slightly away from Chester Street, perhaps thinking that they wanted to guarantee this third place before they end up on the final sprint. They don't want it to be a photo finish, and they want to make sure that they have everything in their hands.
And there's quite a battle there between the crews from Chester Street and Maidstone Invicta. Do you think that sort of race within a race is going to push those onto that crew from Warrington sitting in third place at the moment?
Yes, I think it definitely could do. I mean, all of these crews have decided they are racing it to the line, and they are racing, even if not for the A final positions, but for the lanes in the B final later on. And I think racing with someone else, it always spurs you on to be a little bit faster. And if your race in fourth place is speeding you up, then yes, I think you will end up challenging that third place crew and never allowing them to just settle comfortably into their own rhythm.
That's it, and as the crews now approach the last 250 metres, we can see, as the cameras on the TV showed us, that it is the crew in lane 4, the Leeds A crew that are out in front, and to the right, the Warwick crew in second place. And the third place, it looks like, is the crew from Warrington, their A crew. But there is a fast finish from lane 5, the Maidstone Invicta boat, and in lane 1 as well, the Chester Street boat. And that is bringing them back towards that Warrington crew. But I think they might run out of water. What do you think, Poppy?
Yeah, I think it might just be too close to the line now. I think Warwick and Leeds did their work early on in the race, and they've taken it now. But that Warrington boat and the Maidstone Invicta are just battling it out. But I think Warrington, that early push will have just helped them get the edge on the line here. I think it's only going to be about half a length in it, though. And that is definitely a fast finish also from lane 1, Chester Street, as they go across the line. And potentially are taking this Maidstone Invicta crew, who I think just stopped slightly too early there. But I think they were just too far back on Warrington. But we'll go into the B final, firm favourites for a middle lane.
And that is the crew from Leeds. It's just across the line there. A fantastic effort from them in this second semi-final of the Women's Club Double Sculls. What do we have coming down the course next?
Perfect. So in the Open Club Doubles, in the first semi-final, we have Calpe Rowing Club in lane 1, Royal Chester in lane 2, Trentham in lane 3, Nottingham B in lane 4, Sunderland in lane 5, and Norwich in lane 6.
Rightio. Any joy with the intermediate times you can help us with?
Yes, I can say they went through the 1K marker already, and it looks like the Trenton Boat Club in lane 3 are out the front. They have about 1.5 seconds over Sunderland in lane 5, who are in turn just about a second up on Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 4. So all to play for in those middle lanes. But I wouldn't count out lane 2 from Royal Chester.
Well, an interesting prediction. We'll watch that unfold. Looking at the time trial times, Trentham Boat Club actually won the time trial by 9 seconds over the second place crew, Clares Court, which suggests they've got some tremendous speed as they move through this regatta. But interesting though, at the 1500 metre mark, only a second advantage over that crew from the city of Sunderland. What do you think is going on there?
I agree. I think the gaps have definitely closed down here. Sunderland have just worked their way back in that third 500 metres. Potentially that push from Nottingham Rowing Club, who themselves are only 0.8 of a second back on Sunderland, have improved Sunderland's speed, which has therefore pushed them up into threatening Trentham.
Yeah, because it looks very, very tight as we look out of our window and we look at those intermediate times between the first, second and third place crews. Your prediction, your dark horse prediction there from Royal Chester in fourth place there are certainly putting in a strong finish. We can see those over in lane 2, and they look like they're catching the crew in lane 5, that crew from Nottingham. In fact, yeah, City of lane 4, forgive me, the Nottingham B boat. Do you think they're going to get through them?
Oh, I'm not sure. I think they've taken a few sneaky looks across, and I think they are definitely trying. But I think it's Nottingham Rowing Club who are coming back on the Norwich crew. The Sunderland crew on the far side of the lake here, and I think it is going to be a tight finish here. So I think that Sunderland crew, actually, they've just taken it up into this final 150 metres. But
I certainly wouldn't have predicted such a tight finish based upon the time trial times. It does look like it's going to be Trenton that are one of the first 3 to go through, but it is an incredibly fast finishing City of Sunderland boat that looks like they are going to race it all the way to the line with Trenton. Trentham across the line first, followed by the City of Sunderland, and then it's ever so tight there between Nottingham Rowing Club and Royal Chester. I think we'll wait for the official result before calling that one. And they're coming across the line now in lane 1. It's the crew from Calpe Rowing Club, fantastic effort. And then out in lane 6, approaching the finishing line, it's now the crew from Norwich Rowing Club.
Yes, that was a fantastic finish here. Unofficial timings, so it's just 2 seconds separating the top 4 crews there.
Wow.
Which is absolutely fantastic for a semi-final. It just shows how much all of these crews want to be in the A-final later on today.
And it's going to be a fantastic A-final based upon that. And we've got the second semi-final in this event coming down the course now. In lane 1, we've got the crew from Gloucester Rowing Club A. Lane 2, Sudbury Rowing Club A. Lane 3, Clares Court A. Lane 4, Bath University A. Lane 5, York City Rowing Club. And in lane 6, St Leonard's School Boat Club. What can you tell us about the race so far, Poppy?
Well, looking at my screen here, we don't currently have any intermediate times just yet. So I think looking down the course, they're just about to go through that 1K marker, but haven't quite reached it. So looking at our pictures on the screen, it looks to me like that middle lane there, lane 4, have just pulled out a substantial lead over the rest of the field. This is Bath University A, who look in our picture to be clear water ahead of their crews there.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And obviously, as the camera pans on, we'll see a wee bit more. I hesitate to say 2 different races at this stage, but as I compare the images I can see on our TV screen with what we can see from our finishing tower, it certainly looks like it's that Bath crew that have got not just a little bit of a lead, but really quite a commanding lead. And they look like they've really stepped on from their time trial.
So definitely, I think looking down the length as well, we can see a practically perfect chevron formation there, which shows potentially in this semi-final that the time trial results are looking to be what they might progress through to the A-final then.
Yeah, so on your screens you can see the first 2 crews have gone through the 1,500 metres mark, and they race into that last 500 metres. They are comfortably going through at the moment. That's the crew from Bath University and the crew from Clares Court School. On your screen now, you can see the crew from Gloucester Rowing Club. They're in lane 1. We're just missing the crew to their left in lane 2 from Sudbury. There they are. They've just come into shot now. So your 1, 2, 3 as they approach the finish line looks at the moment to be Bath University, followed by Clares Court, and then followed by Gloucester Rowing Club. But the crew in lane 2, Sudbury Rowing Club, are leaning all over them, as are, out in lane 5, the crew from York City Rowing Club, Poppy.
I agree. I think looking out the window here, it looks to be that strong. It is that strong Bath crew and Clares Court that have the advantage. But I agree. I think that Gloucester crew out in lane 1 are just taking it up and hoping they can skip down the outside of some of these crews. Perhaps while they think the race is going on in lanes 3 and 4, but they're going to sneak up and they're going to go around the outside. They've taken that Sudbury Rowing Club crew, and let's see how they can sprint to the line.
Yeah, it is. And as I look out the window, to the left on the far side, lane 5, York City are really shoveling it down. I think they might have gone through the crews in lane 1 and 2. So whilst Bath University are winding down, perhaps job done, as are perhaps in lane 3, the crew from Clares Court. Actually, that York City crew have decided that they want to take that third place in the final. It will be theirs. They want to race for the medals, and it looks like they are going through in third place as they cross the line. It is tight in lane between the two crews in lane 1 and 2, Gloucester and Sudbury. Who do you think's got that one?
Oh, I think just potentially it was Hartbury sticking ahead of Sudbury there, but it was a strong push to the line from both crews as they go through. And then just on the far side of the lake, we've still got St Leonard's School just paddling through. I wonder if they're trying to conserve some energy for the B final there. Potentially they knew they weren't going to make it through to the A final, and they've just taken a step back and tried to save their legs for later on.
And do you know what, that's a really good thought, isn't it? If you don't think you're going to get through, keep your powder dry, because you want to finish as high up in that B final as you can do, don't you?
Definitely.
Absolutely. What's next down the track?
Right, so this is the Open Club Pairs semi-final AB1. So in lane 1 we have Tideway Scullers, lane 2 Newark, lane 3 Royal Shrewsbury School, lane 4 Gloucester Rowing Club, lane 5 Nottingham Rowing Club, and lane 6 Sunderland.
Fantastic. And have we got any times, any information? It looks like there is a clear difference here between the boats we can see on the screen. The Tideway Scullers just struggling a little bit there in lane 1. The crew from Newark moving quite nicely, and then to their left, is that the crew from Gloucester that we could see there? Is that Royal Shrewsbury?
I think that is Shrewsbury that is out ahead. According to the timings, we should have Nottingham Rowing Club out in front.
I think their relative distances might be useful, but as Charlie observed earlier, some of the timings are a little bit out, I think.
Yes, I'm not sure it took them 11 minutes to get to the 1K marker.
Now, looking at the wind shadow on the course there, that looks quite uncomfortable. Have you ever rowed a Cox's pair? Are they a tricky boat to row?
I myself have not done a pair, no, but I can tell you I was out at a double on Friday, a bit more stable, but the tailwinds are strong out in Nottingham. I think they just got stronger over the weekend. Today it is breezy out there on the course. I mean, you said you can see the ripples out on the lake, and definitely I think it might be throwing up some wash for these pairs to contend with.
Yeah, as I look from down the course from the finishing tower, you can see 3 distinct sort of wind gusts, as it were, moving down the course. And there's one that's sort of moving down almost at the same speed as these scullers, which means that the conditions that they're racing and really aren't comfortable at all. It makes for a really miserable last 500 metres. Now, as we look at our screens, we can see it's the crew in lane 3 from Shrewsbury that are in first place, followed by the crew from Nottingham Rowing Club in second place. And then who do we have in third place there? Forgive me, I just missed that on the intermediates.
I believe in third place it's Gloucester Rowing Club that have gone through ahead of Newark Rowing Club in lane 4. So a bit of a switch up from the 1K marker. Potentially some pushes have been thrown, but I think it is definitely Shrewsbury out the front. But it could be that battle in lanes 4 and 5 that is quite tight, and especially maybe lane 2 joining the fight as well.
Yeah, I agree. I certainly wouldn't rule out the crew from lane 2. They're looking really nice and clean and managing what are tricky conditions. They've got a lovely rhythm going. The crew in lane 4 have certainly taken their rating up. and that is the crew from Gloucester Rowing Club. They want one of these places. They're just starting to move around their lane a little bit, though. The crew in lane 5 from Nottingham have responded, and it looks like it's going to go all the way down to the line for the 2nd and 3rd place, Poppy.
I agree. I think the winds might be getting a bit strong out there. There was just a warning out for Nottingham Rowing Club to move back into their lane. But I think just these lightweight boats in this wind can be really quite difficult to steer. But I think, yes, I think it is Nottingham Rowing Club who have sprinted through Gloucester, who in turn are not giving up. But this Newark crew on our near side are really giving it the beans now. They have absolutely thrown the kitchen sink at it as we approach the line. It is going to be tight for this 2nd place. I think it might just be lane 5 that are out in front, but this lane 4 sprint and the lane 2 as well, it's really too close to call.
Wow, what a fantastic finish. That was a really, really, really great first semi-final. High-quality Cox's pairs rowing in what is really tricky conditions. We've still got a couple of boats to finish in this heat. We're approaching the line now. We've got a wonderful Tideway Scullers crew in lane 1 on the near side. They're just about to go over the line. Well done, Tideway Scullers. And on the far side, we've got a crew from the city of Sunderland. They're just paddling it in. I think they've heard what you said about the last event heat we saw coming down the course. They definitely look like they're just paddling in, saving a little bit of energy for later.
I agree. I think that's a clever technique from them. If they're happy with being in the B final, and potentially that was their goal and their aim for today, then getting into these semi-finals is really good for them, and they are just conserving those legs, maybe keeping this in their optimal rest and recovery strategies as they go into the B final later on.
Now, while we wait for the 2nd semi-final to come down, we're talking about rest and recovery. What do you do between time trial and semi-final, or semi-final and final, just to optimise your performance in the next heat of your event?
Well, I think a good plan that personally I like to follow is when we get back, we immediately, while it's still fresh in our minds, just nice debrief of our race. What went well? Is there any areas we could work on to improve? Are there any amendments we need to make to our race plan? And then, as always, you need to do a nice big stretch after your race. Keep those muscles nice and loose. You don't want to be getting cramps. You don't want to be losing that strength between your races. And then, most importantly, I would say refueling, getting that food in, carbohydrates, proteins, most important to really refuel and especially rehydrate on some hotter days.
Oh, fantastic. That's a really, really useful insight. Thank you ever so much. We can see from our screen now the 2nd semi-final of the Open Club Cox's Pairs is coming down the course. What can you tell us about that, Poppy?
Yes, so I'll give you a run through. In lane 1, we have the King's School Chester. Lane 2, Reading Rowing Club A. Lane 3, Dart Totnes. In lane 4, Clares Court School. Lane 5, Glasgow Academy Rowing Club. And lane 6, Reading Rowing Club B.
Right.
Perfect. We do not have any intermediate times just yet, but I think it's that crew from Dart Totnes in lane 3 that have just got a slight edge, only about half a length over the crew to their left, which will be Clares Court School, and in turn they only have about half a length over Reading Rowing Club.
Yeah, and our intermediate times at the 1,000 suggest I think you call that just about right, to be honest with you. There's quite a big gap there between the crew in 3rd place and the crew in 4th place there from Glasgow Academy. They're being leaned on there by the crew in lane 1 from King's School Chester. So that's quite a tight race for 4th and 5th, and in fact actually for 6th as well with Reading Rowing Club. So almost 2 races within 1 race.
I agree. I think potentially a race for the A final and potentially a race for the B final lanes later on today. Thank you.
And you can see on our big screens the crews across the width of the course, all finding it really quite tricky again in this sort of squally wind, causing a lot of instability. All those oarsmen are doing a fantastic job of timing their catches and their finishes just to allow their boat to run as far as it can do between the strokes, whilst getting the benefit of the wind, but also trying to maximise the power that they're putting into each of their strokes.
I agree. I think in these pairs, lightweight boats, they get blown around so easily. And with foot steering in these smaller boats, it can be really quite twitchy and very, very responsive. And it can be incredibly hard once you've veered one way not to overcorrect and go directly the other way and start weaving down this lake.
Absolutely. So I think that camera shot's showing us panning through the 1,500 metres now. Is that right? Has anything really changed within our races within races?
Well, I think out in first place, there's been a switcheroo between Clares Court and Dart Totnes. Dart Totnes seem to have gone through. They just have about a second. No, sorry, I take that back. About 0.3 of a second in between them over Dart Totnes, and they've built back from that 2-second margin that Dart Totnes had at the 1K marker. And I will say also swapping places is 4th and 6th in lanes 5 and 6. That's Glasgow Academy and Reading Rowing Club. I will take that one back, actually. My numbers have just swapped around, and it is Glasgow Academy who went through ahead like they did at the 1K marker.
Yeah. So if you were in lanes 4, 5 and 6 then now, would you be thinking, I want to cross that line in 4th, or I want to cross that line in 5th? Or actually, would you be looking across saying, actually, I've probably got quite a big race on this afternoon. I am just going to take it down, and I'm going to be content just to I know I'm not going to be in the top 3. I'm going to be content just to get to the line and save energy for later.
Yeah, so I think if I'm in that B final position and I know I'm strong in the B final, then I might be just taking it down and letting my legs the time to recover and giving myself a bit of pressure and power remaining for this afternoon. I think with the tailwind, it is a strong tailwind, but it is not a real crosswind today, which means the lane's benefit by being on an outside versus an inside is marginal compared to some other conditions.
No, thank you. And we can see now coming, approaching the line, we've got our 1, 2, 3. We've got the crew from Dart Totnes that looks like it's going to cross the line in first place, and to their left in lane 4, the crew from Clares Court. And then to their right, the crew from Reading Rowing Club. All crews still rating fairly high, given that their positions are pretty much guaranteed. I'm not sure we can read too much into the A final based upon that 1, 2, 3, but Dart Totnes will certainly be feeling comfortable and confident having come across the line first. And then following that is the crew from Glasgow Academy in lane 5, crew from King's Chester in lane 1, and then on the far side in lane 6, the crew from Reading Rowing Club. And that rounds out the 2 semi-finals for the Open Club Coxless Pairs, Poppy.
Yes, perfect. And then we will move on to the Women's Club Coxless Pairs. And in lane 1, we have Trent, lane 2, York City A, lane 3, Nottingham Rowing Club, lane 4, Millfield School, lane 5, Calpe Rowing Club, and lane 6, Clares Court School.
Fantastic. And we can see that race has got underway now, sort of 4.5 minutes or so into it, so we should get some intermediate times soon. Looking at the screen, it's the crew on our right is from Nottingham Rowing Club, and the crew to the left is from York City A. It looks like that Nottingham Rowing Club crew has an advantage over the crew from York City, and when the camera pans out, we'll be able to tell you a little bit more about the other crews in the event.
Yes, you'd be absolutely correct in saying that. This race is slightly more spread out than some of the other ones we've seen so far today, with Nottingham Rowing Club going through the 1K marker about 4 seconds up on York City, who in turn went through about 5 seconds up on Millfield School, and that is your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. 4th place is a further 5 seconds back, and they've just created these little margins for themselves going through the 1K, and it seems that if they continue like this, the positions for the A final and B final are set.
Yeah, I think that Nottingham Rowing Club crew is dealing really, really well with those conditions. I think it is still racing, obviously, but with that sort of advantage, I don't think they're going quite full gas at the moment. They'll be able to look down the course and look at that crew in lane 5 from Calpe, knowing that they've got sort of. They might not be able to say it's a 10, 12-second advantage, but as a rower, you have got a very good understanding of how long it would take to make up the distance between those two crews. And I think they'll sit there as they go through the 1,500 metres thinking, job done. We look forward to the A final now. Let's not use up all of our energy. And indeed, you can see by the size of the lead there, it's a lot closer for second and third between York City and then the crew from Millfield School. But looking at the rating again, it looks like they've taken it down perhaps a little bit. Slight trickiness there with the conditions, but they've done really well to recover and move on. And that crew from Calpe have just gone through the 1,500 metres, 9 seconds behind that crew from Millfield School. And as we look down the course, it is Nottingham Rowing Club. That crew, of course, it does have home advantage. It does train on this lake. That's making the very best of these conditions, and has really taken this semi-final by the scruff of its neck.
Yes, I agree. I think York City out there in second place they just have dropped back on Nottingham Rowing Club, and Nottingham Rowing Club just really showing their prowess and their skill in this race. They have not dropped it back yet, though. They are not settled, I wouldn't say, but perhaps they want to run through the A final. If they're confident that they can master the 3 2Ks in one day, then perhaps taking it through and doing a nice race run through will give them the confidence boost they need for later on. And I will say, I think the York City crew and the Millfield School crew have gotten closer and closer together. I think that York City crew is still out in front with an advantage, but I think Millfield are just closing the gap stroke by stroke as we approach the last 250.
Yeah, perhaps 1 or 2 issues with the steering of the Millfield School, but they are not. It's not going to trouble them or cause them any difficulties with their third place spot. But perhaps that you were talking about, what do we do in the intermission between the semi and the final? Maybe they'll be having a little chat about how they can make the most of the application of their power just to keep their boat as straight as they possibly can do. But it is Nottingham Rowing Club that crossed the line now. Congratulations, well done for coming across the line first. Then we can see the crew from York City. They put a little bit of a squeeze on there just to make sure they finish second. And then it's a crew from Millfield coming across the line third. Of course, all results are subject to them being confirmed, but they are your 1, 2, 3 across the line as we see it from the finish tower.
Definitely, I think I would be excited to see how Millfield do in that A final, as obviously we caught that wobble on the live stream as we picked them up around the 1K marker, and I wonder if they can perfect that and smooth out their race slightly more. They can really give York City a run for their money later on today.
Yeah.
And then we saw Calpe coming across the line in 4th, and our 2 crews back in 5th and 6th, I think, are paddling it out, saving their legs for later. But I think they are having a slight battle between themselves. The Clares Court School have seen that Trent is still there, and they've just put on a little bit more of a push as we approach the last few stages of the race.
I think both of these boats are doing really well to keep this so clean in what are tricky conditions. They're sitting there really nicely, moving in time with each other, and just finishing off this this first semi-final nicely.
Definitely. So that was Trent across the line in 5th, and Clares Court School on the far side coming across in 6th.
So we have the second semi-final. How are we doing at the 1,000 metres?
So at the 1,000 metres, it looks like in lane 4 we have York City Rowing Club, who are out in front. They just have about a second and a bit over Lambton Rowing Club in lane 2, who in turn are about second up on King's School Ely in lane 3.
So this is a lot closer semi-final than compared to the one that we've just seen. In 4th place, there we have got the University of Birmingham. They're not too far behind, just another 4 seconds, followed then by Newark and Shanklin Sandown. The camera pans round, and we can see the 1,500 metres mark. It remains a close race, and there's overlap between those first 3 boats from York, Lambton and King's School Ely. If it stays like that, then they will be our 1, 2, 3 that go through. The 4th place boat from the University of Birmingham, some 6 seconds behind there now. That equates to about 2 lengths. Would you agree with that, Poppy?
Yes, I think 2 lengths is a reasonable idea there. I think as well, I think York City, as much as they're still very much in this race and still in contact back to second, I think they are just eking out stroke by stroke. They had 1 second at the 1K, they have 2 seconds at the 1,500. I think they're just slowly lengthening out and have just got a slightly faster rhythm on them than the crews in 2nd and 3rd.
I think what's interesting in the previous heat, or the previous semi-final, we saw that it was the A crew from York that managed to qualify, but in this one we've got the York B crew. So both pairs look like at this moment in time they're going to make the A final, which is fantastic for the club, fantastic for us because we always like a bit of rubbing racing when there's bragging rights on offer. Yes, and as we come into the last 250 metres now, we can see that there are 3 boats out, clearly in front over the 4th place boat. In lane 2, we have the crew from Lambton. In lane 3, to their left, we have the crew from King's School Ely. And still continuing to lead the way just is the crew from York City, their B boat.
Yes, I will say I've got the time trial results up this morning, and it was King's School Ely from this heat that was the fastest. So I wonder if they've got a nice send to the line coming through. They came through in the time trial about 2 seconds ahead of King's School Ely. 2 seconds ahead of that York City B crew there. But it is York City who in this side-by-side race have managed to push through King's Ely, and they will lead to the line by just about a length over the King's Ely crew.
Yeah, just one or two steering issues there in the York boat, but it didn't stop them from crossing that line first. Well done, York, followed by King's School Ely, and then there's the Lambton boat crossing the line in third place now. Here is the University of Birmingham boat. Alex Darby, one of our co-commentators, will be pleased to see them race so well. Good shout out there to University of Birmingham. Good luck to them for the B final. And then as we look down the course, we've got in lane 6 there approaching the finish line, the crew from Newark, and in lane 1 on the near side, the crew from Shanklin Sandown.
It's both of those crews just looking strong as they paddle into the line. All of these pairs out here today have been coping really quite well with the conditions. They've been staying clean. We haven't seen any major crabs or wobbles or steering issues during the race, and I think they've all dealt exceptionally well with the tailwinds. So panning back up the course, we're moving on to the women's beginner singles AB semi-finals. So in our first race, we have Bath University B in lane 1, Clydesdale A in lane 2, Hartpury University and College A in lane 3, Beckett Rowing Club in lane 4, York St John University in lane 5, and the University of Leeds in lane 6.
The crew from Beckett Rowing Club are a local crew. Their boat bays, have a look to the left, is towards the landing stages. And I know there'll be a lot of support today for Rebecca. Quite a few people really hoping that she's able to put in a fantastic semi-final and final after what was a time trial. I know she was very pleased with this morning, Poppy.
Yes, definitely. She came 4th in that time trial and looks to be trying to make gains on it into this semi-final. In this final, we do have the Hartpury University and College sculler who won this time trial, in fact, by 11 seconds.
Wow.
And I see on our screen potentially why she has gone through that 1K marker and a massive margin back to the next sculler here. And she looks comfortable already.
And it is quite a thing to be able to jump into a single scull as a beginner and come to an event like this. Incredibly nerve-wracking. It requires an awful lot of skill. How long will these beginner scullers have been sculling for, do you think?
So these scullers, I believe, all have to have started after or by July last year. So they've only been going for a year, perhaps most of them under a year, as they've been doing their Learn to Row courses. So this could be their first time racing. It can be their first time racing a 2K, or even their first time racing a single out here today. So I think they're all doing exceptionally well, just making it down the course.
Well, our images from the screen just tell us how well, certainly the scullers that we can see, our first 3 scullers are doing in what is a tricky tailwind this afternoon. Fantastic effort. I wouldn't have known, looking at these 3 scullers that we can see certainly right now, that these scullers would have been racing for such a short period of time. It's a fantastic advert for them, a fantastic advert for their coaches and their clubs. It's a credit to all of them. It is this Hartpury sculler we can see, who's got a commanding lead, a really strong rhythm. And what I've noticed here about her technique and that of the Beckett sculler is just how clean they're managing to keep their finishes. The blades aren't rattling across the top of the water. You could have expected to see that in such difficult conditions. But again, a test to the quality of their oarsmanship.
I agree, definitely. And she's mastered a nice early square here, which will really be helping her in this tailwind. And she looks really quite stable in her own boat and her own rhythm. And I think that's a really good thing. To be confident in your own abilities in a single is really quite good for these beginner scullers.
Yeah, and we can see there that's Turner from the University of Leeds there in the centre of our shot over in lane 6. And then just squeezing in lane 4 there, we can see the sculler Rebecca McInnes from Beckett Rowing Club, doing incredibly well to hold on to that second place there.
I agree. I think the exciting race here will be for third place, as going through the 1K marker, just a second between Leeds and Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club. It will be exciting to see how they do faring through this 1.5K marker.
So we'll be looking for the crew in lane 2 then. That's the crew from Clydesdale. And then the crew in lane 6 that you can see in the centre of our screen there. And at the moment, yeah, looking like a second and a half. I mean, in terms of boat speed, what's that, half a length perhaps, or something like that? So these boats will have, if they were next to each other, they'd be side by side overlapping, wouldn't they?
I agree, there's definitely overlap between those two crews. They might struggle being in lanes 2 and 6. They are quite far apart on this lake, but I'm sure that will not be phasing them, as they will definitely know that the other sculler is there.
And this is where it can be a struggle, because experience would tell you, keep your eyes in your lane, keep your eyes in your boat, and just row a scull as hard as you can do. But it's hard not to keep looking left or keep looking right when you know you're in a very close race with someone. And of course, that won't make necessarily your boat go fast. It could actually make your boat slow down.
I agree. I think sometimes looking out the boat, obviously your head is a lot of your body weight. So looking out, if you perhaps tilt that head, you are going to end up with a slight wobble, especially in these singles, really quite volatile boats. But I think they are managing okay for now. And I think that Leeds University sculler is just pulling out and just stepping it up into the line as she comes through here. I think it's just taking a push and
I'm not sure. I think both everyone's in those first 4 in the last 250 now. As I look down the course, I actually think it might be the sculler from Clydesdale in lane 2 that's got a bit of an advantage over that sculler over in lane 6. But maybe it could be a question of perspective or the angles. But I think that she is just ahead with the sculler from Beckett Rowing Club, just taking up the rating as she goes through the red buoys, just to make sure that she doesn't get caught in second place.
I agree. I think on your screen now is just the Hartpury University sculler crossing the line, but I think it is the race for third that is going to be really quite something. I think it might be lane 2 that just has a slight advantage here. Clydesdale ARC going into the line.
So close.
I think she's just put in a nice strong sprint finish, and she is really throwing the kitchen sink. You can see she is really making each stroke count as they go into the line now.
Oh, it's a fantastic effort, and I'm full of admiration for anyone that will go down a course in conditions like these in a single scull, having not been sculling for very long, certainly less than a year. Congratulations to all of these competitors. Over in lane number 5, we can see it is the crew, or the sculler from York St John University Boat Club coming across the line, and then in lane 1, the sculler from Bath University.
Okay, and panning back up the course, we are underway in the second semi-final of the women's beginner singles. In lane 1, we have Bath University A. Lane 2, Cardiff Met University B. In lane 3, Molesey Boat Club. In lane 4, Cardiff Met University A. Lane 5, City of Cambridge A. And in lane 6, Sunderland University.
And do we see a similar sort of spread in this race, Poppy, or is it a little bit closer than the last one we saw?
Well, I think this race, again, we have a nice strong sculler out in front. That is this time from Molesey Boat Club. Again, looking at the time trial results, she was 20 seconds ahead of that third place sculler, and she is showing that in this final, semi-final even. She went through the 1K marker in first place, and she held a 13-second margin over second place, which to draw out over 1 kilometre is really substantial.
Yeah, it's I think this Molesey sculler came second in the time trial, didn't she? And so it's no surprise with the Hartpury sculler who was in the last semi-final, having won the semi-final. They keep the boats 1 and 2 separate. It's no surprise to see that Molesey sculler with such a commanding lead. And we can see there from the intermediate times, it's somewhere approaching 13 or so seconds. Very competitive race, though, for that third place, I think. Again, just like the last semi, as those two crews have gone through the 1,500 metre mark, there is only just over a second between them.
I agree. I think in between 3, 4 and 5 positions, there is only 3 seconds separating all three of those scullers. It is definitely the race over in lane 5 and 6 that is really drawing our attention here. That's between City of Cambridge Rowing Club and Sunderland University, who are both sprinting. I think it's the Sunderland University sculler who is rating slightly higher on our picture there and really working to send it, whereas the City of Cambridge is relying more on power application throughout her straight.
Yeah, that's a really interesting insight. And of course, there's more than one way of skinning the cat. Sometimes keeping the rating a little bit lower, but running longer, stronger strokes might produce more boat speed than running a slightly shorter stroke, but taking more of them in the same amount of time. You can see now the wind really has picked up as all these scullers move into the last 250 metres. It's a slightly, well, I'd say much stronger, not slightly, much stronger tailwind than it was perhaps for the last semi-final. It is the Molesey sculler that's still out in front. It looks to me as though in lane 4, it is still the Cardiff Met University sculler in second place, but in lane 2 there's a another fast finishing sculler from Cardiff Met University. This is their B boat, Jones. In lane 4 it's their A boat, Chaffee. They're in for second and third. And then over in lane 5 it's at a City of Cambridge, no, it's a Christchurch, no, City of Cambridge sculler, it was City of Cambridge, that's fast finishing. Oh, what's happened to the sculler in lane 4? She just stopped briefly for a moment there, has got going again, but that's allowed the sculler from the City of Cambridge to come right back up on her. What's happening, Poppy?
I think that City of Cambridge sculler also just had a wobble, but I think over the course of this last 500 metres, that race going on in lanes 5 and 6 has really drawn both scullers back into this race for third place. And again in lane 2 there was a slight wobble there, but I think she's pushed through. I think she's got it back to potentially take those positions back for the A final. It will be close on the line, but I think it might have just been both of those Cardiff Met University scullers that have punched their ticket through to the A final, fending off a late charge from the City of Cambridge there in lane 5.
I think I would agree with you with that. We'll wait for the official result, of course, but I think you've called that just about right. And coming up to the finish line in lane 1, it's Shuttleworth, the sculler from Bath University A crew, finishing off this semi-final. A fantastic effort, really, really, really well done to you as well. In what, as I said, very, very difficult conditions for a very competent single sculler, let alone those scullers that have only been sculling for less than a year. Fantastic effort.
Definitely. I think that showed in the last 100 metres when everyone was racing and there were 4 crews abreast and the pressure was just slightly getting to the beginner scullers, and with the conditions as well, we just had a few wobbles, but the composure that we've seen down this course for the remainder of the racing has been absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I think you've called that exactly right. Exactly right. Now we've got the first of a repechage here for the women's club, Coxless Force. I'm just looking to see the symbol.
Coxed Force.
They are Coxed Force. Thank you very much. Who have we got in which lane?
So in lane 1 we have Oriel Kensington. In lane 2 we have Cambridge University Boat Club. That's a development squad boat. Lane 3 Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Lane 4 Christchurch Boat Club, and lane 5 Sir William Perkins School Rowing Club.
Now, this is a repechage, not a semi-final. What do the spectators need to be looking for here in terms of who's going to go to the medal race?
Yes, so the progression from this race is our first 2 crews go through to the A final and the remainder go through to the B. I will also note this is only a 5-boat race, so there are 2 crews at the front, but there's still the last 3 crews will go through to the B final, similar to the semi-finals we have just seen.
So we're looking for the first 2, not the first 3 this time. Right,
correct.
Okay. And the cameras, they're coming ever closer towards us. You can see the 3 crews spread across the the width of the TV screen. All those crews looking fantastic. The camera's about to pan round. It looks like we can see the crew in lane 3, this crew from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, could be in first place, but of course what we can't see are the crews in lanes 2 and lane 1, Poppy.
Yes, so I think looking at the 1,000 metre intermediate times, it was that Aberdeen Schools crew who are out in front, and actually they are just live going through that 1,500 metre time, so I'll give you those as they're a bit more updated. It is that Christchurch Boat Club boat that's going to go through in second. They were second at the 1,000 metre marker, and they've just drawn out a bit more of a lead over Sir William Perkins School, who are in that third place, but they are being rapidly gained on by Cambridge University Boat Club, who are 5 seconds back at the 1K, but have drawn it back, and they are about 4 seconds back at the moment.
I think as they all the crews race and rush towards the last 250 metres, aided by this ever-strengthening wind, certainly the 1 and 2 look pretty settled. I think I'm going to stick my neck out and say it looks like it's going to be Sir William Perkins B-Boat as well, going to be the third place crew that go through, with the crews in lanes 1 and lane 2. To battle it out for that fourth place, but I'm willing to accept that I might be wrong. What do you think? Would you agree with that, Poppy?
I think I might agree with that. I think the Aberdeen Schools crew and the Christchurch crew are out in front, and I think with only 2 crews progressing in this race, it might be set for them to get through to the A final this afternoon. And I think the Cambridge University and Sir William Perkins School are racing for lanes in the B final later on.
Well, having tried to clarify how many crews go through, I've found myself then just thinking it's the first 3 through. It's the first 3 through. But of course, we've said not minutes ago, it is only the first 2 crews that go through.
Yes, and it does look like as we approach the line, it is Aberdeen Schools who have a length over Christchurch Rowing Club there, who are just drawing through and each straight to the line. They're not letting Aberdeen Schools walk away with it, though. They want to be really in the fight for these lanes in the A final later.
And it is a fast finishing crew in lane 5, Sir William Perkins A crew, that's going to come across the line in third place. And then that crew from Cambridge University in lane 2 have just taken it down a little bit now as they approach the line, followed in lane 1 by the crew from Oriel Kensington. That's it for me. Thank you for bearing with me. I hope you've enjoyed the commentary over the last couple of hours or so. I'm now going to hand over to an even more experienced, even more interesting and far funnier co-commentator in the form of Alex, and say thank you very much and enjoy his commentary this afternoon.
Yes, and I'm going to do the same. I'm going to hand over to Charles again. He will be coming back onto the mic, and thank you very much.
So yes, it's myself and Charles going to take you through this next block of racing, and just in time because University of Birmingham legend Megan Gawley is on the course in the middle of your shot right now. Sir William Perkins in that bow seat. What a legend, Megan Gawley. I'm the unofficial president of the unofficial Megan Gawley fan club. But yeah, she even raced, I think she raced an open 4 at Met because we needed a sub, and I think it went faster. So absolute hero.
Well, Alex, it's good to know that you've hyped someone more than anyone could possibly do in this course of 1,000 metres. But yeah, as mentioned, I'm here with Alex, Charles Barry. I'm here with Alex to commentate on for the next hour. We're starting off with some repercharges. This is the Women's Club Coxed 4s. you're seeing on your screen, and the race is for the first 2 places, because those will be the ones that go through to the A final, the remainder to the B final. And looking at the intermediate times, which you can see on the screen, this seems like Sir William Perkins and Agecroft have sewn this up pretty much for themselves. A huge gap between them and the rest of the pack.
And that Agecroft crew, it's got Harmony in there, it's got Bam Bam, it's got Ellis. This, for me, this is my supreme outcome. So I'll go and battle for the final if it stays like this. But these 2 crews out in front look very, very measured, long and loose, repechage. Just there's 5 in each here. 2 went through from the time trial earlier on. I think it might have been 2 different Cambridge boats went through. And then everyone else is now battling to join them in the final that will take place later on. But yeah, both of these crews look very, very measured, long and loose, just pacing each other. We'll have to see if they do put a little spurt in to try and take the win at the end portion of this race. But I think these crews are in their third 500, and I think if you are in this position in the third 500 and you don't really have to go hell for leather, I think that's a pretty nice thing. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. I mean, why push yourself to the absolute limit when you know you've qualified for the A final? But that said, the Agecroft crew, their cocks just having a quick look at Sir William Perkins and thinking, maybe I'll spur them on. And I guess there's a balance to be had here, Alex, because with a crew, a cocks can get sucked into the race, sucked into the side-by-side, and perhaps miss the longer-term goal, which is, of course, the A final later today. How do you, as a coach, balance those sort of trade-offs?
Yeah, I think I would like my crew just to maybe go through a gear or 2, just so it's a little dress rehearsal, but yeah, then shut it back down. I think it's more like the mental talking through, like if you're the cocks, like, okay, we're not going to do it this time, but in the final, this is where I'm going to call for like tier 1, tier 2, or whatever you have. Not everyone has tiers, but whatever your like end game move is, I think it's just good to talk through it.
Yeah, I never had never heard of tiers in my coxing career. I stopped coxing at sort of reasonably high level back in about 2013, so it became very much in vogue after that point. And I kind of get it, I kind of don't, to be honest. But yeah, regardless, it does seem like Agecroft are trying out one of their tiers or gears against William Perkins, because they're definitely rating higher than them as they come into the final 250.
I think with tiers, they've just put a label on something that I'm sure you called many a race, which is like, okay, finish line's 250 away, off we go. I don't think it's anything any more scientific than that.
Yeah, although I will say, despite all the many calls I've made as a cox, the most effective one was the one I made in the intermediate 8s final of Bucks Regatta when we were at the roughly the 350 metre to go point. I just said, whole crew, 1 minute to Bucks Gold, go. And the effect that had on the boat was remarkable, and no other call that was made before or since has had such a dramatic effect on the confidence, the quality, and the power through the water. It's one way to help your crew have that confidence in that final section of the race.
Yeah, and just looking out there, I don't think either of the coxes made a similar call this time round. Because, yeah, both these crews, to be fair, have just rode it through. I don't think either have gone with a cheeky sprint. So good conservation. I think there's a lot of experience across both of these. I mean, I know there's a lot of experience across both of these boats. So I think they're just playing it smart.
Yeah, indeed. And I think the gaps between the 2 crews have been pretty consistent throughout. I mean, just looking at the 1,000 metre times, it was about 2 seconds between Agecroft and Sir William Perkins, about 3 seconds at the halfway point, and just slightly widening out maybe to actually just about 3 seconds again at the finish. We've just got here coming into the final section of the race now. This is Exeter Rowing Club on your near side in lane 1 and on the far side in lane 5. It's Loughborough Rowing Club. Loughborough Boat Club, I should say.
Yeah, they will race again in the B final. And Clare's Court are just still out there. Again, looks like they're saving a bit of energy. They're on your screen right now, saving some energy for that B final that will occur a little bit later on in the day. So that is both of the women's club Coxed 4 repechages done, and we'll move to the open club Coxed 4 repechages, where it'll be the same format of 5 crews and 2 will go to the final. So who's in this one?
So this race is actually pretty advanced. They've almost been racing for 5 minutes now, and you can see on your screen the pictures from the 1500 metre mark. It looks like to be a closely fought battle between Windsor Boys School, who are in lane 3, and Dart Totnes in lane 2. Beside them, we've got City of Sunderland in lane 1, so that being nearest to the camera, who perhaps will be coming into vision as we swivel round for the final few degrees. Look at that, Alex. It was just a foot between Windsor Boys and Dart Totnes there as they went through. In third place was Evesham across in lane 4, and then finally rounding out this race there is Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association on the far side in lane 5. On screen pictures there of the Evesham crew.
Yeah, so only 2 to go through. Evesham trying to get on terms, and I believe Evesham got the silver medal in the Open 8s yesterday. So they've been successful so far this weekend, and they'll want to find 3 seconds to continue their success into the A finals. But it's going to be no mean feat. In fact, I think it was Evesham that went through Dart Totnes to claim that second place. So Dart Totnes will want to turn that around back on Evesham, and that's the order right now with the Windsor Boys. Just fractions of a second out in front on your screen at the moment. We're seeing City of Sunderland, who are just pushing their way along. They're a little bit behind this race, to be fair, at the front, but they are, to be fair, moving their boat very nicely. And then in the background, we've just cut shot now, and you can see Windsor Boys still out in front, and it's that battle between Dart Totnes and Evesham that we're keeping an eye on.
Well, unfortunately, the gap between the last 2 place crews and the front 3 has widened to such an extent that we were just seeing some of the wash there from the umpire's launch hitting the bows of that City of Sunderland crew, and that's because the umpire's having to follow these 3 crews who are on screen now. Windsor Boys, Dart Totnes and Evesham Rowing Club in a chevron going for the first 2 through to the A final. It looks like Evesham aren't going to be successful because it is the crew from Dart Totnes who are pushing and pushing against Windsor Boys. Windsor Boys demonstrated time and time again they have some amazing finishes at this regatta, and it looks like that's put their paid dividend to keep those 2 as the 2 going through to the A final.
Yeah, those 2 crews pushed out really well. I think a 6 seconds gap in the end between Dart Totnes and Evesham, and it was only 3 seconds going into the last 500. So they found an extra 3 on the split relative to their opposition, and that will put them through to the medal race later on. And just on your screen now, you can see the other 2 crews. So in their boat named Zebedee, you have the Aberdeen Schools crew coming through. They're winding up quite nicely. I mean, they will end up in the B final, but they're winding up because they're trying to stay ahead of the City of Sunderland crew that's just coming on screen now. And it will be about a length and a half to the Aberdeen Schools crew. But they will race again in the B final a little bit later on.
Well, you were saying about the racing yesterday. I've just been looking at the crews who were racing in the Open 8's A final yesterday, and you're completely right. It was Evesham who beat Dart Totnes yesterday in that A final, but in this case, Dart Totnes have claimed the upper hand, and they will be the ones going through to the A final, so they won't have to race against Evesham again. Meanwhile, up the course, we've got the next repechage in the Open Club Cox Fours, and this is again between another Dart Totnes crew in lane 1, Leeds Rowing Club in lane 2, Queen Elizabeth High School in lane 3, Clares Court School Boat Club in lane 4, and Peterborough City in lane 5.
Yeah, and just looking up the course and on our screens here, the crews have gone through the K, and it's quite a spread out race, I think, looking at it from front to back, but it's just based on the times. Clares Court and Queen Elizabeth look pretty close together on times, Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, that it's a race of 2/5, if you like, versus the rest of the pack. There's an 8-second gap, I believe, at the halfway point between second and third. But that gap between Queen Elizabeth High School and Clares Court School Boat Club was just 0.4 of a second at the K. These are the pictures we're seeing from the 1500 metre mark as the crews approach that timing point. So it's the crew from Queen Elizabeth in lane 3 in that yellow boat versus the crew on their left in lane 4 from Clares Court, who are battling out for, I suppose, the prestige of being the first one across the line, Alex.
Yeah, similar to some of the races we saw, they know it's top 2 to go through, but they're really actually pushing. I would say, compared to that women's repechage we saw where Agecraft and Perkins were really kind of relaxed and loose, these 2 seem to be still slugging it out a bit. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, you came for a day of racing, might as well go for a day of racing. And what was it, 0.4 before, and now it's 0.5, so pretty much status quo. Both of those crews really matching each other.
Yeah, exactly. Every push they'll put in that last 500 metres has been countered and absorbed by their opposition. And it seems like perhaps it will come down to the final sprint to determine this perhaps meaningless but also quite meaningful psychological game for who will be the first to get their bow across the line going into that A final later today.
And then that race for third and fourth between Peterborough and Leeds is still pretty close. What was the gap at halfway? Because it's still very close at this point.
So at halfway, it was a 0.8 second gap between Peterborough and Leeds. And indeed, as we go into the 1500 metre point, the time difference is exactly the same, Alex.
Yeah, okay. So we have two races within races. At the front, Clare's Court still have their nose out in front. So, yeah, Clare's Court in their white Wintec over there. And then the crew over here in the yellow Yanisek, Queen Elizabeth. But the charge is coming now from Queen Elizabeth. Can they overturn that half second?
Well, both crews really actually gunning for it. This is not a race that has any impact on the medals or indeed the placing in the A final, but both of these schoolboy crews have decided a race is a race and they're absolutely gunning for it. Both crews actually taking up the rate and looking a little bit scrappy there with the Queen's Court. They're having these difficult tailwinds conditions as they up the rate, and I'm afraid, Alex, it's Bowball for Bowball. I can't call it.
Yeah, go on the lads, keep it on. I think it looks like Clare's Court might have found a little bit in the last couple of strokes. And yeah, they did not want to give that away. But good racing, yeah, racing is racing. Clare's Court will go into the A final along with Queen Elizabeth High School. Like we said, there wasn't really a need for that, but sometimes it's just fun. Racing is fun when it's close.
Well, Alexis Hayler-Hughes and Mac O'Brien, the stern pair of the Queen Elizabeth High School, clearly delighted with the performance because they slapped the side of the boat and then gave each other a fist bump. So even though they didn't make it across the line in front of Clare's Court, clearly very happy with their performance. And sometimes, Alex, that's what it's all about, just making sure you're executing your race plan and doing what you set out to do.
Yeah, execute your race plan. If it was a good piece down, be proud of it. That's the whole point of being here. You want to put your best racing out when you can and just follow in those crews we mentioned before. It was Dart Totnes who were a little bit off the back there, but we'll race again in the B final.
So we've had a gap in the schedule, so there's no rep for the Open Champ doubles, which means we're going straight to the Women's Champ doubles. And just on screen, we've seen the crews just head off the start line now, so they're about 30 seconds into their race. A 3-horse race between Bradford Amateur Rowing Club in lane 2, that's Bella McDonald and Isabel Lancaster. In lane 3, we have Rebecca Don and Noala McFarlane of Clare's Court Schoolboat Club. And lane 4, Selam Tewelde and Margaret Saunders of Tideway Scullers. Just into the first minute of their race. Alex, what's the sort of advice you would give crews just in their double, in a small boat, trying to get off the start?
I think the first couple of strokes really important to get your boat moving well. I was watching a lot of, this is champ doubles, but I was watching a lot of beginner doubles and stuff this year, and just if you connect those first couple of strokes, you can get such an advantage. You know, when we come down here and we say, oh, look, there's a crew, they got a length. I've seen crews get half a length in the first 2 strokes up there. And it's so when we're saying it's important to be a length up here, you can get half of that in the first couple of strokes if you're really effective. I think with these crews, this is a true, in cycling terms, the elimination race, because 3 in it and 2 go through. So, yeah, you don't want to stumble off the blocks and give everyone a bit of impetus. But these are going to be very experienced scullers racing in champ, so we want to see what it looks like at the 500 and at the K. But yeah, I think what's the age-old saying? You can't win at the start, you can lose at the start.
Yeah, well, definitely the worst place to be in a race is just before the start. Getting some pictures here from, I think, from just past the 500 metre mark, and this is the camera position at the K. So we've got some pictures there of the Tideway Scullers crew out in lane 4, and just to their right of them, that's the Clare's Court School. Judging on those angles, it looks pretty evenly matched between those two crews, although of course it can be deceptive. And we've got some lovely close shots there of some of the railings associated with the 1K marker. Can't see anything from the Bradford Amateur crew yet. Alex is having a quick gaze up the tower. Do you see anything of note?
They do exist. I can tell you that. They do exist. And may well come into shot. You can just see, the spoons coming in. But I think the other two crews to the left, just based on where we are. It looks like they have a slight bit of a lead. So yeah, Clares Court and Tideway Scullers, I think, have a bit of a lead here on the Bradford crew.
I mean, just looking at those pictures again, this is the 1K point that the camera is sat at. So they're about 900 metres into their race now, and they're just coming up to 3 minutes gone down the course. They've got a bit of a breezy tailwind pushing them along, but it does seem to be that the Clares Court and Tideway Scullers crews are very evenly matched. I would like to wager perhaps Clares Court slightly ahead of Tideway Scullers. Interesting enough, again, perhaps we're going to see a repeat of what we saw in the last race, where the top two crews actually fight all the way down the line to have the honour of saying they were first, rather than the need to actually qualify for the A final.
They're definitely fighting at the moment. Like, we have a phrase for anyone that's not familiar with rowing, is battle paddling. And generally it's like you try and match up the rates-ish. It's like that's the more effective one. And it's just about who can move their boat quickest. And that looks like half a length at the moment to Clares Court.
Yeah, indeed. A little quick look over the right-hand shoulders to see where the Clares Court School is from the Scullers' bow. And indeed, we shouldn't write off Bradford. They are in this race still. So here's the intermediate times on your screen. It's Clares Court out in front, as we saw, just 1 second ahead of Tideway Scullers. And indeed, the gap back to Bradford is only about 3 seconds, which is about a length. And that's a distance that could easily be overcome in the second half of this race, Alex.
Yeah, length is not much. And it just kind of, if you watch them, the rates are similar here. They're not exactly the same, but when you just watch like kind of the cadence of the blades go in and then the blades go in, so no one's really like revving the engine much higher than anyone else right now. So, and I would also say that with all three of these crews, if they wanted to, they could probably take the rate up by 5 or 6 towards the later stages if they need it, and that's probably what Bradford may have to do if they continue to be a length down, approaching the last 250. But I don't think you have to necessarily go too early in the double. If you go maybe 350 out, you're probably okay at that range, but it's a little bit different to an 8, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it feels very different. The thing about a small boat, of course, is you can accelerate and you can really step up the pace much more effectively and efficiently than you can with an 8. An 8, takes just, it's longer, so a length in an 8 means a lot further distance than a length in a double, and also the acceleration time to get potentially a ton of mass to speed up half a metre a second, or whatever your unit of reference you prefer is much harder and requires much more coordination, of course, because all 8 of you have to go. Whether it's just the bow saying to the stroke, okay, it's time to go, then you can really get a shift on. Here's the pictures from the 1500, Alex, and it looks like still very closely fought between Scullers and Clares Court.
Yeah, so we had half a length to Clares Court, I believe, but now I would say it's half a length to Scullers. So it's gone back the other way, and yeah, it's going to be a little bit to Bradford, but not much. Yeah, again, like just a couple of seconds there, really. So, yeah, this is going to be an exciting one down here. 3 racing for 2 spots. And I just saw the Bradford Sculler look to the left at bow and just say, okay, we're right there, let's keep on going. Yes, this is shaping up to be some exciting 500-metre action here.
Well, I was writing Bradford off from this race earlier, but actually, with only 3 seconds between them, that's a distance they could easily overtake if they've got a powerful sprint in their legs. And you're right, Scullers have gone through Clares Court in that third 500 metres. Oh, and a bit of a steering issue there, just looking at the Clares Court crew. They've just had to correct that. Potentially the tailwind, they're just catching their blades, blowing them off course. As we come to the Red Boys, which marks the final 250 metres or so of this course, also the Scullers from Bradford right up against their boys as well, so they'll have to correct that. And that can sometimes happen when you're working hard and you're not actually focusing on the steering so much. You have to sort of snap back and think about that, Alex.
Yeah, I think that Clares Court, but you have to sometimes just be a bit of a mentality monster, because they were half a length up and then to half a length down. You want to make sure that that doesn't continue and be like, okay, well, we've kind of gone from first to second and third are coming at us. But it looks to me like they're attacking back. They're trying to get back on terms with the Tideway Scullers double.
Well, if we had a race before that was perhaps lemon and herb in its spiciness, we're now on the full peri-peri, because look at this. Clares Court level with Scullers. They've gone back and regained the lead. And here come Bradford. Bradford on lane 2, as you were saying, Alex, have saved a sprint in their legs. They're only half a length down on Scullers. Can they take it in the final 5 strokes?
Yeah, we want to see all 3 crews winding up. Who is going to cross the line first? I believe there's maybe a canvas, maybe half a canvas to Tideway. over Clare's Court, and then maybe a canvas again to Bradford. They timed their push really, really well, but the other two crews racing each other might have just been enough to keep the nose out there. The times we have on the screen, they have to be confirmed, but the provisional does say Tideway Scullers just over Clare's Court, just over Bradford. But that was really exciting racing, with only 2 to go through from 3 places. And you'll agree with me, I'm sure. Sometimes you see only 3 in a race, and it's not much of a race, but that was a fantastic race from start to finish.
I mean, look at that. They've been racing for 7.5 minutes, and the gap on the unofficial times between the 3 crews was just 1.5 seconds. On such fine margins, does racing turn? Well, we've had the first repechage in this category. We're now on to the second. Got a few more crews in this event, Alex. We've got 4 on the course. St Leonard's Schoolboat Club, Emily Shaw and Ella Shaw, perhaps relatives, in lane 2. Amy Page and Phoebe Forward of Notson Union in lane 3. Northampton Rowing Club's Tegan Smith and Isabel Hull in lane 4. And Annabelle Pope and Felicity Cox of Ross Rowing Club in lane 5. And what does those 1K pictures tell us, Alex?
Well, it looks like Notts and Union and Northampton have jumped out on Ross by 7 seconds? That's pretty good. Much bigger margins than we had in the other semi-final, and that's pretty good. That's pretty good speed in the first half. But yeah, really close at the front. We could be in, like we had before. We could be in store for a sprint finish, or maybe not. I suppose it depends on what the crews, or I think maybe some of it's to do with the coaching as well. It's like, what is instilled in you in coaching? Like, do you always go to the line? Do you want to win every single time? Or are you able to just be a bit more measured, maybe dispose of it? Like, it doesn't actually matter. We're saving it for next time.
I mean, this is a champ event, so you wouldn't expect this to be happening. But with less experienced rowers, what you tend to find is they race every race as hard as they can. And, of course, what you want to actually do is peak when it matters. And, of course, when it matters will be the A final. Unless, of course, you're in the 3rd position in this race where you'll be going to the B final. So your objective will be to get yourself into that A final. But the problem for the crews from St Leonard's and Ross Rowing Club is the gaps between them and the 2 crews in the middle of the course are quite substantial. It's a 7-second gap from 2nd to 3rd, and from 3rd to 4th about another 13 seconds. So it does seem the crew from St Leonard's School are not in contention for the A final position, and if the crew from Ross Rowing Club are going to get into the A final, they're going to have to put in the most incredible second half in the remaining time to them.
Yeah, it would have to be a second half for the ages. I guess there's no time like the present if that is what you want to go and do. But looking at these crews here, the 2 out in front look very, very, I've used the word before, measured. I think that's my word of the day. They're just long and loose and letting the boat travel. And the irony is, I think sometimes, is that your boat can go almost as fast when you row like this as if you're like struggling and straining maybe at like rate 38.
Yeah, it does seem like they're going out for a bit of a training paddle, a rate-capped piece, and I mean, why not? If you're in this comfortable position where you've got such a margin over your opponents, as you can see there, the gap between those going to the A final and those going to the B final is almost 9, in fact it's over 9 seconds, which is a huge distance to make up in the remaining time, which is less than 500 metres to go, and indeed that crew from St Leonard's further back again, about 20 seconds behind Ross. So the question really is between Notson Union and Northampton Rowing Club, whether they want to have the ego boost of being the first over the line, or whether they're just going to stay relaxed, keep their cool, and save their legs for the A final.
Yeah, I think you have it's a benefit here, I think, to being able to row long and loose and steady when it can be a bit of a breezy day, because you're less likely to hit, well, I suppose if you're taking less strokes per minute, there's less opportunities to catch a wave. But yeah, these 4 athletes look super comfortable out there. Ross, you can see, like at the top of the shot, they're slightly higher in the rate, but it looks like it's finding it difficult to make inroads here. And as these crews now get into their last 200 meters, I would say it does look like neither of these 2 at the front have gone to, try and beat the other, really.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at these pictures and I'm reminded of so many training pieces I used to do on the River Tyne back when I was at Newcastle University, where you've got 2 Coxed 4s or 2 8s and you're just holding the rate at 30 or whatever, and you're doing a 10-minute piece side by side, and you're just trying to maybe get a little bit of boat speed here, but you're not going full send, you're not going max rate, you're just having a comfortable time and just using it as a little bit of a practice ahead of the harder, more intense pieces to come. As we say that, coming across the line now, it is the crew in lane 3 from Notts and Union who've just extended their lead out slightly. So they've gone from a 0.3 second advantage over Northampton to just about a length there as they cross the line.
Yeah, and I really like the stability in the body of what the Notts and Union crew were doing through the first half of their drive, just keeping the bodies really still, letting the legs start the acceleration, getting the boat speed picking up, and then you can, finish the last part of the leg drive with the hip swing and just move. I'd say this crew here in lane 2, St Leonard's School, they're rating similar to what the ones at the front were doing, so I think they're just conserving energy, like realising there's no point in us sprinting this. We're not going to make this A final. We're going to go to the B final and just set ourselves up for the best possible race that we can have later on.
Well, some nice pictures there of Emily Shaw and Ella Shaw of St Leonard's School Boat Clubs sculling along. We are waiting for the next race to start. There has been a slight delay, so they are on the start line now, as you can see on your pictures. This will be for the Open J15 Coxed Quads. This is going to be the F final. So I think our first F final of the day. So for those of you not familiar with the format, they've all raced in a time trial this morning, and then they've been sorted according to their time. The fastest 12 will race a semi-final typically, or a rep, as we've just seen, and the remaining scullers or rowers will then be ranked into groups of 6 into the C, D, E and F finals, and we're going to have a series of F, D and E finals repeating until we've done all of those, and then there'll be the A, B and C finals, of course, with the medals later today. Now, on the course at the moment, loaded from left to right, although I'm not sure you can see all 6 crews at the moment, and there does seem to be a bit of a gap there for one of the crews.
Certainly we're not seeing one of them. There's definitely an empty stake boat right now.
But we should have, from left to right, Molesey Boat Club in lane 1, a composite of Lambton and Tyne United Rowing Club in lane 2, Clares Court School Boat Club in lane 3, a composite of Clares Court School, Queen Elizabeth High School and Sir William Borlase Grammar School in lane 4, Royal Chester Rowing Club in lane 5, and finally a composite of Gloucester and Hartpury University and College Boat Club in lane 6. And we've got a beautiful side-on shot there of the start line. It looks like we haven't got anyone in lane 1 or in lane 3, Alex.
Yeah, lane 1 and 3, so Molesey and Clares Court are either on their way. In fact, I would say that's one of them. They've popped themselves out from the rowing up lane. Going to be lane 1 or lane 3. I mean, I would say they're going to lane 3, but we'll just see. Yeah.
And this is very unusual because this race was meant to start 5 minutes ago, so why they're only turning up on the start line 5 minutes late is very unusual, and they will definitely be given a warning, I imagine, by the umpires for being late to the start. In fact, to be honest, they're lucky their race hasn't started without them.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes the umpires do show leniency, and I think it's very appreciated by some of these athletes in the lower down finals, but they wouldn't. I'm sure they wouldn't have done this for a champ boat.
No, and I think also the other thing is they've got to respect that sometimes there may be good reasons why crews are late. There could have been some mechanical breakage which has delayed their progress up to the start, or if crews are doubling up and there's a separate delay and it has a knock-on effect, sometimes that's why. But I know the race organisers like to run the regatta like a Swiss watch, and the fact that we're now 5 minutes behind schedule is no doubt something they will be determined to get back on top of as soon as they can. So we're just seeing the crew in lane 3 there from Clares Court School, I believe, just sculling on to start. And we didn't, when we had a side-on picture, see anyone in lane 1, which is, I think, just out of shot anyway, just to the left. So we're missing the crew from Molesey Boat Club as well. And the umpires will no doubt want to get on with the race procedures and the start as soon as possible.
Yeah, so we'll be looking for the crews to sit forward. Normally there'll be a roll call ahead of that, so what that means is they will name each crew in turn, and then there'll be an attention, and here we have a traffic light and beep system. So a red light will turn green, and simultaneously there'll be a beep, quite a high-pitched beep, and then it's go time. But you can see now the crews are sitting forwards, so all crews, that allows them to just drive the leg straight away, and part of the skill is to have your boat pointing the right way, and it looks like there needs to be some taps, but there's early steering, it looks like, from lane 4, but they have straightened up into lane, and we are away, but it will just be 5 crews, so we don't have the Molesey crew in lane 1.
No, and indeed we're seeing that crew in lane 4 for the composite of Clares Court, Queen Elizabeth, Sir William Borlase is there. Their Cox, Trixie Lamb, having to use the rudder quite a lot there in the first 100 metres, which is always not ideal, but sometimes is inevitable, because particularly on these starts, you're waiting there, you don't want to delay the race anymore. You can have your hand up and do adjustments, but the umpires will put pressure on you to get on with it, and that can mean you start just a slight gust at the final minute or so, might just final few seconds, might just blow you off course, and you just have to correct, and sometimes that's just life.
Yeah, and being a Cox yourself, there's an art to marshalling on the start with a slight sideways wind. You almost have to anticipate. I think it looked like they would probably straight, and then the wind just pushed them around in that small amount of time between the end of the roll call and the go. But that's part of the art of coxing and racing.
Yeah, indeed. And to be honest, sometimes, as I say, that's just life. Sometimes the wind just catches you as the umpire's saying attention, or in this case, the traffic lights are being engaged. And you just have to adjust to that and adapt to it. And that's true in a coxed boat or a coxless boat. But ideally, if you know you're getting a crosswind from one side, you'll actually angle yourself slightly off. So as the boat goes onto the attention go, you'll be dead straight, or your crew will go straight relative to the wind down the course. So we don't have many camera positions in the first 500 metres, so when we have the delays to the races, there's a bit of a gap before we get a bit of an update. And what you're seeing now in the bottom of the screen is the E final that will be succeeding this F final. They're just positioning for their start. They're meant to be racing at 2 o'clock, so they're 3 minutes behind schedule, and I know the umpires will be looking to claw back every minute to get the race back underway. The crews are now just about 2 minutes into their race, and the camera here at the 1,000 metre mark is starting to show us some pictures of how the crews are doing.
Yeah, I quite like that shot at the start. I don't mind it staying on them for a while. It's quite intriguing. It's like if you ever turn up to a football match early and you get to see some of the warm-up or some of the drills and stuff like that. I like to watch crews getting attached. You can get some insight into which crews are really well drilled on it and stuff like that. So, yeah. And for some people at home, maybe don't even know what happens at the start, getting attached on. Yeah, because that's a bit of a skill, especially with the propensity for having bow loaders now. So you have to kind of pass that over often to the rowers themselves to get themselves attached. But yeah, we're watching. So we don't have to worry about progression here. This is the final race of the day for these athletes. Some of them may race in junior events tomorrow potentially, but for all of these ones here within this event, this is going to be their last strokes in anger. I mean, they have many strokes in anger left, being 3 minutes 10 into a race that would probably take, I don't know, about 7 minutes probably for these guys, I would guess. J15 coxed quads. But we're seeing Clares Court in the sort of foreground of our shot, moving quite nicely. Borlase is in the sort of navy and red. They're trying to press on to get onto that crew that is just to their left. Who is that? The composite crew?
In lane 4, we've got the composite of Clares Court, Queen Elizabeth, and Sir William Borlase, although they mostly seem to be wearing Borlase's kit, so that's quite interesting. And in lane 5, we've got Rochester, I think, just behind them, but it's this crew in lane 2 who are actually out in front, the Lambton Tyne United crew. They are in second, only 2 seconds behind Clares Court School. I mean, Alex, this is an interesting event for me because my very first race as a cox was the J15 Coxed Quads event at what was called the National Championships, Junior National Championships, now the British Rowing Club Championships. 21 years ago, I was here, looking a bit smaller and slimmer, to be honest. And it's interesting, we've got the F final. Some say F stands for fun. But the interesting thing about having F finals here is they didn't exist back in Maraday. They didn't exist because what happened was you would go to a quarter-final and a semi-final and then the final, and if you got knocked out, that was it. Whereas the nice thing about this sort of time trial into minor finals format is everyone gets a time trial and everyone gets at least one side-by-side race, unless, unfortunately, in some categories we do have people eliminated in the time trial, but for most of the races, people do get a second side-by-side race.
Yeah, when they made that change, like at university level, and I think it was the late 2000s potentially, I didn't really understand it at first until I saw it, and I was like, okay, this makes a lot more sense now. And you're right, rather than having quarterfinals, which here would have meant 24 crews race again, and then 12 of them race again, and then 6 of them race again, it now spreads it out. And also in terms of like the loading on the athlete as well, because if you go time trial to a quarterfinal, etc., that's quite a lot on athletes, whereas here, like, this is just their second piece of the day, which is far more manageable, particularly if you're going to do multiple events across this weekend.
Well, the camera here is at the 1500 metre mark, so the 3/4 point of the race, and it is still the Clares Court School out in front by possibly about half a length over the crew from Lambton and Tyne. The north-east versus the south, potentially, as we come across the line. Yes, just half a length between those two crews, and although there are no medals at stake, these minor finals can often provoke some of the closest and most exciting racing, and between those two crews, they very much run away from the rest of the pack, and it'll be interesting to see how they fare in the final 500 metres as they head up to the line.
Yeah, so we get into the business end, and we'll have to see if the Lambton Tyne United crew can rise up through their opposition from Clares Court. Like you said, they needed half a length, but they needed half a length 500 metres before as well, didn't they? So pretty much level pegging, and we'll have to see which of those two crews can find just a little bit more speed. So we're talking a 1 second difference, and with less than 500 to go now, we're getting about 350 metres to go. That means there's going to have to be a reasonable split change to find that difference. But just seeing on our shots there as well, it looks like towards the finish line.
Yeah, if I look at these two crews, the Clares Court crew out in front, got that little bit of confidence that they know they're in the lead. They can see their opposition, which most of the Lambton and Tyne scullers can't do. And I do think that they're dealing with the wind, the strong gusty tailwind that's blowing across the course now, a bit better than their opponents from Lambton and Tyne. It's still only half a length though between these two crews. Lambton just coming up against the boys, so the Cox struggling to keep them in the middle of the lane there with the wind, but that's because they're working so hard, Alex. And as we come into the final 100 metres, I think that gap has shrunk to about a third of a length, maybe even a quarter of a length. And meanwhile, behind them, we shouldn't write off the battle that's going on between Borlase's Composite and Royal Chester. As we come up to the line, I think Clares Court have responded, and it's pushed it back out to about half a length as they come up to the line.
Yeah, I think Clares Court just looked maybe a little bit more together and a bit more in sync, and then the Composite here looked maybe a little bit more gritty, and so the speed was being generated in different ways, but it was a really good race. It pretty much finished how it had been for the last kilometre, so really good racing. And then we just watched the Borlase crew have held off the charge, the Borlase Composite crew holding off the charge of Royal Chester over in lane 5, and to round that out, it's going to be the Gloucester Harbury Composite, just you can see on your shot there, just crossing the finish line now.
Yeah, well, these athletes will be potentially in their second, but maybe even less than that year of rowing. When I say my first race as a Cox was as a J15, so well done to them, and I hope they've had a lot of fun today and got a lot out of it as they continue their rowing careers. We've got to move on now to the second next final of this category. This is the E final, and we're seeing Wallingford out in front as we come through the 1,000 metre mark. So, lane 1, Wallingford Rowing Club. Lane 2, Leeds Rowing Club. Lane 3, Wallingford's second crew. Lane 4, Canford, Cranmore and Guildford Rowing Clubs in a composite. Lane 5, Queen Elizabeth High School up from Hexham again, and Royal Chester Rowing Club in lane 6. How's the race shaping up, Alex?
Yeah, well, it looked like that Wallingford crew in 1 had a sneaky lead. They don't always... How the camera angles work, sometimes those crews on the near side really fire through, don't they? They shoot through the camera position, just how the geometry of it works. But yeah, they zoomed through our shot, which is what they would like to do. I believe that it's still the centre lanes are the seeded ones, I would guess, so they're doing really well being the C crew, being ahead of the B crew. But yeah, there's some exciting racings to be had. I like the fact that Canford Composite looked like they were moving pretty well, because a friend of mine, Tim Messent, has just gone down and took over at Easter at Camford, and it's a bit different when you come in mid-year onto a program. That's quite a tricky one. So he'll be looking to see how they get along here, and then can start establishing the things that he wants in that club from I guess next academic year now.
Yeah, exactly. You've got a new program, existing things, existing athletes that you're not familiar with, that you've got to deal with. But we're looking at the pictures here from the 1500 metre mark, and it's that crew from Wallingford A, out in front there. Cox, Indiana, Circum, Schwartz sitting up and spurring them on into the final 500 metres. They're no doubt very excited to see themselves out in front ahead of not only Leeds Rowing Club, who are in second, but also their colleagues from Wallingford Rowing Club, the B crew there, who are currently sitting in just slightly behind. And it's actually the crew out on the far side from, I think, Queen Elizabeth High School, who are currently in the third place position. The absolute times there, not correct, but the relative times between them illustrate those gaps are about a length between those three crews. And the fourth place crew here, the other Wallingford crew, only a second behind Queen Elizabeth High School.
Yeah, that was quite a sat-up Cox position for a bow loader, wouldn't you say, Charlie?
Well, sometimes you don't quite fit snugly into it. Obviously, with younger children like this, perhaps they're able to get into the position, but some of the boats are constructed quite awkwardly, and you can't lie completely flat. Also, it's not always completely pleasant to be sat in a sort of torpedo tube looking over the brow of the boat with just your eye line. So it's nicer to have a sort of better and fuller view of the race. That's the disadvantage of these bow loading boats, is it's got better weight distribution because your centre of gravity is lower in the hull, but you can't actually see what's going on around you, and sometimes that can really limit your race awareness.
And you can see this here on the right, how the Cox, like a lot of the torso is up and out. It actually is a big advantage. Right now, the Cox is looking over and can see really, really well, whereas some of the other Coxes who are in the bow loader, it might be more tricky to do. Of course, there is also a stern loader you can see from the Leeds crew. But yeah, let's cool this down to the finish line there, Charlie.
Well, I really like the look of this Wallingford crew out in front. This may only be the E final, but they are really having a great race. They're sculling very nicely. Their coaches have clearly done a fantastic job to take them to this position. They're staying very composed, and they're clearly enjoying themselves because they've got clear water over the rest of the field. Meanwhile, it's the crew from Leeds who were in second at the 1500, moving up from third at the halfway point. And they're just dealing with those tricky tailwinds there to get across the line in second place. Clear water over them. And it's the Queen Elizabeth High School crew in lane 5 who have moved up. They were 5th at the halfway point, and they were 3rd going across the line. Well done to them. And it's the other Wallingford crew who round out with 4th. 6th just coming across the line is the Royal Chester crew. And there is one other crew in this race who seem to have had a mechanical issue because their bow of the crews hasn't got the blade in his hand, and maybe he's caught a crab or something as they were further up the race.
Yeah, very tricky when that happens because there's not a lot of room in a quad. It's hard to get your blade out and round, but it's done a good job of just trying to pull that out of the way. So that will round out the E final, but we will now move up to the next minor final, the D final. Same event, Open Junior 15 Coxed Quads.
Well, if you are down at the finish line, just give your support to this crew who are sculling up to the line, the Camford, Cranmore and Guildford composite. Obviously not got the race gone they wanted, but give them a round of applause for getting through it nonetheless. As you were saying, Alex, up the course we have the D final underway. So we've just had the crews come through the 1,000 metre mark. In lane 1, Molesey Boat Club. Lane 2, Clare's Court. Lane 3, Sir William Borlases. Lane 4, Windsor Boys School. Lane 5, Marlow Rowing Club. Lane 6, Henley. And at the halfway point, I'm rather surprised to see that in last place, it is the Windsor Boys School, which is not something I normally say in these sculling races. But what's also more impressive is that the gap between the 6 crews was just 5 seconds at the halfway point, with Marlow Rowing Club out in front.
Yeah, you're right. Well, you very rarely see Windsor Boys at the back, but with only 5 seconds between themselves and first, that could definitely change with a strong second half. But I think, Marlow's sculling on their junior women's side this year was really, really, great, I think. I think they were undefeated potentially. So Marlow, obviously, very, very talented when it comes to sculling. But these are younger athletes, younger open athletes here, but they're moving well. What was it like coxing a quad? Because obviously you get to uni, you never do that. I mean, you wouldn't do that past this. This is about as old as you get for cox squads, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. As you get older, and the rowers get more skilled, you tend to delegate steering to one of the rowers and take the cocks out the boat as they move into a coxless format, and your coxers then tend to focus on 8s, depending on the programme, depending on whether your programme does sweep or just sculling. Nonetheless, it's a fun boat to be in because quads have that little kick of acceleration at the start, and it's great to be going along with the ride. We're just seeing there the camera at the 1500 metre mark, and it looks like Marlow have stormed away from the pack there. They've got maybe 3/4 length advantage, but it's the crew in lane 1 who've just shot across our screen from Molesey in second place. I don't have a time yet to tell you the gaps, but there we go, 1.5 seconds, so maybe half a length. Then Clares Court third, then Henley fourth. So actually a little change between Clares Court and Henley there over the last 500 metres. William Borlase is in fifth, and it's the Windsor boys still in sixth, but not by much. Again, very compressed pack, only 5.5 seconds between the 6 crews, and you can see that on that beautiful drone shot there, Alex.
Yeah, and that crew in lane 5 just continue to press away. I think their lead looks relatively larger just because the crews nearest to them are further back. But when you cast your eyes over to the left, you can see how small that gap is. I mean, if this was almost like VAR and they drew the offside lines across, the nose would be pretty close to it over there in lane 1. So it's going to have to be, like the coxes are going to have to be really race aware and looking across the course. But when you do look across, it's obviously very important to keep your hands still. You don't get drawn to the way you're looking and cause a bit of steering, which in a race this close could be essential. So on our screen we can see Molesey, and I can hear you can see the cox's mouth audibly making big calls because they want to get on terms with that crew over there, Marlow over in 5.
Well, looking at the wind, there's very strong well, and it's causing lots of spray and froth to come off the blades of all of the quads, but the pack is still incredibly compressed, and while it looks like Marlow out in front, they are being challenged very hard by the Molesey crew, who have put in a tremendous burst here, and I have to say one thing that the Windsor boys always have is an exciting final finish. They've come right up against the William Borlase's crew next to them in lane 3. They're almost level. Here come Molesey, and I think Molesey have just snuck the one there out of nowhere. What an incredible finish. Clares Court third, looks like Henley fourth, and the Borlase's crew just hold off Windsor boys there by a few feet to be in 5th position. Well, I didn't see that one coming, Alex.
No, I think whatever the calls were coming from this near side from Molesey, they were the right calls because they moved, and yeah, I don't know how much it was. It was very close. It's not what it says on the screen here for sure. I think it was closer than 0.7 seconds. But yeah, that will get confirmed. But that was great racing down the back end, and I'm pretty sure the crew think they got it as well because stern pair stroke turned around and just dapped up the 3-man, and so they think they definitely had it. But we're going to move on to some more coxed quads, but it will be the F final of the women's J15 coxed quads.
Yeah, so we had the open or boys event, as you prefer, just coming down the course. So we're switching to the women's J15 cox quads now. So same format, but for the girls. And in this race, we've got the Clares Court School in lane 1, RGS Worcester in lane 2, Northwich Rowing Club from the Northwest out in lane 3, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in lane 4, Queen Elizabeth High School again in lane 5, and a composite of Hexham and Queen Elizabeth High School in lane 6. So some good northeast representation in this race.
Yeah, it looks like RGS Worcester have done a really good job in the first 1,000 metres. They cross with an open water lead. I was wondering if we'd see a crew from lane 1 sneak through the shot, and we do, but they're in 3rd, just behind the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association quad. So Worcester Royal Grammar School have done a really good job of having a 5-second lead, and bear in mind that last race we watched had just 5 seconds between 1st and 6th for the majority of it. To have a 5-second lead is really good for them, and it's quite compressed between 2nd, 3rd and 4th, just to cut to like 2.5 seconds separating them, and then another little battle between the two Queen Elizabeth High School. Well, it's Queen Elizabeth High School and the composite of Hexham and Queen Elizabeth High School racing each other in lanes 5 and 6 right now. But yeah, the best of the first K went to RGS Worcester.
Yeah, and as you were saying, a really impressive performance there, because they've put almost 6 seconds or 2 lengths into their opposition in just the first 1,000 metres. And it'll be interesting to see whether they've burnt their matches too soon and the pack comes back on them in that second half, or whether they really are the class act of this race and move away. Of course, as you say, there's no medals on contention for this. It's an F final. Indeed, for all the finals happening for the next while, we are going through side-by-side racing. It's about having fun, enjoying yourself, and getting some valuable race experience. Just seeing the pictures there from the 1,500 metre mark, we've still got that RGS Worcester crew in lane 2 out in front. As they get further down the course, the wind will build, the reach, as Sailors calls it, extends from the top to the bottom of the course, and the waves just start to get a little bumpier, and therefore the crews are going to have to focus not only on executing their race plan, but dealing with more difficult conditions in the final 500.
Yeah, sometimes when you watch some of the lower finals, you wonder, just from the time trial format, whether there may have been an issue in a boat. I would say this isn't such a lead. Sometimes you see very askew, like 30-second victories, and it's normally something like, you know, a seat has come off with 500 meters to go or something. But saying that, actually, RGS have pushed their lead even further out, so they really have established a commanding lead. It was 5 seconds at the K, and it looks like it's gone out to 11 seconds, so they have pushed out an extra 6 seconds or so in just that last 500 meters.
Well, I was asking whether they burnt their matches too soon. Clearly not. Clearly they had a whole other packet ready to go. So they've just motored away and are clearly the class act of this final. But I was looking at the other cruisers as they came across the 1,500 metre point, and just as you can see on the times there was just 0.2 of a second separating Clares Court School and the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, those crews in lane 1 and lane 4 respectively, and also with the pack behind them, the crew from Northwich also still very close. So while it looks like RGS Worcester have got the first place position pretty much sewn up, I mean, it would really take something dramatic for that to be overturned in the last 350 metres. The racing behind them is incredibly tight.
Yeah, it was tight. It was tight before this. It's continuing to be tight. This is about the time when the Cox needs to make the call for those crews that are close together. I wonder if RGS Worcester will see if they can continue to press out. So they went from, 5 seconds to 11 seconds. Can they press out an even bigger lead, or will they just be happy to have that big established lead and see if the other crews can come back at them? But we cut to the drone shots now, so you can't see RGS Worcester because they would be down in that empty lane that you can see. But it's lane 1, it's Clares Court who have the lead, but it's very close here between Northwich and Aberdeen Schools.
Yeah, so at the halfway point, Clares Court were in third, and they snuck out to second at the 1,500. But that advantage is being pressed and pressed again by the Northwich and Aberdeen Schools. It looks like Northwich have come right up against Aberdeen, and it's only a third of a length between the two crews. As we switch to the finish camera and see RGS Worcester come right up to the finish line, they've got such a commanding lead of multiple lengths now, but the three crews behind them are neck and neck as we come into the final 5 strokes.
Yeah, I think Aberdeen Schools had a good spurt with about 150 metres to go. We'll continue to be on the finish line camera. Is it going to be Clares Court, who did have a bit of a lead? I think the lead that they have has been shrunk, but it looks to me like Clares Court might have just held off Aberdeen Schools, who were then chased by Northwich. And we said there was a bit of a battle happening throughout between Hexham and the Hexham Queen Elizabeth. The Hexham Queen Elizabeth composite and the Queen Elizabeth high school boat, and that has been won by the crew over in lane 6, which is the composite that has just held on to about a 2-length lead.
Well, Alex, the racing is continuing to come thick and fast. We've had the F final of the women's J15 Cox Quads, and it's now the turn of the E final of this event. My penultimate race commentating with you. Hopefully we'll have another exciting race in this event. So in lane 1, we've got Leeds Rowing Club, lane 2, Brentford Boat Club, lane 3, Molesey Boat Club, lane 4, the Gorse Boat Club, lane 5, Wallingford Rowing Club, and lane 6, Monmouth Comprehensive Schoolboat Club. And as they went through the 1,000-metre mark, Alex, how was the race shaping up?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. That would be easy to answer if my mic was on. It was Brentford, which is actually where my family live, with a 1 second lead over Molesey. So a bit of a sort of southwest London kind of battle going on there. Following that in third with about 4 seconds behind that was Monmouth Comprehensive, who were in a tight battle between Monmouth Comprehensive, Leeds and Wallingford. That was a good three-way battle going on there, separated by just a couple of, well, less than that, 1.4 seconds. And you can see here some really good sculling, good lengthy sculling from the Brentford quad. They have a stern-loaded boat, so the cocks can see what's happening. That can be an advantage in terms of technical calls. Sometimes it's maybe not quite as good for the weight distribution, but it can be super useful if you want to be able to like see are the blades going in together, and you can see the blade heights and stuff like that. But I'm sure you could give us even more information on that from your view from the Cox's seat, Charlie.
I mean, the thing about being in a stern loader, as you can see the pictures here from the crew in lane 2 from Brentford who are out in the lead, the nice thing about being in that stern loading position is you can not only see the crew in front of you and you can see what they're doing, but you can also see around you and behind you. Whereas if you're in a bow loader, you can't see behind you, and you can normally only really see what's going on with the first two members of your crew. You don't have that insight, and so it really takes an advanced level of coxing to be able to get the most out of your crew, because you have to do it on feel, which is one of those almost impossible things to teach someone. You can't really explain what the feel of the boat is and how all the vibrations and movement through the hull actually amount to. It's just got to be learnt through practice. And looking here now, the race is sort of broken up into two battles, if you like. So there was a closely fought battle for the lead, although it seems like Brentford have absorbed anything that Molesey have thrown at them and moved away. But a little bit further back, this battle between Leeds and the crew from Monmouth Comprehensive seems to up.
Yeah, I'm getting into what the last 350 metres here. Brentford had 6 second lead, but yes, that race behind that's closed up. It's only maybe 4.5 seconds separating second to fifth. All those cocktails will be really pulling their crew on, and that's the Brentford crew you can see on your screen now. And despite having the lead, looks like they've wound it up. They want to maintain that lead through these last 150, 200 metres maybe, but there's a good battle for second place happening just behind this.
Yeah, so indeed, as they come into the final 200 metres, is the Brentford crew out in front with a commanding lead. It would take some almighty upset for their lead to be displaced. But meanwhile, the battle for second and third, that Molesey crew has been slipping back relative to the Leeds crew. It's Leeds crew who have the momentum going into the final 150 metres, and I think actually Leeds have drawn level with Molesey and are going through them right now. And on the far side of the lake, the Wallingford crew and the Monmouth Comprehensive crew having an absolute ding-dong between them. Their Cox from the Wallingford crew looking over her right shoulder, seeing where they are relative to Monmouth. That's their only interest, beating this crew from Monmouth. They come up to the line, 100 metres to go, and the race between Leeds and Molesey is hotting up, and I think it's Leeds going to take the second place, Alex.
Yeah, Leeds have stuck through here on the inside. Almost a length lead over Molesey, but there's also that really good race happening on that far side, and they're doing two beeps almost one after the other in tandem nearly, and that will be Wallingford and Monmouth really racing hard, and then the Gorse Boat Club just finishing out this race.
Well, the Leeds crew delighted with that. They were punching the water, and they now seem to be splashing each other, given how happy they were with that final finish sprint. So clearly excited scenes here at the finish. That battle between Wallingford and Monmouth Comprehensive went down to a photo finish, so we'll have to see how that plays out. Meanwhile, my final race with you, Alex, is the D final of the women's J15 Cox Quads, which is well underway. The crews are past the halfway point now. So in this race, we've got Marlow Rowing Club in lane 1, Gloucester and Hartbury in lane 2, the Windsor Girls Schoolboat Club in lane 3, my home club, Lee Rowing Club in lane 4, Leeds Rowing Club in lane 5, and Trent Rowing Club in lane 6. And I've just got the intermediate times here. I'm delighted to say, Alex, it seems to be a clear lead for Lee Rowing Club. So although this is the D final, the future is bright, the future is orange.
Oh, absolutely, Charlie. I think I might let you just call this as I put in my tea order. So you carry on.
All right, well, more tea and biscuits for Alex. as we come through to the 1500 metre mark. This is a great race for me to finish my shift on, because as I look out the window and at these pictures, I can see the bright orange blades of Lee Rowing Club. That's Katrin Marsden, Katrin Burke, Hattie Walker and Dulciana Vickers, coxed by Sienna Jackson. They are having a commanding lead over the rest of the field, clear water, and by being placed in the middle of that field, they can see exactly what's going on, although they need to keep their eye out across the course to the crew from Trent, because that lead, actually, I've misread the timing points. I was being very positive and looking against them relative to Leeds and the Windsor Girls, but actually the gap between those three crews was only about a length and a half at the halfway point, so I'm afraid, Alex, getting a little bit carried away from myself. Here is the picture at the 1500 metre mark, and that will reveal how the final course of the race is going to play out. It's still Lee out in front, but they're being chased hard by the Windsor Girls School, which is the crew nearest to you, and Trent Rowing Club have a 3/4 of a length overlap with Lee. There you go, just 1.5 seconds separating those two crews as they come into the final minute and a half or so of this race.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're entitled to get excited. We should all get excited. I think it brings a bit more to the commentary box. Just watching here, this crew on the near side, lane 1, Marlow, who are in a battle themselves with Gloucester and Hartbury. You know, the battles within a battle, you know, that's what you want as a racer as well. You want someone to race against, and it's nice if it's the lane immediately next to you that can provide that competition. But it looks like it's hotting up at the front, and as this is Lee, and as I know you're about to go on break, I think you should see, or you should call the Trent versus Lee race as we get down to this last few hundred metres.
Well, that's very kind of you, Alex, and may I say what a pleasure it has been to commentate with you. I've just got about a minute's worth of racing left on my shift, and this is going right down to the wire. I'm getting, as Alex Ferguson used to say, squeaky bum time here, because the Lee Rowing Club are being pushed and pushed and pushed by the Trent Rowing Club crew on the far side. That's what you can see on the picture, these two crews, and the advantage of Lee over Trent must be only half a length at most. Trent have had a very good last 100 metres and they've been looking very disciplined and effective, but now comes the response from Lee. They're raising their rate of striking. Their Cox looks over her shoulder to see where Trent are, and they are determined to see them off. And as you can see on the drone, that length advantage has been reduced to half a length. And now as they come into the final 100 metres, Lee are going to have to push and push and push to stay ahead of Trent to claim the moral victory of the win in the D final. Here they come, the last 5 strokes. Can the J15s hold on? I think they can. They've absorbed the push from Trent, and as they come up to the line, it's going to be a win for Lee Rowing Club in the D final of the J15 Cox Quads. Meanwhile, in lane 3, it's the Windsor Girls School holding on to 3rd, but the race for 4th is wide open between lanes 1, 2 and 5.
Yeah, so Marlow, Gloucester Hartbury and Leeds Rowing Club all battling for the line. We'll have to see who gets there first. It may just be Leeds on that far side who keep themselves just out in front of Marlow, who are racing that Gloucester Hartbury composite. But some fantastic racing there in the women's J15 Coxed Quad D final.
Well, Alex, thank you very much. I'm going to leave you now and hand over to the capable hands of Zoe.
as we wait for this race to progress a little further, just a few announcements. All Mark 1 are our official photographers for the championships. All their photos are online for print or digital purchase. Can't decide which photo to get? Buy the Access All Areas Pass to receive every race image of your crew. And if you haven't already heard this weekend, in one of the biggest prizes at the British Rowing Club Championships, the club winning the most Victor Ladorum points across both junior and senior races this weekend will win a brand new SL Racing single scull supplied by Simba Racing. Find Simba Racing near the boating area to chat more. Gavin would love to have you come over and take a look at the boats.
Yeah, and I had a chat with Gavin yesterday, and like they are beautifully made boats. Like if you look on the inside, like the attention to detail is fantastic. And so you've got SL Racing, which is what Emma Twigg raced like the Paris Olympics in. She wanted the fastest scull possible made for her, and that boat, I mean, she's a fast athlete as well, but she was given a boat that matched up to her capabilities. And they sell Fluid Design, which is a brand that's been around for a long, long time. There's a lot of experience of making really quick singles. So if you're looking for what could give you the next edge, it's definitely a possibility there. And having a boat made, it's not just a boat given to a club. It's going to be, to the spec that the club wants. And I think that's brilliant, because every club has different needs. And yeah, those boats are basically made to order. So whatever you need for your boat, that's what you're going to get.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Did you have a look at the 8? It's beautiful. I've never seen a nicer coxswain seat than that. I'm gutted that I didn't get to have a go in it.
I had a glance at the 8, but I was more so looking at one of the singles. But the 8 is it still out on trestles at the moment, or is it maybe being used?
I think it might be. Wallingford were using it yesterday, I believe. It might be back on the trailer. Yeah. But anyway, let's go to this race now on the course. On your screens on the live stream, it's the D final of the Open Junior 16 quadruple sculls, and we've got 3 crews in lanes 2, 3 and 4 in this race. We've got Molesey Boat Club, Camas, Lambton Rowing Club Composite and Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. And as we come through the halfway 1,000-metre mark, it's the crew from ASRA, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, who are leading by just over a second to Molesey Boat Club, with the Camas Lambton Composites about 4.5 seconds behind. But all still to play for that coveted first place position in this D final. No medals here today, Darbs, but still really important for these guys to cross the line first. They still want that, and a great opportunity for them to practice different race plans and techniques throughout this race.
Yeah, it's just the proverbial medal here available in the D final, not the actual medal, but it's all about, can you make your boat run? I'd say it looks like the Molesey crew may be quite aggressive placing those blades in, wanting to make sure they're getting traction. They're in at the front, they're in with, as I say, quite a lot of aggression, and once you're in, that means you can start getting the legs on. I would say maybe that the Aberdeen Schools crew, they're in quite quickly as well, not quite as aggressively, but it's all about in quads. It's all about coupling up to the water as quick as you can and getting your acceleration phase on, because if you don't make that happen quickly, that stroke really does pass you by.
But I think as well, not just with a quad boat and all catches, you want it to look effortless when you're picking it up, but you don't want to look like you're having to put too much work into really grabbing that water.
Yeah, and speaking of effortless, I'm sure watching that University of Birmingham women's double, it's going to be effortless row up to the start. Good work there.
And as we come through the 1,500-metre mark, no bias here today.
Never.
It's ASRA who
ever.
are still leading. And they've got 2.4 seconds over the crew from Molesey now, with Camas and Lambton in third. And they're coming into our sights here at the commentary tower. And it's still that crew from ASRA on the far side, lane 4, who are leading over Molesey. But they've got a fair amount of overlap. I don't think it's quite going to be enough, but it's ever so close as they come up to the line. I'd say there was about a canvas there maybe in it. So they made up a good amount of time there to close off that D final, 0.9 seconds behind. So they've got some good push in there at the end
Yeah,
to close
and
that gap.
I'll give them a 5.2 for their celebration. It wasn't quite in time, but they did have something planned. So fair play to them. I think maybe just go up in sync next time, gents, and it'll be 6.0. But yeah, good racing and a planned celebration. I think that's the next free speed, I think, is having a planned post finish. Like, in vogue at the moment is real splash the water up, but everyone's doing it. You've got to stand out from the crowd.
Yeah, got to get something different. And next we're going to another D final, but it's the women's Junior 16 quads this time. Who have we got here?
Exeter, Totnes, Falcon, Peterborough City, and Tyne United in a composite with Dame Allen's Boat Club. That's who we have in lanes 1 to 5 respectively. And just on our live stream, for anyone watching the big screen and taking in our coverage here, we had Peterborough on the shot initially, but as we pan out, we can start seeing Falcon, and as we pan out even further, we can start getting Dark Totnes into our shots as well. And in the background, you can see the Dame Allen and Tyne United crew. So this camera here is just going to keep panning around, and we'll see when we get the yellow board on the opposite side, we'll see who crosses first, and Zoe will also quite quickly after that usually get some times up on the tablet.
Yes, I'm sure they'll be with us. Just as we said it, as if by magic, they are coming in now. And you can see on your screens as well on the live stream, and if you're watching the big screen in our event village down there, past the finish tower, it's Peterborough City Rowing Club leading by 1.9 second over Falcon, with Dart Totnes just 7 seconds behind. So there's a real split in the field there, with Exeter Rowing Club just under a second behind, with Dame Allen's and Tyne United Composites a further 11 seconds behind.
Yeah, you're right, Zoe. I mean, it was Bastille Day the other day, and it looks like a guillotine has really cut this in half here. So, the two out in front that we mentioned, Peterborough and Falcon, really in a race together. And unlike the quads that we saw recently, these are now coxless quads. So the calls will be made from the athletes themselves. Not that coxes aren't athletes, but it'll be the ones with blades in their hands will be making the calls, and will be steering it as well, which is just that added level of skill that happens when you get to this age group.
Definitely, and I'd love to know, I always wonder who's got the foot in these races, because it could be absolutely anyone in the boat they could give it to. So maybe that's something that we need to start adding on the entries, who's got the foot, so we can elevate our commentary for you.
I think at Henley Royal they normally know who's got the foot.
They do. They normally have a little symbol or something, don't they, on the programme to tell you, which I love. So we should suggest that to someone, shouldn't we?
And you must be thinking at home, like, what do they mean, who's got the foot? You know, it's like they all have feet, of course.
Yes.
It's that there's one shoe that can pivot. Well, you hope it's one, because I've been in some boats where they've just randomly had to throw a steering plate in somewhere else just to make sure there are enough shoes in the boat. But yeah, someone will have a little pivoting foot plate that can swivel left or right, and that will adjust the angle of the rudder. But it's continuing to be Peterborough and Falcon slugging away at the front end of this D final. I think these crews will obviously be a little bit disappointed not to be up in the C final, but they are competing, and I suppose the advantage is they get to race quite a bit earlier in the day than the C, B or A finalists. A couple of races within the race, so yes, Peterborough and Falcon out in front, but Exeter and Dart Totnes, and that's a real battle down down from the southwest, those two crews. Maybe they've raced together at, like Head of the Dart, or maybe some regattas like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure they'll be familiar with each other, all being from that similar parts of the world. And we've got Dame Allen's and Tyne United, who are about 20 seconds behind the field. So it's been quite consistent throughout this race as they come into view now at the commentary tower. They're about to hit that 2:50 final marker. And it still looks like the crew from Peterborough City are just storming out ahead. It looks like they might have even more of a gap on them from Falcon now. Falcon still holding on, still winding it up for the line, but Peterborough City just running away with it as they come through the Red Boys.
Yeah, I just uncovered one of my ears from the headset just to hear out there. There's a lot of cheering, don't be shy. Cheer your heroes on. There we go, up went the volume. Fantastic work, well done everybody. But it's Peterborough City Rowing Club who have a magnificent regatta. I really love going to their regattas. They have just about open water lead, but a really good race between themselves and Falcon the whole way down. Peterborough pushed it out to maybe 3 seconds at the end, but 3 seconds over a race that's nearly 8 minutes long. If you did the maths on that, it would be a tiny fractional difference in speed. But what's happening towards the finish line here now, Zoe?
Well, we've got Exeter Rowing Club at the bottom here closest to us. They're just crossing the line with the crew from Dart Totnes, probably about half a length Clearwater away from them. Fantastic burst for the line from both of those crews. They all really went for it. And we've got the crew, it's from Zame Allen's Boat Club and Tyne United Composite, just rounding out the field now, just making their way. They've sort of got 5 or so strokes to go. Great work for all of these athletes. I'm sure they'll all be proud of what they've achieved here this weekend. And it's all about the experience as well. Just getting that chance to go down a multi-lane course, learning to steer in between the boys, learning how to pace your race. And hopefully next year they'll come back again, fighting strong and improve on what they've done.
They got some screen time. I thought they looked fantastic with their sprint to the line. I think it was very, very impressive. They obviously just didn't quite have the same amount of boat speed through the middle of the race, but I thought they were really, really good coming to the line. I was very impressed with them. So well done, and hopefully we see them again next year and the year after, because just being J16, they can go out and race the J18, of course, for the next couple of years.
Exactly. And just while a couple of them are lying down, we will just take this opportunity to remind you, please do not lie down as you cross the finish line unless you require medical attention. And we will move on now to the next race.
Well, talking of medical attention, none of these need it, but someone has called the ambulance because this crew out in front is charging. It's like they got the blue lights on, absolutely flying out there. We need some times, but someone has really cut loose in this first K in the J18. Is it J18 quads?
It is, yeah. Shall we have a quick roll call?
Speedy.
We will be. We'll just quickly run through lanes 1 through 6. We've got Lambton Rowing Club, Maidstone Invicta, Peterborough City, Aberdeen Schools, Queen Elizabeth High and Tees Rowing Club. And we should be getting some 1,000 metre times for you very soon. So at the very top of your screen there, if you're watching on the live stream, I think that we've got Tees Rowing Club at the top there.
Yeah, Tees in that kind of burgundy colour furthest away from us. Aberdeen Schools, they're the ones that shot out, like a bullet out of a gun in that first K. They've absolutely motored. Coming into your shot as well, the very distinctive Peterborough City yellow. They're doing their best to get towards the finish. But yeah, streaking away at the moment, Aberdeen Schools. I think, again, they're the kind of crew that was like, we should have been in the C final. But they have to just demonstrate what they can do. The gap is 6 seconds over Peterborough, who have 3 seconds lead over Maidstone Invictus. But there is some really, really close racing happening in sort of third, fourth, fifth.
Yeah, absolutely. Still all to play for as they come into closer view for us at the tower here. 500 to go. They'll really be ramping up the pace now. And as we were saying earlier with the steering foot, it's also anyone in the boat could be the person who takes the role of the coxswain and makes the calls. Usually it's someone towards the back of the boat so that their voices travel down the boat. But it could be, I've seen everyone do it in the boat. And obviously there's nothing stopping anyone from giving a little cheer to give that extra push through the race. I was following down on the launches this morning, and there was all sorts of people shouting from every seat in the Cox's boats just to give their teammates that extra little bit of motivation. But this crew here from Aberdeen Schools are just absolutely storming ahead.
Yeah, and I'm
But
just
look at that crew
watching
from Peterborough.
just watching the umpire with the flag out as well, just making a call,
He's
asking the
being
crew to
warned.
move across. But as we go to the shot, this Aberdeen Schools, they haven't let up at all. The power, they're absolutely powering their way towards the finish line. They've kept the rate high. They've held off any challenge to them.
But look at that crew from Peterborough City. They're absolutely going for it. The pace on them as they're coming up to the line, if they had a little bit more water, they could have absolutely overturned Aberdeen there. Slapping the water. Very happy with that win there in this D final.
Yeah, maybe Peterborough needed the 2,112 metres.
I
rather
think
than
so.
just the 2,000. But yeah, there was some. There was a camera angle before that we had coming off the 1,500, and you could just see the power across every one of these crews. So all of these crews have been quick down the course. But yeah, it will be the Aberdeen Schools boat that kind of led. I don't know if it's from start to finish, but if not start to finish, it was certainly the whole of the second half, and that was super speedy. And talking to speedy, we've got some more speedy racing because we've got another quads event. It's going to be the J18 women's quads, and who is featuring in this then, Zoe?
We've got Man United Composites, Glasgow Academy, AB7, Leeds, and a Lambton Tideway Tyne Composites. And it's great to see the composites that we've got here this weekend, and it's been quite interesting to see some of them. It makes sense, the clubs are quite local to each other, but then you've got others like this one, we've got Tyne up north and you've got Tideway in London, and it always makes me wonder how that came about. But it's great to see all of these clubs coming together to be able to get a crew out there. I think some of the smaller clubs particularly, it really helps for them to be able to do the composites because they might not necessarily have enough depth in their squad to fill a boat. So if they can team up with other people, and it's really great to see everyone coming together this weekend.
Yeah, the unifying power of rowing. You never know, it might just be that someone's moved at some point in their lives, maybe after after GCSEs, maybe their families moved to a different part of the country and they just really wanted to row with their mates again. You never know. It could be. It might be something totally else. I don't know. But I know, for example, some of our rowers at Birmingham have gone back and they're rowing for various, either schools, they're under the school banner, but obviously they're not a school anymore, or for Tideway Scullers. So maybe some people are going back and racing with people they've rowed with earlier in their rowing careers.
Who knows? But as we come through the 1,000-metre mark in this D final of the women's Junior 18 Coxless Quads, it's the crew from Glasgow Academy in lane 3 who are leading over AB7 by about a second, followed by Hexham Rowing Club, Dame Allen's Tyne Composite, Leeds, and the Lambton Tideway Tyne Composite.
And that Glasgow Academy crew just look absolutely resplendent in that kit. It's magnificent. It's, what's the word? It's really distinctive.
Did you see their purple boat that I can't remember what?
Yeah, they're
what
not in
boat
the
it was.
purple boat this time, but their
No.
boat is quick,
was
and that's
fantastic.
what we like. We like fast boats. They're being chased by AB7, who are Fair Isle, and we've also got Tyne United there. So, yeah, it's great with the championships having athletes able to race each other that maybe don't race each other that frequently, maybe at Nat schools, something like that. But just, to bring all these crews together to have a rumble here in Nottingham, that's what we love.
Absolutely. And as we come through the 1,500-metre mark, last 500 to go, it is the same lineup. We've got Glasgow, followed by AB7, Hexham, Dame Allen's Composite, Leeds, and the Lambton Composite. And the Glasgow Academy crew have pushed out to about 4 seconds over the crew from AB7 now. So they are just pushing on and on as they come through to the last 250.
Yeah, so we continue to watch Glasgow Academy looking fantastic out in front of this race, the D final of the women's J18 quads. They continue to be chased by AB7, but AB7 were never quite able to get past the coattails. They never really got on terms, and Glasgow Academy just kept them at arm's length the whole way down. They're moving really smoothly, picking up the boat, accelerating it stroke after stroke. They have took their rate up as they go towards the line, as have AB7. AB7, well placed to be second. It's going to be an open water win here as we watch Glasgow Academy fly through the line. I think those last few strokes might have been the highest rate they did at any point in the second part of that race. And then there go AB7, a couple of lengths behind. We can hear the very distinctive Hexham come through next. And then to round this out, some good racing on that far side there, Zoe.
Yeah, definitely. We've got the crew from Leeds and the Lambton Composite just battling it out, but it looks like it's going to be that crew from Leeds who held fifth all the way through who will be crossing the line about half a second. And look at that, water slaps. They were all obviously really happy with their performance today, so they all should be. It might not be a medal contention, but it's just a really great experience for them to come out here today and get some side-by-side racing in. Apologies, brief pause there in standings, but we are with you now on the screens on the live stream. It's the F final of the women's club double sculls. We've got Oriel Kensington, Shanklin Sandown, Durham Amateur, Exeter, Sir William Perkins School and Clydesdale Amateur. And as we came through the 1,000-metre mark here, it is the crew from Durham of Rachel Wilson and Isabel Madison who are leading over Lillian Jackson and Eleanor Leach of Sir William Perkins School by 2 seconds exactly. A further 0.4 seconds behind is the crew of Farah Jadidi and Samantha Harris of AK. But then there's only less than a second between them and Shanklin Sandown, less than a second between them and Exeter, with the crew from Clydesdale about 10 seconds behind. So in that top 1 to 5, Dubs, it's super, super tight. There's 4 seconds between it, but there's just a second between and then a second between and a second between. So I'm really interested to see what happens as we are just getting the times in from the 1,000-metre mark now. And look at that, it's all change since the K.
Can there be anything better in this world than tight racing? Probably not. And that's what you're being treated to here. So there is an unwritten contract between the crowd and the racers in a close race that you have to create the biggest possible atmosphere. So that's what we want. We want this Sir William Perkins and Oriel Kensington crew to feel like that they are in, in the chute of noise. That's what we want. So as they get down into this last 250 meters, even if you're not part of these clubs, just scream them down, raise the temperature, and this is a 5-way race for first at the moment. This is one of the closest races we've seen all day, and it's coming in the F final, the fun final, the fast final of women's club doubles. So, looking out there, it's Oriel Kensington in 1. It is Shanklin Sandown in 2. Durham in 3. Exeter in 4. And Clydesdale in 6. They're the ones... Sorry, and Sir William Perkins in 5. They're the ones fighting for it, with Clydesdale a little bit off the pace. But 5 racing for the line. No medals for this, but just speed, speed, speed. And let's see who can sprint the quickest to the line.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a tight one here in this F final. F for fun indeed, and we really hope that all the competitors here this weekend are having lots of fun, and no matter what final they make. And as we come up to the line now, final sort of 10 strokes, it looks as though it's the crew closest to us in the tower in lane 1 from Oriel Kensington who have put a phenomenal push in. They're going to be crossing the line first in this F final, closely followed by lane 2, Shanklin Sandown. And then I'm not sure what happened for third there, Dubs.
No, too close to call. Really close there between the crew, Sir William Perkins and Exeter really racing to the line. And we've got and Durham in the mix as well here. And we're just waiting for Clydesdale ARC to come through. But yeah, really, really good racing from all these different crews. We're just looking at the times here. Really close between second and fourth even. And that's what we wanted. We wanted close racing. It was exciting. Thank you everyone out there for making noise. And if that sets us up for what's about to happen in the next few races, then we are in for some treats.
We are indeed, and we can already give you a little rundown on the next race, which looks as though it's well underway past the K now. It's the E final of the Women's Club Double Sculls, and we've got Tees Rowing Club, Lee Rowing Club, York City, Strathclyde Park, Nottingham and Union, and City of Cambridge. And as they came through the K, it's Lee Rowing Club leading just 0.3 of a second over Nottingham and Union, followed by Tees, Strathclyde Park, York City, and City of Cambridge.
So leading by a blink of an eye. That's what we like. Just Notts and Union, though, I think have pushed out well in that third 500. They're now 6 seconds. What a move. Notts and Union sprint their way to the line for their last efforts of the day. That is what we would like. And we'll see if it can be any of the boats that currently aren't out in front that can make inroads into the front. But it's the red of Notts and Union we can see out there looking really, really distinctive. They push away from lane number 2. They push away from Lee. I think we don't have Lee. I think it's Tees just across a lane from where they are. But it's Notts and Union out in front. They're doing a really good job of continuing to lead this race. They're pushing their way ahead of the crew from York, I can see, pressing along in lane number 3. So it continues to be Notts and Union, very familiar, obviously, with these surrounds. They continue to push their way on. You can see them on the screen, running long and strong every single stroke. Just having a quick couple of glances round to the right and waiting for that beep. And what they will do is cross first, and they have quite a good lead there over York City. That was maybe 3 or 4 lengths. Not that we use lengths, we use times here, but that was a good convincing victory for Notts and Union. City of Cambridge pushing their way over Tees, who were just about half a length down on them. And then to round this out, we have the light blue of Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, and that was the E final of the women's club doubles. So they're off away boat club, and on your shot at the moment, you can see 2 athletes that I have coached in the past, Ellie Harding and Maya Rouse, in University of Birmingham boat. And in fact, they were in a Dev 4 for Women's Henley last year and qualified in. And they are rowing together again here in a double. And this looks like quite a close race. So we're going to have all the crews in shot simultaneously, crossing the 1K mark. And as it swings around, you can see that there's lots of overlap, and it's the crews on the nearer side that maybe have the slight advantage through this halfway mark. And it's St Leonard's School and Dart Totnes through there first, and then University of Birmingham, Durham and Newark, all separated by just about a second, really close, and behind that Royal Holloway just on the coattails of that as well. So it's actually really close between 2nd and 6th, just 3 seconds or so separating those crews between 2nd and 6th, with St Leonard's School just getting a little bit of a jump on their opposition, but that's really not much at all at halfway into that race. And the second half, the door is open for any of those crews to step through and take command of this race. So we cut to another camera angle where, again, we can see many of the crews on the same shot. We've got about over half the field on our camera shot at the moment. And in terms of the lanes we have here, lane 1 would be to the right of this shot. Lane 6 would be to the left. So to the far left, you can see Royal Holloway just in the shot with the University of Birmingham. You can see Dundee and Newark as well. And as we just peel back a little bit, you can also see Dart Totnes come into view. So Dart Totnes in the dark kit to the right, Newark in the white kit with the stripes, Dundee University just sort of the second crew to the right now, the red of the University of Birmingham, and then Royal Holloway on that far side. Not many universities here, but Royal Holloway, Dundee and University of Birmingham, 3 crews here. So we'll just continue on with this, but yeah, you may have to bear with us a little bit in the upcoming races because we have quite a few adaptive races, and we're going to be giving out some of the first medals. So if you're here with or to support any of the adaptive athletes that are going to be racing, make sure that you're at the lake in the next sort of 5 to 10 minutes, ready to watch some of those races happening. But going through the 1500, Zoe, what's the current race status then?
So we've got Newark, who have jumped from 5th all the way up to 1st now, with 3-second lead over the University of Birmingham, who've also made up 1 place. St Leonard's School have dropped back to 3rd, with Dart Totnes back in 4th, followed by Dundee University and Royal Holloway. So it's all chopping and changing as we've moved. It's just Royal Holloway have been holding 6th at the back, but everyone's been chopping and changing in that third 500. So anything could happen now as they start to charge towards the 250. Do you think that the University of Birmingham crew have got it in them to make up that just less than 3 seconds there?
I'm sure without even many people on the bank, I think we've got the women's pair out there cheering, and I'm sure they're cheering up the Brum, which is the call that we make. I think they could do this, but it looks like Newark had a real good lot of momentum in that third 500, so it's going to be difficult to do so. But Ellie in there has got a phenomenal 2K, lots of horsepower, really high-level netball player, and she's going to be wanting to put all of those watts into the water, along with Maya, like experienced thrower from up at Tyne. But it's Newark that I think look really good in their red boat, moving away from the rest of the field right now, Zoe.
Yeah, they do. They look super strong there, really gelled together. I imagine they've probably been rowing together for a decent amount of time because they're really getting those legs down together nicely, in and on the catch. Doesn't look like they're having to slam it in too much on that catch. Nice grip on the water, really sending those puddles away really, really nicely. And I think they've absolutely done enough. They've got at least probably a length clear water now as they come to cross the line, hopefully not taking out any of those ducks in the process.
And a shake of hands and then a wipe off. Look at that. That's
Professional.
Professional, yeah, absolutely. UOB do cross in second. Totnes will cross in third. Very close for fourth. It's going to be between St Leonard's School, who are some of the early leaders, and Dundee University, and then Royal Holloway. But a really good spirited race to continue the day, and that was the women's club double D final. And I think we're going to have a little bit of break in terms of time, just based on the timetable, because it's 15:15 is when the next race is due to start, which is 3 minutes away. And you will have to bear with us a little bit, and I'll explain why. It's because we have races within races coming up. The time from earlier on, like in various time trials, has been meshed up to try and create as competitive racing as possible. And you'll see, for example, an athlete in the first of the three races is actually competing with an athlete in the third of the three races, and we'll have to see who gets the gold and the silver based on the times. So, and there's also some people who will win from the first race and potentially from the second race. So we're going to have to do a little bit of mental gymnastics up here as well, as we keep note of some of the times. And I'm going to pass over to Zoe just to explain some of the various different categories that we can have in adaptive. We'll try and link it up to the actual athletes as the race happens. But what kinds of things are we going to see in this upcoming set of races here, Zoe?
That's a great question. We are going to see in the first race, bear with me while I read my extensive notes, we have got a sculler from Avon County who is racing in the ARO category, which stands for Adaptive Rower Open Self-Declaration Form. So they have self-declared themselves through a form that they are an adaptive rower. We also have AR3, which is... We've got a couple of different AR3s here. So you've got AR3LI, which means they are an adaptive rower on a sliding seat with a learning impairment. But then you've got AR3PI, which is a physical impairment, and AR3VI, which is a visual impairment. So on this particular one, it's not listed, so it could be any of those things. Same for, so that's for the sculler from Marlow. Same for the sculler from Beckett Rowing Club. The sculler from Warrington, Emma Slee, is racing in the ARO category as well as the Avon County, so that's Open Self-Declaration. You can visit the British Rowing website applying for adaptive classification section to find out more in case you could apply. They're always looking for more people to apply. And I think we'll leave it at that for now, information overload. And then when we go on the next one, we'll go through that.
And I would say as well, like the more people that are aware whether you could qualify as an adaptive athlete, it grows the community of racing. And it means that at events like this, we can have more competition between people within the same category. So in, or the same classification band, as it were. So within this, we're also going to have a little mixture of open and women, and quite exciting as well. We're going to have I can't remember how long. It's not very long she's rowed for, but one of the Blue Peter presenters shall be racing a little bit later on, and that's going to be obviously very exciting. And we can see that actually the first race, which was due to have 4 people, does indeed have 4 athletes have gone off the start, which is great. So we have, was it Avon County, Marlow, Warrington, and Beckett are all off the start line. And they're not necessarily racing directly with each other here, but they are racing against each other, and it's going to push them down the line towards the finish line as quick as possible.
Exactly. So we've got 2 open in lanes 1 and 4, and two women's categories in lane 2 and 3. And as you said earlier, Alex, the sculler in lane 1, Gabrielle from Avon County, is racing technically against Jay Donaghy from Tees in a race in 2 races time. So they'll have to wait for that race to finish, which I must think was much be a really weird feeling. Like, you've had a really great race, you crossed the line, but you don't know if you've won until someone else finishes their race later.
And I wonder what happens. And I wonder what will happen
when you turn
if
your
they
mic
get
on.
the same time as each other.
Oh, gosh.
Re-row. No, I think maybe 2 gold medals is what we want.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? We will wait and see, and we will hopefully have some times for you later. But going back, we can just see the next race getting on the state boat now. We will hopefully have a different angle for you soon from our fabulous team here with the cameras, and we will have some times. There we go, look at that.
Drone footage.
Gorgeous drone footage if you're watching the live stream. Or don't forget, if you're here at the lake at Home Pierpont, you can come down to the event village. We've got live music, we've got food, we've got shopping, and we've got a large screen. You can sit down and you can watch the racing, and then when it gets close, you can just look up at the lake.
I can
and see it
vouch
there.
as well. Myself and Zoe, after our first shift, we went and did some shopping, and there was some good stuff to be had. So
Did too much shopping.
Go and have a look if you haven't already. It's worth the walk around there. You may find something that you really, really love.
Absolutely. And also, another thing I did yesterday, which I thought was fantastic, if you had just passed the... Oh, actually, I think they're not here anymore. I've just read it says Friday and Saturday. But I'm going to shout them out anyway. Life Jacket were here, skin protection. They had a dermatologist as well who could look at your moles for you and do skin testing, which I thought was fantastic. So
And
hopefully we'll see more of that at races in the future.
Yeah, and you can still get some live kit stuff if you go down to the British Rowing gazebo that we've got just below the tower, because they still have some samples of Life Jacket, along with, I believe they have some wristbands potentially and some badges, which one loves. I wonder if they're doing the ERG today, maybe not, but anyway. There's definitely some stuff, some information, and some conversation we had. And also, if you're interested in becoming a coach, it's recently changed. There's a lot of online modules that you can do, and you can find out some more information there, because as a growing sport, we want a growing community of coaches that can give back into our sport.
We do indeed, and here we have got this Open AR3 and... Well, it's called the Open AR3 Single Sculls Final on our screen here in the tower, but it's the Open AR3 and the Open AR0 and the Women's AR3 and Women's ARO final is everything, all welcome, and they are just coming through the 1,000-meter mark now. And it's the sculler from Avon County who is leading this final, about 9 seconds over Emus Lee of Warrington in lane 2.
And that Avon County sculler is going to be trying to do the quickest time possible, because it wants to have a quicker time than the Tees sculler in 2 races time. Has a quick look to the left, because just on the shot before we had Warrington's Emus Lee, who was moving really nicely, about 9 seconds behind. So Avon County here were leading. They're not technically racing each other directly here, even though they're on the course at the same time. But yeah, very nice to see Avon County. They row down, on the Avon, but in the same little bit of water where University of Bristol are, and Minerva Bath are on a similar stretch of water. And Bath Spa as well also use that stretch of water too. Avon County, we mentioned before, continuing to go well out in, at the catch, dealing with the conditions well, getting good length at the front end, there's good compression, good length, good sculling here from our athlete. Sorry, what's the name of this athlete again, Zoe? Who is this we're seeing here?
The Avon County sculler. This is Gabriel Phillips Rougenex.
Nice.
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, doing really great. As you said before, really mentally tough because you've got people in this race to race against and push off, but has got no idea how... who is it coming up later? Jack Donaghy of Tees is how fast they're going to go. I imagine might have raced against him in the past, might have a rough idea how much faster or slower he is than Jack, but he's just got to go hell for leather in this as hard as he can, put down a really strong time, and just hope for the best.
I was just keeping an eye on Warrington's Imosley. I've commentated on that athlete before. Just went from lane 3 to 4 briefly. He's back in lane 3 now. I believe might well be visually impaired potentially because there's a launch alongside, and sometimes that's the indicator that they have to have a bit of steering,
right.
in terms of more on the left hand, more on the right hand.
Sure.
But I think has steered a really, really good course. We're just watching at the moment. We've got a couple of the athletes a little bit further back up the course who are about at the 500 meters. So that is Beckett's Lukovsky and Marlowe's Holloway. They are still racing away. You can see a little bit further up. But as we turn our attention back to the finish line with Phillips Rougenex, it's going to be Avon County crossing first, trying to set the quickest time possible to be ahead of Tees a bit later on. But yeah, that is who we have. And raises a fist to the sky. Avon County do finish first. And then, some really exciting stuff. We're watching Imosley rowing long, strong. That's who is on your screen at the moment. There are floats on each side of the boat, but not really being used. This athlete is good enough to sit the boat and has gone through the finish line. Yeah, some fantastic stuff there. And we just then turn our attention, the drone footage, like these other two athletes are not that far behind at all. There's about 250 meters. Imosley to say actually is going to win that category. Is anyone in there? But that's a fantastic performance. And it's Holloway who we're looking for, Ella Holloway from Marlowe. And it's also Ben Lukovsky. They're the two who are battling. So it's Marlowe against Beckett. They are in adjacent lanes. The Beckett sculler, the distinctive colours of, like the quarter colours of Beckett, rowing, literally towards their own boat bay, which is at the bottom of the lake here. But we can see the Marlowe sculler putting a good spurt in. So Ella Holloway in the AR3 single, pushing away here, moving very nicely. It's a good hip swing through. And we're going to see, can that athlete come through Beckett's athlete? It's actually going to be a pretty good race to the line here as we see Beckett against Marlowe. Exciting finish here. Marlowe continue to ramp up, closing the gap. There's not much racetrack left. And they keep moving through. And who is going to cross the line? Now, I know they're not direct competitors, but it will be Beckett just ahead of Marlowe's Ella Holloway. Now, we'll have to just check the time of the Beckett sculler. I'm just going to write that down very quickly, 10:20.1. The reason that is relevant is because that athlete is against the 6 athletes in terms of time in the next race that will be coming down. And whoever is the 3 quickest between those 7 athletes, they're going to get the gold, silver, and bronze. Now, Zoe, can you just name call or give us a roll call of what's going to happen or who is in this next final that we have?
Absolutely. So this is the AR final, and we have got everyone in this race, as you said, racing against Ben from the previous race, all racing in the AR3-1 category, which is adaptive rowing, sliding seat. They will have a variety of different impairments there. Could be physical, could be visual, could be learning. We've got Adam Wood from Derby, Max Haddock of Marlow Rowing Club, Miguel Ferreira de Lima of Llandaff, Archie Mater of Evesham, James King of Leeds, and James Townsend of Tyne United. And we've got a few times now as we come through the 1,000-metre mark. It's Miguel of Llandaff leading over Archie of Evesham, followed by Leeds, Marlow, Derby and Tyne. And it's just 0.7 of a second between Evesham and Leeds, so this could be a really spicy race here, Darbs.
Could be spicy, absolutely. We're wondering if how much time the Derby row will milk on our screens for this next part, but it's 10:21 is what we're looking for. Is the finish time to beat at the moment. That's the score on the door. But there was some really good looking sculling out there. So you got Llandaff in the middle, like you say. They're the seeded lanes. I mean, it was Llandaff that came through first, wasn't it? Yes, and Evesham. So the two middle lanes, 3 and 4, which often the fastest athletes are in, but really close. Between second and third, just 0.7 seconds between Evesham and Leeds. And I want to just give props and kudos to all the coaches and clubs that are helping to facilitate the adaptive rowing movement at this point in time. Like, adaptive rowing has been around for quite a while, but it's not as widespread as it possibly could be or will be. So well done to these clubs for getting on it at this point in time, and hopefully it can grow larger and larger across the next few championships that we have here.
Definitely. I couldn't have said it better myself. And we've got a great shot here on the live stream and the screen down by the finish tower here of the scullers just making their way down the course. They are well into the last 500 now, while they're just making their way through the 1,500 metre mark. 500 to go. And first through the line is Miguel of Llandaff in a 6:03, storming down the course. Who's it going to be next up? Do you think it's going to be Evesham? Do you think it's going to be Leeds? They're super close at the last timing marker.
Well, I'm sure you'd like it to be Evesham, right? You'd
would.
like Evesham to be moving through. That's what we would like. But yeah, Llandaff out in front. I really like Llandaff, just on a personal standpoint, because they've sent a lot of good athletes from their junior program through to the University of Birmingham. 3.4. Reminder, it's not just about winning this, it's also about beating the time of 10:20.1. But at the current rate of progression, they should be doing that. And actually, these athletes will be coming down in close to the 8-minute mark, that Llandaff sculler. But yeah, I'm sure from the last race, Lukowski is still going to be sitting there waiting to see if there's going to be a medal available. But at the moment, just look at that lead from the Llandaff sculler. You can see from the drone, wow. It's just, yeah, this is imperious at the moment. Absolutely moving. But excitingly on there, you can see just up and left, a really close race here between Evesham and Leeds.
Definitely. At the 1,500 metre mark, it was the sculler Archie from Evesham who was leading over Leeds by less than a second. So it's still all to play for that potential silver in this final of the AR3 single sculls, and they're just coming through the final 250 now. It is Miguel of Llandaff who is storming in a commanding lead towards the line. Probably got about 10-15 strokes left before he hopefully picks up that gold. And we're looking at the time in the bottom of our screen here, and I can safely say he will be taking the gold in this one. And it's Archie Mater of Evesham who has got a great clear water lead over the sculler of Leeds now. So it looks like he will be picking up that silver.
And I think a round of applause to that win. 8:07 is a fantastic time. 13 seconds ahead of the Evesham sculler, who really moved out a big lead. And actually, we didn't talk about it much, but that sculler in fourth, charging hard. Marlow came late into the story, but wasn't quite able to get there. But only just in the end. So it looks to me like Leeds.
0.5.
Yeah, 0.5 in the end. It was really close at the end. A great push from the Marlow sculler. Maybe didn't quite get there in time, but it was great. And we watch as it continues to move to the line here. We've got, is it Adam Wood? That'll be the Tyne United. Townsend has crossed the line there. So all 6 of our scullers in a very competitive race, particularly for third place. But all of our scullers did fantastically well there. And so some medals are about to be awarded to 3 of those athletes as well, and they will be called over to the exciting bit down here. And actually, there's some real excitement because we have Blue Peter presenter Abby Cook will be coming down in the next, and there's definitely a fan club down here already, and that is what we love. So, they're not off the start yet, and so I'm going to let Zoe in a moment just talk us through some of Abby's notes.
Yes, so lots happening in this next race. This is another AR final. This is the AR 1/2 single scull. 3 of the scullers are AR 1/2, and one of them is ARO. So as we've said before, ARO is adaptive rowing, open self-declaration, and AR1 is adaptive rower upright seats, and AR2 is fixed seats. So there's going to be a mixture of those across these 4 scullers we've got here. As Alex mentioned, Abby Cook of Agecroft Rowing Club, Isabel Desbrow from Guildford, Adam Hussein of Marlow, and Jack Donaghy of Tees. And Jack is the one who's racing
the Avon County
sculler from before. So the Avon County sculler's got to wait for this race to finish to see what happens. But as we said in this race, very exciting, Abby Cook of Agecroft Rowing Club. She only learnt to row 7 weeks ago, never rowed before, former wheelchair racer, trained with the Forth Valley Flyers, and she is the 42nd Blue Peter presenter. This will be her first ever 2,000 metre race, and she was at Caversham National Training Centre on Wednesday, getting training plan advice from 2024 Paralympic champion Benjamin Pritchard.
I'm going to just jump in there a sec. Benjamin Pritchard, what a phenomenal guy. Like, a lovely guy, fantastic. I've commentated with him, spoken to him a few times. Yeah, just an all-round super dude, and I'm sure the advice that he gave would have been top tier.
Definitely. I had the pleasure of commentating with him at the Home International Regatta that was hosted by Wales at Dorney last year. Just lovely guy. And we're just going to jump quickly to a interview that was recorded earlier with Abby. So take a look at this now.
Got more racing ahead of you today. How are you feeling about the final? Are you going to hit more numbers again?
No, I don't think so. I think I may have peaked a bit too early. I think I'm going to eat a lot of sweets in between. That's probably not the thing to say. I'm going to carb up, and I'm just going to hope for the best when I go out there and just have fun again. I really could say it's just nice to have a little row. I think I'm just quite enjoying the day. So I might try and go for a wee nap, have some sweets, and then we'll go back out there and have some more fun.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better, Abby. She's just having fun, which is great, and we hope everyone is having fun here today. Along with her advice from Ben on the ergs, she also had some technical advice out in a double scull with 2024 Paralympic champion Frankie Allen and Paralympic head coach Nicola Benavente. And so yeah, it's great to have Abby here today. What a phenomenal feat it is that she only started rowing 7 weeks ago. So can't wait to see how she gets on with this race, along with everybody else.
Yeah, it's great to see people challenging themselves, not just Abby, but other people who haven't rowed very long getting involved here. But it's obviously great to have Abby here. We look forward to some of this racing. It hasn't begun yet. We're just looking at the camera up mounted at the start, just looking at what is going on at the front end, and we just have crews attached, just pointing themselves along, but we are still waiting for the 4th crew to attach. So it looks to me like we have the Marlow and Tees athletes attached. We have Abby in lane 2, and we're just waiting for the Guildford athlete who is just making their way across to the lane number 3. And obviously we've given a lot of airtime to Abby, but we have a real head-to-head between Abby and Guildford's Isabel Desbrow, and whoever actually wins out of those two will claim the gold, and the silver will go to the other athletes. So we'll have to see who comes first in that head-to-head. And yes, so we've got Marlowe and Tees as well. So we have to see if the Tees sculler can beat Rusnik's time from 2 races ago. And that's what we're waiting for. And just looking up there, the last crew, the last sculler, is getting attached imminently. I can see the stake bow holder. And, you know, just as a bit of an aside, if you want to be a volunteer to hold the stake boats or get involved in timing, I believe if you still go to the website, you can go there. But then there's also a box up near the bottom of the tower where you can speak to someone that can help organise that as well. And events like this need the volunteers. Boats, every medalist's boat has been held by a stake boat volunteer, and the timing was done by volunteers as well. So many opportunities to get involved, and it looks like we are pretty much ready to go on this next race. And I believe, does this bring to an end the adaptive racing? I believe, yeah, and then we'll go to some more medal races.
Yeah, I think we've got an A final just after this, and the Open Beginner Cox Fours, which will be fantastic.
Yeah, the medals will be flying out the door.
But as we just wait for, I imagine they'll probably be doing the roll call right now. Everyone looks like they are attached and straight, so they'll just be doing the final checks on this race. If you're not already in the last 250 of the course, or in the event village, or by the big screen, get yourself down there. And if you're watching at home, don't go anywhere. This is going to be a great race, and we can't wait to see how this one unfolds. Lots of medals up for grabs in the last few races in these adaptive rowing finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I say all athletes are attached. They'll just be awaiting the starters' orders. And so I'm watching some of the athletes kind of sitting forward, some of them still sitting at backstops just waiting. But yeah, the race should be pretty imminently underway. But yeah, I think, you know, racing is as much against yourself as it is against anyone else. If you come off this and you finish first and you gave your all, that's a wonderful outcome. If you gave your all and you finish second, that's still a fantastic outcome, because you can only give your best. And when you come to a championship like this, the British Rowing Club Championships, you want to be able to put your best foot forward and shine as best you can out there on the lake here in Nottingham. Yeah, a little bit of a side breeze. We're just watching the crews just getting straight. And I can't see any down there, but maybe someone needs to go get some Dom Perignon or similar, I think that could be an added element down on the medal podium in the end. You know, make it a bit more. I mean, I know you're a big fan of Formula One, Zoe.
Definitely. They'd have to do what they do for the younger drivers, though, or in certain countries where they just have a bit of...
Just fizzy?
Appetizer, maybe.
Oh, I do like a bit of appetizer.
Me too. Who doesn't?
Yeah, I'd have to dive down there and maybe have an appetizer refreshing spray down at the end.
An appetizer shower.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
And just as we wait, I'm sure this race will be underway very soon. We'll just have a little bit more information for you guys at home. Oh, there we go, it's underway. We'll just quickly run through a little bit more about Abby. As we said, the 42nd Blue Peter presenter. And this is part of a series, and I hope she will continue with the rowing after this. But this is sort of part of her Blue Peter challenges, where she's challenging herself to do new things. She's done some commentating at Wimbledon. Despite her fear of heights, she's flown a glider, or flown in a glider. I'm not sure if she was flying or not. I'll have to look at that later. And she's also a world record holder for the most manual wheelchair spins in 30 seconds, doing 31 spins. So this is part of her series of pushing herself, learning to do new things. And as she said earlier in that VT, she's just really having fun, which is fantastic to hear and see. But I really hope that she carries on with this and she finds a new love for the sport, as we all here do. And look at that fantastic shot on the live stream. We are well underway here on the day 3 of the British Rowing Club Championships here at Home Pierrepont National Water Sports Centre.
So a world record holder in wheelchair spins. I mean, that is a dizzying feat. But looking at the start from what we saw at the back, it was a furious start from everyone. It was exciting at the start. We have the drone here. Now, the drone is not always going to fly all the way up, but it's nicely placed at the moment to give us an overview of what's happening. And you can see also on the far side how this racing works. You have the crews waiting to proceed up to the start. And I'm sure Abby would have been in a similar position. And that's where like the nerves are starting to rise. And you know your race is going to be very, very soon. And you kind of got like the butterflies fluttering. You know, myself and yourself, we've raced a lot. And there's like, you can't replicate that anywhere else. And, you know, Abby's only been going for 7 weeks or so, but I'm sure there will still be a lot of butterflies and nerves coming into this. But on our screen as well, we have some of the medals being given out to the adaptive athletes, and I believe that might be Warrington's Iron who put a phenomenal performance earlier on. I think we've both commentated on that athlete before, and you know, the development is continuing and faster and faster and faster every single time.
Absolutely, and yeah, as you said, with the marshalling here that you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, that's where everyone's racing, and as you said, you know, the nerves will be really building up then. But I think the nice thing about it is you look around and you see all the other crews sat there. They're all in the same, literally in the same boat as you. They've all sitting there waiting for that build-up, waiting to get attached to the stake boats. And I'd love to really catch up with Abby, actually, because I'd love to hear about her experience of getting onto the stake boats. It's an interesting thing to do. It can be hard, especially when it's windy. So I'd love to know if she got to practice that before. I remember when I was at university, we used to go down. I don't know if you used to ever go down there, just past our boat houses, and there was that little bit where you could go and practice stake boats in by the lock, was it? So it's hard to practice. Not many people get the opportunity to practice such a thing. But look at this fantastic shot now of these scullers in this AR3 single sculls final coming down the course now.
Yeah, and it looks to me like Abby has flown out of the blocks.
Shot out.
Absolutely motoring. And I do wonder as well whether she'll continue this rowing, or whether she really gets the bug and goes, you know what, I know I'm going to do a lot of different challenges, but I'm going to stick with this one as well.
I hope so. I don't think you cannot get the rowing bug. I think it's impossible to not catch it, especially on a glorious day like today. We've got amazing weather, fabulous conditions. It was a little bit tough out there this morning in the time trials, I think. Some people really struggled, but it definitely looks like it's calmed down quite a bit since then, and it looks like we've got a great shot there.
Yeah, Adam Hussain of Marlow, who I believe will be a medal winner in the AR-12 single, the Open AR-12 single. That is, where is Adam? This is the 1K mark, isn't it? So you're getting towards halfway of the race. As our camera pans out a little bit, you can see the other athletes in the race. But we had Adam on the far left there, just about to get to that 1K mark. As the camera pans around, you can see like the beautiful buoy lines, and it is Adam Hussain of Marlow who is moving quite nicely here through the 1K mark and just has to sustain what he's doing in the second half, and then that is what we are looking for at the moment. And if you like drone footage, do we have a delight for you? Because we have the trailing drone, and you can see actually the really nice colorway that we have on the stern of that boat there. Looking there, there's lane number 4. Just remind us about this tees rower and who they're up against again from the previous race.
So the tees rower, Jack Donahue, is up against Gabrielle Phillips Rujanix from Avon County, who raced previously in an
8:38? No, something like that. Maybe 8:37.
7.2. So that's what Jack has got to beat. But as we come through the 1,000-metre mark, it is Jack of Tees who is leading this particular cohort here over Adam of Marlow by 25 seconds, with Abby behind, followed by Isabel of Guildford. So that's the current standings as they come through the 1,000-metre mark. And so it's Abby and Isabel who are racing up against each other for the gold and silver respectively in this race. So as it stands, it will be Abby who will be taking the gold home in this final. And I think we've got a good shot there. I think that's Jack there from Tees, I believe. And there we've got all the times. They've all crossed through the 1,000-metre mark. And Abby has done a 5:46.2 through the 1,000 metres, with Isabel doing a 6:52. So they're halfway through now. Halfway down, halfway to go.
Yeah, and on your shot now, you've got the Guildford athlete, and you can see how much range, getting from the hips, trying to move the boat as far as possible every single stroke. And that is obviously going to be your best way of getting to the finish line in these singles.
And what do you think's going through their head right now? They're in a single. I've never raced in a single. They're halfway down. They've got halfway to go. What do you think they're saying to themselves? Because they don't have a cock, so it's all them. It's all on them. They've got to either say in their head or out loud, give themselves some motivation. What do you think they're focusing on right now?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I would just try and stick to my fundamentals of, driving the legs first, which is obviously not going to be the case here. This is going to be making sure you've got good extension from the hips, putting your body into a really strong position. I mean, actually, I probably should have sent Ben a message earlier and see what tips he gave out the other day. But I think it's not really about reaching the furthest you can reach. It's about reaching forward but maintaining a good, strong body position so that then you can swing back with power. And you can see that here. The blades are going in. And if you'd said that this person had only been sculling for 7 weeks, I'd be I'm quite surprised, because this is very accomplished and smooth. And the other thing is the consistency, stroke after stroke. It's very rhythmical. But yeah, I think that's the main thing. We'll just be trying to keep that same consistency. And then Abby's, I think in the last 500 meters now, I think Abby would appear to be, and is on approach to us very, very rapidly. I'm just having a look out the window as well for some of our other athletes, and they're also on approach to the finish line. I can see all 4 of them, and I think it's that Tees sculler over in 5. Is that Jack, who I think is going to get to the line first. That's the Marlow sculler on our shot at the moment. Making the way towards the finish. That's going to be Adam Hussain, the Marlow sculler, who is going to be making his way down towards the finish. But yeah, it will actually be Tees that cross the line first. But yeah, racing is about pushing yourself as much as it's about beating the opposition. I mean, really, it's not about beating the opposition. It's about putting your best performance out there. And if that puts you ahead, that's the right way to go about things.
Definitely. And I completely agree with what you said. To be only rowing for 7 weeks, phenomenal effort. And wonder how long these other scullers have been rowing for as well. I'm sure they will all have admiration for Abby to be getting in the boat and doing what she's doing today after such a short time of training. But looking at all her other accolades, it sounds like she's quite the all-round athlete anyway. And, I think if you've got that base athleticism and fitness, then you should definitely give your hand at everything. And we've got
all right, let's keep an eye on the clock here then.
Crossing the line now.
So that's 10:21.9. So that is not going to be quick enough to take gold, but Jack will be awarded the silver medal. So it will be Avon County that get the gold. But the noise level has gone out, so gone up. So I think there should be some cheers for Marlow's Adam Sane, who's going to be claiming the next medal. But we've also got Abby coming down towards the finish, and that's where a lot of the attention on the land is right now.
Definitely great to see lots of people here this weekend supporting everyone, and great to see the support here in this adaptive final, as it is Adam Hussein of Marlow Rowing Club who has just crossed the line, and in her final few strokes, probably about 20 or so strokes left to go, it is Abby Cook of Agecroft Rowing Club doing a fantastic job steering in between the boys, because that's another thing that takes months of learning, to stick between that buoy line and distribute that weight evenly. She's done a phenomenal job, and here she is, her final 2 strokes, crossing the line now to take the gold in this final. Massive congratulations to Abby. Collapsed over. I'm sure she's very tired, and she's done a fantastic job there. First time doing 2,000 metres and in a single.
And
wow.
Well done to Abby Cook, British Rowing Club Championship gold medalist.
Yeah, it's got a nice ring to it, hasn't it?
Champion of Great Britain. Very, very good stuff. And we still have one more athlete, going to be the silver medalist then. It's going to be Guildford Rowing Club, and it is Isabel Desborough. And Isabel has about 250 metres to go. So anyone out there in the crowd, let's continue to keep the energy up, keep cheering these athletes down, because actually all 4 of the athletes in here have picked up medals in this race across various different classification classes.
Yes, please do. If you're on the bank, keep up the cheers. Even if you're not here to support Isabel, please do give her a hand as she takes her final few strokes down the red buoys. Last 250.
Yeah, so I will just commentate on these last few strokes from Guildford Rowing Club. About 100 metres left, and there's some really good cheering from out there. Well done. Good work, Guildford Rowing Club. Going to row her way to a silver medal, hard fought, just being able to use the hip swing in the arms only over 2,000 metres. It's a great effort. A firm performance through the whole thing. There was no stopping and chilling. It was a real consistent effort. And, yeah. So Izzy just about to cross the line to take silver. And yes, and she will have to take a few more strokes just to get over to that medal pontoon and claim that silver medal there. So a little bit later than expected, I'm going to be passing over to Piotr, who probably could have had maybe an ice cream sundae out there if he really wanted to. But Zoe, I think you continue on, right?
I do indeed, and we can see on our screens here now on the live stream and here down on the big screen, it is Abby there in her, I'm very envious, a Blue Peter all-in-one. That's going to be worth a lot of money one day, isn't it? And there she is, well-deserved, collecting her medal. And I will be joined shortly by Pete. Thank you so much, Alex. And next we're going to bring you, here it is on your screens now, the A final medals coming up in the Open Beginner Coxed Fours. We've got lanes 1 through 5, Leeds Rowing Club, Furnival Sculling Club, Cardiff Metropolitan University, Furnival and York City. And as we come through the 1,000-metre timing mark, it is the crew from Cardiff Met who are leading. They've got about 6 seconds over the crew from Furnival, and that's Furnival A in lane 4, and it's Furnival B in lane 2, who are in third, just 6 seconds behind, with Leeds Rowing Club in 4th and York City Rowing Club in 5th. So this is the A final. They'll be going for the medals here. And as it stands, it's going to be a 2-3, silver and bronze for Furnival Sculling Club, which will be a fantastic achievement for them to take that away today. So stay tuned to see if they can hold on to that. as we progress down this A final of the Open Beginner Coxed Fours. And we're at the 1500 metre mark now. And as we come down, it's still the crew from Cardiff Met who are leading over Furnival Sculling Club. That's the A crew, followed by Furnival B, followed by Leeds, followed by York City. As York City across the line in this Open Beginner A final. That concludes that final, and it will be the crew from Cardiff Met picking up the gold with 2 medals for Furnival Sculling Club. Furnival A picking up the silver and Furnival B picking up the bronze, with Leeds taking 4th and York City rounding out the field. Next up, we're going to bring you the C final of the Junior 15 Coxed Quads. We've got Hereford Rowing Club, Durham Amateur Rowing Club, Marlow, George Watson's, Glasgow Academy and Weybridge Rowing Club. And as we come through the 1,000 metre mark, it's Durham Amateur leading the field by some 5 seconds over Hereford, followed by Marlow, Weybridge, George Watson's and Glasgow Academy. And on your screens now, if you're watching here on the live stream, we've got some athletes picking up their medals. And back to the race now. In this C final, we're progressing nicely in the final 500 metres of this race. It's Durham Amateur Rowing Club in lane 2 who are still leading over Hereford, followed by Weybridge, now up to third, followed by Marlow, George Watson's and Glasgow.
Durham are certainly the highest rating crew currently out on the course. They really look to be extending their advantage. They're not taking their position for granted at all. It looks like they've got something to prove, and that stroke rate just shot up to about 40, if not more strokes per minute now. I wonder if that's a call that was made by their cocks, or whether maybe they smell a little bit of danger coming from the opposition. The fight for the second and third places in the C final is still undecided, but Durham are now progressing through, carried by that really strong tailwind breeze. And they haven't got long left, maybe about a couple hundred meters or so.
And again, just in the bottom right of the screens there, if you're watching on the live stream, some more medals being collected. Congratulations to all our medalists here today. And no medals in this final, but still glory all the same in this C final of the Open Junior 15 Coxed Quads. Coming up to the line now. Nice and calm and controlled. Looks like they might be putting their rating up ever so slightly, not that they need to, and it's going to be this crew in lane 2 from Durham, Amateur Rowing Club, who have held first all the way. But what a tight battle for second between Hereford and Marlow. I think it's just going to be Hereford to clinch that one, with Weybridge behind, followed by George Watson's and Glasgow Academy. And next up, we are going to go back to the start. It's the B final of the Open Junior 15 Coxed Quads. In lane 1, it's Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Lane 2, the Windsor Boys School Boat Club. 3, RGS School High Wycombe. 4, Henley Rowing Club. 5, Brentford. And 6, Monmouth Comp School. And Pete, what's going on at the K? Who is in the lead?
So the action is fast and furious at the moment. We've got 4 seconds spread amongst the entire field. At the lead, we've seen crew from lane 1, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, with a nice hefty lead of about 1.5 seconds, which is just over 1/3 of a length. Behind them is Windsor Boys. They certainly know a bit or two about sculling, and they are being closely followed by RGS High Wycombe. At the moment, the place order is equivalent to the lane order. I wonder if that's going to change, or whether perhaps the wind is blowing a bit more strongly on the near side of the bank.
Yes, the conditions have been ever-changing throughout this weekend and throughout this day. I think we saw a lot of, unfortunately, broken blades and crabs in the time trials this morning, because it was pretty rough out there for these athletes, but they've all been doing phenomenally well. And a great shot there. That's Windsor Boys there in the middle of the screen as we come down in this B final. And I imagine, Pete, some of these crews probably a little bit gutted that they won't be in the A final, but they can still come out here and put a great show on today and see what time they can push themselves to get.
Well, they've had a chance to qualify, obviously, through the time trial or the semi-finals, so this is their final chance to show what they're made of down the track. And certainly I know Windsor Boys aren't going to continue falling behind Aberdeen Schools, although they might have just Aberdeen might have just caught a bit more wind over the last 500 metres or so, but I think Windsor are going to put in a big sprint finish, and you can see them taking that rate right up. The question is, how much energy has Aberdeen spent trying to work that lead out, and can anybody surprise them from the far side?
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. You know, it's difficult. You think, oh, should I put my push in now a little bit early so I can get a jump on the rest of the cruise? But if you don't have enough left in the tank to maintain that lead, they could come back on you and you won't have anything to give. So, yeah, as you said, it'd be interesting to see if they can maintain that lead with the Windsor boys just 2 seconds behind at the 1500.
And still, you know, these are J15 Coxed quads, so they do have someone taking care of their steering for them, so they can just focus on getting their best possible technique and row down the course. And look at that, Windsor boys continue to take that rate right up. Also on the far side, Monmouth Comprehensive, I don't think they've had their final word yet. They moved up to 4th with 500 meters to go, but they look to me that they will be challenging for either 3rd or 2nd as this final 150 meters entails.
Absolutely. They're only about a second behind the crew from RGS High Wycombe, who are in 3rd. So they could still have something in the tank to come through. And it looks like this is going to be a really exciting battle for the line now as we come into the last sort of 10 or so strokes. It is the crew on the side closest to us from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association who look to cross the line first. It's going to be super tight for second between Windsor Boys and RGS High Wycombe.
I think perhaps just half a stroke more and Monmouth Comprehensive could have done it. Windsor boys held on. They didn't manage to overtake Aberdeen, but they solidified that 2nd position, and what a good shout for them.
Definitely. And that's it for me today, so thank you for having me. I'm going to hand over to Charles now.
Hello, Pete. Welcome back to the British Rowing Club Championships. I'm Charles Barry, and I'm delighted to be on shift here with Pete, who continuing the coverage of what we're now on the A, B and C finals. And coming down the course now, we have the A final of the J15 Cox Quads.
So we've seen some really tight racing just there in a B final. I wonder how this medal fight is going to unveil as we progress through the course. We're now in the 3rd quarter of this race. And Charles, I can't believe it's been a year since we commentated together.
I know, it only feels like yesterday. And Pete, I'm really sad to hear that you'll be this will be perhaps your last ever stint at the British Rowing Club Championships.
Well, you never say never, but perhaps for the foreseeable future, that may well be true. But I'm here to give it my best and give it my my all for the remainder of the racing. And what an exciting event this is. Obviously, so many new national champions are going to be crowned throughout the course of this weekend, and you know, lots of proud memories to be and stories to be told for years to come about getting some silverware over the summer.
Well, I was saying earlier, Pete, when I was commentating on the D, E and F finals for this event, this is the event that I started my rowing career in. The very first race I ever did was the J15 Coxed Quad. I'm afraid I didn't do as well as to make it to the A final, but this is an event that's special to me because it was 21 years ago where I was here at Nottingham racing.
Was it really, Charles?
On a beautiful sunny day like this. Anyhow, enough about me yapping on about my days gone by. Let's turn to the race because this is proving to be an exciting A final. We have Walbrook in lane 3 out in front by a comfortable margin of about, well, I say comfortable, actually about 1.3 seconds over Leeds, who are in lane 2. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, it's the Windsor Boys School in 3rd place in lane 4. Now, Pete, we have seen some truly dramatic finishes from the Windsor boys. They're currently in the bronze medal position. Do you think we're going to see something exciting perhaps they could move themselves up into silver or gold.
So my eyes are pinpointed on that lane 4. I'm seeing that stroke rate go right up. I believe they're doing well over 40 strokes a minute now, and obviously for the leaders from Walbrook being chased by Leeds as well, I think that's going to be quite close. Walbrook had a tiny advantage, like you said, with 500 meters to go. That hasn't widened. Leeds are starting to catch up to them, and with maybe about 10 strokes to go, we could still see a change of medal collar.
Well, looking at this Walbrook crew in lane 3, they have led from start to this point now, perhaps start to finish, and they're looking absolutely superb. The crew from Leeds in lane 2 charging as hard as they can, but it doesn't seem to be making any inroads because the Walbrook crew can see them. They know they have 3 strokes to go at most till that gold medal is round their necks, and the crowds are delighted. The water is being splashed in the air because it's Walbrook who take the gold medal by the looks of things. Obviously, we'll need to let the umpires do their thing, but they crossed the line first, Pete.
Well, once we see the white flag go up, then the celebrations will be justified. But what a pivotal moment that is for these young athletes' careers. It's certainly a testament to how hard you've been training and you know what still potential is lying ahead of you, and how you can achieve new peaks later on. So yeah, certainly they'll be pleased with getting a medal from this championships. And my first ever national championships medal was also in the Cox squad. It wasn't a J15, it was a J14 one.
Brilliant. Well, where the true champions of the future are made is the J15 and J14 Cox squads. So the unofficial times have Walbrook first, Leeds second, Windsor Boys third, Notts County Rowing Station fourth, and Hunting and Peterborough fifth, and Wallingford sixth. But we're now moving up the course because we're going to switch from the open category to the women's category. And we have a race on our hands between Rochester in lane 1, Queen's Park Chester in lane 2, Notts and Union Rowing Club lane 3, Durham Amateur Rowing Club and Durham School Boat Club in lane 4, Great Marlow School Boat Club in lane 5, and Henley Rowing Club in lane 6.
A couple of grudge matches going on there. So obviously 2 crews from Chester in neighbouring lanes with each other, lanes 1 and 2, and obviously Great Marlow School and Henley. You could also call them neighbours, just separated by a couple of locks, I presume, on the Thames stretch of the river. I wonder if Nottingham and Union and Durham in lanes 3 and 4 are going to capitalise on that, or whether the outside lanes will dominate because of that close rivalry between themselves and their local rivals here. At the moment, it looks like Queen's Park Chester over in lane 2 have had a flying start, Charles.
Well, that's amazing. We're also seeing inset pictures there for the medal ceremony for one of the recent races. I'd have to refer to my notes, but congratulations to the athletes there. Yeah, and a storming effort by Queen's Park Chester there at the 1,000 metre mark. They're out by just over half a length over Nottingham and Union, and really fantastic to see them doing well. Queen's Park is the local state school in Chester. They've had an amazing programme over many decades, but it's gone through particular strength in the last 5 years, and that's down to the efforts of their coaches. And they'll be pleased to see that their rivals from Rochester, who are literally opposite them on the riverbank in the River Dee, they've got a lengths advantage over them. So that will be the talk for them if they can hold on to this all the way back to Chester.
I suppose they got 2 jobs in this C final. Number 1, beat their neighbours. Number 2, try and win the race.
Yeah, exactly. And as we come up to the 1,500 metre mark, they're about 12:50 into the race. It still looks quite compact, this race. I mean, I was just looking at the times at the halfway point. Great Marlow a little bit further out the back, but between the other 5 crews, it was so tight. It was only 3.5 seconds separating first and fifth. So as we come up to the 1,500 metre mark, that lead from Queen's Park Chester is by no means secure, and I can see a push coming from the crew from Nottingham and Union right up against them. As the camera swivels round in a few moments' time, we'll have an update from the 1,500 metre mark.
That's why I think the J15 races are so exciting, because you don't quite know how many years your opposition has been rowing for. Some people could have just picked up the sport now, this could be their first race, or they could have been rowing for 3 years, since the age of 12. So this can always have a degree of unpredictability, but that's exactly what we like to see. Close finishes, sudden moves as well. And I wonder if anybody is going to try and put their hand in the fire to challenge Queen's Park here.
Well, as the camera swivels round for the final few degrees, that's incredibly tight. Look at that, Pete. That is 3 crews level. It's Sir William Perkins School, actually, on the far side, who have... no, apologies, correction, wrong race. It's Henley Rowing Club, who have put themselves out in contention. They are so close to the Queen's Park Chester School. The unofficial times there, 0.3 of a second between them, 0.3 of a second between Nottingham and Union, and it's Henley who've moved up into contention as well. So that crew on the far side from Henley, they were 4th at the halfway point, and they're now in 2nd. What a brilliant third 500.
And we'd love to see that. It's so close, and by no means decided at all. We've still got about 300 meters to go in this race, so with, 30 or so strokes, these athletes are still going to be able to make a difference if they take it upon themselves now to take a risk, take that stroke rate right up and see what they can produce.
And we've just got inset pictures from the medal ceremony for the Open J15 Cox Quads. We've had the Windsor Boys School receiving their medal. This is Leeds Rowing Club, and we're about to see Walbrook Rowing Club getting their medals. But back to this B final, while there are no medals in contention, these beautiful overhead drone shots, Pete, look at this. There's a canvas between the front 3 crews. It's Queen's Park Chester, it's Nottingham and Union, and it's that crew from Henley Rowing Club out on the left of your screen who are putting themselves right up there. And we're going into the final 200 metres, Pete, and it's still far too close to call.
So Queen's Park Chester have done the work early. They're trying to hold on. They've obviously started to put in that big sprint. Nottingham and Union, they need to find something extra in those last 10 strokes. And as for Henley, they're trying to sneak up from the outside, like you said. I think they've got a really good chance. And as long as they keep letting that boat breathe and run, we could have something exciting. I mean, I really wish that all the medal finals were this close.
Well, it's going to be close as we go into the final 5 strokes. Queen's Park, you say, the early leaders, but they've been surpassed by Nottingham Union in their final sprint. But it looks like it's Henley Rowing Club, who have gone through the 2. That is incredibly close. There was a foot between the 3 crews there. And as they come up to the line, also Durham and Great Marlow having a big race there. They also go the line practically level, and the race is being rounded off by this crew from Royal Chester, who only a small margin, frankly, behind the other crews. What an incredibly tight race, and that was only the C final, Pete.
That was just the C final. I'm so astonished by the bravery of those young athletes from Henley to be able to execute that strategy to perfection. Credit for Queen's Park also for leading this race throughout for the most part, and obviously Nottingham and Union did end up finding something special, so I'm sure they'll be really pleased. Despite being in the C final, still a fantastic result, and close race can happen no matter what the ranking of the finalists.
Yeah, indeed, and obviously that will be great racing experience for those crews as they continue in their rowing journey. And I think we're seeing inset the crew from Walbrook Rowing Club who are receiving their gold medals for their win in the J15 Coxed Quads. We've got the women's event equivalent going on. We've seen the C final, and it's now the turn of the B final. They're out 5 minutes into their race. So in lane 1, we've got Wallingford Rowing Club. Lane 2, Sir William Borlase' Grammar School Boat Club. Lane 3, Trenton Boat Club. Lane 4, Barn Elms Rowing Club. Lane 5, Weybridge Rowing Club. And Lane 6, Sir William Perkins School Boat Club. And back to the racing here in race 375, the B final of the women's J15 Cox Quads. So we're just coming up to the 1500 metre mark there, over 5 minutes into racing. And it was Barn Elms who were leading at the halfway point. And as we can see on our screen here, it's the Barn Elms crew who are leading into the 1500 metre point.
So that's quite a substantial lead to have at halfway. Obviously 4 seconds is not insignificant, and your opposition are going to really have to dig deep and try and find something special in order to overturn that. But Barn Elms, they don't look to be slowing down. If anything, they're extending that advantage. Obviously chased by Perkins. They've now got 5 seconds of advantage ahead of them. Perkins are being pushed by Trenton Boat Club, but will that be enough in order to overturn the advantage that Barn Elms have got, Charles?
Well, I was just looking at that. I mean, I think the Barn Elms crew looks pretty unassailable, although we have seen some very dramatic finishes in these racing. What I was more intrigued by was the incredibly tight gap between Trentham and Sir William Perkins School at the halfway point. It's been close all the way down the course. The unofficial times here, the intermediate times suggesting it's just 0.7 of a second between the two crews, but frankly it seemed even closer. So the race for second and third in this B final is hotting up, but as I gaze out of the commentary tower window, it's looking good for fans of Barn Elms Rowing Club.
So their stroke rate is a little bit lower than their opposition. Perhaps they have a bit more confidence in that distance per stroke. Perhaps this is a call that their Cox is yet to make them find that extra sprint for the finish. But do they need to? That's another question. They obviously don't have another race after this, so the conservation of energy sort of goes out of the window, and as that lead does look to be pretty secure, I think they just got to continue doing what they're doing for the last 10 strokes or so.
Well, I think the Barn Elms crew here can look forward to 45 seconds of very enjoyable rowing. They're looking calm, cool and collected. They've got clear water on the rest of the field. They can see everyone else. They know they've only got a few strokes to go to the line, and they're looking absolutely fantastic as scullers. Looking back, though, the race between Trentham and Sir William Perkins School, which has been close all the way down the course, is continuing to be close into the final strokes. It looks like Trentham have just a slight edge over William Perkins. And meanwhile, the other three crews in this race are also very close. Lane 5, Weybridge, versus Lane 2, William Borlaces. There's absolutely nothing in it. And that's going to be another photo finish.
I think maybe perhaps Borlace have just crossed their bow out in front ahead of Weybridge. Wallingford were also really charging for the line, but until we have the official confirmation, those are just our predictions.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the previous race, so we said that Queen's Park Chester and Nottingham Union was very close. The official times are just out, and look at this, Pete. It was 8.6.5 seconds. You can see it on the scoreboard opposite the lake for Queen's Park Chester, and 8.6.51 for Nottingham Union. I think that's the closest result we've had all day. 100th of a second on the official final times separating the two crews, and that's just the C final.
That's unbelievable. And Charles, you're probably better at maths than me. What is 100th of a second divided by four 500s in order to get the split difference?
I literally have.
I think it's a rounding error, isn't it? Could be
it's
a watt of difference. Maybe
it's a very, very small number, Pete. Several thousandths of a second. Okay, GCSE maths aside, let's continue with the racing, because we've had the B final of this category with those incredibly tight differences, and it's now the time for the A final, where, having had two exceptionally close finals, we're now going to have a race with medals on. Now, in this, we've got Lane 1, Walbrook Rowing Club, Lane 2, Marlow Rowing Club, Lane 3, Sir William Perkins School, Lane 4, Rob Roy Boat Club, Lane 5, Lambton Rowing Club, and Lane 6, Henny Rowing Club. The crews are just coming up to the 1,500 metre mark, and it looks like a very comfortable lead for Sir William Perkins Schools as they enter the 1,500 metre point with clear water over the opposition.
That's a really good sort of place to find yourself with, particularly when fighting for the medals. It does take that little bit of worry away, and obviously it's a confirmation that whatever work you have been doing in order to get yourself into that position has clearly been paying off. Now it's the case of trying to minimize any attacks that your opponents can throw back at you to try and claw their way back into the race. And they're not the highest rating crew on the course, so William Perkins at the moment, I think their lane neighbours are coming, both from Marlow and Rob Roy.
Yeah, indeed. Now, Walbrook, who were in third at the halfway point and in the third position at 1,500 metre, currently in that bronze medal position in lane 1, just ahead of, just behind Marlow, in lane 2. They got the gold medal in the boys' race, and I'm sure they'll be wanting to have a medal in the girls' race as well, but they are being pushed very hard by the crew from Rob Roy in lane 4 and the crew from Lambton in lane 5. Barely anything in it between those three crews. And in fact, while it is Sir William Perkins out in front for the gold medal, the silver and bronze medal match is between these four crews. I would just like to give a little shout out to the Rob Roy crew. They're one of the smallest clubs in Cambridge. The crew only came together in March for the Junior Sculling Regatta, and they're in a 30-year-old boat. So it's great to see clubs from all over the country and of all sizes and abilities racing, Pete.
And whilst we were making that announcement, Walbrook have taken it upon themselves to surprise Marlow with a shock stealthy attack, and now they seem to be leading them with less than 10 strokes until the end of this race. Can they hold on for the silver medal, or has Marlow got another gear to respond? Not much time left here. The medals are going to be decided. It looks like Perkins have done the work. They're cruising towards the line. Little look over there from the bow girl. She knows there's not much left. And Walbrook now with about a canvas ahead of Marlow.
That's
what a turn of events.
Sensational sculling. And oh! I think they didn't quite judge where the finish line was there, because one of the scullers crashed into the other. But I think that they just had enough to keep themselves in front of the line there. The unofficial times giving that second place position to Walbrook by a few hundredths of a second, but the official times will be very close, and we'll need to wait for those to come out before we can say who's got what medal. Very exciting racing, and it's so impressive, Pete, always to see scullers of this early stage in their career. They may have only been sculling for 1 year to be able to pull off a race-changing move like that under such pressure.
I wonder if they planned for that, or if the Cox just saw an opportunity in the meantime and thought, why not? There's a medal to play for. Might as well risk it.
Well, fair enough, and fair credit where credit's due. We'll have the medal ceremony for that race very shortly, and the official times will appear on the scoreboard in a moment or two. But on screen, we're going back up the course, up to the 1K mark. In fact, the 1500 metre mark, because we've got the J16 quads now. We're moving back to the C final. This is a 6-horse race. We've got Wallingford Rowing Club, lane 1, Falcon lane 2, Hinksey lane 3, Sudbury lane 4, Tideway Scullers lane 5, and Stratford-upon-Avon lane 6. And it looks like, Pete, lane 3 are up at the 1500 metre mark.
It looks about a half a length advantage ahead of their rivals from, obviously, Falcon Rowing Club in lane 2. They're not far away from each other. Both crews are based in Oxford, so I love a bit of a grudge match going on, particularly when it comes to side-by-side racing. That's always another factor that just potentially will elevate your performance if you can really prepare yourself for it.
Yeah, indeed. So the two crews from Oxford currently in 1 and 2. Beautiful drone shot there showing the crew in lane 3 from Hinksey up. But they've got actually a very close race going on here between the crews to their right and left. So Sudbury on their right in their left in lane 4, and Falcon on their right in lane 2, practically level with each other. There was only a second between them at the 1500 metre point on those unofficial times. And as we come into the final 300 metres, these three crews are very close together. And actually, do you know what? I like the look of how the Scullers crew in lane 5 is moving, Pete.
They've certainly just found another gear to go here, but I don't think that's going to put them back into the contention for the top 3 positions, though. Hinksey maybe now overtaken by Falcon. Have they found some extra speed in the last few strokes, and then they've sneaked up on the leaders from lane 3?
Well, looking at, I think Hinksey have still got about a half length, but you're right. Falcon have come back on them, and they're continuing to move. And in fact, they've found another gear of speed. The bow there, looking over his left-hand shoulder. Where is he? And the canvas bow ball is coming up on the canvas of Hinksey. This is going to go right to the line because Falcon are moving so well. They've moved right off Sudbury, and that is dead level as they go across the line. Wow.
I think potentially Hinksey have just found a bow ball of an advantage ahead of Falcon. Falcon have found some incredible speed with those bucket hats that certainly aided their performance.
Well, they say bucket hats do give free speed, and perhaps that was true in this instance. The tailwind perhaps catching the hats and just giving them a little bit of momentum as they come towards the line. Anyhow, well raced to them. I'm just going to glance at those A final times because they're up on the scoreboard opposite the lake. So indeed it was the Sir William Perkins School who won the gold medal position there. That wasn't too surprising, but it was Walbrook in second ahead of Marlow Rowing Club in third by about 1.5 seconds. So congratulations to those three crews. We will see them on the pontoon for the medal ceremony momentarily. In fact, as I gaze out the commentary tower window, I can see Marlow receiving their medals now. Congratulations to Soraya Rawton, Charlotte Curzon, Fleur Parker, Marley Sangster and Isabel Berger for the bronze medal, and we'll continue to see those crews in a moment for that ceremony. Anyhow, Pete, if I can just grab my breath, we're going from the C final to the B final and of the J16 quads.
So I'll let you find your breath. We've got racing in this B final. We've got Weybridge Rowing Club in lane 1, Lee Rowing Club in lane 2. I don't suppose you've got any affiliation with them, do you, Charles? In lane 3,
I'm nearly their club captain.
Lane 3, we've got a Bedford and Hartpury composite. In lane 4 is Rob Roy. Lane 5, Windsor Boys B. And in lane 6, Wallingford Rowing Club A. So quite an interesting matchup. Obviously, we're moving over to the boat category where there isn't a cox to give you calls or to steer you down the line. So one of those athletes will have to take it upon themselves in order to perform that role and fill those shoes in the boat. And I wonder who's doing the best at the moment as we're approaching the halfway point.
I think it actually seems to be the crew from Rob Roy there who are out in front, but only by a very small margin over the composite from Bedford, Ross, Hartpury and Lambton. What a mouthful. They're about half a length at most up on the Rob Roy crew. Sorry, the Rob Roy crew about half, in fact, quarter of a length up on the composite crew we were just talking about. And third is the Windsor Boys School, again making an appearance. Then Weybridge come across the line fourth, and we're just waiting to get some times from the Lee and Wallingford crews. Does seem to be a bit of a gap between those 4 crews before we head back to Lee and Wallingford.
It's a nice shot on the screen here between the Rob Roy crew and the Hartpury composite. It showcases a slight difference in styles. Rob Roy really aggressive, really going for it with the rate. A slightly lighter gearing perhaps and a bit more conviction in their technical finesse versus Hartpury. Slightly lower stroke rate but more power per stroke. So I wonder which one of those strategies is going to ultimately pay off in this B final as they're fighting to finish in 7th place overall.
Well, I'm just looking at the course actually for the Lee crew that was on the start list, but they don't actually seem to be in the race. There's a gap in lane 2, and I'm wondering if I can see them up on the course. There's been a technical issue of some sort, but unfortunately not there. Huge cheers downstairs for the crews who've been racing from Sir William Perkins in that girls J15 quads. As we return to the J16 quads, we're just coming up to the 1500 metre mark. It was Rob Roy in the lead, but very, very close behind were the composite and the Windsor Boys School. The camera is swivelling round for the final few degrees, and I think the composite might be about to go through Rob Roy, Pete.
And I think those are some of the best races you will ever get to witness as a fan of rowing, is those ones where it's so close. The lead almost seems to change with every single stroke and every single surge. Those guys know exactly how fast each other are, because obviously they race each other in both the time trials and the semis. The question is, who is more up for grabbing that top spot in this B final? Obviously, the experience would suggest the composite crew, as they have another gear to go in terms of the stroke rate, but Rob Roy have not had their final say yet, and obviously leading for most of this race, they'll want to keep going that way.
Well, look at that. The composite out in front, but it was only about a foot at the 1500 metre mark. They might have lengthened that out slightly to about a canvas. It's only a couple of seats. When you do side-by-side racing, often the best way to measure it is just where you are sitting relative to the seats of the other boat. So if you're at bow and then you're against the 3-person, you're 2 seats down. And that's what those guys will be having to think about. The bow will be having to call the race plan out. They're coming into the final 350 metres of this course. In fact, less than that, the final 250 metres. It's half a length's advantage to the composite, Pete.
The composite put their hand in the fire. They decided to commit. They decided to go for it. And look at that boat. It's running along so nicely on the course. These guys will be gutted to not race for the medals in the other final, but they are still getting the job done so well. I wonder if Rob Roy will be able to catch up to them. At the moment, it looks like composite unstoppable.
I do like the way the composite is moving, but Rob Roy are giving it an absolute good go. And I'm really surprised to be in a race watching the Windsor Boys crew seeming to go backwards relative to the front of the pack. That's incredible. This is the composite now, shifting it to gear. Rob Roy responding, but it looks like the composite are going to hold that half length, maybe even 2/3 of a length advantage as they cross the line in the B final first. Rounding out the race, just coming up to the line, it's the Windsor Boys School who are also being chased by Weybridge here. We don't seem to have a crew from Wallingford either, so that 6-horse race was reduced down to 4. So not quite sure what the reason for that was, but congratulations to those crews who've raced.
Certainly a good effort, and all of these boys will go back home for the holidays being happy with the effort that they've left down on the course today.
Yeah, little thumbs up there from Scullers from, I think, Rob Roy. But we're going straight up the course now from the B final into the one where the medals matter, and that is, of course, the A final. We have in lane 1, Barn Elms, lane 2, Infinity Boat Club from the northeast, lane 3, Windsor Boys School Boat Club, lane 4, a composite of Henley Rowing Club and Shiplake College Boat Club, lane 5, Leeds Rowing Club, and lane 6, Clares Court School Boat Club. And we've got some intermediate times. They've just gone through the 1K marker. It's the Windsor Boys School out in the front. Surprise, surprise. But closely following them, hot on their heels, it is Infinity Boat Club from the northeast in second place, and third, a little bit further back from those two, it's Leeds Rowing Club in the bronze medal position.
And I think, Charles, you'll find it interesting to know that the coach of the Infinity crew is a former Blue Star.
Oh,
James Stevenson.
Indeed, yes. I had a little catch-up with him. He's just moved to Infinity, which is a charity boat club that is based on the Tees. They are based in Stockton-on-Tees, and they're aiming to give free access to rowing for all in the local area and celebrating that rowing can mean different things, different people. It's been a huge season. Jacob, Dan, Harry and Sam, who are part of the first-year group that this crew has taken, that this club has taken forward. So those are the 4 rowers racing today. And indeed, it's been a huge step forward for the club. They're thankful for the support of their CEO, Kathy Rooney, as they continue to move forward. But as we come into the racing, it's the Windsor Boys crew still out in front there, first through the 1500, and Infinity very, very hot on their heels. That was, I think, only half a length, Pete.
Yeah, it certainly didn't look like much more than that. Infinity, what a fantastic job James must have been doing in that crew in just one short season to get them obviously into the A final and fighting for the medals. This is so exciting. Obviously 500 meters to go at this stage of the race. Windsor Boys out in front by only 2 seconds. We've seen bigger gaps than that get overturned, particularly with the surge of adrenaline you get for the final sprint. And I wonder if Infinity will really live up to that name, where they can take the rate right up and apply infinite power to overtake Windsor Boys, who are obviously the favourites. Windsor Boys look so well put together. I wonder if they'll be able to respond to Infinity here.
Well, there's 2 races going on here for 2 different medals. The gold medal is being contested by Windsor Boys and Infinity as we come into the final 200. But that bronze medal race is also very close between the crews in lane 1 from Barn Elms Rowing Club and out in lane 5 from Leeds Rowing Club. They're going neck and neck as well. So as you can see on the drone shots, we're going to have 2 very close medals races. It looks like, as I peer out the window, Pete, that Windsor Boys are holding on for dear life, but Infinity are pushing them so hard.
They're pushing them so hard, and Windsor Boys have only got a couple of seats, maybe 3 seats now of advantage ahead of them. They're cruising towards the line in about 5 strokes. They will get that confirmation of a win in this A final, and the gold medal will be swung around their necks. Infinity are looking to take silver here with about 2 strokes to go, and the fight for the bronze, I can't call it, Charles.
Wow, that's incredibly close. I think lane 5 might have just got that. That's what the unofficial times are saying in front of me and what I saw out the window. But we'll have to wait for the judges with their photo cameras to sort that all out. Absolutely delights of celebration going from the Windsor Boys crews. In fact, they almost capsized their quad, which is a remarkable achievement, because they had their hands off their blades splashing the water. So fair play to them. They're clearly delighted with that result. Thumbs up to the bank and their supporters. And, of course, congratulations also must go to Infinity Boat Club for a club that's only been around, I think, for 3 years to have medalists on the club national champions at the J16 level is very impressive. So well done to them.
That's truly amazing, and great to see the sportsmanship as well from Windsor Boys, giving a thumbs up to all their rivals. And huge congratulations to Barn Elms. Perhaps it's not the result that they did want out of this regatta, but 4th place by that close of a margin is still something to be proud about, as they will inevitably charge forward for the next season.
So we have the J16 quads on the course now. Again, some of the characters we've seen in previous races. This is lane 1, City of Bristol. Lane 2, Marlow Rowing Club. Lane 3, another Marlow Rowing Club crew. Lane 4, Stratford-on-Avon Rowing Club. Lane 5, Sir William Borlase' Grammar School Boat Club. And lane 6, Wallingford Rowing Club. And indeed, Stratford-on-Avon, the club of one of our co-commentators, Poppy Baines. And coming through the line there, as they're at the 1,000-metre mark, it does seem to be the crew in lane 3 from Marlow Rowing Club who have a lead over their compatriots in lane 2, and the crew from Stratford-on-Avon in lane 4. There's not very much between those three crews. I think it's about a length, maybe a length and a quarter, Pete.
That really does show the depth of the squad for the Marlow girls. Obviously, they've had a fantastic win at Henley Royal Regatta this year. These are the J16, so this is the future pillars upon which Marlow will be looking to build their crews to go and compete for the top medals. And they're only within a length of each other, which is a really good result to have. That's only at halfway, though, so have Marlow A got this ace up their sleeve, perhaps?
Well, I have to say, I do really take my hat off to Marlow Rowing Club, because they've had success in the senior category. They had the win in Henley Royal Regatta, I think it was 2 years ago now, in the Wyfold Challenge Cup. Then, of course, the win this year in a junior event. And they are absolutely dominant at the Masters level as well. They've got a large recreational squad as well. So they are a club that doesn't just focus on one thing, or they grow their own talent. They contribute to all parts of the sport. So hats off to them. And clearly that's paying dividends, as you say, because they continue to lead as they come up to the 1,500-metre mark.
So the other crews in this race, obviously City of Bristol, Stratford-upon-Avon, Sir William Borlase, Boat Club and Wallingford Rowing Club. I wonder if they will be able to try and close that gap on Marlow. It doesn't look like everybody in this final is racing. It looks to be a gap on lane 1, so I don't think we've got City of Bristol B.
Yeah, there's no crew in lane 1, and in fact there doesn't seem to be a crew in lane 5, or if there is, there's been some sort of issue. There's a crew just a bit further up the course. I'm having a look. No, they're just a bit further back, actually, Pete. I think that's perhaps the issue. So as we come through the 1,500-metre mark, it's that crew from Marlow way out in front, clear water. But then look at that, Pete, dead level between the second Marlow crew and the crew from Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club. This C final going to be very hotly contested for that second and third place going into the final 500 metres.
So perhaps Stratford-upon-Avon want to sneak up on Marlow, who maybe have got their blinds on, trying to beat the A crew and not let that overlap get not let that gap get any bigger. Obviously, Marlow have now. Marlow A have broken that elastic. They've got clear water advantage. Stratford-upon-Avon are perhaps maybe 2 or 3 seats down upon Marlow.
Yeah, I think put 2 seats, Pete. It's very close, and of course that can all be reversed in the course of the next 350 metres. If they can time their push to perfection, they'll move through. Meanwhile, we're seeing, of course, the medal ceremony from the J16 quads. So congratulations are in order, of course, to Leeds Rowing Club, who are receiving the bronze medal there, inset on your pictures. Meanwhile, this C final continues to be very hotly contested between the second and third place. It's Marlow and Stratford-on-Avon. Only a seat or 2 between those 2 crews, Pete.
So I think Marlow B are starting to come back on the A crew. They've started to put in that big sprint a little bit earlier than the A crew. A crew have responded, but Marlow B have found another gear, and now they're definitely leading Stratford-upon-Avon, who just glanced over at Marlow to see how much work they have to do. I think there will be overlap between all 3 of the top crews here.
Indeed, and as we're coming up to the finish line, this crew from Wallingford over in lane 6 as well has also put themselves into the mix. They've perhaps not got enough water to catch up on these other 3 crews, but they're there, and with them it's going to be an emphatic lead for the Marlow Crew Club, however, out in front with clear water, and then it looks like Marlow in second, just keeping the pressure off from Stratford-on-Avon, and that Wallingford crew only 3/4 a length down on Stratford-on-Avon.
So there was overlap between crews 2, 3 and 4 rather than Marlow A in this race.
Yeah, indeed. Well, fantastic racing. And again, inset in your pictures, you're seeing the Infinity Boat Club crew receiving the silver medal for the J16 quads. Now up the course underway, we have the B final of the J16 women's quads. So in lane 1, we've got City of Bristol, lane 2, Durham Amateur, lane 3, Kingston, lane 4, Inverness and Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, lane 5, Molesey, and lane 6, Leeds Rowing Club. And there's some very bright and dazzling pictures of them just past the 1K mark, Pete. Looks like Molesey up in front by about a second over Kingston Rowing Club, about half a length back to Durham Amateur in third. and then a bit of a gap back to City of Bristol and Inverness.
So there's obviously a big rivalry between Molesey Juniors and Kingston Rowing Club Juniors. They train on practically the same stretch of the river, positioned a few hundred metres away from each other. Kingston, always the underdogs to Molesey. Will they be able to overturn them? A 1 second advantage is not that significant with halfway to go. That's only half a second split, producing that sort of gap between them. I wonder if City of Bristol will be able to sneak up on Durham and claim the 3rd spot in this race.
Well, I'm looking out the window. As you can see, there were some wonderful close-up shots of some of the supporters of these crews on one of the intermediate pontoons. And in fact, as I gaze up the road on this side of the lake, they were full of supporters who were crowding the bank to cheer on these crews. Indeed, we can hear some of the medal ceremony happening right now from that previous race for the Infinity Crew Club, and Windsor Boys just coming onto the pontoon. But as we go through the 1500 metre mark, it is Molesey out in front still, Kingston second by a very small margin, and then third. City of Bristol have moved up on Dummer Amateur to take the 3rd place position.
Indeed, that margin has widened. It looks like Molesey will be looking to perhaps clear that overlap that Kingston have still got with them. And is City of Bristol over in lane 1 absolutely charging forward? Perhaps they might be even able to overtake Kingston if they keep going at this rate.
Well, a beautiful panning shot from the drone there of the race as it's underway. Fantastic, and you can see the breeze, the tailwind just giving the crews a little push down the course as it strikes on the lake. Inset pictures, of course, from the Windsor Boys School with their gold medals for those J16 quads race earlier. But it does look like that crew from Molesey that have run away with this race, frankly. Nobody can catch them. They were being challenged by Kingston. They've seen that one off. And as they move down towards the line, I think they're going to be having a very comfortable final minute of racing.
My eyes are set on lane 1, City of Bristol. The sprint that these girls have put in is just unbelievable. And they don't seem to be stopping. They seem to be gaining more and more speed, obviously sneaking up on the competition from the outside lane. Molesey are still in the lead, but Bristol are coming, Charles.
Well, I'm having double vision here because the drone shot suggests that they've gone through them, and I'm trying to compare that with what I'm seeing out the finish tower. It's very tight between these crews, and I think City of Bristol, they were 4th at the halfway point. They were 3rd at the 3/4 point, and as we come towards the finish line, I think City of Bristol have played an absolute blinder here. They seem to be 2, possibly 3, maybe even more now seats up on Kingston as we come up to the line, Pete.
So a couple strokes left to go. I think Molesey might just be able to take this as they cross the line. City of Bristol did have an encounter with a couple of ducks. I wonder if that slowed them down enough so that Molesey could regain back that lead. And Kingston Rowing Club cruising through the line in 3rd place ahead of Durham over in lane 2.
Well, do you know what? There was 4 seconds between that Molesey crew and that City of Bristol crew at the 3/4 point, the 1500 metre mark. And I'll tell you what, it was definitely not 4 seconds gap when they got to the finish line. That was an incredible final 500 from the City of Bristol crew to move themselves and to have that confidence as they come through the halfway point. They're only in 4th place. Very, very impressive to push themselves up to 2nd by the end.
That was a really, really gutsy move from them, and they'll certainly be pleased with that. Maybe not the result they wanted, but 2nd in the B final is still a terrific one, particularly at the club championships. And now we move over to the medal final of this category. We've got the women's J16 Coxless squad out on a course. And Charles, who is contending?
So we've got Great Marlow School Boat Club in lane 1, City of Cambridge Rowing Club lane 2, a composite of Clydesdale Amateur and Glasgow Academy Rowing Clubs in lane 3, Sir William Perkins School lane 4, Notts County Rowing Association lane 5, and a composite of Falcon Boat Club and Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 6. We had some incredibly closely fought semi-finals in this event, Pete, but as we come through the halfway point, it's Sir William Perkins School who are up, and we're just getting the pictures now of the 1500 metre point. Who looks to be leading, Pete?
At the moment, it looks like City of Cambridge over on the near side are just a canvas behind Sir William Perkins. Obviously, huge amount of experience and pedigree in the Sir William Perkins crew. These are the J16s, but they excel at every age category, particularly in the juniors. And I wonder if Cambridge are going to be able to come back on them.
Well, I was just looking at these times. I didn't read them correctly when I was last looking. The gap between William Perkins and City of Cambridge was just 0.2 of a second at the halfway point, and it looks a little bit wider at the 1500, but to be honest, to my eyes, I'm not sure that's quite right. I think the gap was pretty close. And as I gaze out my window, it looks like the crew from Great Marlow falling a little bit out the back. But meanwhile, the rest of the pack is very compressed. It is William Perkins out in front. But this crew from City of Cambridge hugging very, very closely to them, and the medals race for bronze behind them is very, very tight between Notts County in lane 5 and the Scottish Composite in lane 3.
So the Scots have not travelled all this way in order to come away without a medal, but neither did Notts County, even though they're a local crew. I really wonder if City of Cambridge in those last 15 strokes are going to be able to stick an advantage ahead of Sir William Perkins. Perkins will respond. They look to be taking that rate right up. It's so nice to watch quads race at absolute full speed. And Charles, I'm going to leave it up to your judgment.
Well, it does seem like the crew from Sir William Perkins are clinging on for dear life because City of Cambridge are pushing them very hard, but they're just absorbing the impact of that push. It's not a big margin, though. It's only about half a length, and it seems behind them, the crew from Notts County Rowing Association have seen off the Scottish Composite, and they've moved up into the bronze medal position. They're coming up to the line. It's William Perkins out in front, half a length's advantage, 2/3 advantage over City of Cambridge, second, and Notts County will take across the line, third, to take that bronze medal position.
What an unbelievable move from Notts County to finish with clear water ahead of the Scottish Composite. Wallingford coming in 5th, and Great Marlow coming over in 6th position for this final. Huge credit to them. Obviously, they've found themselves in contention for the medals, which means they must have absolutely spent themselves during the semis.
Well, incredible racing again from the J16s. Really significant moves there. And again, the maturity, the level-headedness, the ability to execute a race plan. It's incredibly impressive from these athletes. And I'm sure we'll see more of them in championship years to come. So we're moving up the course now onto the J18 quads. So we had the women's J16s going up 2 age categories and switching to boys. So in lane 1, we have the Windsor Boys School Boat Club. Lane 2, City of Cambridge. Lane 3, Dart Totnes Amateur. Lane 4, Camus Rowing Club in a composite with Hexham. Lane 5, Brentford Boat Club. And lane 6, Clare's Court School. And we've just seen the crews go through the 1,500 metre mark, Pete. It looks like that the lead, which was being held by City of Cambridge, has been taken from them by the Windsor Boys School in lane 1.
The Windsor Boys are absolutely charging forward in that lane 1. They really know that in the last quarter of the race there's nothing to hang back for, so they've taken that rate right up. They're rating about 42 strokes a minute now, and I don't think anyone's going to be able to close that gap on them. What a fantastic move over by those young athletes. That are so well put together when it comes to sculling, and they know exactly how to make a quad go fast. Obviously, these are J18s, a little bit more experienced athletes, so they will have been rowing for a number of seasons now, and the rest of the fight is still wide open with not much left in this race, Charles.
Well, indeed. So although it's only a C final and nobody will be going home with a medal on this, it's important race experience. And indeed, and there's just been a bit of a crablet there from the crew from City of Cambridge, who are just recognition of how hard they were trying. They've kept hold of their blades, but they just caught the water there, and that's just second place position. And they're being pushed and pushed and pushed by the crews in lane 6 and lane 5 from Brentford and Clare's Court. Look at this, Pete. This is such a condensed field. Yes, Windsor Boys out ahead, but second and third, very, very close indeed.
And I love to see how these boats are moving and rising out of the water. Those bows are absolutely surging. Great move by the Hexham Composite to take upon themselves that move to finish in second. City of Cambridge, after a fantastic 3 quarters, they did caught a little handbrake there, just 20 strokes before the line, but they managed to carry the 3rd place through, and they'll be certainly pleased with that, despite the exhaustion.
Yeah, indeed, City of Cambridge trying so hard there, and that just meant the steering went a little awry as well at the finish there, just hitting the buoy line. But all credit to them, they've pushed themselves really, really hard, and that's all as a coach, as a supporter, you can ask of any crew. Well done to those scullers in the the C final. We're now going up the course to the B final, which has just gone past the 1,000 metre mark. So, lane 1, Bedford and Star Club in a composite. Lane 2, Durham School. Lane 3, City of Cambridge. Lane 4, Marlow. Lane 5, Molesey. And lane 6, Marlow Rowing Club as well. I'm just having a quick look across the course. Yes, we have got all 6 crews on the course. At the halfway point, it was Marlow Rowing Club out in front by just maybe half a length on City of Cambridge, and then again another half length back to Durham School. And Molesey in fourth were only 4 seconds behind the leaders, so another incredibly compressed race, Pete.
So yeah, these athletes will have been gutted to not make the A final through their semis, but they must have put in a really good performance at the time trials this morning in order to even find themselves for that kind of contention. And Charles, with that lovely tailwind, I'm looking at the halfway times, and it looks like these crews should break up to 6:25 if possible.
Well, potentially, yes. I mean, there's a nice little breeze on the course. It's a sort of happy tailwind, a tappy tailwind, if you like, something that keeps you moving and gets the pace up without making it too challenging to row. We have seen stronger winds on the course, but this looks like ideal racing conditions. Just seeing some pictures inset of the Notts County crew, but as we come across the line, it's City of Cambridge out in front. They've moved up from second into first to overtake Marlow. Again, incredibly tight there. Look at that. Durham School just slightly behind them as well. They've kept their third place position, and Molesey still in fourth, just a small margin behind that. We've got a very exciting final 500, Pete.
What a big sprint finish. City of Cambridge are trying to put down. They were rating well over 40 strokes a minute. Now Marlow are responding. They're trying to get back upon them. The margin is not much in it at all. And obviously crew from lane 2 as well is Durham Schools is trying to come back. The standard of rowing in these J18 quads is just astonishing. And all those boats have got a tremendous amount of speed. Couple hundred meters to go. We'll see if Cambridge will be able to get a response to their sprint.
Well, Cambridge looking dominant here as they come into the final 250 metres. They're right in the middle of the chevron, and they've got about a length advantage on the pack. It looks like the crew from Marlow still holding on to that second place position. They were first, now they were second at the 1500 metre mark, but they are being pushed very hard by the crew to the right, which was the Durham School crew in lane 2. And there's also a challenge coming now from the crew in lane 5 from Molesey. These four crews very, very close together, and this will all come down to the final quality of their sprint.
So Molesey have just put in another big push. They had a little look over at where Durham are. I wonder if they're just going to run out of water as we take the last 5 strokes. Another look there from the Molesey bowman. I think they might have just done it, or we'll get another photo finish between lanes 2 and 5.
Well, you're absolutely right. The Molesey bowman there in his red hat, looking across the lake to see where they were. But I think by a canvas, Durham School kept that third place position. Again, no medals in place, but absolutely fantastic racing, which I'm sure the rowers will enjoy, even if not at the time while the legs are still hurting, but they'll look back on this with retrospect and enjoyment. Well, Pete, we've had the C final, we've had the B final. Here is a race I am really looking forward to. This is the A final for the Open J18 quads. We have got some big names in this, and we've had some amazing racing in the time trial and the semi-final, and indeed many of these crews have been racing in the single or the double earlier this week. As we see some inset pictures from the crews recovering from their race. We're just going up the course. Medal ceremony obviously continuing from the J16 quads. There is the crew from City of Cambridge receiving their medals. But this A final is going to be absolutely spectacular because I can see the bright orange of Lee Rowing Club there on lane 6 coming through the pack. So in lane 1, it is Tideway Scullers. Lane 2, Hartbury. Lane 3, George Watson's. Lane 4, Windsor Boys School. Lane 5, Hereford, Marlow and Warrington the Composite. And lane 6, of course, Lee Rowing Club. How is the race looking to you, Pete?
At the moment, it looks like everybody is really focused and determined on getting the best start out of the blocks possible. They're now past the 750-meter marker. They will be heading towards the 1K mark soon, which is a halfway point. And once they know exactly how they line up against their opposition, one of those athletes in that quad will make a decisive call to either make a move, stick to the plan, perhaps try and throw the kitchen sink and surprise the opposition. At the moment, it looks like Windsor Boys comfortably ahead. That's no surprise, but Lee are very much within the contest for the medals.
I'm not quite sure why you said comfortably, Pete, because look at that. There's only a length between all 6 crews. It is indeed Windsor Boys out in front, but only half a length. And that crew from the Hereford, Marlow and Warrington Composite, very, very close behind them as well. Only half a length between it. These times, I think, don't give it the true sense of how compressed this field is. And I think we're going to have to see, as you said, every single one person and their dog does a push at the 1,000-meter mark. The question is who can do the best push, or even who can absorb the push and then push off.
Certainly, and Charles, I know you're really excited about the crew on the far side there in the orange club colours, Lee Rowing Club. Tell us about that quad. How did they come together?
Well, this is a crew that's raced a few times before this year. They've sometimes raced apart, sometimes as a quad. They did Henley Royal in this combination. They beat St Paul's School in the first round before losing out to Windsor Boys School. They raced in the single and the double at national schools. They did that again earlier in the competition. They've come back for the quad. This is potentially for Thomas Bakulis, who won in the single earlier, his last ever race at Lee Rowing Club as a junior before he goes to Stanford University. So they'll be looking to put a significant effort down. And here are the pictures at the 1500 metre mark, Pete. It's looking very tight.
And I'm loving the way that those boats are being propelled forward. Those bows are just surging so fast ahead. Windsor Boy, fantastic style of sculling. Obviously, they know exactly how to work together as a unit. And it wasn't a comfortable lead at the Cape, but now it looks to be as they've just broken clear from their opposition. They're being chased by the Marlow and Hereford composite as well. But I don't think Lee are out of this race.
No, indeed. They're really going to have to find something in the final 500 metres because while Windsor Boys have extended that lead out to clear water, Hereford, Lee, Watsons and Hartpury are now all neck and neck for the 2 remaining medals. If anyone can catch Windsor Boys, I'd be very surprised given the form they've shown all week, but I really couldn't call who's going to place where in the remaining crews.
So there it is. Final 200 metres, 250 metres to go. The athletes are just about to encounter the red boy territory, which is so exciting when you're an athlete. You know the finish is near, but there's still lots and lots of work to be done. That rate needs to come right up. And I'm looking at George Watson's College over in lane 3. What have they got left in this race? That sprint has come out of nowhere, and I think they might even be challenging Windsor Boys here, Charles.
Well, look at this. We've got some beautiful direct overhead bird's eye shots from the drone which tell the entire story. Look, overlap from that crew from Hartpury from George Watson's in lane 3. Lee charging forwards, but they're being absorbed by push by the crew from Hereford, Marlow and Warrington. And as we come up to the line, it looks like the race for silver bronze is going to be incredibly tight between this Watson's crew and this composite crew in lane 4, Pete.
So George Watson's College, they moved early. They knew they had to go if they wanted to keep that fight for the silver medal going. They managed to find overlap on the Windsor Boys, half a length between them, and George Watson's about half a length ahead of the composite. You can see lots of arms and splashes being thrown around in celebrations. Another unbelievably exciting finish, Charles.
Well, that was fantastic, and of course the Windsor Boys delighted with that, but so were Watsons, and so were the composite from Hereford. Really incredible racing. They're probably exhausted from having to race 3 races a day for 3 consecutive days, so all credit to all of those athletes. Well, we're just going to take a momentary break from the racing because I have a public service announcement for everyone in the park. The first car park on the left opposite the play park near the exit at the bottom of the lake, we have unfortunately 3 cars blocking the exit. So if you are the owner of a blue Mercedes M6XTH or a blue VW DF21 RCV or a yellow Mini HL21 BHN, unfortunately, you're blocking the exit route for other cars in the car park. So if you could please go and move your cars, that would be appreciated. So just to repeat, if you're the owner of a blue Mercedes M6XTH, a blue VW DF21 RCV, or a yellow Mini HL21 BHN, please could you move your cars in the car park as you're preventing exit for others. Anyhow, Pete, back to the racing.
So those emotions are still with me. I'm still feeling that adrenaline from that incredible sprint finish at the final. It was a bit heartbreaking for Lee. They did the work. They were there basically at the 500 meters to go. But unfortunately, the composite was a little bit faster. Now we're moving on to another C final. This time is the women's J18 quads. And we've got 6 crews racing here.
Yeah, indeed. So in lane 1, it's Hexham and Lambton. In lane 2, Tideway Scullers. In lane 3, Agecroft Rowing Club. Lane 4, Brentford Boat Club. In lane 5, Derby Rowing Club, and in lane 6, York City Rowing Club. And there are the pictures from the 1,000-metre mark, and it's a very, very comfortable lead for Tideway Scullers, Pete.
So I was watching that semi-final, which is determined the final of those order of those crews. Obviously, the Tideway Scullers as well, they had a fantastic time trial, but just narrowly missed out on competing for the AB semis. I think they'll be gutted to have done so, but they're certainly not letting that drag them down. They've got their heads held up high, and they said, hey, why don't we just win our final by an incredible margin? That's exactly what they're out doing. Currently in second, we've got Derby, and in third, we've got York City crew.
Yeah, indeed. So the intermediate times were on the screen a moment ago. So Tideway Scullers out in first with a 6-second lead over Derby in second, and York City just half a length behind them. And the thing was, actually looking at those 1K pictures, was just how compressed the rest of the field was. I'm just looking at it. So the second place time was from Derby, as I say. The 6th place time was merely 4 seconds behind them. So this is going to be a very exciting second half, Pete. We're just seeing inset the pictures from the medal ceremony. So that's the composite crew from Hereford, Warrington and Marlow Rowing Club who take the 3rd place spot. And we'll be seeing from the crew from George Watson's momentarily, and then, of course, the Windsor Boys School to take the gold. Back on the course, the race is continuing to hot up as we come into the 1,500 metre mark, Pete.
The Tideway Scullers crew is not focused on anybody else other than themselves and executing their perfect race plan. You'd think that with that kind of lead that affords perhaps to save the sprint finish, but they certainly won't be doing that because they've just started to take that rate right up, and I really like that dynamic press and sending that the boat is receiving around the back end of the stroke. I think that gap is just going to continue on growing.
But look at that. So it was indeed Tideway Scullers out there, and Agecroft have also just given themselves a bit of space compared to the rest of the pack. But everyone else is incredibly squished together between a length of the remaining crews. So you can see there, Derby and Hexham are the 4 crews remaining, and there's only 3 seconds, i.e. 1 length between them. As we go into the final 400 metres, Pete, I'm looking forward to seeing how this all plays out.
I think Agecroft have decided to take another risk and try and put themselves in the 2nd position in this C final. And will they be able to hold off the advances from Hexham and Lambton Composite over in lane 1?
Well, we just saw a drone shot overhead there, and it was struggling to keep Tideway Scullers in the same picture as everyone else. Such is the commanding lead that they have built up over the rest of the pack. And indeed, we just saw some medals being awarded there to the crew from George Watson's College in set, so they'll be delighted with their silver medal. No medals in this race, but again, it's looking incredibly tight. Agecroft do seem to keep themselves ahead of the rest of the pack, but the race for 3rd of these remaining crews is too close to call.
And lovely drone shot now on the screen, exactly showing that advantage that Agecroft even have over the rest of the field here. Like you said, Tideway Scullers cannot be kept in that same shot, but even though there are no medals here in the C final, if you've had a performance like Tideway Scullers, I think you're certainly going to be happy with what you've just done.
Yeah, indeed. We missed out on the semi-finals. Right, we've got a point to prove, and that is we are going to absolutely smash this C-final, and that is exactly what Tideway Scullers are doing. They cruise across the line. They don't even activate their emergency sprint. It's no need for that. Agecroft, meanwhile, also looking commanding as they come up to take the 2nd place spot with Clearwater. But here we are, Pete, the race for 3rd, and it looks like the crew on the inside from Hexham and Lambton, who were in 6th at the halfway point, 6th at the 1,500 metre mark, have gone through the pack with a tremendous, amazing final 500 metres to take the 3rd place spot.
We were just watching that in disbelief. What an incredibly brave move. Like we said, one of those athletes will have had to make a call at some point and said, hey, this isn't over. We're going to go for it now. We have nothing to lose. And indeed, they came away 3rd.
Fantastic. Amazing such confidence to be able to come through the halfway point in last place, the 1,500 metre place in last place, and to put yourself onto what would be, if this was an A final, the podium position. That's really incredible stuff. That's stuff we see at the international level. And to see this here with some J18s, very, very impressive stuff.
I think this is just a confirmation that international athletes, their racing spirit gets really put out to the front page in those events like the national championships here at Home Pierpoint.
Well, we've got to move on because we've had the C final. We're now on to the B final of the women's J18 quads. So in lane 1, we have City of Sunderland Rowing Club in a composite with Hexham Rowing Club. Lane 2 is Lee Rowing Club. Lane 3, Hartpury University and College Boat Club. Lane 4, York City Rowing Club. Lane 5, Hereford Rowing Club. And lane 6, Bedford Rowing Club. And we're just getting the pictures here for the 1500 metre mark, Pete.
Indeed, at the K, there was only 6 seconds separating the entire pack, so everyone was compressed within about 2 boat lengths. At the moment, it looks like Hartpury out in the second position, just behind the crew from York City.
Look at that, Pete. A canvas between those two crews, and then another canvas back to the crew in lane 1 from City of Sunderland, and then the crew from Lee Rowing Club as well in lane 2, currently moved up from 5th into 4th as they went through the 1500 metre mark. Let's see what they can do in the last 500.
So York are focused on Hartpury, who are chasing them closely behind. So is the Hexham Composite. I wonder, leading. They know they've got about 2/3 of a length to make up if they want to be out in front. And with about 400 metres to go in this race, can Lee show us what they're made of?
Well, I hope so. They've just got to keep the steering straight and stay out the buoys as they sprint. It's always hard when you're going hammer and tongs to keep the boat completely aligned. It's a true mark of watermanship and craft as we go into there. But it's the crew on the inside lane from City of Sunderland and Hexham who were in 3rd place, and they're continuing to charge. I think the lead is still being held by the crew from Hartpury. In fact, I'm saying that. Hartpury were in 2nd at the 1500 metre mark. I think the crew from Hartpury have taken the lead from York City in lane 4, which is a very impressive turnaround. Indeed, I think they're a couple of seats up. But look at this, Pete. This is something to cheer me up no end. It's the crew from Lee Rowing Club who are moving through the pack. They were 5th, they were 4th, and now they're conveying for 3rd.
I wonder if they could overtake the leaders from York City. They were only 2/3 of a length behind, and now they've pretty much overtaken them. I'm also looking at that Sunderland Hexham Composite. If they can just keep themselves straight on the course, they might be able to rival Hartpury here for a fantastic photo finish. But Lee continue on charging forward. Where have they found that extra sprint?
Look at this. We've got 3 crews dead level as we come into the final 100 metres, not even that 50 metres of this course. Lee pushing of all they can, but it looks like City of Sunderland are going to cling on maybe. Oh my goodness, this is going to the line. Hartpury through 1st, 2nd, and I think, I dare to dream that by, frankly, half a foot, I think Lee had that over the Sunderland Hexham Composite. Wow. Well, that's what the unofficial times on the screen are saying to us, that indeed Lee did pip Sunderland, but the times you can see are not correct because it was not 8 seconds gap between those two crews. So we'll have to wait for the official times to sort that all out. Wow. Well, that's cheered me up no end, Pete. What a fantastic race, and such confidence to say to come from 5th to 3rd, like the crew we saw in the C final.
Just incredible. That was such a whirlwind of the last sort of 250 metres. I can't believe how many times the leaders sort of changed hands, and it looked like Hexham were going for it, but they ended up coming back in 4th, and York City have managed to find an extra bit of speed to come away 2nd. We had the white flag from the umpire, so the results stand. You can see here on the screen, Lee coming in 3rd by 0.1 of a second.
Wow, incredible. 0.17 of a second. Incredible stuff. Great racing, and I'm sure that will have given them a little boost to the end of their season. Congratulations, Lee Rowing Club. Right. We're moving on to the big kahuna. This is the A final of the women's J18 quads. We've got City of Cambridge in lane 1, Marlow in lane 2, George Heriot's and George Watson's in lane 3, Hartpury lane 4, Bradford and Leeds in lane 5, and William Perkins and Wallingford in lane 6. As we come to the 1500 metre mark, it's the crew in lane 3 out in front. George Heriot, who were up at the halfway point, continue to lead by about 3/4 of a length over Hartpury.
I wonder how much more they've got left to give. That Scottish Composite is so incredibly powerful here, and they're managing to lead Hartpury and struggling to also find crew from lane 6. So William Perkins School, they need to find something extra in those last 500 metres if they want to feature in for the medal. At the moment, the Scottish Composite is charging forward. Will Hartpury be able to overturn the advantage that they have on them? And obviously, you've also got Marlow over on lane 2, and they've not had their final say. They've had a fantastic season at Henley. I don't think that's necessarily going to be their top crew, but can they prove that they are still hungry and willing to grab a bronze or a silver here.
Where it looks like Marlow very comfortably moving away from the rest of the pack there. They have got that bronze medal secure. But as you say, the race for silver and gold still very close as we come into the final 200 metres of the race. It's the composite out in front still. George Heriot and George Watson clinging on to a half-length advantage over the Hartpury crew, but they are being pushed and pushed and pushed as the boys turn red and they enter the final 200 metres of this race.
And you can't see that on a picture at the moment, but Marlow are closing the gap on Hartpury. Hartpury have taken that rate right up in the last 3 strokes or so. Marlow need to respond now with 10 strokes until the line. The Scottish composite currently unfazed, looking to take that gold medal. At the moment, Hartpury still in second, Marlow in third. I wonder if there's anything else that's going to stop Hartpury getting a silver medal.
Well, looking at that composite crew, the Scottish composite is looking, frankly, incredible. Such quality of sculling as they come into the final 5 strokes of the course. There we are, and in fact, they've pushed out that lead to a length. They've responded to the push, and they slapped the water into light, hugging the crew already. A high five there from Hartpury. They're pleased with that silver medal. And, of course, the Marlow crew rounding off to take the medals. Coming across the line now, it's City of Cambridge, and then the composite of Bradford Amateur and Leeds, closely followed by William Perkins at Wallingford. Well, it was a race of 2 halves, really, the 1, 2 and 3, but an emphatic performance from George Watson's, and I'm sure they'll be delighted that that composite with George Heriot will be on the podium. A medal for the boys, a medal for the girls.
They'll be so pleased with that, and it will make for a fun journey back home, perhaps in a shared coach.
Yes, you remind me, actually, when I was racing back at Newcastle University, we had a member of our crew who was doing a master's degree at FAR, and he travelled to the competition with the Oxford Brooks gang, and we beat them in the 8 by 0.3 of a second in the Championship 8s category, and he went home. They'd all put their silver medals in their bags because they weren't very happy about that, and he wore his gold medal onto the bus and all the way back to Oxford.
As he should. If you win, you get to boast about it.
Well, we've had some thrilling racing in the quads. We're now switching boat class to the doubles, and this is for the women's club doubles. So we've got the C final. This is between Dart Totnes in lane 1, Falcombe Boat Club from Oxford in lane 2, Agecroft lane 3, Exeter Rowing Club lane 4, Oriel Kensington Rowing Club lane 5, and the King's School Chester in lane 6, Pete.
Definitely, and it's nice to change back into the club category for a while. We've seen a lot of juniors racing, but this is club level rowing, and it's so fantastic to see athletes of all different ages and ability levels still continuing to compete for the medals at the national championships of the final of this category. I wonder who's going to find that extra little bit of speed in order to finish and cross the line first. At the moment, it looks like crew from lane 3, Agecroft, might be in the lead.
Well, that powerhouse of the Northwest, Agecroft Rowing Club, based at the docks in Salford, rowing on the River Irwell up into the middle of the 2 cities of Manchester and Salford. They seem to be claiming that lead, but just behind them, actually, this tussle between Falcon and Exeter, it was just 0.6 of a second at the halfway point, and that continues to be very fine margins judged by the drone shots we saw overhead between the 2 crews, suggesting that actually the race between these 2 could go all the way down to the line, Pete.
Definitely, and in the double you can make up a lot more speed than you can in a quad, for example. And what happened over in lane 2, Charles? It looks like one of the crews has ended up sideways.
Yes, I'd have to get my binoculars out, have a quick look. They seem to have had a massive steering issue. Perhaps they've caught a crab on one side of the blades and that's just swerved them around. They've resumed racing, but I'm really not sure what the cause of that was, Pete. Not caught on camera for better or worse. You're seeing inset pictures from the medalists in the women's J18 quads. So Marlow taking the bronze medal there. They will be joined on the podium, of course, by Hartpury University with the silver and George Heriot's and George Watson's with gold. Here's the 1,500-metre shots. It's still a lead for Agecroft ahead of the pack. Something the intermediate times claim a 10-second advantage over Exeter. I'm not sure it was quite that big, but Exeter still clinging on to the second position ahead of the push from the crews around them. It's actually Falcon who faded away. They were in third, they're now in fifth, and it's Oriel Kensington who've moved up from fourth into third, and Dart Totnes from fifth into fourth. So all change in this race, Pete.
It was so close between Exeter and Falcon, and what a heartbreak for those Oxford-based athletes. Again, they seem to have been having a little bit of steering difficulty, but they are now giving it their absolute biggest sprint they've ever had, and I think they might be coming back with Exeter, Charles.
Well, fair play to them. You know, if there was some sort of a crab or they hit the buoys or just something went wrong with the rudder, that will, of course, knock them back a few lengths. So they're clearly determined to recover. And indeed, as we come into the final 200 metres, this is looking incredibly close between the 4 crews behind Agecroft. It's basically level between Dart Totnes, Falcon, Exeter and Oriel Kensington, Pete.
Incredible bit of side-by-side racing for both crews in lane 1 and 2 as well as 4 and 5. It looked like Dart Totnes have had an incredible sprint, but Falcon have responded. They've now overtaken Exeter seemingly from our commentary tower, but I think Dart Totnes is going to come away here with a 2nd place in this C final.
Well, I don't know. This crew from Falcon, they are having the race of a lifetime because having slightly got something gone wrong early on the course, they've determined to make amends and they are giving their absolute all. And as we come into the line, again, I think you're right, the Dart Totnes crew just slightly out in front, but the race for 3rd, wide open between Falcon, Exeter and Oriel Kensington, even with 5 strokes to go, it's still close to call. Amazing stuff by all of these athletes. It will be Dart Totnes 2nd over the line, I think, but here we go, Pete. Look at this photo finish between the crews, and I think I don't know what to think. I think that might have been Falcon.
That may have well been Falcon. Obviously, the angle can be slightly deceptive. Crew over in lane 5. Oriel Kensington have had an incredible last 500. They've overtaken Exeter. But what a race experience for the athletes from Falcon. They came to a full stop at 500 metres to go, and they managed to finish 3rd.
Well, the unofficial times give it to Falcon in 3rd place, although I'm not really sure about those gaps. It's much closer than what is appearing on your screen than on the computer in front of me. So we'll have to see how that all goes out. A beautiful overhead shot of the B final, which we'll come to momentarily. We're just hearing some rounds of applause there for the crews in the A final of the women's J18. So George Heriot School and George Watson's on the podium there, just having a little wave to the camera, the winners of the J18 quads.
And indeed, I think Falcon are going to come away from this race, from this regatta, knowing that if they need to find something special, even in the last 500 metres, they certainly can. So I think, despite obviously what happened, they'll come away with that with a huge wave of confidence.
Indeed, and of course, some of this is just the confidence bank, just having previous race experiences on which to rely, which will help you in future years. So, returning to the B final, we've got the women's club doubles on the course. We've got Agecroft in lane 1. This is Anwen Reid and Lois Davies. Rowena Holmes and Kathy Beaumont of Nottingham in lane 2. Amelia Moole and Martha Bullen of Sudbury Rowing Club in lane 3. Daisy Boo-Copping and Monica Pladate of Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club lane 4. Susanna Yolton and Maya Matheson-Spiff of Chester Street Amateur Rowing Club lane 5. And Ruby Morley and Emily Baker of Leeds Rowing Club in lane 6. And a beautiful overhead shot there, Pete, from the drone.
I'm loving these drone shows. These are certainly the best pictures we've ever seen at the British Rowing Club Championships, and I love to see the standard of the broadcast keep going up and up. It just makes watching the racing so much more immersive for the viewers. It doesn't really matter where you are, whether you're on a live stream, whether you're on a course, you will certainly be enjoying and feasting your eyes on those pictures. It looks like crew from lane 1, Agecroft, is in really close contention with the leaders of that race from Sudbury, which they were at the K. But now as we cross the 500 metres to go mark, I wonder if that has changed, as it looks from the commentary tower that Agecroft are charging.
Well, we're just about to get an answer because the camera at the 1500 metre mark is panning out and swivelling around. We just have another 20 seconds of time to fill before I can give you a definitive answer. Sudbury have led this race from the start. The question is, have they absorbed the push from Agecroft? The camera pans round the final few degrees to give us our answer. I think Sudbury have hauled off the challenge just about. It was only a second between the two crews at the halfway point, and as they come to the 1500, that looks to be about 3 seconds perhaps there difference between the two crews. Yes, 2.5. Okay, fair enough. And it's the crew in lane 4 from Maidstone Invicta who are still maintaining that 3rd place position.
So the angles can be deceptive, but we've got another cracking finish unveiling right in front of us. So if you are spectating this from the bank, I would suggest focusing on what's on the race course, because Sudbury are not done, but Agecroft also want to get their bows out in front. It's going to be really, really exciting, Charles.
To be honest, actually the crew from Maidstone Invicta in lane 4 look like to be the ones giving Agecroft trouble, rather than Sudbury being troubled by Agecroft. They seem to be going backwards, relatively speaking, compared to that crew from Maidstone Invicta, so they'll have to really raise their rate up and push if they want to hold on to that second place position. But I'd just like to say, Pete, I absolutely agree. The quality of the broadcast this year has been superb, and that's down to not only the team doing it here, but of course the volunteers, the umpires, the race officials, and of course the coaches and supporters who make this regatta possible. So thank you. I know all of our athletes are very much enjoying the racing, and that's down to their efforts.
And enjoying the racing is obviously leaving your legs full of energy in the boat behind. Agecroft have found another sprint. Will they be able to rival Sudbury? We mentioned the Maidstone Invicta crew are going to be coming back, but I think Agecroft are looking to lead.
Well, I'm having to get my sextant and pen and pencil out here to work this one out, Pete, because it looks incredibly tight between Sudbury and Agecroft. That's Agecroft crew not rating as high as the Sudbury crew, but they've clearly got a lot of watts going through the water. And as you can see in that beautiful overhead drone shot, looks like just a third of a length between the two crews as they come up. The Maidstone Invicta crew not actually challenging here for the third place position. And as we come up to the line, it looks like Amelia Moore and Martha Bullen of Sudbury Rowing Club will cross the line first, closely followed all the way down the course by that crew from Agecroft, from Anwen Reid, Lois Davis. Daisy Bukopping and Monica Pladite of Maidstone Invicta take the third place position, with the crews from Chester Street in fourth, Leeds in fifth, and rounding out the race, Nottingham Rowing Club in sixth.
Once again, very deceptive angles, but incredible race. Sudbury actually finished with clear water ahead of Agecroft.
The thing is, though, of course, we're judging it and looking at camera positions, but of course the race is dynamically changing all the time. And Pete, we've got, I think, one more race between us, the final before we switch over. And look at that, Pete. That's an absolutely tight pack. From left to right on your screen, we have Newark Rowing Club, Jen Titterington and Isabel Maxwell. Lane 2, Rob Roy Boat Club, Martha Whiting and Lara Mathams. Lane 3, Ursa Fleming and Chloe Barnard of Nottingham Rowing Club. Lane 4, Jessica Simmons and Charlie Faint of Leeds Rowing Club. Lane 5, Olivia Joyce and Charlie Faint of Leeds Rowing Club. Olivia Joyce and Mary Lack of Warwick Boat Club. And Madeline Jones and Ella Stanhope of Warrington in Lane 6. What were you making of those pictures, Pete?
I love looking at the shining reflections on the water. It makes it look like we're rowing on some diamond-encrusted lake here out on the screen. But Nottingham have taken no time to find themselves a lead ahead of Rob Roy, who are being pushed by Leeds, who are being in turn pushed by Warwick here.
I'm just studying the times from the halfway point. There was just 2 lengths, I think, between all 6 crews. What's happening to me? The heat is affecting my brain. So Nottingham out in front at the halfway point, as you said, but just 1 length back to Rob Roy, and in turn it will be just half a second back to Leeds in third place. And as you were saying earlier, Pete, with the double, it's a small boat, it's very agile, it can be accelerated very quickly, and that means some of these advantages could be completely overturned in a small space of time.
It also provides for really exciting racing, as you are responsible for exactly 50% of the power output coming out of the boat. I wonder how much the local experience of rowing at the National Water Sports Centre for the athletes from Nottingham will come into play here. I don't think that's going to phase Rob Roy. I don't think that's going to discourage them. I think they're going to continue pushing on and charging forward, as they know they've got a tough battle coming over from Warwick. And we're asking for a lot of effort out of these athletes, but we will reward them with medals at the end of this.
So here we are, Martha Whiting and Lara Mathams of Rob Roy Boat Club getting a nice close-up shot there from the umpire's launch, which is trailing just behind them. As you can see, sculling really, really well. But as we come up to the 1,500 metre mark, it is the crew from Nottingham, Ursula Fleming and Chloe Barnard, who are still out in front with a clear water advantage now over the crew you just saw from Rob Roy. Meanwhile, Jessica Simmons and Charlie Faint of Leeds Rowing Club continue to hold that third place position, but there's not very much between them and the fourth place crew, Jen Titterington and Isabel Maxwell of Newark Rowing Club, just about a length behind them. You can see that there. So left to right is, of course, first to last, and it is the crew out from Nottingham with about a length's advantage over the Rob Roy crew, who in turn have about a length, 3/4 of a length advantage over the Leeds crew.
We talked about race experience. I think Nottingham have maybe calculated their odds before this race, and they said, well, look, there's so many photo finishes coming on here. Why don't we avoid that and actually spend all of our energy in the first 3 quarters of that race to try and get the best advantage, so then we can have quite a comfortable 500 meters to go. Rob Roy have not had their final say. They've now started to take that rate right up. They've managed to avoid steering into the boys, and they've got maybe about 20 or 30 strokes left before they cross that line. What an exciting sprint also from lane 1 in Newark.
I was going to say, I was just looking at the drone footage there, and Jen Titterington and Isabel Maxwell, legends of the sport, have just been inching their bow closer and closer to Rob Roy in lane 2. And indeed, while Ursula Fleming and Chloe Barnard look to be untroubled in that gold medal position, the race for silver and bronze has been blown completely wide open. It's a race now between Newark, Rob Roy, and the crew from Leeds out in lane 4 for who will get these medals, Pete.
Oh my word, that sprint finish from Newark. I think they're now basically level with Rob Roy. Nottingham out in front, but the other crews have managed to find overlap on them. Newark had a fantastic season. Are they going to be able to round it off with a silver medal with maybe about 3 strokes left to go? Rob Roy basically dead level with Newark and lane 4, which was Leeds.
Well, Nottingham high-fiving each other there because they've secured the gold medal, it would seem. But that sprint finish from Jen Titterington and Isabel Maxwell in the final 150 metres, I think they moved from 4th into 2nd. That's what the unofficial times are saying on my screen. Indeed, just 0.3 of a second on these unofficial times, but it might have been even closer than that, Pete. Rob Roy, provisionally in 3rd position, and I think that's an absolutely amazing race, and I think sums up the regatta.
Definitely does, and heartbreak for Leeds as well. They had such a terrific 2,000 metres, but unfortunately not fast enough for a medal here, not to hold off the advance from Newark. I think that might have been the sprint of the afternoon for me.
Amazing stuff. Well, look, Pete, it's been a pleasure commentating with you. I'm going to wrap up now because I think we're both wrapping up, in fact, because we're handing over to legendary commentators Carol Wallace and Martin Knight. Have a good rest of the evening, Nottingham.
And thanks very much to Pete and Charlie for that wonderful commentary. Good evening, Carol. How are you?
Good evening. It feels like mid-afternoon. I'm very well. How are you? I've really spent most of this afternoon sitting on the seats there in front of the ginormous telly, watched the racing, come back and enjoyed the atmosphere here because it's been so much fun.
It doesn't get any better than this, does it, on such a beautiful evening? Some really, really, really high-class racing. Some amazing finals that have just come down. They've been wonderfully described for you by Charlie and Pete. We've now moved to a new event. Carol, what's coming down the course now?
I think we're in Open Club Double Sculls.
Yep, that looks good to me.
Which I've just got on the screen in front of me. I was just having a little giggle to myself. I don't think I've ever seen Charlie so lost for words as he was in that race, because these athletes are producing some amazing races.
Oh, it was a wonderful finish from that Newark boat. So as we look at this Open Club Double C final come down the course, in lane 1 we've got the crew from Rob Roy. In lane 2 we have a crew from Wallingford. 3 it's Fulham Reach. 4 it's Bath University B. Lane 5, it's Nottingham A crew, and out in lane 6 on the scoreboard side, it's the crew from the Sunderland University.
Oh, interestingly enough, these 1,500 metre times have just come in. Leading at 1,000 metres, it was Bath, with Fulham Reach in second place, and then Wallingford. But that had changed because it was Wallingford in the lead at 1,500 metres, with Bath now in that second place, Fulham Reach in third. So even in this, and just looking up the course, I could just see them coming into sight, and it is between Bath, the blue of Bath, and the red of Wallingford, with Fulham Reach just being sucked along in the middle of them, just with, sometimes we've got boat speeds, really fast boat speeds either side of you, just tends to pull you on a bit more.
Yeah, and we can see in the inset picture there on the big screen, the medals being handed out for that double sculls final. All smiles in the Newark boat there, and why not that wonderful finish, earning them what looks like a silver medal. So at the 1500 metres, Carol, has the position changed? How are we looking in this C final?
I think to me it's still between Wallingford and Bath, and I think Wallingford have just got that bit between their teeth. They've had a really good 750 metres there to overhaul that lead that Bath had. But Bath trying to come back on them, you can just see where they are now. But Wallingford, that is a strong performance in that double scull there.
Yeah, they're going through the red buoys now as they approach the finish. They've not got very many strokes left at all. They're finishing like a train. They've taken their rating up and they are looking to maintain that lead over the crew to their left in lane 4, that crew from Bath University B. Slightly lower rating, but really long, strong strokes. Seen them finish in what looks like it's going to be second place over the line. And then the fast finishing Fulham Reach crew should come over the line in third place. And then as I look out the window, in lane number 1, we
Rob
have
Roy coming on like a train.
We do have Rob Roy.
Just motoring on there, just coming to shot in the picture. They've really improved in that last 500 metres or so. They were sitting 5th, pulling themselves into 4th on the line. The University of Sunderland just over on the far side finishing. No, sorry, tell a lie there. It was Nottingham Rowing Club just finishing in front of the University of Sunderland.
I'd say, yeah, it's a great C final to kick us off in this Open Club Double Sculls sort of finale of the event, I guess you'd say. We'll have, we can look on the screens now, we can see the B final has already started to come down the course. Carol, who do we have in the B final of this event?
We've got another great mix of clubs. This event is showing, just mixing all these clubs up. So this race we have Norwich in lane 1, Calpe in lane 2, Royal Chester in lane 3, Gloucester in lane 4, Sudbury in lane 5, and St Leonard's School Boat Club in lane 6. Really good mix of crews around the country. As we've been saying often over during this regatta, they've probably never raced each other. And I think we're going to have an interview on the pontoon for the winners of the women's club doubles.
Ursula, Chloe, huge congratulations. That was an incredible race. How did you keep your cool at the end there?
I don't think we did, to be honest. It was hanging on for dear life, really, but it was really fun, really exciting race, and that's what road's all about. We loved it, and we've been training all year. Maybe not for this, but it's just, I think that summed up our year, to be honest. A lot of hard work, so yeah.
And it's that all year round, that hard work, and it's days like this where it kind of comes together. How does that feel to do that on home water?
Oh, it's the best, honestly. We were saying, we train, it's just another 2K, and to put it all into practice just makes it all worth it.
Fantastic. Well, well done. Congratulations. Hope you can celebrate in style this evening.
Thank you so much.
Two very happy girls there, and just saying it's just another 2K, but to win, as Megan has said, on home waters, in front of the home crowd, in front of your crew club mates, is just a wonderful thing to do.
Absolutely. So the intermediate times of 1,000 metres are up on the big screen. You can see the racing was still pretty tight between those crews in first and second place, and as they move down now towards the 1,500 metre mark, those pictures continue to tell that same story.
So, yeah, it was Royal Chester and Calpe leading the charge early on with St Leonard's School Boat Club in that third place.
Yeah.
And it's still between Royal Chester and Calpe in lanes 3 and 2.
Yeah, and Norwich look like they're making a move over in lane 1 as well. They've pushed themselves up into third place, so it seemed to be quite tight for first and second, quite tight for third, fourth, fifth, and then the crew from Gloucester just trailing off their back in sixth place a little, but there's still plenty of time left, even in this tailwind, 500 metres. Do you see anything changing, Carol? Have you got a prediction for us as the Calpe and Royal Chester crews sprint down the course?
Well, it's interesting. I've been watching some of the other Calpe crews over the past couple of days, and some of them have got very strong finishes indeed, and they just seem to just not necessarily come off the start particularly fast, but have grit, determination just to get themselves in that position just in the last 500 and just make an impact. And I think, just looking at them on the water, they've gone up there in lane 2. Going with them, we have Royal Chester.
Yeah, so this drain shot really does paint a picture of just how tight a race it is. The Royal Chester crew and the Calpe crew were in the same semi-final, and actually the Chester crew beat the Calpe crew in that semi. It looks like it might be the same result again, but an awful lot closer this time. Calpe taking their rating up. Still, though, the distance seems about half a length between those two crews.
But Chester have gone up too as well. Look at just at that boat pace. You can see it beautifully in the screen there. Cameraman zooming in for us. Both crews, just Calpe trying to overturn that result from the semi, but Royal Chester having none of it and just managing to stay in front. Calpe in second place, but look at the battle for third.
Yeah, that crew from Sudbury have poured it on there to pull up alongside Norwich. It looks like, I think Norwich just went through first, but I'm going to wait for an official result on that one. Next over the line is the crew from St Leonard's School in lane 6, and then the crew from Gloucester across the line in 6th place there.
Some amazing finishes we were seeing, just from often, as I keep saying, it's often that race for that 3rd, 4th places where things really hot up.
Yeah, absolutely. The crowd being treated to fantastic races in both the C and the B finals. It's really whetted my appetite for the A final, Carol.
Well, I'm just going to pull it up on screen to see who I've got in this. So we have Nottingham in lane 1, City of Sunderland in lane 2, Trentham in lane 3, Bath University in 4, Clare's Court School in lane 5, and York City Rowing Club in lane 6.
And if I was to look at the times from the time trial, they're very, very, very. Actually, from the semi-finals, they were all very, very close. And we've got some pictures here now of the A final. It looks like they're sweeping towards the 1,000-metre mark. Carol, how's the race unfolding?
Just trying to figure out who that was, and it's Trentham leading the field, leading the charge. They're in the middle with Bath University in second. Then we have it's over in Nottingham pulling themselves into third. City of Sunderland in fourth, and then Clare's Court and York City over the far side, 5th and 6th.
Yeah, that wonderful drone shot tells a superb picture. You know, there are 5 boats definitely there for 3 medals. Sadly, the crew in lane 6, that of York City, look like they're trailing off the back a little bit here. But as the crews cross the halfway line and move into that really significant third 500 metres, it's all to play for.
Absolutely. It's often that third 500 metre where things can change. Over the course of this weekend, I think it's been I've noticed that there are some crews are very strong in that third 500, which is often the place where the crew, the boat speed drops off a bit. But I think a lot of coaches have been working with their crews just to ensure that third 500 isn't as weak as it is often perceived to be.
Yeah, I think it's really important if you can keep your boat speed whilst others perhaps lose a little bit of theirs. It's that often sees you push ahead rather than you sort of increasing your flatline speed, I think. The pictures show the quality of the oarsmen in this event. Handling, well, they're quite benign conditions, you might say, but still requires an awful lot of skill in a tailwind. Just be able to get your catches in quickly to add some value, add some speed to the boat and keep it moving. There's an overlap here for first and second place. It is still that crew from Trentham, though, out in front.
Indeed it is, but it's hotting up there. They're out in front, but they haven't snapped the elastic. There's still overlap, and I wouldn't think that any position is safe at present. As you say, it's York City over in lane 6. It's just dropped off the pace. I think the other 5 boats, I think there's overlap between all of them.
Absolutely. I think as a rule of thumb, you tend to say sort of 2.5, 3 seconds is worth of boat length. And if you look at those intermediate times, you'd say, and I'm sure a drone shot would show, that there's overlap between those crews in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. So whilst it might be Trentham, as they come into the last 250, that are sitting there looking left and right thinking, well, a gold medal could be ours, the other 4 crews are all going to be sitting there looking left and right thinking, well, can we get that silver? Can we get that bronze?
And, as they say, this is a stage where you leave nothing in the tank. You put it all out there because, as you said, quite correctly, there are medals in this race. I'm going to have to stand up because I can't sit down because it's getting too exciting. and it is Trentham just managing to hold off this. But I think Bath are starting to charge back on them.
I think it looks like to me as though they're going to the Red Boys. It is Bath in a strong second place there, but the crew in lane 2, City of Sunderland, have taken their rating up. They look like they're on the move. And look, keep your eye on the crew in lane 5 as well, Clare's Court. They're the fastest rating boat as they come into the Red Boys. It's whether those crews in 2 and 5 can overtake the Bath crew in lane 4, who are rating significantly lower than the crews around them. They
Clare's
are
Court ramping
strokes.
it up. City of Sunderland ramping it up. Goodness me, it's Trentham through in that first place. They're ecstatic.
Wow. That's a blanket finish there. It's the high rating boats in lane 2 and 5 versus the long, strong strokes of the boat in lane 4, that Bath crew. We'll wait for the umpire's decision on that one, I think, and the official results.
So. It's just flickering up on our screen, but as the Finnish judges looking at the photos there, because I was not sure if it was Bath, City of Sunderland or Clare's Court that featured.
Right. But it was the Nottingham crew that came across the line there in 5th, and the York City crew that came across in 6th. And images you can see how happy those oarsmen are from Trentham Boat Club. Strokeman punch in the air, and why not, after controlling a race and coming across that line. Realising you're the national champion just must be a wonderful feeling, Carol.
It's not often a name you see up there as national champions.
No.
Trentham, just really great to see.
Now, the next event down the course you can see on your screen is the Open Championship Coxless Falls. This is an A final. We don't have a B final or a C final. Straight to A final, and there are just 3 crews, Carol. Who do we have?
We have Clare's Court in lane 2, Evesham in lane 3, and Leeds in lane 4. And it's Evesham leading at 1,000 metres, Clare's Court in that second place, Leeds in third. I've been seeing a lot of Leeds crews winning or getting into A finals today, yesterday, and indeed on Friday. And there's a club that's really on the ascendancy.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I've noticed them really start to come through in the junior ranks, which is sort of the area that I'm most interested in. And they're getting some really great results through singles and through doubles and through quads. Names starting to filter through then to events like Henley Women's Regatta, starting to appear on the trialist scene as well. And it's nice to see that they're doing it in at the open level as well.
Absolutely. Just I did have a quick chat with one of the coaches. I said they're obviously doing great things up in Leeds.
So we can see all 3 crews on our screen now. There is a bit of a spread there, and it looks like it's a fairly decisive 1, 2, 3 as they all track down the course together. There is still time for that crew in 3rd place to move back on the crew in 2nd place, but the boat out in front certainly looks like, barring any disasters or steering errors, looks like it's comfortably going to move into the last 500 in 1st place.
You think at the Open Championship level there wouldn't be any errors or steering issues, and I would assume that these are very experienced oarsmen in their Coxless 4.
So the races we looking at those intermediate times as all crews move into the last 500 seems to be between Clare's Court in lane 2 and the Leeds boat in lane 4. Just a second and a half there, and they're about separating, and that's about half a length.
And we've seen distances like that overturned already, so they will be pushing really hard for these positions as they come towards us.
Absolutely, and in the inside picture there you can see the medals being awarded in the club doubles sculls, and some very, very happy faces, and completely understandably. Well done to all of those medalists.
And just coming towards us, we now have Evesham just lifting it to give us a great view of their skill and expertise. They didn't need to lift it, they've led all the way, but they're just making that differential between themselves and Clare's Court, who are now well into that 2nd place, even larger. Great performance there from Evesham, just going through in that 1st place. Clare's Court doing enough to give themselves clear water over Leeds.
And a super demonstration there of sweep rowing from all three of those Coxless fours. Very, very, very well done. And you can see in the inset picture there some more images of the medalists from that wonderful double sculls race. And in the top left corner there, a big picture of the Evesham Rowing Club. Well done, crew. We've got Nicholas Combring, Benjamin Ferris, Alexander Astbury and Edward Ferris there, the winners of the Open Championship Coxless Fours.
Some beautiful drone shots there, just overhead shots of the boat, just as they're tapping it round very gently, just taking time to sort of get their breaths back before they have to appear on the medal pontoon. Get a bit of composure before they have to pose for the pictures.
If you were lucky enough to be in one of those boats there, what do you think you'd be saying? Anything, or just trying to savour the moment, or sort of bigging up the crewmates around you? What sort of emotions do you think these people are feeling?
I would get very emotional. I think there would be tears in my eyes, trying to sort of stop myself blubbing, but I would be really thankful that I've got such a strong supportive crew that they always say Strokeman does an awful lot of hard work, but they can't do it alone, and it's the crew backing each other up, and that's what you need to be successful in a crew boat.
Absolutely, that's a super insight. Thank you very much. You can see on the drone images now on the main screen that we've got another final coming down. This is the Women's Club Coxed Fours. This is the B final, and in lane 1 we've got a crew from Oriel Kensington, lane 2 Cambridge University, lane 3 William Perkins School, lane 4 Exeter Rowing Club, lane 5 Loughborough Boat Club, and on the scoreboard side in lane 6 Clare's Court. It looks like it's a fantastic tussle between the first 3 crews, Carol.
Oh, it isn't that just. That looks so close. And in a Cox boat, you've got the Cox helping you along. The extra added weight sort of, some people feel, slow you down, but if you've got a really good Cox, they are worth their weight in gold.
Oh, absolutely. We were talking about this earlier, Charlie and I, as we watched some of the races coming in. You just need one voice just to bring everyone together, one message, particularly if you're looking to either just hold on to a lead or looking to sort of come back and try and push through a crew that's just sitting on your shoulders, perhaps. And
these crews will have their race plan all lined out, but Cox has to be able to adapt sort of during the race, have to adapt to what's happening around them, and sort of execute perhaps a slightly different race plan. They have to know their crew really well to say that, yes, we can do this. I think the crew can cope with this. I'll push them a bit longer, a bit harder. So, yeah, huge part of the boat.
Absolutely. And what's lovely about this, although it's the B final and there are no medals on offer here, the competition between these crews is incredibly fierce. Please ignore the times. It's not taking 9 minutes and 7 seconds for the crews to get to the 1,000 metres. But as they went through them, we could see it was Cambridge University in first, followed very quickly by Sir William Perkins, and then the crew from Oriel Kensington, and then Clare's Court.
Yeah, I saw the numbers flash up and I thought those are wrong, but I think they give you positional information, which is really good to have. So the action's all happening in lanes 1, 2 and 3. And traditionally you would expect to see a chevron pattern, but then sometimes when you've gone through, these crews have made it through a repechage and is it repechage or semis?
I think this might have been repechage, actually.
So they've made it through a repechage and they've got their lane orders, but I think they've actually gone out and said, I think we'll be better than where you've put us. They will go out and just show what it can do from the offset, and that's what they've done.
And you can see the picture in the inset there are the successful crews from the championship at Coxless Fours, all smiles, and I can see from our vantage point the crew from Clare's Court have got out of their boat and walked over to celebrate the success of the Evesham crew there. That's wonderful sportsmanship, great to see. And it's a testament to the sport.
That is lovely. Clare's Court, I think they're going over to shake their hands. Isn't that just lovely to see?
Absolutely. If we turn our attention back to the B final of the Women's Cox Fours, it's coming down the course. From our vantage point, high up in the tower, it's very clearly the crews in lanes 1, 2 and 3 that are forged ahead of those in 4, 5 and 6. So a race within a race, you might say. And within that, it looks like the crew in lane 1, the Orient Kensington crew, are just falling off the back a little bit. But it looks like the crew, I think, from Cambridge have started to push ahead of the crew to their left from Sir William Perkins. And indeed, you can see the images now on the big screen. That seems to tell the same story, Carol.
Yeah, it's the timing's given us about 2 seconds. It doesn't look like 2 seconds from...
It doesn't, does it?
You know, it's sort of, you think 2 seconds, about half a boat length, but it really doesn't look that much now. So it's maybe Sir William Perkins just decided to push on harder and just keep pressing on the Cambridge crew.
And as you look at those 3 crews, and if you're looking at the TV screen, look at the crew on the right and towards the bottom right, that's the crew from Cambridge. They look like they're taking more strokes per minute. It looks like they've wound it up as they approach the last 200 metres. The crew to their left from Sir William Perkins looks like it's now made its move and it's trying to go with Cambridge. The AK crew in the crew at lane number 1, still steady, not yet made their final sprint perhaps. And yeah, as we move through the Red Boys, it continues to be Cambridge, that power ahead there. You can almost imagine the calls coming from the Cox's mouth, pushing their crew on. AK look like they've closed up a little bit on William Perkins.
I think they've just ramped it up in these last few strokes and just getting overlap again with Sir William Perkins' school there. AK really motoring on there, but it's going to be Cambridge University just going through in that first position. Oh, look at this finish from AK there.
Yeah.
That was so close. I think it was a canvas that
Yeah,
just
I'd
over
agree
the
with
line.
that. It's a super finish. Fantastic.
And then over the far side with Clare's Court, just pretty much in isolation of the tail ends of those 3 crews, with Loughborough on their inside in 5th place and Exeter Rowing Club just trailing the rest of the field.
That's a really great way to kick off the finals in the Women's Club Coxed Fours. Standard super high. We've got 6 boats coming down in the A final at the moment, and we'll call that when this one finishes. It is just the Exeter boat now coming through those Red Boys. Just a handful of strokes left. A fantastic effort from this crew. They should be really pleased and proud of their efforts today. And you can see now on your screen the A final of the Women's Club Cox Fours has started. We've got these wonderful drone shots. I know we keep talking and describing these drone shots as wonderful, and you might think, oh, this is all hyperbole, but it's not. We are really privileged to get these shots today. They give us a unique insight, one that's really difficult to get from the bank, and certainly even from the TV towers, Carol.
You're a coach, and you know how important getting these shots are, because the only way in Aberdeen we can get shots like this is hanging off a bridge and watching the crews go underneath.
Sure.
So to be able to get these shots, and I'm sure the coaches are looking at this footage, for months to come, just looking at various crews and looking at them and going back. Yeah. And as a teaching tool, I think it's brilliant. And as you said, we are so privileged to have this great luxury of getting these superb shots.
Absolutely.
And I think we're going to an interview with Cambridge, who is got 2 crews in this A final.
I'm here with some of the rowers from the University of Cambridge. Now, we've got an exciting final where you've got 2 Cambridge boats going head to head. How are you feeling about that?
Good, it's exciting. Yeah, it's going to be really fun. I think really motivating to go against each other. We're all one team, so yeah, it'll be good.
And is there a point in the race where you have to change that mentality from, rather than being one team now, we're opponents, or does it stay throughout the race?
I think definitely on the start, we just all need to keep internal and thinking about just our crew and not getting distracted, even if we are going against our friends.
And maybe it'll be helpful, do you think, if you know each other so well, you're used to training together, you really know your opposition today?
Yeah, I mean, we've only been training together for 3 weeks. We're the development squad, so this is all quite new to us. But we've become really good friends, so it's really exciting to have our 2 boats up as 1 and 2 in the A final to start off with.
And you were saying this is your last race before the summer, and yeah, it's part of that development squad campaign. Talk us through a little bit more about how that's been.
Yeah, it was lovely. So we started, like she said, 3 weeks ago. We did Kingston last weekend, so that was really, really nice. We got 2 or 3 medals, 1 for the 4 and then 2 for the 8s, so lightweights and open weights. And this weekend's our last weekend, so rounding off this lovely project, and it's been great. It's been an amazing experience. Lovely to see an insight into what it is like to trial and be a part of Cambridge.
Fantastic. Well, hopefully you can add some Brit Champs medals to that collection. We're wishing you all the best to both boats later on. Thank you.
So this race is rapidly coming towards us. Martin and I are jumping up and down. We didn't tell you who else was in this race. Lane 1, Agecroft. Lane 2, Aberdeen Schools. 3 and 4, both Cambridge University. 5, Sir William Perkins School. 6, Christchurch Boat Club. And they are well into the boys. It's Cambridge in lane 3 in the lead. Aberdeen Schools in lane 2 in the coming back on them, really pushing hard with them. And who's in third? It's Sir William Perkins School.
Yeah, I think that this battle for the bronze medal is between that William Perkins crew in lane
and
5, Cambridge University B crew in lane 4, and then the fast-finishing Agecroft crew in lane 1. The Cambridge University C crew is the one that's currently leading as they approach the finish line.
Oh, this is so close. Look at this battle. So it's Cambridge going through in 1, Aberdeen Schools in 2, and battle on there for that 3rd place. And to my eye, it was Sir William Perkins School just nipping Cambridge on the line. And then we have Agecroft and then Christchurch over on the far side. That was such a great race there. The 2 Cambridge crews went through from the time trial earlier this morning. The other crews have had an extra race under their belt.
It's when you come to the start line of the A final, though, it's you have to kind of put that to one side and just treat the and deal with the race and the competitors you've got in front of you. I think it probably is an advantage to have only done 1 race rather than 2, but sometimes if you're a new crew, as those Cambridge crews were describing themselves, actually 1 more race, whilst it might put a bit of tiredness into your legs, might give you that opportunity to come together as a crew a little bit more.
I was just going to say, talk about the cohesion of the crew, just an extra race, just see how you perform under starters' orders, because you've done a time trial doesn't necessarily give you that experience in a side-by-side race.
Absolutely, yeah, that's a really valid point, Carol. What have we got coming down the course next?
Well, it's rapid, isn't it? From the women's club 4s, we're moving rapidly into the open club 4s, and this is the B final.
I
just got carried away with some names that I saw that I recognised. City of Sunderland in lane 1, Aberdeen Schools in lane 2, Evesham in lane 3, Leeds in lane 4, Peterborough City in lane 5, and Dart Totnes in lane 6.
And the intermediate times are on the screen, so you can sort of make of them what you will, but the picture they paint is that the racing is certainly tight between the Evesham and Leeds crew, almost babble to babble. That's less than a second or so. And
about
then we
8 seconds separating all crews.
Yeah, and then we've got sort of a second race between Peterborough, City of Sunderland, and the crew from Aberdeen Schools rowing. It's kind of just a wee bit behind them, you might say, but they're vying for 3rd, 4th, and 5th crews, 5th place. These pictures show us actually the conditions are really quite nice to row now. That tailwind is certainly benign, and all crews proceeding nicely, cleanly down the course, being able to give their very, very best effort as they approach the halfway 1,000-metre mark.
It's interesting. I was just reflecting that with the women's club 4s, we had some school crews as well as some club crews. They're all clubs, but it was nice to see some of the juniors racing up out of their age category and actually putting themselves out there with more mature athletes.
I think that's right. I think at that age you want to get as much experience of racing as you can do, and I think not being scared of racing against adults, as it were, is a credit to them. Just looking for experience and the learning opportunity wherever they can find it.
And actually putting yourself up against sort of more mature athletes is a real testament to their strength and mental strength to be able to want to do that. So it's still Evesham and Leeds there, just battling it out at the front of the field. We can just see beautiful overhead shots. Stop calling them beautiful, Carol. It's just, I can't take them for granted because they are stunning.
Well, what we can say is that as we move into that last 500 metres, about half a length between first and second. It's going to take a bit of an effort to overcome that distance, but 500 metres is plenty of time in which to do that. And as we describe that race, you can see in the inset picture, in the bottom right-hand corner there, the medals being handed out for the women's club Coxed Fours. Congratulations there to all our medalists. Looking back down the course, you can see in your pictures the two leading crews, but what we can see from our finish tower is that in lane 2, Aberdeen Angus, sorry, excuse me. Aberdeen
they are
Schools,
all in black, I'll give you that.
Aberdeen Schools, forgive me, are coming on strong and have pushed themselves into third place ahead of that Peterborough City crew over in lane 5, Carol.
Peterborough City pretty much level with Dart Totnes there. So it's Aberdeen Schools, Peterborough City, Dart Totnes. I think it's City of Sunderland that are just losing out in this invitation to the party. But look at this finish we're getting from Leeds. They've upped their rating and they are trying to take Evesham on, and they are pushing them for every stroke, pushing them more and more and more. But it's still Evesham holding on to that lead with Leeds in second place. And there's a plucky performance there from Aberdeen Schools just to get themselves third place in this B final. You can see their clubmates sitting on the pontoon. Just give them a big round of applause.
And a credit there to Dart Totnes fast finishing crew, pushed Peterborough all the way to the line as well. And City of Sunderland come across the line now, rounding out that B final of the Open Club Cox Fours. No medals for that one, but still fantastic racing.
I could just see the Aberdeen schoolgirls there just getting their medals. They had a bronze in the 8 yesterday, and here they have a silver today. And I know that this, for some of these crewmen, schoolgirls, this is their last race for their club. They're moving on to other places. So this is a very sweet one for Gabs. They're sitting in 2 seat.
That's a wonderful way to finish it. Wonderful. And I think there are very many J18 crews that will be in a similar position, I guess, won't they? Up and down the country. I know that Nottingham and Union, their J18 double won gold medal yesterday. They were absolutely, women's J18 double won gold medal yesterday, and they're absolutely delighted. One of the things that they really made a feature of was the fact that they've been friends for a very long time, come through J14s, 15s, 16s, 17s together, and it meant an awful lot for them to be able to not only do one last race together, but to be so successful in their last race. I think one's going off to a university, I think over in America, and the other one's going to an English university. But yeah, wonderful memories to take with them.
And as you say, moving through the junior ranks all together. I keep saying to rowers that I speak to, the friends you make through rowing are friends forever.
Absolutely.
Just strong bonds you build. But anyway, from that B final, which was really exciting, we're moving into the A final. Who are we here, Martin?
So, a quick roll call across the lanes. In lane 1, we have Queen Elizabeth High School. Lane 2, we have the Windsor Boys School. Lane 3, a crew from Wallingford Rowing Club. Lane 4, a crew from Nottingham Rowing Club. Lane 5, Clares Court School. And over in lane 6, on the scoreboard side, it's a crew from Dart Totnes. These aerial shots show a sort of chevron shape as we go down the course. We can see that it's the crews from Nottingham and Wallingford that are out front. Wallingford just leading Nottingham there by half a length or so. And then the crew from Windsor Boys and Clares Court School competing strongly there for that bronze medal position.
And we've seen some... I keep talking about strong finishes, but I know that Windsor Boys tend to not necessarily worry about the early part of the race and really push on in the latter parts and really make a very strong finish. So, and I've seen Clares Court pull out some strong finishes as well in other events. So that could be a very, very close race for the silverware.
Absolutely, and all those crews now are approaching the 1,500 metre mark, and are bracing themselves to build in for that big sprint through the last 500. The picture's really here telling you a wonderful story of the relative positions. It is that Wallingford crew that are just sitting. I think they've extended their lead a little bit on that crew from Nottingham Rowing Club. And Windsor Boys have just pushed ahead of that crew from Clares Court. So we've got now a distinct 1, 2, 3, I think, as they move down towards the last 250 metres, Carol.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with you. Wallingford certainly pulling themselves out in front there, just making sure that they're in control and they can see what's happening just behind them on either side of the course.
Yeah.
I was just looking down. Who's in lane 2? Because I think they're making a move there on Nottingham.
That's the
Windsor
Boys.
You know, I keep saying they've got really strong finishes, and I think they're pushing on against Nottingham. I just don't know who's got their Bibles in front there.
Well, I'm looking at those two boats. That crew from Nottingham look like they've taken their rating up, so they've started their sprint. So there probably is something in what you say, Carol, because you don't start doing that if you don't feel under a little bit of pressure. The Windsor Schoolboys crew in lane 2 are definitely rating a little lower, but they seem to be moving their boat really, really effectively. I don't think they've yet come through Nottingham, but that doesn't mean that might not happen as all the crews approach the Red Boys.
But then I think Nottingham have done enough as they lifted their rating just to pull themselves in front of the Windsor Boys School, because the Windsor Boys School are now starting to move. You see the ratings going up. You can see splashes on the puddles. They're really ramping it up now. But it's Wallingford being charged down by Nottingham. Have they got enough water to do that?
And there's a very fast finishing crew in Clares Court in lane 5 as well. The crowd below us are screaming. I can see loads of cyclists coming down who have followed the race, screaming for their respective crews.
And
it is
Wallingford,
it is
then
Nottingham, and it is Windsor Boys that just hold on for third over a fast finishing Clares Court.
And a fast finishing Queen Elizabeth High School.
Yeah.
Wow, what an amazing race that was.
And Totnes rounded out coming across the line now. We'll wait for the official result first, of course, but to our eyes, I think the result otherwise seemed to be pretty conclusive.
To our eyes, but we're not the umpires and we're not the finish judges. And as you say, to our eyes, that's how we saw it. But what a race. What composure from Wallingford just to get themselves out in front and hold on to it, because Nottingham certainly threw everything at it in that last 250 metres.
Absolutely. You can see there in the centre of your picture, centre of the TV screen, a picture of the successful Wallingford crew. And there must be a crowd of at least 30 or 40 people below our finish tower, all on bikes, all catching their breath, all feeling the adrenaline pumping through their veins, having watched what was a really, really exciting A final there. And you can see a wonderful image there of our starting pontoons on the TV screen. This is the C final of the Open Club Coxless Pairs. There are two boats, but on our screen I can see 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that 4? The screen, the sunlight's just reflecting off our TV screen. My apologies. It's kind of hard to see things, but it certainly looks like there are 4 boats there in this C final. So I wonder if anyone's pulled out.
That's very interesting.
We'll look to update you in due course, but while we do that, just notice how still those conditions are at the start. Perfect conditions for Coxless Pairs that are otherwise can be quite a tricky boat to steer, can be quite a fickle boat in quite a strong wind. Twitchy. I think that I'd take twitchy as well. But these are now in perfect conditions for this boat class.
It's the way the wind is very sheltered up at that top end of the course, which makes that first 500 metres or so of the course just sets you up in a nice rhythm and a nice pace before you hit the ripples as the wind is blowing down the course.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at our computer in the commentary screen, and it says Hexham Rowing Club in lane 3, and it says York St John University in lane 4, and indeed that's what my start sheet says, my race summary sheet. And you can see in the caption in the top left-hand corner it says those 2 crews as well. But there are very definitely 4 Coxless Pairs coming down this course now. So bear with us. We'll call the race as it happens. All the crews are in silhouette, so it's really difficult for us to tell which clubs are there. We can't use the colour of the blades. We can't use the colour of the all-in-ones. But what we can say is that our heat has gone off. It looks like the crew that's in lane 4 has sort of started to push out. In fact, there is a fifth crew over in lane number lane number 1, I think. So yeah, just bear with us and we'll get you some more information in due course.
I'm intrigued, but as a lot of people say, Carol, just make it up because that's what you always do. But we do try and keep it factual and informative.
Absolutely.
And we will try our best. I know that
what we can say is if we turn our attention to the picture in the bottom right corner of our screen, or if you draw your attention to the bottom right corner of the big screen, we can see the successful crews from the Club Cox Fours coming in and getting their medals and being presented. Thank you very much. And we've just had an update from our wonderful production team. The event that's coming down, or the heat that's coming down the course now is the Open Club Coxless Pairs, but we've moved to the B final, not the C final. So probably be a good idea for us to give them a roll call, wouldn't it, Carol?
Oh, I think so. And it's nice to know exactly what's happening. So we have City of Sunderland in lane 1, Tideways Scullers in lane 2, Newark Rowing Club in lane 3, Glasgow Academy in lane 4, University of Chester in lane 5 and Reading Rowing Club in lane 6, and it's Max and James of Glasgow Academy that have been pressurised into naming.
Well, that makes a lot more sense now, and I feel a lot happier calling
Well,
this
I was
race.
going through the computer we have here, and I could see that this one seemed to be in progress, whereas the other one hadn't started. So I was going to mention that, but the production team got there first.
And where would we be without them? Fantastic. And they've put such a stint in over the course of these first 3 days, and we know they've got a very busy day tomorrow as well. It can't be easy putting on an event like this and sort of being responsible not only for the images, for the sounds, the commentary, the adverts that come in as well. No, really hats off to those guys.
And doing it all live.
Absolutely.
Exactly, and no time for post-production editing or anything like that. So that drone that they've got up there must be pretty high to get that shot.
Absolutely.
And I did spot one that had a phenomenal shot of the pontoons down at the finish earlier, and then I spotted it, and it is very high.
So in this B final, if you look at the image in the top left-hand corner of the screen, you can see that there's more or less a line of the crews. The crew in, I think it's lane 2, from Tideways Scullers, looks like it's pushed out ahead of the crew to its right, City of Sunderland, and the crew to its left in lane 3 there from Newark. And then as we look across, we've got the crews in lanes 5 and 6. Is that the University of Chester just dropping off a little bit behind Reading Rowing Club, Carol?
I think it possibly is. Here we've got them side on.
Well, actually, I think I must have made a mistake across the lane, because this looks like a Newark crew here as the camera pans round to that 1,000-metre mark. The Newark crew in lane 3 looks like it's the crew that's ahead rather than that crew from Tideways Scullers.
It's sometimes hard to count the lanes across when you're looking down on them that far away. I just see the Tideways Scullers crew just coming into shot there.
I don't know. I actually think we've lost the Tideways Scullers crew. I'm not even sure that they're there, but because I think that's the City of Sunderland that are nearest our camera in lane 1 at the moment.
Just got the timings coming in. So Newark went through 1,000 metres first. Second place was University of Chester, and then we had Glasgow Academy, and then the City of Sunderland.
Because our image seems to be showing. Is that King's Chester? King's Chester there in lane 2?
Lane 2 should be Tideways Scullers.
Sorry, forgive me. King's Chester over in lane number 5. Anyway, we'll clear that up as they come into view. The most important thing is we can tell you who the 1, 2, 3 are. It is still Newark at the 1,000 metres. It's Tideways Scullers that it shows in the top there, coming through into second. But then I still look at our picture here, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I can count 5 boats.
I've now got times for 6.
You've got 6. I'm going to shut up and let you call this race, Carol.
No, I'm relying on your eyesight just to keep us right.
There's a Newark crew there, front and centre, doing brilliantly well there, looking left and
I can see the purple of Glasgow Academy and the sort of lilac of the lilac purple. Yeah. It's a difficult colour to decide, but it's a distinctive colour. Yeah. So it's Newark and Glasgow Academy. Over in lane 6, the timing team seem to think that Reading were in 3rd place. But once we get a side-on shot, we'll be able to Oh, yes, Reading are up there, aren't they? They're certainly in. Are they in front of Glasgow
Yeah,
Academy?
so coming through the 1500 metres,
wow.
it's Newark there, one of the local clubs there that's doing incredibly well. They've got a clear open water advantage there over the Glasgow Academy to their left, and then to Reading, and then you can just see the City of Sunderland crew there coming into shot in lane 1, and there was the bows there, I think, of the Glasgow, the King's Chester boat just coming into shot after that. Tricky boats to row, tricky boats to get moving, but they are doing incredibly well. It requires exquisite timing to really get these boats moving as efficiently as they can do. And Newark are the crew out there that are making the best job of it at the moment.
And it's definitely between Reading and Glasgow. I think we're lost Tideway Scullers in that lane too.
I think I was right. I don't think we have Tideway Scullers in the race at all.
No,
I think there's perhaps a phantom in the system. Indeed, and I've just been confirmed that they weren't on the start. Thank you again to our production team. So it is Newark as they approach the last 250 metres that has a clear water over City of Glasgow to their left in lane 4 and the City of Sunderland in lane 1.
And it's don't forget Reading over on the far side in lane 6. I think they're got overlap with the boat from Glasgow Academy there.
Oh, I think they might have a race with City of Sunderland in lane 1 there for that 3rd place. I'm going to stick my neck out and say I think Glasgow Academy are going to come through for that 2nd place.
This is going to be whether it's lane 6 or lane 1 because they're so far apart across the course. It's really difficult to get that angle.
Both are rowing fantastically well. Both looking left and right at each other.
And it's going to be Newark taking the honours in this B final. Glasgow Academy, James and Max going into that 2nd place. And Martin, you called it.
Yeah.
City of Sunderland just inching Reading Rowing Club out there.
I think so.
And University of Chester in lane 5 just coming in that 5th place.
We'll wait for the official result. Our apologies, spectators and indeed supporters and indeed competitors. That was probably one of the trickier races I've had to call, if only because of the start sheet, the silhouettes. But we got there in the end, Carol, I think.
We did.
And that was to remind you, that was the B final of the Open Club Cox's Pairs.
And I can see that the A final is in progress.
Great stuff. The medal race.
The medal race.
How are we looking?
It is Gloucester in lane 1, Nottingham in lane 2, Royal Shrewsbury in lane 3, Dark Totnes in lane 4, Clare's Court in lane 5, and Reading Rowing Club in lane 6.
Another Reading boat. Wow, yes. Fantastic advert for their programme then. As we come through the 1,000, can we discern who's leading the race, Carol?
Well, interestingly enough, just as you said that, the times popped up on our screen, popped up on my screen, as Dark Totnes leading with Nottingham in 2nd place, Royal Shrewsbury in 3rd, with Gloucester in 4th.
And I wouldn't quite say you could throw a blanket over them, but with 3 seconds separating the first 3 crews, that's more or less a boat length, isn't it?
Just about that.
All to play for then in this medal race. No clear leader as we had in the B final there. So perhaps if you're not sitting or standing next to the course, maybe sort of make your way over, because this could be one of those grandstand finishes that you really don't want to miss. And this wonderful drone shot shows just how close it is between the first 3, and in fact actually first 4, because you can see that Nottingham Rowing Club boat in lane 2 is trying to squeeze between the crew from Gloucester in lane 1 and the crew from Royal Shrewsbury School in lane 3. That crew from Dark Totnes rounds out that first 4 that seem to be in the hunt for the medals at the moment.
Well, this is where it gets really exciting, isn't it? When we've got at least 4 crews contending for 3 medals.
Absolutely.
And that's just where all the push comes from. And it's going to be a really good race.
Thank you. And this shot here is one from lanes 3 and lanes 4. So that's that Shrewsbury crew and the Dark Totnes crew. And then there's the camera pans to the left. We can see they're closest to us. It's Nottingham Rowing Club, I think. And then on the far side, Gloucester Rowing Club. Yes, that's right. And I'm just looking down at the finish pontoon. I can see the Nottingham Rowing Club crew from the Cox Fours looking at this event as it comes down. And there's a lovely scene there. One of the oarsmen holding his little daughter with a medal around their neck that she's playing with. I can see the Cox talking to other family members. It's it's a lovely scene.
Isn't it just? And from this shot that we're looking at, and it looks as though it's Gloucester in lane 1 have just pulled themselves out in front there, with lanes 3 and 4 just behind them.
Yeah, I think you're right. They've made a massive move, an absolutely massive move through that third 500 and into the start of the last 500. I think you called that just right as they approached the last 250.
And then we've got Dark Totnes up there as well. Do you think they've seen what Gloucester have done there? Because it's so far in their peripheral vision. Have they done a sneaky lane 1 manoeuvre? Just sort of come through on their blind side?
I think so. I mean, they're rating really, really highly. And they're like the fastest moving boat on the course, which would explain why they've been able to sneak through. I think perhaps the crews in lanes 3 and 4 have got maybe a little bit distracted racing each other. And as you say, just allow that Gloucester crew to come through.
But I think both lanes 3 and 4, Dark Totnes and Royal Shrewsbury, have seen this danger and started to up their pace and really motor on.
I think they're going to run out of water because this Gloucester crew in lane 1 look absolutely fantastic. They're so clean. Leaning on it, I think they're accelerating away.
They're
I think it will be theirs to win.
They are still moving there. They're still pushing on.
But it is tight. Going to be tight between Shrewsbury and Dark Totnes.
Goodness me, what a phenomenal race from Gloucester. That was brilliant, and they are ecstatically happy. Dark Totnes led most of the way down the course, having to settle for second, with Royal Shrewsbury in that third place. And then we have Nottingham in lane 2, and then Clare's Court over in lane 5, and Reading just taking their last few strokes. That was a sneaky manoeuvre just to get that boat speed up and just sneak through.
I love it, then. I love having the courage of your convictions, going early, thinking, well, we might not get anything from this, so let's just risk it. Let's just throw our hat in the ring. Let's just see what we can do and be brave.
And they were very brave.
And they were very brave because they were
courageous.
They had to go from a long way out, and their efforts were rewarded. I love to see that.
Me too. Especially you're coming from a lane where the fastest crews are always seated in the middle. But when you see somebody coming from a lane where they're perhaps not the fastest from the various things,
yeah, absolutely.
that actually to put it all out there in the final and just sneak on through.
I tell you what it reminds me of, Carol. I go back to the Sydney Olympics in 2000. Now, I'm showing my age now. And I remember the Coxless Pairs race there. And it was won ultimately by a French crew. But it was a very brave French crew that was fourth with about 750 metres to go. And it just threw its hat in the ring. And it rode through the Australian crew. It rode through a British crew and held on as everyone started to come back at them. And that was very much in the style that Gloucester have just shown us there. Well done, Gloucester.
Beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
Now you're like me. We always go for the underdog when they make brave moves like that.
I love it. I love it.
Put it all on the line.
What have we got coming down the course now, Carol?
Oh gosh, more excitement. More excitement.
Stuff. It looks like it's the women's club Coxless Pairs.
Now, interestingly enough, we've got two boats in this event. So
this is definitely a C final then.
This is a C final. We should have Rob Roy Boat Club and Doncaster Rowing Club.
And as we look at the images on the screen, I think you've described it exactly right. I think it's the red of Rob Roy that are in front, and the sort of darker colours of Gloucester, it's the green, Doncaster rather, are just a wee bit behind.
As you say, the pairs, tricky boats to race. Tricky as well when you're expected to be surrounded by other boats, but you've got this head-on-head, almost like a river race going on. A 2,000-metre river race, which is always hard.
And you can see there in the bottom right-hand corner, the winning Gloucester pair there. Just come in, handshakes all around and medals, lots of fist pumps, tapping on heads, huge smiles. And why not? You would have. I think of all the races I've seen today, if I was in one of the winning boats, that's the boat
one
I
would
wanted
to be in.
I would have felt most proud of. Really, really, really well done, guys.
I was on the pontoons helping these boats coming in and out from their time trials early, and I do remember seeing the Gloucester boys a couple of times, and really nice gentlemen.
It's good. And great adverts for our sport then. We like that. So if we turn our attention back to the race coming back down the course now and draw your attention to that image in the top left-hand corner, you can see this Rob Roy pair, fantastic demonstration of coxless pairs rowing. And what do I mean by that? We can see the hands moving in and out of the towards the body and away from the body together. You can see their slides, their seats moving up and down together, their knees rising and falling together in time with each other. And it's that synchronicity that's allowed this crew to extend its lead over what is otherwise a very good crew from Doncaster, Carol.
Yeah, absolutely. And to end up in the C final of the club pairs is no mean feat.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
And to be, I do like a good pair, and if you're in a nice pair, it's really nice to run with it and just go with it and just get that motion and feel the boat moving underneath you.
Well, that's it, and I think these two girls will really, these two women, forgive me, will really enjoy the remainder of this race. There's something lovely about, you can only beat who's in your heat, and if you are ahead of your opposition in what is effectively a match race, it's almost a Henley women's style race, isn't it? Then that must be tremendously satisfying.
Indeed. Just a lovely shot there of the pair just sort of glistening on the sun, bouncing off the water.
Absolutely. I mean, I know All Mark One here are taking some photographs of all the crews. That's just... we have an interview with the winning coxless pair from Gloucester, so I'm going to hand over to that interview now.
William, I heard your coach go. Where did that come from at the end of that race? Tell us where it came from.
I don't know. I was aiming for third, and then we went for it, and I just had enough. Yeah.
What was going through your head in that moment? The sprint to the line.
Don't mess up. Just stay with it, keep it there, and no, it was good. We didn't expect that at all. So we went, like you said, we were aiming for third. So to come in with the gold is great.
A very good day at the office, and how are you going to celebrate this win, this unexpected win?
I don't know, I haven't thought that far ahead yet.
Fair enough, just enjoy the moment. Well done, congratulations.
Thank you. When you can, show me the medals one last time, boys.
Well, we've just finished that interview with the Gloucester pair who did, as Sasha's now joined me up in the tower. Martin's rushing off to go and watch an epic film in the cinema. But Sasha, I'm sure you were watching that pairs race. It was a really inside lane, sneaky manoeuvre from Gloucester there, just to put it all in the line, out there about 750 metres out, and just take that gold medal.
Absolutely. I think there have been quite a few inside line sneak-throughs, haven't there? Across today, across the weekend. We've had a bit of contention for medals across the 4-3-2, kind of in that order. So look forward to seeing what the rest of the finals for today bring us. We're currently in the last 500 of the women's club pairs C final. So no medals here, but I think just two boats in it.
So Doncaster and Rob Roy, the red of Rob Roy, have led all the way down the course, still leading as they come into this last 250 metres. Doncaster just slightly behind, and but Rob Roy just going out there just to put down a time in this event.
Yeah, they want to cement themselves up there, don't they? In the well, they're all in the top 15. They want to be number 13. So, yes, Doncaster and Rob Roy making their way down. It's been really lovely to see all of the boats coming past. I always like to sit in the kind of the major finals when there's medals up for grabs on the pontoon, next to the medal pontoon with the photographers. You get a nice chat, and you also get a fantastic view straight down the finish line.
Of course.
It's just been brilliant to see it from a ground level rather than up here, because obviously we have the view, but in the sky.
And here we have the Rob Roy boat, just their last 10 strokes or so, just picking it up to go through the line in that 30th place overall in this women's club coxless pairs.
Doncaster coming up to the red boys themselves. Looks like the wind has dropped quite a bit from this morning, so some slightly slower times I think that we'll be seeing across the finals. this
The
evening.
wind has dropped, the temperature has risen, so it's a double whammy, isn't it? Sort of.
Yeah.
But then the temperature rising means the water is a bit warmer, which tends to give you a faster time. So it's just, can that balance it out? And here's the Doncaster boat. I love seeing this boat.
It's such a happy boat, isn't it?
It just puts a smile on my face every time I see it racing.
Were we together on the commentary when we saw that? I think it was Windsor Boys single. Beautiful rainbow tape all across the canvas, a black shell, but rainbow.
No, I was not on commentary with you, but I did see it later, and I thought, there's a happy boat. Just as we were talking, you asked me earlier this weekend, what colour of boat would I have? And I said, well, I just think I'd be boring white, but the canvases would be... And I do like the New Zealand fern on Emma Twiggs.
Yes.
And now that's beautiful to see, and sort of just very distinctive. And I love the way fluid design, you can have a different hull and different canvases either end, and they just look so beautiful. Sort of almost nail varnish colours, that sparkliness.
Yes, absolutely. And I feel like that's what I'm starting to lean towards a little bit, is this this idea of kind of a simple shell, but what kind of, what's a pattern that speaks to me? Perhaps I'll have a boat on a boat.
So we've gone from the C final straight into the B final. In fact, the B final is almost rapidly coming towards us. Clare's Court School in lane 1, Trent in lane 2, Calpe in lane 3, University of Birmingham in lane 4, Newark in lane 5, and Shanklin Sandown in lane 6.
Yes.
And to my eye, it's University of Birmingham in lane 4, the bright red I can see just leading the charge towards the line. I don't know if Darbs is still in the premises, but if so, he'll be delighted to see the red of the University of Birmingham coming towards us in that first place.
Absolutely. I think he's been incredibly excited with the success of those athletes across the weekend. I think he's got 2 coaching medals now. So it's been a good weekend for him too. He's been up here doing some comms, going down quickly to the pontoons to pick up his own hardware. And so Birmingham have had a resplendent weekend and having a resplendent end to this B final.
So I think it was the Birmingham double, women's double earlier, and they were helping them off and on the pontoon. Very happy ladies indeed, and I think happy ladies, happy oarsmen makes good rowing. So, but it's Birmingham just leading the charge for the line here, and Calpe in that second place, but having to fight off a charge from...
I think Trent in the lane next to them, really being pulled up with them.
And then we've got the blue of Shanklin Sandown over on the far side, sprinting for the line. Clare's Court on this side, and it's all happening in Newark in lane 5. But it was, to my eye, University of Birmingham, Calpe. Oh, and I can't remember who came third.
Trent,
I think it was Trent. Yes.
Yeah, but I'm not sure what these... I think Calpe really managed to extend the lead, and I think Trent managed to pull away in the last few strokes. It might have been that we were slightly fooled by the parallax as they came towards us, but yeah, white flag of the umpire there. University of Birmingham, first place in this B final.
Indeed, and I could see the umpire's launch of the A final heading down the course. So who have we got here?
Well, it's the A final, and we have in contention for some medals Millfield School, York City, Nottingham Rowing Club, York City again, the King's School, Ely, and Lambton Rowing Club. We've got York City A in lane 2, York City B in lane 4.
Imagine having 2 pairs from the same club in the A final. That is, I wonder if it's a Coxless 4 that split down into pairs just to raise this. Be interesting if it was. We could check back the names.
Oh, because I was looking at the Coxed fours as they came past, and in the B final it was Cambridge's A crew, and then in the A final it was their B and C crew, and their C crew ended up winning. So that was some pretty dicey racing. I wonder if that's going to be a little bit of contention for seats come the new season.
Well, and I'm sure that's why they were all here this this weekend just to see what they've got to show or what they've got to do to prove themselves. But and as they say, all racing is good racing, all experience is good. And it's Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 3 in the lead there. Just see them in the middle of your screen.
I'm not surprised by that. Annie Beaumont and Molly Varley, who have, I think, both been in the Nottingham Cruise that picked up gold over the last couple of days. It was the Coxless 4 on Friday, the quad on Saturday. Will it be the pair today as well? A trifecta for Nottingham there.
That would be impressive, wouldn't it, to go from get gold in 3 different boat classes?
I think it's been some pretty scratch cruise for Nottingham. I was having a chat with Molly earlier in the racing timetable, and she was saying, yes, we've had a bit of a mix around and kind of just put these together. I think their Coxless 4 went out for the first time Thursday evening, came in on Friday, won the gold. Probably same to be said for the quad. And I think that they've probably got enough confidence from that to come out in the pair and go, yeah, do you know what, we've got this.
But if you've got a good squad who all be taught by the same coach, all to the same sort of same style, same rowing style, you can mix and match because they all do the same thing at the same time. So therefore, you can slot them in different boats in different places and just make the boats go. So if you've got a good squad system, that's what you want to be able to do. Just throw them in together and just get them off racing. But it's still Nottingham. I think there's Millfield School in lane 1 are up there.
Yeah, they're definitely putting in a bit of a push. Nottingham coming into the Red Boys, quickly followed by Millfield. I wonder whether Nottingham are going to pick it up a little bit in the last 250.
And then I think it's York City in lane 4 in that 3rd place. But then there's a push coming on from Lambton and King's School Ely.
Lambton there, Jasmine Kane, Rebecca Wearmouth. Rebecca is one of the fabulous Blue Star rowers. She is at Newcastle throughout the season, has been doing a spectacular job in their women's 8, both at Bucks and at Henley Women's, Henley Royal as well, putting in a big charge. I think they're going to have to do a little bit more if they want to catch up with York City there in lane 4.
But Millfield School in lane 1 are really pushing on to Nottingham. Nottingham just managing to maintain that lead, but Millfield School, what an amazing charge they put in lane 1. Just decided they were going to go for it, and they have gone for it and pulled themselves into that 2nd place. Nottingham going through first, Millfield School, and then it's going to be York City in lane 4 and 3. Still the fight and battle is going on for 4, 5 and 6. So
Lambton there across in 4th. I think it was King's School Ely in 5th, and in 6th York City A. So York City B, I think, might be going home with that bronze medal. The white flag from the umpire there. We'll wait until those finish positions are confirmed. And we're being treated to slightly further up the course another A final, so yet more medals in the mix. This time the Open Championship Double Sculls A final. Who have we got in contention?
Goodness me, we have the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe in lane 1, Tideway Scullers in lane 2, Avon County in lane 3, Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, 2nd boat in lane 4, Norwich Rowing Club, Sudbury Rowing Club in lane 5, and Sheffield University College London in lane 6. I love watching doubles. Look at this view we're getting of the double on the screen. There's obviously a camera in the launch there just following them down. And this is a championship doubles.
Yeah, championship doubles, not wanting to let any medals slip through their fingers. It looks like Avon County and Tideway Scullers are really pushing each other up the course. Avon County just ahead by 0.6 of a second.
Which is half a canvas, if that, and that is not much of a lead to be to relax with.
And at halfway, you know, these smaller boats, they can change speed quite quickly. So I think Tideway are probably going to be medal hunting there, wanting to push through, see if they can get into gold.
Well, I was chatting with Martin earlier. We've seen over the weekend some crews making big moves in that 3rd 500, which is often a place where it's a bit of a dead area for some crews, but I think coaches are now starting to see that they're going to sort of work with their crews in that part of the race and make them stronger, fitter, so that they can actually make big moves, big inroads on the rest of the field.
I mean, Carol, I don't know if you're going to hate me for asking you this question, but if you're a coach and you're trying to build the fitness to be able to really, power off the start line, make your way down, and then move clear of the competition in the third 500, what is it that you're working on?
Endurance, strength, physicality, just that sort of working on the legs, making the legs as strong as possible. If I had a really strong third 500, I wouldn't necessarily worry about the start. Sort of just say, take it, just stay in the mix, stay in the mix, stay in the mix. And then round about 1,100 metres, that's when we're going on the attack.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where you kind of just have to. It's more water-based training, isn't it? That it's doing long pieces and sprint finishing at the end, just making sure that your legs know how to go. It's like when
your legs are tired,
yeah,
they have to know that they can still pull something out. Cracking performance from Tideway Scullers here. They've just got themselves into that really nice, comfortable lead now. They've pulled away from Avon County, who were leading, and they've made that move in that 500.
I absolutely did, Tideway Scullers. They knew that they had it in them. They are absolutely... I mean, that's massive amounts of clear water over Avon County. I think Avon County have either been slightly rattled by that move or just didn't have it in them, because over there on the far side, Norwich and Sudbury have moved
pushing
through.
On. Look at that move. Wow. And Avon County are really having to fight to hold on to that silver medal. Oh, gosh.
Right down to the line.
I am not going to call that one, because that was just so close. And then we have...
Again, I think for fourth, really close across the line too.
The two Royal Grammar School High Wycombe boats, pretty much close on the line. And then over on the far side with the Sheffield University, University College London.
Lovely to see there Henry and Morley Pendred in the Tideway Scullers boat. I think we've had quite a few sibling combinations, and so it's been lovely to see when those come out successful. Our very own Poppy in the commentary tower.
Raced with her sister. She was telling me, I was sitting having lunch with her earlier, and she raced with her sister, made it into the final they wanted to get into, and just really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Wow.
No.
So
absolutely lovely. Well, I think what I'm taking from this is that you need to put together more combinations of your loved ones.
I just see hear the applause and see on our screens the medals being awarded for the women's club pair that we commented on. Oh, look at those big smiles.
Yeah, Molly there first, then Annie in the bows. Huge congratulations. And I think some confirmed finish times. Tideway Scullers Schools got the gold medal for Open Champ doubles, followed by Avon County and then Norwich Rowing Club and Sudbury Rowing Club composite. 0.3 seconds between silver and bronze.
And I could not call it from standing up here, so that was one of these really good ones.
Well, we've got a lovely shot on our screens currently of a very calm-looking Home-Pierpont lake. It looks quite calm up there. I think
it does indeed. The B final of the Women's Championship Double Sculls has got 3 boats in it, but to my eye, that's more than 3 boats. I'm wondering if they've gotten for the A final first.
Yes, I think there was either a C or a B final earlier that was also called off with just 2 crews in it. So it might be that those 2 crews have shaken their hands, agreed to draw, and moved on with their evening, allowing us to get 3 back-to-back A finals, which is incredibly exciting.
Keeping the presentation platform very busy.
Yes, and confirmed there in the corner, the A final of the Women's Championship double sculls.
So we have Northampton Rowing Club in lane 1, Tideway Sculler School in lane 2, Cambridge University, Oxford University Composite in lane 3, Bath University in lane 4, Nottingham and Union Rowing Club in lane 5, and Clare's Court School Boat Club in lane 6.
Lots of very familiar names there. Selim Tawaldi in the stroke seat, I believe, of the Tideway Scullers School boat. She has been big on the scene of both junior rowing up until recently and now some senior sculling as well. You've got Ella Fullman from Bath University Boat Club. I believe she is from their START programme, their development programme, and so she's got some real kick in her. I think she came away with a bronze at Bucks in the intermediate doubles, and of course Catherine and Gemma King in lane 3 from Cambridge and Oxford Universities finally towards the end of the season are able to race with each other instead of against each other.
Just inset on our screen we see the previous medal ceremony taking place, the Open Championship double sculls. Some big smiles this lovely sunny afternoon.
I think a lovely shot there of that was the Avon County double who received their silver. Another gorgeous shot, I have to say. I've been really enjoying the drone footage that we've been getting. So if you just couldn't get enough of today's racing or the weekend's racing, go back and watch the live stream or plonk yourself in front of the screen in our spectators area so that you can access these beautiful shots yourself.
Well, I will confess I spent most of the afternoon sitting there watching it on the screen.
It's a lovely place to spectate,
It was lovely, surrounded by other people who were interested in rowing, talking about rowing, watching what's happening on the screen, and then just occasionally flicking your head up to see what's happening on the course, and then flicking it back to see what's happening on the finish line. So a lovely venue, lovely place to have the screen.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you know what? I was sat there for some of the morning as well, and it wasn't the time trial, but I think it might have been some of the semi-finals, the AB ones, where obviously most of the time it's the top 3 that will go through to the A final. And it was, I mean, lovely because, you know, all the boats came across and everyone kind of gasped. And so lovely to have that interaction. And we're about to go and speak to the Tideway Scullers boat on the pontoon now.
Henry Morley, you crossed that line with such a dominant advantage there. Talk us through your race.
Well, we just wanted to have a strong start and stay with the pack, and then we were just happy that we were still in there, like 500 metres in, and then we just pushed it on and we executed our moves well. And no, it was really good. This is my younger brother, and it's his last race as a junior, so I'm really happy to be able to win this with him.
Wow, that's so special, not only racing with your sibling, but it being your last race as a junior. And your opposition, you beat Olympians. How does that feel?
I didn't know that. That's pretty crazy. I'm just happy to be with my brother. I'm going off to join him at uni next year in America, so can't wait. More W's.
Wow, so this could be the start of many sibling races and many more gold medals. Congratulations.
Well, lovely to hear about what those scullers are going to be going on to do next. We wish them the best, and hopefully we'll see some more W's for them. But meantime, currently with the W out in front, I believe that is the Cambridge-Oxford composite of the King sisters, but they are being challenged.
0.3 of a second, just at 1,000 metres. That is very little. And in fact, all these doubles, 4 seconds separating them.
Oh, it's going to be some tight racing.
Very tight racing.
Well, Gemma and Catherine have their work cut out for them in the second half of their race. We'll go to the Bath crew to hear what their plan was before the race started.
I'm here with Ella and Freya now. How are you feeling ahead of your final later?
Yeah, really excited. It's close, so it should be a race.
And you're defending this title. If you win, this will be your 3rd year on a run, right?
Yeah, 3rd year, yeah.
But in a new combination. So tell me a little bit about how it's going racing together.
Yeah, it's going well. We've only been in the double for the past week or so.
So it's been a bit of a scratch double, but it's going well.
Seems to have come together really nicely. And what have you been doing to prepare today?
Nothing special, I don't think. Just doing some rowing around, some pieces. Yeah.
Well, let's hope it works. I'm rooting for you and wishing you good luck later.
Thank you.
Well, what they are doing is obviously working because they're still up there in contention with the Cambridge-Oxford composite on their near side. In fact,
I think
just
that
looking at the course, I could not separate. Oh, goodness me, 1,000 metres, 4 seconds separating them. I think there are some sneaky manoeuvres going on here. I think the double in lane 1, Northampton Rowing Club, has just snuck past Tideways Sculler School. Maybe, I don't know. But then we've got the Cambridge-Oxford composite, Bath University. And then just slightly behind them, we've got Nottingham Union and Clare's Court.
I think Clare's Court putting in a sneaky push in the outside lane, lane 6, starting to come through. They are leaving the other 3 crews behind. And Bath, oh gosh, they've been working well. They said that it's a pretty scratch crew, so they haven't been working on their final 500. Apologies, but clearly they've just got something in the bag to whip out, just something extra. And the King sisters, they pulled out in front and they wanted it, but I think Bath seemed to want it more.
Well, sometimes racing just brings out the best in people. You may not have practiced in the boat, but maybe you've just got that determined characteristics that just say, we want this. Wow, great performance from Bath there. But the King sisters really pushing on there. They're really wanting it as well. Just for Cambridge and Oxford respectively, that rating has gone up. They've pushed up, Bath pushed up too. Wow.
Yeah, they've really ratcheted it up. They have closed the gap, but to no avail. It is Bath that crossed the finish line first.
Where's the bronze going to go? So this is, what a blanket finish. I think it's over on far side, Clare's Court, you called that one. And then pretty much.
I think it was Tideway and then Northampton with Nottingham and Union coming in last, but by no means least, because that was a really superb final of the Women's Championship double sculls.
About 7 seconds between all finalists, and that is quite a small difference over 2,000 metres. That is an amazing feat in this Women's Championship double sculls.
Beautiful, very artsy shot there actually on the live stream. Some sparkling water and the champions on the screen in beautiful blue and gold of Bath University. I think we're on to our final 3 races of the day, starting off with the C final for the women's beginner single sculls.
6 boats in this one. Clydesdale in lane 1, Hartpury University and College in lane 2, Millfield in lane 3, Furnival Sculling Club in lane 4, City of Cambridge in lane 5, University of York in lane 6.
It's been really nice to see Furnival out in full form this weekend. I feel like I don't see them ever very far from the Thames Valley. So it's been nice to see them come up to Nottingham. They had a couple of development coxed 4s in the open category. So it was lovely to see them out there. I'm not quite sure where they ended up coming, but...
It put me under pressure there. I can't remember. It was... a long time ago.
This is the conversation that we were having the other day, wasn't it? Is that it's hard to remember where you were at any given time for any given race.
Some you remember. We enjoy watching every race. We're in the moment for every race because we are glued to what's happening. It's not that we don't consider them as valuable, it's just that there's so many and my little brain is working on a one in, one out thing at the moment. So
Absolutely.
it's 4 long days of racing, and it's really hard to remember which ones you've commentated on, which ones you've listened to, and which ones you watched. You know, it's just, and you watch them all, and you just get sucked in because you can't pull away just in case something really exciting happens.
That's exactly it, isn't it? Well, Furnival came second and fourth in the A final. Their B boat came second, their A boat came fourth. No, that's completely wrong. Cardiff Met came first in the beginner fours. Furnival A came second, Furnival B came third. So there you have it. We've answered the question. But some questions being asked on the course now in this C final for the women's beginner single sculls. Got a lovely inset there of the King sisters receiving their silver medal. This looks like it's a 4-boat race now. We've got Hartpury University in lane 2, Millfield in lane 3, Furnival in lane 4, and City of Cambridge in lane 5.
Congratulations to our bronze medalists, Rebecca Don and Nuala McFarlane.
Indeed, we only seem to have times for 4 boats in this race, but it is the C final.
Millfield School currently out in front. They are about 16 seconds ahead of Hartpury University and College.
And then you've got the short of hour just going through the 1,500 metres and quite a distance before any other boats are coming into sight.
I think it must be really lovely as a beginner to have that experience of just jetting out ahead and kind of washing your competitors down, knowing that you have control over the race. Yes, it might be a C final, so you might not be heading to the medal pontoon afterwards, but to you it is your final, and so that's wonderful.
But it's still the fastest, the 13th in the whole timing category. And back with this race, and it's still Millfield extending that lead. As you said earlier, really looking comfortable in that 30th position overall in these women beginner sculls. The C final well underway, just coming in front of the grandstand area, and she's looking long and loose and relaxed, which is quite difficult for a beginner single.
I think that she's seen that the red boys are there. She started to pick it up ever so slightly, but it looks like she might be having a little bit of a fight there with the boy line. She's going to have to get her head back in the game if she wants to still cross the line first. She's slightly gone over into lane 4, but picked up the pace. She's got control of her blades. Leaning back quite a bit there, so harder to have as much control with your core. And And so a little bit of washout, but she has crossed the line first. So
and good battle going on for second and third here between that is Furnival and Hartpury, just having their own private battle, just nip and tuck all the way down.
Yep, City of Cambridge rounding out that pack of 4 and just crossing the line, rounding out the C final.
And looking up the course, I can see the launch following the B final. And in this race we have Bath University, York St John University, University of Leeds, City of Cambridge, University of Sunderland and Bath University. Nice to see so many universities represented here today because it is way past end of term. So obviously they've been staying around the cities and still training over the summer months.
Absolutely, and I think it's a testament to their commitment to the club and probably the coaches' commitment to them too. And, you know, for a lot of clubs, the Henley Women's and Henley Royals of the season won't be their aim. That it's quite hard to get up to that point, and so it can feel like your season is cut a little bit short if you're, not heading to those with kind of pots in mind. And so it's really lovely to have Brit club champs where they are in the season so that people can finish it off and kind of round off for a month or two before they come back for pre-season and
do they ever
stick
stop
to land training?
Well, you know, I think summer months are the nice times to just go out there and have a relaxed paddle up and down the river or the lake or wherever you row on, because you know it's the nicest weather, so it's really silly not to take advantage of the nice weather and just stay out there and just enjoy the sport with no pressure on, but just keep those muscle memories alive.
Yeah, go join a local rowing club to wherever it is that you live outside of university term time, and remind yourself how much you love rowing or sculling and how enjoyable it is before you head back for head season.
Yep. And the heavy training and the winter months and the dark nights and the dark mornings and the ice on the canvas when you take the boat off the water. Sorry, I know it's sunny outside, but
you've got to be reminded of all of the stuff that you've overcome to get to row in the beautiful sunshine here.
But you have to do all those hours of the hard training in the cold weather to actually appreciate it when you're actually here or wherever racing in the sunshine.
Yes, well, I think we have not got one of our Bath University scullers here. I think we're missing Bath A. But otherwise, York St John in lane 2. Currently, we're leading at the 1,000 metres. Leeds University in second place. City of Cambridge in third. I think that York St John still out there, still being contended, but City of Cambridge might be pulling through.
Just looking at the times there, York St John had a big lead at 1,000 metres. I think she's pulled out an even bigger lead now as she's coming into this last 350 metres of the course.
Oh, see, I'd say it's the other way. I think that she's confident with where she is and so is just trying to go for it. The Bath sculler seems to be really pulling it out of the bag, trying to make her way towards that front end of the pack.
Now, to be honest, I didn't spot the Bath sculler because she's in that sort of wind shadow.
Lane.
That wind shadow, so you can't really see the boat, but I could spot the York St John. But if you've got a fast sculler on your outside, it tends to pull you along with them because you want to just keep that momentum, that speed, that sort of contact with them. And I think having York on our outside has pulled Bath just along.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially when you're in an outside lane, you've only got a sculler on one side of you. As soon as you lose contact with them, it gets quite dangerous. Actually, we've got a lovely drone shot there. I think York St John have said they've had enough. They're pulling out ahead. And
it could be between City of Cambridge and Bath there for second and third in this B final.
I think it is. Yeah, City of Cambridge really pulling out. Bath moving with them. Bath might be contending, though, with the University of Sunderland.
Sasha's got her head sort of flicking from the screen to the course. I've stood up because I can't quite get the view that I want. So it always comes down to these exciting things. York St John, definitely in the lead there. Really strong performance there, just tapping it along, just keeping that boat running, keeping the momentum going. And I think the Bath University Scullers run out of speed there. And it's City of Cambridge and Sunderland now where the battle is going on.
I would agree with you. Yeah, York St John really pushing forward. Sunderland University, who were in 5th at the halfway point, managing to really drive up the rate, drive through the legs, and I think that they're going to move through that City of Cambridge sculler.
She's just picked it up as she heard you, obviously heard you, and just picked up the rating, picked up the leg drive.
There she goes.
There she goes.
And I think that's probably, I want to say, over a canvas, maybe a third of a length to that Sunderland University E Weeks.
And then we have Bath University, Holly John, just going through the line. And she's going to be followed by University of Leeds. Well, Sasha, I'm really sad because I always enjoy commentating with you. And it's been a lovely afternoon. And it seems like quite a while since we commentated together, but we're on our last race.
I know, last race of the day.
And last race of the day, and I didn't get my favourite word in the commentary because it's always that penultimate one, but I missed out on that. So we're on the last race of the day, the A final of the Women's Beginner Sculls.
Yes, and in this A final, for the last set of medals of the day, we have Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, Beckett Rowing Club, Hartpury University and College, Molesey Boat Club, Cardiff Met A in lane 5 and Cardiff Met B in lane 6.
Now, I'm sure it was yesterday that we saw, was it the men's beginner sculls? We saw a lot of Cardiff Met singles.
I think so, and I'm pretty sure that I saw, I think it might have been beginner doubles, because I'm pretty sure that I saw the stroke seat of the Cardiff Met A gold medal winning double yesterday, coming off the pontoon earlier today with a gold in the singles.
Brilliant. And it's nice to see so many Cardiff Met scullers extending their season and just coming in there.
Yes, it's really nice also to see, I think, some slightly less familiar names. So Cardiff Met, I think, is not one that has been hugely on my radar on the university scene this.
But I will be looking out for them in future.
Absolutely.
And you were just going to say exactly the same. The two of us, Cardiff Met, I think, what's it, Fergus?
We've got your number.
Called them the other day, the Archers. I think that's our Cardiff Met, the Archers. I'm sure I saw one of the coaches with the Archers.
And you know what? That makes a lot of sense, because there is a beautiful photo of a double crossing the line. It's Cardiff Met, and the bow seat is splashing the water, very excited to have crossed, I'm sure, in a medal positioning or just happy to have finished his race. And the stroke seat looks like Usain Bolt. And I realise now it's because he's shooting an arrow.
Although, thanks to Fergus for that piece of information. But meanwhile, this sculling race is rapidly coming towards us at 500 metres. It was Lake of Hartpury University leading the charge. McInnes of Beckett in second place and Burrows of Molesey in third, with Baresi of Clydesdale fourth, and then Innes of Cardiff, Jones of Cardiff Met in fifth, and Chaffee also of Cardiff Met in sixth. Credit to them for getting into the A final, but what a performance from the sculler leading the charge towards the line, and that is the sculler from Hartpury University and College, Eva Bolton Lake.
Eva Bolton Lake, definitely a name that I have heard before. I think across this weekend has had quite a bit of success. So brilliant to see her coming out yet again.
But look at this margin she has as she is coming towards us. That is unassailable.
Yes, that is a display of dominance if I've ever seen it. I think this is
dominance, confidence, and just taking this race right on.
I mean,
from
that's
the
an
beginning.
easily verdict, isn't it? And to have one of those in an A final is superb. To have one of those as a beginner is such a wonderful feather in your cap and will give you some superb confidence going into the
And
next
she
season.
is so happy. Big fist pump in the air there, and she should be delighted. And the second place looks to be coming with the kit of Beckett in lane 2. And the battle will be on for third. And where's that going to go? I could see the Blades of Clydesdale just pulling themselves into that third place and a medal position.
I think that is exactly right. We can see the very laid-back looking cameraman there on the launch who's been giving us some wonderful shots of the racing as it's come down towards us.
So fourth place with Wolsey, fifth with Cardiff Met, and we've still got the other Cardiff Met sculler to complete her course.
And stay tuned, don't go anywhere, because once the final race of the day is finished and across the line, we have some very exciting news about who has won the Senior Victor Lodorum. So we will be announcing the top 3 very shortly, and I think a lovely cup or trophy is going to be going to those competitors. So if you are still here, please do make your way down towards the medal pontoon so you can see that victory ceremony. Just a reminder that the Victor Lodorum overall will be getting a custom SL Racing single skull. So a lot more to play for than just victory. But there goes the last of the Cardiff Met scullers across the line, and that finishes the racing for today. Well, for those of you just on our live stream, a beautiful shot there for you to enjoy of our boat parks at sunset. But for those of you here, you can see we've got the wonderful sculler from Hartpury University and College, Eva Bolton Lake, on the medal pontoon, way ahead of the rest of the competition to collect her gold medal, having finished several lengths ahead of everyone else.
What a lovely place to be. What a confidence it will give her for racing next season.
We've then got Beckett Rowing Club and Clydesdale Amateur following up.
Rachel McInnes of Beckett and Lisa Baresi of Clydesdale.
Wonderful shot there of Eva and her coach as they get their gold medals. A reminder that all photos can be found at Allmark 1. So if you want photos, whether it's of your time trials, your semi-finals, your finals or your medals, do make your way to Allmark 1 to collect some excellent photos. And don't forget to check out the British Rowing and Allmark 1 Instagrams for some cracking reels that Anna and Rory have been working on across the weekend.
Lovely smile from it's Rachel McInnes of Beckett there, just picking up her silver medal.
Congratulations to Rachel and her coach there. Big smiles.
And I know they've done it for a few years. It's just so nice to see the coaches acknowledged and rewarded for their hard work.
Absolutely. And Liza there from Clydesdale, looking very chuffed to have her bronze medal. Nice firm handshake there. I think it must be so wonderful and probably quite surreal coming straight round from your race. You've still got a bit of adrenaline, you've still got quite a lot of pump in your system, and suddenly you're being handed a medal, and it's, you know, it's a lot to process all at once.
It'll be an adrenaline high for a couple of hours afterwards, because, you know, you've come through the time trial this morning, you come through the AB semis, and then you're sitting last race of the day, and it's a long time to wait. But to come away with a medal,
so worth it.
Jinx.
Well, you've heard it here first. Carol and I have started a jinx war, so I'm sure this will go on for several years now, and I'm very excited to see who wins. So there we are. Still friends, but that's only because I think we're 3 jinx in now. So.
3 today, I think. I won't want to count how many over the weekend. But we aren't playing by the rules because we haven't shut up any of the times.
But that's what makes us great commentators, isn't it? Is the ability to manage to fill every possible silence.
Yes, yes. I'm sure sometimes silence is good.
Oh, absolutely. I think we're very good without microphones on. To knowing when we had quite a nice calm breakfast this morning together, didn't we?
We did.
Yes. Just
saving the chat for later on.
Taking it in. Oh, no, it's gosh, it's really, I always think it's such a privilege when we sit up here and the racing is finished and everything is quietened down, and it's kind of, it looks just so calm and unmenacing for Home Pier Point.
But it's been I don't want to jinx anything, or it's been a beautiful 3 days. Just 3 really nice benign days at Nottingham for racing. I can see people sort of appearing on the pontoon here for our important announcement.
And you can see on your screen there, I think that we are not being broadcast to the site anymore, but what you can see there is the outcome of the Victor Ladorum for the senior points. Just to keep you updated, Evesham had 30 points in 4th place, Thames Rowing Club had 32 in 3rd, Cambridge University Boat Club 34. Nottingham have won with 90.5.
Wow.
Absolutely spectacular. And I think that those women there in the coxless for the quad and the pair have played a huge role in that. Golds all round for them. We can see them in the centre holding a very beautiful glass trophy. They look very chuffed. I can see in her pink shorts, just in the second row, Chloe Barnard there, an incredibly successful sculler in her first year. This year she won beginner women's singles, beginner women's singles, beginner women's doubles, and open beginner doubles at Bucks this year.
Wow.
Yes.
That's some success rate.
I think she also won some of the beginner categories earlier this weekend, and some of the intermediate categories.
And that's so much excitement and delight from Nottingham, well deserved, and just taking their time in the sunshine and the limelight, and there's going to be a little chase there. I think somebody might get a bit wet, but I think we are signing off for this evening.
Yes, that rounds out day 3, the penultimate day of the British Rowing Club Championships 2026. Thank you for everyone who's taken part, both on and off the water. Very good luck to everyone who will be returning tomorrow for our fun and sprinty final day, 1,000 metres
starting at 8 a.m. in the morning with the first time trials.
Starting bright and early. So if you can stand, please do. Yes, for the national anthem. goodbye.